Hey everyone, Happy New Year. Sorry for leaving you all waiting. I figured most of you would be kind of, hungover today. I didn't see anybody was going live and I thought, you know what? I haven't been live in a few days. Let me go live, update everybody. Hope you all have a happy new year. Just check in with everybody. So, how's everybody doing? I didn't keep up with much of anything last night. I enjoyed my New Year's. Have an old saying, whoever you spend the New Year's celebrating the end of the year with, you bring into your new year. So it was really nice to be out and, just forgetting about all this YouTube stuff for a bit, if you will. It was really nice. It's good to see all of you. Oh, we have a Hawk Tui. Hey, Sassy, Poetic Justice, Billy Sunday, Jill, Snassy, Sassy Hound, Nick, True Wreck and Crime, Ministry of Defense, Snowflake, Goody, Toe Beans. I'm so happy to see all of you here. Miss Liverbird, Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you guys all had a safe and meaningful last day of 2024. I know it was quite the year for myself. I'm sure it was quite the year for all of you. So it's good to see everybody here and, you know, welcome to another year, right? 2025, let's take it off to the right start. Evelyn, Happy New Year to you and hello. Oh, thank you, Quinny. Hey, that Michelle. Tinkerbug, everybody. It's good to see everyone. I don't know what the idiot's done last night. Spend it with my loved ones. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have been bothered, Hey, Ministry, Linda Lou, B fam. Just a second, guys. All right, sorry about that. Hey, Kentucky Queen. Lucky's mom with the 30 months. Thank you so much. You are entering another year with me. What a blessing. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Money Moves. Did anybody do anything exciting last night? Turning leaves, Gary. Phoenix, good morning. Hey, Sue. It sounds like, hey, Opal. Oh, did you, Sassy? Excuse me. Um, it seems like something horrific took place over in New Orleans. Uh, they're saying it was an act of terrorism with 10 dead and over 30 hurt. That's terrifying. Oh, did you, Emerald? I love that. Yeah, I was with family and friends, and we had a party, and we played a blockbuster game that was actually really fun. I was surprised how fun it was. The kids don't even know what blockbusters is, so but it was a lot of fun. Hey, PJ Second Chance, London girl. I see some people were live all night, man. You guys really partied it up on the tubes. I ain't do shit. You know what, Jason? It's better than the shit you used to do, right, my friend? Hey, Jackie. Happy feet. Does anybody want to come up? Start off. We can start this off together and then get into some discussions. Did she, Ken? That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Normally, I try to, I normally do go live for like the holidays and all of that, but I wasn't in the spirits this year. And you know what? If there's one thing the past few months of YouTube has taught me, it is that my real life is far more, you know, I don't want to say more important than all of you, but I just I couldn't I don't know. I can't find it in me on holidays to go after anybody, especially based around Sebastian Rogers. It doesn't feel right. It feels icky. I don't know. There's a time to be on, there's a time to disconnect. And I felt like disconnecting was best for me at that moment. But I do hate that I didn't quite spend it with all of you. I did stop in Jay's last night and wish everybody a happy new year. I don't like going out on New Year. No, it's too dangerous, man. Oh, far more important. Far more important. This year, the holidays didn't seem very festive, at least for us. I'm sorry to hear that, Shelley. It's okay. Normal people get it. Ain't that the truth? Normal people do get it. Oh, man, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Yeah, and you know what? It just feels like there's I don't know. I'm just there's so many things I'm just so like over. You know, you ever get to a point where like you're just over it? It's obvious what's going on. There's games being played. You can't fucking trust anybody, type of thing. That's literally where I'm at. It's just I'm over it. I'm over it. And you know what? To set some records straight on a few things, there's a lot of misunderstanding going on with these emails. The one email was barbecues. The other was mine. I don't know how mine got out. I didn't put it out. Uh, Barbecue was also a recipient of it. I asked her. She said she didn't give it out. So I don't know how the second email was released prior to me even being live. But oh, thank you, Miss Liverbird. Here's to a happy, healthy 2025 for our girl and for all of you. And for all of you. Thank you. Um, But a lot of people are like misunderstanding. They're thinking like they were SF's emails and that he's the you and this and that. It's not. I just there's so many like little stupid misunderstandings going on that they explode to be these big things and they don't need to be. They don't need to be. Um yeah. I know it's weird, Kim. You just roll your eyes sometimes, my friend. Stayed home checking my adult kids' location. There you go, RLA. Had to make sure they were safe. Absolutely. I agree, Sasha. We do. Hey, Marie. I bet you a lot of these people wish we would, Sasha. I bet they wish we would. Um, I do have it over here. So I did Happy New Year's to me. I did wake up to an email from my attorneys. Uh and of course, they want more money, more time. I know it's nobody else's responsibility, and if I did pin it, I'm going to remove it from the pin. If you can help, I appreciate it. If you can't, I completely understand. The holidays were hard enough. I get it, man. I get it. I guess I'll be doing a members only live stream to further explain things because I don't know. I don't know how much I got left in me, guys. Just being honest. Kind of like, fuck it all, right? You know? You ever get to that point where it's just like, not really worth any of this anymore. F it all. If anybody would like to come up, you are more than welcome to. Let's go ahead and get this started. So it's really sad to see what's going on in New Orleans, man. The FBI's in. They're calling it a terrorism attack. Give me, make sure if you haven't that you hit that thumbs up. It does put things in perspective. Happy New Year, independent MF thinker. Yeah. Chai, welcome back. Thank you. Definitely puts things in perspective. You know what? It's also like, I don't know. You ever getting, yes, that's what they're saying, Petty AF. That is what they're saying. Here, look, I'll show you really quick. There's a lot going on. And then there's an update on the baby Caleb that we covered. Really sad one. Unfortunate update that I'm going to go over. And then I'm going to go over a few things that are currently.
And they can say, he was having mental issues or he's got, alcohol or drug problems. I mean, there's a lot of information that we'll be able to glean from people that knew the subject personally.
I don't know why attorneys do this, why they right away, oh, it wasn't shown. They right away, they get on here and they immediately start talking defenses. I don't understand that. I guess, I don't know. I don't get it. Hey, Irish Eyes, thank you so much. Hey, Steven, Unsolved with Barb. Just came back from morning walk and the fireworks messes everywhere. Oh, I bet. Hey, gotcha. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. But yeah, so this is horrific. I mean, people have lost their lives. There's a lot going on. Imagine starting a new year like this.
Ask for witnesses. I mean, did he get out of the pickup truck and start firing at law enforcement officers? Did he say anything? Did he utter any phrases that, would again might lead us to his motivation? So there's so much information that the police won't have if the public doesn't assist. And no piece of information is too small. Anything that they can add is great.
What about the improvised explosive device? Can you explain what investigators are going to look into as far as that goes? We don't necessarily.
Anyway, so that's all horrible. That's all taking place. And there's a lot of things taking place. Let me tell you. Um, let me get right into this. So, as I think a lot of us saw, let me turn my volume down. Oh, thank you so much, Squirrely. Thank you. I'm trying so hard, guys. I really am. Beachy Keen, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. Let's take a look over here. So SF did post last night to Twitter, and it's a very interesting post, if you will. Again, there's a lot of misunderstandings taking place. I'm still a little confused about how situations took place. I think there's a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot going on right now. They have not, my pal Sal, not that I've seen. You know what I say, but this your year. Hold nothing back and truck on. You're going to do amazing things. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Hey, Pristine. So, Stephen Fisher did post. He made a tweet and said, I promise transparency. So here's a final email I've sent. And this is the email. So he says, gentlemen, as I previously warned, I've filed a detailed complaint with the Disciplinary Board of Supreme Court of Pennsylvania regarding your actions. So that's not something you do lightly, I'll tell you that. Currently pending in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County. As you are both aware, I am a pro se defendant named in the motion for leave to amend filed with the court on November 6th. As a pro se defendant, I am entitled to the same professional standards and courtesies afforded to counsel representing parties. Unfortunately, I have not received that level of professionalism or courtesy in this matter. And that's true, man. I kept saying that. Like, I don't think people understand when they're like, oh, client, they don't even understand the basics. Like, what is, client attorney privilege? They don't get it. Sorry, 1 second. I don't even know what I was saying. Sorry. Oh, it feels it sometimes, Pen. It feels it sometimes, So, oh, that's what okay. So when Betty's saying things like, is this whatever error and stuff, it's just not. It's exactly. It's actually baffling. And this is a true crime sector. And I don't understand it. I personally don't think I'll ever understand it. It scares me that people are this uneducated legally, but yet they claim to be like true crime advocates and stuff. It's literally it's disturbing. She should, Holly. She should. It depends how serious Sumner County takes all of that. I know Steven said he's from the area and they don't take it that seriously. So I don't know. What do you all think? Do you think Betty is? Do you think she's going to get jail time? I mean, I can tell you, I think people deserve it. That's for sure. A lot of them have, my Michelle. A lot of them. The people that scream the loudest that they're true crime, they're the ones, in my opinion, that have ruined a lot of this. And it's so beyond obvious. Like, you have Betty now sending out an alert. Oh, anybody who has anything on SF investigates. Any tweets he's ever made about me. Like, what are you threatening? More legal? What are we just going on and we're just going to sue everybody for the rest of our true crime time here? Like, is anybody else tired of it? Anybody else tired of this whole, like, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to have you arrested. I can't be the only one just freaking over it all. Like, get your egos out of this. This is absolutely ridiculous. These people are activists, right? We've had extreme training. I believe that. You've been over it too. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. I just don't get it. This is not what YouTube was supposed to be. It's not how it was supposed to be. I know I played a hand into it, but not to all of this. This is just insanity. When you have victims' parents getting protective orders, you have laws being changed, and you have active litigation being thrown everywhere. I'm freaking over it. Right, Ellie, I've been threatened with a C&D and I'm only a sub. I mean, come on. I think what we got here is we have a lot of head clashing, right? We have a lot of egos that are kind of clashing at each other, and it has nothing to do with Sebastian. It doesn't. Just so happens to be the same case everybody was talking about, but it has nothing to do with him. And I'm not going to be convinced otherwise. Well, you know what's funny about that, Stephen? I've never received one. I've never received one. But yet, here we are, right? No, I haven't. That's not how the court system should be used. I didn't do anything different than any creator. Absolutely. New York State is a catch and release. VHB would not get any jail time here. They want to be able to do say whatever the hell they want. No kickback. Right. Absolutely agree. Yeah, it's just me. They didn't like to push back on the narratives. I mean, it's beyond obvious. Junction also in a Facebook group asking for, yeah, and at first they said they were going after Cluminati and Steven, and I was going to be this person, this person. I don't get it, man. Me too, Quinny. Absolutely shocked. For a true crime community, understand the importance of not wasting important resources. There's a lot of wasting court time going on. Absolutely. No, thank you. I never will. Welcome back, though. Did you hit the thumbs up on the way in? Did you do that, Half Pint? And you know, people like you crack me up the most, because how about you shut up? How about you don't come in my chat and say a word? If you think people have a right to take away people's freedom of speech, how about you take away your own? Wouldn't that be great? Oh, the dog whistle calls. Let's take a look together. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Anybody remember that? I used to love that show. It's probably why we got a bunch of Ay. All right, hold on. Let's pull it up. Oh, check this out. Check this out. They're look at this. They're now messing with my my Cash App. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why are people so like threatened, right? Like you took down my GoFundMe, you affected that. There's a lot. Like what is going on? What is your end goal? Because it ain't gonna work. Yeah. Reported receiving issues receiving goods and services, like I've ever sold goods and services. Uh-huh. Yeah. Let me tell you, it'll just go right in, baby. Right in. Right in another. And another. I'm so tired of people. So tired of people. All right, give me just a second to get this up. You know, I would never advise that. It wouldn't even cross my mind. It would never cross my mind to say You know what? Go start reporting people's Cash App. Go start reporting their PayPals. Go start reporting their comments. I've seen people literally live. As they are live, they pull up another person's chat with a comment they dislike and they report it. Well, we are all afforded that same luxury of reporting. Don't ever forget it. But I've seen people literally I've seen creators literally do that. And then subs be silenced because they got their little feelings hurt. It makes me sick. You can't stand you have great followers and they help you. No one helps them because they're evil and full of shit. Well, and I hate even coming again to ask for help. I do. But I need it. I need it. Yeah, RLA. Yeah. And then sometimes people do. They'll send like $1, $2, and then they report it. And it's a whole game these people play, but at what expense? At the end of the day, I have children that I take care of. Steven's lost a job. They're threatening SF's license. I mean, what is it going to take? When's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? I don't get it. I did see today, let me pull this up to thank all of you tremendously. I had to, like I said, I woke up to a, wow, you guys are amazing. I woke up to a invoice of owing more money, and I came over, I posted this morning, and I'm over here now, and it shows that $460 was raised. So thank you so much. I see snazzy trinkets. There's another anonymous. Cambry, thank you so much. Veronica, thank you. Beer Can Island, thank you. Thank you all so much. I honestly, I hate even asking. I'm at a place where it's like, what's the end? This is where I'll go call a therapist before I lose my shit. And then I did receive the Cash App, so thank you for that. It all adds up. It all goes to that, and hopefully it'll all come back one day. Chai, thank you so much. Take it off there before you can't. It's already, yeah, Kim. I will. I know what you're saying. There was some obvious misunderstanding where people thought if they didn't see the total goal go down, that meant the money wasn't taken out. Well, there's that. Even if it was $2, man, it all accumulates. It's more than I could even ask for. Nobody, nobody else deserves to have to pay for this. Well, there's that with the 5 gifted memberships. I'm trying to bring my mood back up. So let's go ahead and check over here. Somebody asked if there's been any filings. Let's go and take a look. Share the screen, docket entries, answer, notice. Proof of service was the last, and that was us. So no. I don't see my motion to dismiss on here, but I see a brief. So I don't think there's anything new, guys. There's a brief just to break down what is going on. Amy, thank you for thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. If you plan on reporting it, though, oh, it's Amy, my sweetheart. Thank you. Yours is listed under documents. I'm under documents. Docket entries, assessments, receipts. I don't know, folks. There's no judgments yet. There's no responses. There was the petition to amend back on the 6th. There's been no update in that. That's what SF is going off about. My motion to dismiss doesn't show up. SF is over here talking about that. They added them. But you know what I say? At the end of the day, milk the cow, baby. Milk the cow. Oh, okay, run with scissors. Thank you. My Michelle, I really appreciate that. I don't know if I can accept that compliment, but it does mean a lot to me. Thank you. Why does he have 2 Twitter accounts? Well, the world may never know. So SF does go on his tangent over here, which basically says, you know, your plaintiffs are out here doing unscrupulous things, and this is where we're at with it. Barbecues was the same day, or is it? It likely will be, yes. They couldn't give me an overall price. I said what I believe I'd be able to. I mean, if you want to send me an email, Coop, we can go deeper into it. I don't really want to talk about, you know, my agreement with them on here. Very confident, Lynn. Thank you so much, Pretty in Pink. Hey, Truth, Happy New Year. I hope you had a good one. Pearls, everyone. Oh, you changed your name again on us. You guys are amazing. Seriously, thank you. Thank you for the cash apps. It really means a lot. I hate all of it, I'll tell you. Did any of you think when we started this that we would be here? Granny will stop when all of you go after them. Yeah, well, I know that others have stated, and Jay, if you're still in here, I know others have stated that they plan on everybody who was kind of mentioned in this and threatened via this plans on kind of seeing what they can do about it. I think that's a very smart idea. I think one of my biggest things, I think they underestimated our community. So, my Michelle, thank you for hitting that thumbs up. If you haven't hit it already, please take the moment. Hit that thumbs up. It's a free way to show support. Charmin Jenna, good morning. I know, my pal. Did you ever expect this? I don't think anybody came over here talking expected this. Stone Fox, thank you. Wishing you a happy and positive New Year's as well. Happy New Year, Jem. This is worse than I agree with that. Oh, I see, Pearls. I think they were only saying that while you were on panel because you sounded like somebody else until we corrected it, but I get it. I get it. I'm going to show you all an unfortunate update really quick because we did talk on missing Caleb, which was so horrific. There was a horrible update given. So the newly filed criminal complaints against Wendy, which was Caleb's mother. Wendy is the only one who survived a car accident, which many believe was meant to take all of their lives because of what they did to this precious baby boy. I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Like, if you, man, as children, we are so, I mean, as parents, we are so fortunate and blessed to have our children. And I will never understand how people put them and you know, not as number one on their priority list. Even going through these holidays, seeing who's online all day, and you know, it kills me. I don't understand it. I couldn't fathom it. Hey, Megan. I think they did too, Loki's mom. I think they did too. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. If you don't want your children, right. Wait, and that reminds me. Okay, so I'm going to go to that too. Did you guys hear about the young lady that gave birth and then she put the baby in the baby safe haven boxes, but the baby was deceased? Put a 1 in the chat. Did anybody hear about that? Hey, Lazy Wolf. Thank you all for being here with me this morning. I know everybody prefers to like raha of like, oh, F Betty and F Brittany, but I think we can full-heartedly say without even saying it, we all feel it. So I personally, I don't feel like every day to be focused on that. Matter of fact, I feel like it's kind of giving them what they want. No, I didn't, Electro. But I appreciate the effort. So, like, seriously, thank you. It's sickening. These parents spend all day, every day. Oh, I apologize, Suze Busters. Thank you. I'm wishing you a happy new year as well. You haven't heard it. Okay, so we'll get into that. So on the screen is this beautiful baby Caleb. Look how beautiful he is. This baby, oh my gosh, look at his little face. And you know what's really sad? He looks depressed in every photo. Every single photo, this poor baby just looks depressed. Look at him. I would just squeeze him and love him and kiss him and hold him and hug him. And oh, I couldn't fathom. So his ugly, disgusting mother survived the accident and was arrested. And this is a warning because this is absolutely despicable. She is currently in jail. I'm going to show you her mug. And she is facing aggravated abuse. It says, on or about July 2024, Wendy, I won't even call her his mother, a responsible person as defined in sections blank, 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 committed the crime of aggravated child abuse of a child under the age of 6, knowingly violating the provisions, acts taking place on more than 2 occasions, failing to report known physical child abuse, and knowingly acted with blatant disregard for the abuse that occurred to Caleb Rowan Collins, 15-month-old baby, by Stephen, his despicable father. She acknowledged the fact of knowing and failing to intervene on more than 2 occasions, that Caleb was physically abused by torturous means, such as being bound with rope, physically assaulted, and being bound by a rope from a loft with blood and bruising present. Oh my gosh. I didn't even read these yet. Being bound by a rope from a loft with blood and bruising present, in which photographs depicted evidence that posed as an imminent and apparent threat of harm to Caleb. Does that mean they took photos? Yeah, I am going to acknowledge some rumors I heard from neighbors. Oh my gosh, does that mean there was photographs of it? What does that mean? I don't, oh gosh, that's disgusting. All right, so domestic violence, 1st degree. She committed the crime of domestic violence. Extreme indifference to the value of human life. She recklessly engaged in conduct which created a grave risk of death to Caleb. After being notified by Stephen via message that he was going to kill Caleb, followed by photographs of Caleb hanging aloft with a rope. Oh, I can't even finish this. Then there was a photo with apparent bruising, and Stephen writes, he won't move. I'm so sorry. Stephen then sent, he moving. Wendy acknowledged the photograph and replied, he just looks wore out and tired and hurt. Hopefully that's all. Oh gosh. All right, I'm done reading it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh my gosh. And then it tells you what they did with his body. I'm not going to read further. Obviously, this is too much. At the end of the day, if there were things, this is the mother. This is the monster. If there were things like this related to Sebastian Rogers, this is how far they go. They can find deleted messages. They can find photos that were taken and deleted. The FBI, the police, they have a way of getting the truth of things. And in this case, despite their failed attempt at a family unaliving, the police, she survived, and she now will be held accountable for this. It's sickening, Deanna. I'm now pulling up some things I heard from neighbors. Oh, Bree came up missing. Corey said he would have. Okay. Now there's a woman that's claiming that time with your kids goes very fast. Or we start army crawl. The grandmother was making weird comments, like she was aware that something happened. I don't know. I think they're gonna get these people. There will be accountability. I'm sorry to scare everybody with that. I didn't read it beforehand. I should have. But the fact is, Caleb is getting justice. If we could put some prayer hands in the chat for Caleb and the fact that he's getting justice. This was Alabama. Oh, look at this. Mega Million winning ticket was sold in New Jersey. Sold in New Jersey for New Year's Eve drawing. Too bad it wasn't me. Ah. They'll reveal the exact location later. Wouldn't that be amazing? That's amazing. Oh, SS, I cannot revisit it. You are going to have to go take a look. It was a horrific docket explaining the horrendous abuse of this beautiful, precious baby boy. Look at him. Who wouldn't love him with your entire being? Oh, thank you so much, Up to Good. Of course, that's okay. If you guys don't feel safe or comfortable using the Give, Send, Go, every which way it adds up, it accumulates, and actually it does it via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App without the initial percentage taken out. So thank you. Oh my gosh, how could you be so angry at this baby? I don't get it. He does look afraid, doesn't he? That reminds me of a diaper mom, right? Now hold on just a second, because I have to feed Nelly. All right, sorry about that. Thank you for being patient. I feel like I do everything around her, you know what I mean? Damn kids are drop this cat on my lap and now they don't do anything. So this is Caleb. He is getting justice. As I was saying, there was that mother, the young girl who put the baby in the safe haven box. Turns out the baby was deceased in the box. She drove hours away to put the baby in the box. Apparently she Googled, what happens if I put a deceased baby in a box, and she is being held accountable for that. A lot of people were arguing on her behalf. Let me type it in. A lot of people were saying, that she shouldn't be held accountable. So she's an Idaho teenager. Well, she's 18. And a lot of people are saying that, given her age and the fact that she even put the baby in a box, she shouldn't be held accountable. Hours after giving birth in mid-October, an 18-year-old Twin Falls woman placed her infant daughter in her black Audi, according to probable cause. And then the young woman sat the baby in an upright position, wrapped her in a towel, and strapped a seatbelt across her small body before driving 2 hours east. They opened the baby box minutes later. They quickly realized the infant had been deceased before she was placed in the box. Over a month later, prosecutors have charged the infant's mother. The young woman is facing a felony for failing to report the death of their newborn daughter to law enforcement or the coroner. If convicted, she could be sentenced up to 10 years in jail. Under Idaho law, babies younger than 30 days can be legally surrendered as long as they are personally delivered to a hospital, fire station, law enforcement agency, or medical service. And what do you guys think of this? The baby was cold to touch. The baby was born alive. The baby was born alive. Here you go. The woman told police in an interview that on the evening of October 12th, she'd gone into labor in her home when her family wasn't there. She said the baby was still alive when she gave birth. The 18-year-old had been hiding the pregnancy from her family. The infant cried and made a noise after the woman gave birth, she told police. The woman says she attempted to breastfeed her daughter multiple times and slept with the baby in her room that night. The woman says she looked online for a safe haven box and after finding one in Blackfoot, drove to the hospital. When asked by police when she last heard the baby cry, the woman said it was the morning of October 13th and that she thought she heard her daughter make noises during the car ride, but could not be sure. Police alleged that the woman lied to detectives during the interview when she told them that she parked by a nearby restaurant for about an hour while she decided whether to leave her baby. They showed footage that she had driven through the parking lot briefly. The woman also searched several things on the internet in the hours and days after leaving her baby. If a baby passes before being placed in a safe haven, will you still get in trouble? What do you guys, Well, I've heard different theories, Coop. I've heard it could be the fact that she didn't correctly cut the umbilical cord, that the baby wasn't eaten. Part of me is like, well, another thing is, and hopefully this helps somebody somewhere, but you don't have to go to a safe haven box. You can go to a hospital, the fire station, police station. You don't have to go to a safe haven. She needs accountability. That's right and wrong. Yeah. I just can't imagine what type of environment. I mean, I know she's an adult because she's 18, but she's still a kid. She gave birth alone, by herself. That alone, I couldn't even fathom. I seen other reports that said it's because she didn't feed the baby. Okay, here it is. So right here, teen left, and this is her.
Another update on the baby that was placed in our baby box, deceased. That had been deceased for hours, if not days.
An 18-year-old woman faces charges after police say she left a dead baby in a baby box meant as a safe place to surrender infants. I lay out the case against Angel Newberry and why her legal troubles could be just beginning. Welcome to.
So I see the argument, right? Like, I get it. She should have called 911. She seems like she just didn't want to get in trouble. Jennifer, Happy New Year's. Thank you for being here with me for 11 months. That's amazing. Seems like a lack of maternal instinct. Do you think that her age gives her any leadway? You've never heard of the baby safe haven boxes? Wow. They're going to show you exactly how they work. They show her putting the baby in there. I've had 7 births. I couldn't imagine doing it alone. She knows right from wrong. She knew enough to hide the baby in her room so her family wouldn't be upset and her in trouble. But do you think that her parents hold any accountability? she was old enough. You're right. I mean, hell, you guys
The
are
Crime
right.
Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Angel Newberry is an 18-year-old woman from Idaho, and she's accused of doing something that a lot of people probably can't imagine doing. She's accused of leaving the body of her dead baby at a hospital, but police are hinting it could be much worse than that. This happened on October 13th. Police in Blackfoot, Idaho say Newberry put the body of her newborn in a safe haven baby box at the Grove Creek Medical Center. You might be wondering, what's a safe haven baby box? Well, it's a place where you can leave a baby that is alive to surrender it without getting into any trouble.
There you go. Here you go, Michelle. They're going to show you here. I have my son at 19, just turned. Yeah, I was a teenage mother as well. But I didn't go through it alone. I was very fortunate to have, very supportive family and friends and all the things. I agree, Peaches. I don't know. The mother in me tries to imagine if it was my child, and I have to wonder what type of environment was she in that she was that afraid of her own parents. It's just there's so much to it. Oh, Tracy, I was terrified, girl. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I was terrified.
It looks like this, and the boxes are installed at different locations across the country, like hospitals and fire stations. Once a baby is placed inside, there's a bell that goes off, and the baby can be retrieved and cared for by medical staff. Monica Kelsey founded Safe Haven Baby Boxes to save the lives of babies whose parents can't care for them. She's going to join me shortly to talk.
So that's the basics of it. They demonstrate how the box works. This is the creator of it. Apparently her parents abandoned her. As soon as the box is open, they get alert on the other end.
Deceased female infant that was discovered by the Grove Creek medical staff. The officers on scene and the medical staff that discovered the baby noticed that the baby was cold to the touch, blue and non-responsive, indicating that the baby had been dead for some time. Officers also observed lividity where blood had begun to settle after the baby had died and a still attached placenta.
See, the placenta. So my next thing with this, right, is as you say, everything's complicated, lip locked. I feel like if she had, thank you, Coop. I feel like if this girl had intentions on being like evil, then she would have just kind of like hid the baby. Matter of fact, there's another one. There's another case, okay? There is another case where at a sorority house, a woman literally gave birth, placed the baby in a bag, tied it up, and sat it on the side of the building, on the side of the sorority home. She then proceeded to hang out with her friends, go get things to eat, before the roommates discovered the baby. She also was actively texting with the kid's father, who was telling her, you need to go to the doctors, you need to decide what you're going to do. And she literally said to the father the day she gave birth, she wrote to him and said, I've handled it. And the father's kind of like, what do you mean you handled it? At this point, the baby's ready to be due. Now, that was diabolical, right? That was intentionally trying and purposely meaning. I don't feel like this girl is evil at heart. I feel like she tried to do, she could have even been delusional. Let me tell you, after I gave birth, right, I was very possessive. I didn't want to let go of my baby. And when I gave birth to my son, they no longer even had nurse stations, right? They didn't even have nurse stations. So I was literally attached to the things, trying to get up to get my son, who was crying because they no longer took your baby for you. You didn't, I had one with my daughter. People were like, let the nurses take her, get some rest. They don't have that anymore. Not where I'm at. I remember being so exhausted that I was hearing him cry when he wasn't. Is there a chance that this girl who just experienced something so traumatic, one of the hardest things we can do, which is give birth, is there a chance that she truly didn't know if the baby was alive or not? I don't know. Let's hear a little further.
Police said they identified the car as belonging to Angel Newberry because it had a CarMax placard on it. When they got to her home, they said there was blood in the driveway. Police said they interviewed Newberry, who said she went into labor after buying her car. The affidavit said, Angel said that,
girl, the schools don't even teach the basics anymore. So am I, Ministry of Defense. That's why I'm so appreciative to all of you that have stayed with me this morning. Again, I know the drama of it all sells, but I am surpassed that. I mean, this is no longer like entertainment drama for me. This is my real life. You know, I'm over it. But here they're going to tell us a little bit more. They then asked Angel if she was willing to come to Twin Falls Police Department to continue the conversation. She agreed. They interviewed Angel after reading her Miranda rights and asked about the details around giving birth. During the interview, Angel disclosed that she had hidden the pregnancy from her family and they were unaware. She had gone into labor shortly after purchasing her car on the evening of 10/12. Angel said that when she was alone at the residence, she had delivered the baby in a bathroom and that the baby was alive and she had given birth. She stated the baby cried and made noises after birth and she attempted to breastfeed multiple times. I mean, the placenta was still attached. Was the baby really getting, you know, amen. Independent, amen. During the interview, Angel stated she had slept with the baby in her room and searched on the internet for the Safe Haven baby drop box. You know, here's the thing, though. She was able to purchase a car. So she should have been able to go purchase some formula, you know. I still wonder, though, who are her parents? How do they feel? Rose of Sharon, believe me, your hardships are far more than mine. Don't ever apologize for not being able to financially support. You being here is support. Does not have plan B in it. People out here thinking it does. Ooh. When asked about the status of the baby after she had given birth, up until the time she dropped the baby off, she says she heard the baby making noises on and off. Now, what was really weird is the way she had the baby sitting upright as a newborn, wrapped up, and then she had the baby sitting up and buckled. How weird is that?
Passed away. And if a babies come to the Safe Haven baby boxes already passed away, and if a baby arrives at the Safe Haven drop box already passed away, and if a baby passes before being placed in the Safe Haven, will you still get into trouble? Photos on
So kind of shows she knew. Kind of shows she knew, you know. Yeah, she didn't have a car seat, but was she that like I hate to say it, was she that uneducated that she sat the baby propped up in the car? Like, she didn't even lay the baby down. She didn't put the baby in a box. She literally sat the baby up. Hey, lollipop. I don't know. And then the fact that she's Googling things, it does make you wonder. I mean, here she is, you know. The lady from the Safe Haven box talks. I don't really, no disrespect to her, but I don't really care to listen to her story. She does an amazing thing in the world. That many of babies have been saved by that. And then, yeah, Alexis. Alexis is out here. Yeah, you're right. It is. It is. That the Alexis girl that did that in the hospital. She's out here looking rough. I can't even believe that there's photos of her going around. What is her full name again? I'll show you. Alexis. I'm sure I can just type this and it'll come up. Yeah, here she is. Ugh. Where's that new photo of her? I seen her nasty ass around here somewhere. Now, what she did was absolutely evil. What she did was absolutely evil. Here she is. I can't believe there's photos of her out like and about shopping and stuff. Oh yeah, she got. I don't think some people just don't have good common sense. I don't know. Why have baby boxes if they are going to arrest people for using them? Well, in this case, she was only arrested because the baby was deceased, and they have proof that she knew the baby was deceased. I felt the same way initially until I read the entire report. And yeah, the fact that she knew that baby was deceased. Somebody did post a photo of her out and about, but I can't find it now. But she was at a supermarket shopping, and it just baffles me. Just baffles me. People get more time for less things. They blame the damn hospital. Yeah. Well, the I mean, I'm sorry to say, but they screwed up. They should have never interviewed in front of the doctors and nurses. They did. They screwed up. Wonder if she or anyone else knew she was pregnant with this girl. I don't know. I didn't know there was another Alexis. Alexis Avila? Avila? Did anybody know about this girl? That put her baby in the dumpster? Is this the same Alexis? Because they look alike. No, because look. This is her tossing her baby in a dumpster. Listen, when you have a teenager, we have to be realistic, okay? We all want to think that our little teenager is so sweet and they're so good and they would do no wrong. You think of what you were doing as a teenager and don't think for 1 minute that your child isn't. Please educate your children about, sex education and drugs and drinking and all the things. I can promise you your little angel isn't such an angel, okay? Bet your parents thought you were angels too. 2 different Alexis around the same time. Oh, Lord, bless it be. She is a different girl. There was 2. The dumpster girl, and then, oh, man. Dumpster girl said if he's still alive, she wanted him back. Get out of here. Let's see this really quick.
Good afternoon. The Hobbs teen convicted of attempted first-degree murder and child abuse was sentenced this morning.
No, they're not.
19-year-old Alexis Avila was sentenced to 16 years behind bars.
16
Avila
years.
was caught on camera throwing her baby.
Don't they look alike?
In a dumpster behind a Hobbs shopping center in January of 2022. She has been on house arrest for nearly 14 months. Before she was sentenced, Avila expressed remorse for her actions to the judge.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. She has been sentenced 16 years. You know what? I was just watching another horrific one. Let's give some good news really quick, right? Let's give some good updated news really quick. Did any of you hear about the badass 85-year-old woman that got the intruder? Check this out. Listen to this badass, right? Should we let them say it for us?
Shooting an armed intruder who had handcuffed her to an 85-year-old woman is being praised for her bravery after fatally shooting an armed intruder who had handcuffed her to a chair. Police say the gunman broke into her home in Blackfoot, Idaho in the middle of the night. While he was searching for valuables, she managed to drag the chair to her bedroom. She grabbed her .357 Magnum from under her pillow, and then she moved back to the spot where he had left her.
That feels equivalent to like a your mama joke, and I think we surpassed that in high school. Happy New Year, you miserable shit. Listen to this 85-year-old badass.
She opened fire when he came back. Police say the 39 chair to her bedroom. She was searching for valuables. She managed to drag the chair to her bedroom. She grabbed her
85-year-old woman. 85-year-old woman. No shit. She's in her home, in her bed. She wakes up to an intruder. A tall man, okay, wearing a mask, standing over in her bed. He takes her out of the bed, sits her on a chair. He pistol whips her and asks where her valuables are. As he goes searching and rummaging through the house, she takes her 85-year-old badass granny mama self, okay? She has an adult disabled child in the house, a special needs son. She takes her handcuffed self with that chair and she scoots her ass into her room, carrying that chair, handcuffed, grabs her pistol, goes scooting all the way back to where he placed her and waited for him to come. He comes back. She shoots at him. He shoots at her. She wins. She then is tipped over in her chair from the fight. I think she was shot 7 times in her stomach. Huh. She's on the ground. You want to hear the most annoying 911 call you'll ever hear? She's on the ground for over 10 hours, handcuffed to the chair as she waits for her son to wake up to get to a phone. This is the most annoying 911 call. I mean, not most, because there's more, but listen.
I'm in the house. I'm sorry, you said you got shot? Yes.
Who's the guy who shot you?
Look at that first move that cop made. He emptied out the bullets. You don't do that. They didn't even believe. This woman was such a badass. They didn't even believe her.
I'll roll you over, all right? Ready?
Led deputies to the
An invader. I'm in the house.
Wait till you hear
I'm sorry, you said you got shot? Yes. Who did you get shot by?
Let them know, Gare.
An invader. How old are you? I'm 85. 85? I shot him back.
Now, somebody tell me, at that moment, why does it matter? Why does it matter how old she is?
Dead on my kitchen floor. Who's dead on your kitchen floor? The invader. The guy who came to rob me.
Who's dead on the kitchen floor? I don't know, Santa Claus? Right? This is ridiculous. Oh, how old are you?
Okay. So somebody broke in your house last night? About between 2 and 2:30.
I want to remind you all, as she is speaking, I believe if I'm correct, she has seven gunshot wounds.
Okay, are you shot? Yes. Okay, where's your gunshot wound? Stomach. Okay. And I'm also handcuffed. You'll have to bring the key for handcuffs or something to cut them off. Okay, don't hang up. So the person you shot is wearing handcuffs?
You dumbass.
I am. He handcuffed me.
This woman is laying for 10 hours, handcuffed to a chair on her floor with bullet wounds. And this man's like, oh, shall we handcuffed?
Okay, who's that talking in the background? My son who just got up. He didn't know anything that happened. And I couldn't get to a phone, so I waited for him. Okay, where were you shot?
Can somebody tell this man where she was shot? Did she not already tell him?
Okay. All right, what is your son's name? And was that him talking in the background?
No, didn't he already ask this?
Yes.
I heard.
Okay, are you able to give the phone to him so I can talk to him? Yes. The guy wants to talk to you.
Now watch, she finally puts him in his place.
Hello. Hi, this is the 911 center. I just want to verify the address you gave of. Yes. Okay, she's telling us that somebody broke into your house at 2:30 in the morning and that she was shot. Yes.
Oh, for those who don't know, the son is disabled. He was asleep. He didn't really know what was going on.
That did happen? Yes. I need to know. Okay. I need to a chair.
There she goes. You tell him, Granny. She says, I'm laying on the floor and handcuffed to a chair. Stop with the little, what do you want to ask? If they want to go to dinner next? Freaking send the police over, sir.
Okay, where is the person that shot you?
Oh my gosh, the kitchen.
Laying on my kitchen floor.
The kitchen.
Okay, where's the gun that was used? Where is the gun that was used to shoot you?
Up your ass, sir.
On my floor. Oh, my gun is in the living room by me. Okay, and the person that shot you, is that person still alive?
Now, how many times did she say that this man was deceased?
No.
Yeah, what's your favorite color? I do agree with that. I do agree with that. A lot of these calls I listen to, I wish they would make that clear. I wish they would say, we have help on the way, and then proceed. That's what I wish they did.
Okay, and okay, do you know who that person was that broke in your house? No.
Yeah, exactly, Vin, Nikki. But, you know, at the very least, let them know that. Console them. She's an 85-year-old woman who just laid on the ground for 10 hours, handcuffed to a chair, just had one of the most traumatic experiences in her life. And this guy's asking dumbass questions. Right, maybe tell them that, Megan, right.
Okay, is the person that you shot, is he male or female?
Oh, my God.
Male.
Granny's getting tired of him.
Just so you know, listen to me. I've got police and ambulance on the way, okay?
There you go.
So we've got help on the way for you. Are you bleeding?
No, dummy.
I don't know. You don't know? Right. Okay.
Is he male or
so you don't see any blood anywhere? There's blood all over.
You heard that right. The caller is an 85-year-old woman who dialed 911 herself hours after being handcuffed and shot multiple times. Investigators would later discover she wasn't able to call until her disabled son woke up and brought her a phone around 10 in the morning, more than 8 hours after the incident. We rejoined deputies back at the home.
Now, let me tell you this, right? The cops don't even believe her. Let me forward you all to how much the cops don't believe her. First off, you got Nimrod officer that dumps out all the bullets.
That's what the guys with her. I think they put the guy in the ambulance.
No camera? There's forced entry in the back door. Do you see any?
They're like, there's no vehicle? There's no signs anybody broke in? They don't believe her.
So,
where's he at?
Look at all the blood.
So that gun there was laying with her. The revolver was laying with her. This gun was right there where it was laying, and no silencer, but I said nobody's touched. Was it not like that? Yes, just like that. Just like that. Nobody's touched anything up here. The only thing we touched was.
This cop says that's nice of them not to touch anything. You know what's scary? You know what's absolutely scary? They could have blamed her adult son for this. I believe this is, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is Colorado. Idaho. It's Idaho. And you know what else? To top it off? She could, yeah, but you know what though? Does everybody have a Siri? It looks like they used a house line, a house phone. So maybe they didn't have Siri. But I will tell you this. If you have an elderly loved one in your life, please get them that alert necklace. I can't tell you how many times that has helped, you know, particularly my grandmother. So if possible, get them one of those lifeline alert necklaces that they wear. They might fight you on it. They might feel like they don't need it. But, you know, that woman should not, life alert. Yes, that woman should not have had to lay there for that many hours. Listen to these cops as they doubt her.
That's nice.
And she was right. She was sitting in where that chair. So the chair was laying right here. She was laying
wouldn't you?
right here.
So wouldn't you?
This is like the top of her head right here. Her body's laying. And the chair was upside down, and she's handcuffed to it.
Now, confirm. Who called 911?
She had a phone laying right next to her when I got to her.
Where's that phone?
It's on the ground right there.
These guys can't imagine this grandma being more badass than them. So anyway, we're going to move forward as they sit there and try to say she couldn't have done it. Somebody else had to be in the house. There's no way she did this.
I watched him undo the.
I had to put my key in each one and unhandcuff her.
Someone shot from right here. Yeah, someone shot from.
He swears he didn't. So we just need to get a Travis needs to interview him really bad.
You hear that? They need to interview her adult son really good. Already looking to blame that the adult disabled son. Get wrecked. Look how beautiful her house is kept too. 85-year-old badass man.
And when we look at him too, like if he has shots on his side, the shots were from
How many of those are spent on that?
all of them?
There should be.
I think only two.
There should be 3.
I only see two.
There's 1 left in the gun still.
I disagree.
So they got shot without a gun.
I'll just.
From right. Which I'm guessing he's gonna have a gunshot wounds to the side right now.
She is a cute.
I'm thinking we need some time.
You're right, good Coop.
We want to recheck it?
You want me to go check the perimeter and look for vehicles?
Oh, you want me to go check the perimeter? Yeah, that's a good idea. So they go and they check the perimeter. There's the broken in back window. Then they follow his footprints like Nimnaz. And what do you know? They land amongst the car.
Well, wasn't a bad call going on too, in case there was someone here with the scanners thinking, "Oh, I've been busted."
Walking to it. All the footprints are left.
So they go on to say, like, oh, if this plate comes back to them, okay. There's no footprints coming from the house, only going to. Allie, my aunt was shot. Her husband set it up. He was out of town, but hired 2 to 3 guys to do it. She sat bleeding for hours on the phone with 911 before they even got to her. Wow, Allie, that's horrific. I'm so sorry. In Kentucky, the hollers of Knott County. Wow. So people are wondering how she was able to do this while she was handcuffed. Well, let me tell you, Granny, badass Granny, was not only does she own a gun shop, but she helped train in the shooting Olympics. That's how she did it.
Hey, I can, unless you pointed out, I wouldn't have seen it. Now, if we get a driver's license photo of the RO and it comes back and it looks like that guy, even better.
Oh, even better. These cops scare me sometimes. Oh, bless it.
You want to ask if there's a male
Investigators that she had been awoken by a man home.
I have a ruler.
Here we go.
So what exactly happened at this quiet Idaho home? The elderly victim later told investigators that she had been awoken by a man around 2 a.m. and hit with a gun before the suspect took her out of the living room and handcuffed her to that kitchen chair. She said the invader pistol whipped and threatened her, asking her where her valuables were kept before going downstairs and rummaging through her gun safes. Seeing an opportunity, the victim dragged the chair into her bedroom and grabbed the .357 handgun she kept under her pillow. The victim went on to say that she hid the gun and waited for her attacker back in the living room before firing at him, hitting him twice. The 85-year-old said that's when he fired at her multiple times. Official reports show the suspect was hit in the heart, while the elderly woman was shot at least 7 times, each one missing crucial organs.
She got him in the heart, handcuffed to the chair. Let's go. Round of applause for her. What an amazing woman. Laceration on top of head and multiple gunshot wounds.
The woman survived the attack, while Derek succumbed to his injuries. Had Derek survived, he would have reportedly faced multiple charges, including...
We don't care. He's deceased because Granny was a badass. Thank you, Angel Kennedy. I appreciate you. Isn't that amazing? Now, you ready for another horrific one I just came across? Woo! That was our little feel-good. But this one's not a feel-good. A New Jersey man, and some of you may be familiar with this area of New Jersey. This one is scary. Was released early because of COVID. What does he do? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Do, do, do. This one was horrific. Hold on. I think, all right, it should be this one. Nope. Dang it, where is this one? Hold on. You guys got to see this one was crazy. Let me see if it's on my watch later. Anyway, in this one, a man literally meets his ex-lover at a motel. Takes his life, is all caught on camera. All right, here we go. You just wait till you see this one. Oh my gosh, this one took me out. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe this guy was out and was even capable of doing this. Dang, where is it? If anybody would like to come up in the meantime, you're more than welcome to. This should be it. Oh, I found it. All right. This one is absolutely horrific, and it is proof that thinking because you were in public is not enough to save your life. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This one left me heart dropped. Again, thank you for being here with me and being patient. I know drama sells. I appreciate you all.
I'm like, Joni, what? He said, I done killed them. And my heart dropped. I said, what are you talking about? Where are you? He said that he cut him up with a machete.
Guests at the Country Inn and Suites in Bedford, New Hampshire are settling down for a quiet evening indoors when the peace is suddenly shattered. As investigators gather the facts, they're unaware of another utterly harrowing secret hidden inside one of the hotel rooms. Now, it does not.
Now, I want you all to realize that this is all caught on camera. There's all these witnesses and nobody did anything. So he comes wassing in with Nathan and, you know, this is his partner. They pay for the hotel room. And then wait till you see what happens.
12 hears hair-raising cries from the hallway on the third floor.
It sounded like a man screaming at the top of his voice, help me, and several times, 3 or 4 times. And then I heard somebody, it sounded like footsteps following him, behind him. And then I heard silence, but I heard like banging, like somebody was hitting the walls on the hallway a couple times. Then it was silent.
And this is all things that you heard?
I heard, yes.
Did you see anything?
No, I was not going to open the door.
Okay.
Although most witnesses stayed inside their rooms to avoid the danger, the hotel security camera captured the unfolding violence. A witness staying in room 218 notices 2 men at the end of the hallway engaged in an altercation.
And when I got off the elevator, there was 2 men at the end of the hallway, one of which was beating.
I didn't hear this either, and I've actually been to this area. So there is a very, oh, thank you, Naomi. There is a very well-known bad reputation couple that live in this area that this guy was from. Yeah, this one's horrific. You're right, Sarah. You're right.
One man with the hose of a fire extinguisher, and when they heard the elevator ding, they turned, and one guy was screaming, "Get the police," and the other guy started moving toward me that was beating him. So I ran to my room as quick as I could and got in with my key, and then I called the main desk about 8 or 9 times and couldn't.
Imagine calling the main desk 8 to 9 times instead of calling the police. Pretty in Pink, thank you so much. So this one's horrific. The whole thing's caught on camera of this gentleman running for his life to the point where, watch this. This is wild.
This horrifying attack in the lobby lasted almost 4 minutes, but it'll take
right there next to the hotel lobby guy. Right there.
Investigators much longer to uncover the reasons behind such a cruel assault. 12 minutes later, the medical team arrived.
12 minutes later, they arrive. Isn't this insane? So yeah, basically this guy was lovers with the man while they were in prison. Now listen to this. His parents were badass for this.
Game, me and my cousin, she blew my high.
He said the wife blew his high.
She told me Junior just killed someone. Where the hell was Junior at? He's in New Hampshire. I talked to him on the phone. Sure it was him? I'm positive it was him. Okay. And he's telling me, Dad, I understand, and I'm talking to him, telling him what not to do. Hey, I understand what's going on.
He should have never been let out. He should have never been let out. This man was in jail for being inappropriate with a minor that he kidnaps. Okay. And he got out early. He got out on his appeal. He should have never been out. When he gets out, he reaches out to the man that he was a lover with in jail. The man tells him, I'm back with my ex-girlfriend. Don't want to be with you anymore. He then takes his life in the most horrific way in front of tons of witnesses. And then to top it off, they discover that he had another man deceased in the hotel. But listen to what his own mother says.
Killed tonight, okay? Because they're looking for him.
More officers from the Asbury Park Police Department in New Jersey arrive on the scene, and Theodore's
That's where Bruce Springsteen, Asbury Park.
mother, Vivian Brown, relays vital information.
I got a phone call from my son. He was hysterical. He was cussing, and my son don't cuss around me. He's like, Mom, you was f***ing right. You was f***ing right. I'm like, Junior, what? He said, I done killed them. And my heart dropped. I said, what are you talking about? Where are you? He said that he cut him up with a machete at some hotel or somewhere. And I was like,
can you even fathom your child calling you and telling you this? Can you even fathom? But listen to this badass mom. She's going to be that badass granny one day, because listen to her.
Where are you? Where are you? He said, I'm in New Hampshire. I don't know where I'm at. I said, well, whose car are you driving? I don't know. Mom, I'm lost. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you. I just tell you that I love you. I'm saying goodbye to you. I'm going away for the rest of my life. I don't give a damn. He's dead. I'm covered in blood. I don't know.
Yeah.
As New Jersey officers dispatch this information to the New Hampshire State Police, Vivian shares more about Theodore.
He just got out of prison Mother's Day weekend, May the 7th.
Have you ever acted out like this before?
That's why he was in prison the last time.
According to online reports, Theodore was convicted of sexually assaulting a 13-year-old minor in 2004.
And Monmouth County, New Jersey. And he was out. He was out. Listen to this. This gets wild. I'm telling you, this gets really wild.
And in 2012, he pled guilty to 2 counts of kidnapping and served a portion of his sentence in the Northern New Hampshire Correctional Facility, where he met Nathan.
Do you know anyone by a Nate or a Nathan?
He just got out of prison, too.
Okay.
Evidently, they were lovers in prison.
Shocked by what their son has just admitted to doing, Vivian has reached her emotional limit with Theodore.
I understand.
I'm not.
Honey, as long as he's alive, I don't look at it.
Right here, listen.
Okay.
When he took that boy's life, he should have took his right along with it. That's the way I feel about it. You don't go around here killing nobody. I don't care what they do to you.
Amen.
You don't take nobody's life.
I understand that.
You don't do that.
I just don't want him to die for being stupid.
he took someone's life. I don't want to hear that. He should have took his life right along with it. If he wanted to take somebody's life, he should have took it.
Theodore's
Tell me she's not a badass. If he wanted to take somebody's life, he should have taken his own. Straight up, she don't got time for it. Oh, man. So needless to say, he took that gentleman's life. Then they find out during an interrogation where he is calmly eating a hoagie of all things. And he admits why he did it, because he was angry and he wanted the guy to hurt. Look at him eating a hoagie. He just chased down a man and brutally took his life. And then he turns around and we find out that there was another gentleman inside the hotel room. This man right here, whose life he also took. David Hanford, 60-year-old man.
60-year-old David Hanford. But David didn't know that he was walking into a nightmare.
What would
Ain't that horrific? So the point of this being, things aren't always the way they seem. And there is so much going on in this world. You know, there's another case I just listened to where a young teenager was missing for damn near 5 months before they discovered that she was across the street at the neighbor's house, the boss's house. They searched for her for 6 months to discover that she was across the street. Imagine if that case would have been on the internet. People would have said that she did it, that the parents did it, that they were guilty. And all the while, this person was helping search for her. He was consoling the parents. Right here. Check it out.
What happened to Valerie?
Strangled her.
With what?
A belt.
In the quiet town of Arlington, Indiana, a horrific crime unfolds that chills the entire community to the bone.
She was trying to take her clothes off. She thought she was going to seduce me and it wasn't going to happen. I just knew she wasn't going to blackmail me.
A young life extinguished. 17-year-old Valerie Tyndall vanishes without a trace.
Vanished without a trace, and she was across the street. This man was helping the family. Thank you so much, Aristocat. This man was the boss of this young girl. He was helping the family look. He was constantly going over there, as was his wife. And she was on his property. She vanished without a trace. Okay? There are so many places and things that could happen. Oh, I didn't hear it, lollies. It is sickening. When did this happen? That's a good question. I think this was 2023, June of 2023. This poor girl. That happened here. She was with the boyfriend's family for 8 months, alive. The parents were dehumanized, blamed, and ostracized, lost their jobs. They had nothing to do with it. Does anybody else remember when that was taking place here on YouTube, where they were saying that a teenage girl was missing and the girl was dating a YouTube creator's son, and people were alleging that the YouTuber's family was hiding this girl? He did. Listen, I'll let you hear a little bit more.
Only to be found buried in a makeshift coffin. The perpetrator, none other than her employer and neighbor, 59-year-old Patrick Scott.
I want to point this out.
Only to be found.
Listen, she lives in one of these. Right here is where her house is, and here's his. Okay? That's how close she was.
Buried in a makeshift coffin. The perpetrator, none other than her employer and neighbor, 59-year-old Patrick Scott.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
Valerie got carried away.
Thank you so much, Bob. Good morning to you. I do want to take a moment to thank all of you. We have raised about 800, including the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, for these new fees, and I can't thank you all enough. I can't thank you all enough. Sincerely, it's such a unbelievable burden, and I appreciate you all helping me carry it.
Was she struggling when you were strangling her?
Yeah.
But the depths of deception reveal more than a motive. They uncover a disgusting attempt at a justification for murder.
She tried to blackmail me into buying her a car.
Oh.
And just got carried away.
That's creepy.
Had you and Valerie been in a sexual relationship?
As we peel back the layers of this dark tale, one question lingers. How can someone turn from neighbor to predator right before your eyes?
I'll ask you one word, or one question. What happened to Valerton?
Yeah, finding out the report in my Cash App is. So here we go, look.
Town of Arlington, Indiana, that our parents, Sheena Sandifer and Jack Tyndall, sought refuge from the harsher realities of city life. The Tyndall family, drawn to Arlington's promise of peace, found more than just a home. They also found themselves trapped in a nightmare where they couldn't wake up.
Imagine having the internet prosecute you, and all the while it was the neighbor. All the while it was your friend. It was her boss.
Patrick Scott, the Tyndall's neighbor from across the street, owned a local lawn care business in Maplewood. Scott appeared to be the epitome of a helpful neighbor, quickly forming a bond with them that resulted in him offering Valerie, then just 15, a job.
Oh yeah, the helpful, friendly. Oh, what did I just do? I just exited. The helpful, friendly person, right? We all know about those ones. They seem to appear everywhere. They say all the right things. They're just trying to help. Gotta love that, right? Let me expand this shit. I'm going to fast forward through a little bit of it because I want you guys to understand there are so many things that could happen.
She became his employee, and he became her mentor. On Wednesday, June 7th, 2023, Valerie left word that she would be at work. Her mother, Sheena, thought this was odd as Valerie doesn't normally work on Wednesdays. Sheena brushes off her initial concern, assuming Valerie might be with friends or maybe a boy. She called Patrick Scott, and when he said that Valerie did not show up for work, her worry turned into all-out panic.
The perp, okay? I like how this guy, if you don't think they interrogated the Proudfoots like this, you are sadly mistaken.
Her nightmare was just beginning. As Valerie's mom continued to try to pinpoint her daughter's whereabouts, she faced an ever-shifting narrative from her friend and neighbor, Patrick Scott. A key detail emerges when one of Scott's clients mentioned overhearing plans for a lunch meeting between him and Valerie.
So if nobody overheard those plans, they wouldn't have had any inclination that he was involved. For 5 months, this creep got away with hiding this little girl.
This new lead prompted Valerie's mother to contact authorities immediately.
Rush County Sheriff's Department is asking for your help finding a missing 17-year-old. She is missing from Arlington, Indiana.
The Rush County Sheriff's Office treated Valerie's case with seriousness from the outset. As they would do if she was a runaway, they swiftly executed warrants on social media platforms,
as they did in Sebastian's case,
phone providers, and bank accounts to track her potential movements. Although she had not run away, the data obtained by investigators would become crucial in learning Valerie's fate. As Valerie's 18th birthday passed on August 29th,
they also went months without their daughter with a birthday passing. Oh, Naomi, thank you for asking. Was it on the Give, Send, Go? Oh, let me read some of these while I have you all here. We have, I mentioned Beer Can. Thank you so much. We have an anonymous giver for 50. We have anonymous for 25. Thank you both so much. Hun Lover, we have 50. I stand with you like so many of us do. May you triumph and rise above. Love, Cambry. Thank you. We have Gold Dust. You will not give up. We said we were behind you, girl, and we meant it. When you're feeling weak, just look behind you as we are all here helping you stand. Take a break if you need to. Do whatever you need, but we will take these down and send them a much-needed lesson. This is all crazy, but the fact remains that more than crazy, it is wrong. Thank you so much. And then 15 minutes ago, we have a donation for 20. Standing with you, Jess. Stay strong, sister. Thank you so much. I have not seen that vibrator. You guys are going to make me cry. I'm not crying this morning. The holidays make me emotional, okay? Seriously, thank you.
The agony of not knowing what happened to her took its toll. Did she run away? The details of her disappearance, what led to it, and the words from the person responsible.
Bob's Place, thank you so much. Thank you. Cindy. Oh, don't say it because I just realized you wrote your username. Thank you. I that's a good question, Healing Time, and I'll tell you why. I just saw that, Bob. Thank you so much. I'll tell you why, Healing Time. Because there's drama involved. That's why. Because if these parents were out here acting the way Seth Rogers and Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot did, it would also get as much attention. But I unfortunately, it comes to the respect of their missing child, loved one. So, oh, Pearl, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Would only add to their pain.
Check this out.
On the day she disappeared, it turns out that Valerie was with Patrick Scott in his home across the street from where she lived. There was an argument. It escalated. And in a moment of unfathomable violence, Patrick Scott strangles Valerie with his belt. Scott then wraps her in black plastic and leaves her body in his home office, returning to his family in the main part of his home to go about his evening. The next day, he reportedly constructed a wooden box in which he placed her body and screwed it shut. Scott then wheeled Valerie's body to another part of his property, where he buried her, less than 100 yards from her own home.
Less than 100 yards from her own home. I'm telling you, there's so many things that could be that I don't understand why people automatically, and I get it. I get it to an extent. Katie and Chris Proudfoot give off weird vibes. I get it. But we don't know their baseline. Some said that these parents gave off weird vibes too. Some people said these parents didn't grieve enough. They didn't do enough news articles. They didn't do enough public press. But you know what they also didn't do? They didn't plan visuals for 3 weeks out. Okay? She was less than 100 feet from her home. And without that coworker overhearing about that lunch meeting that day, nobody would have ever solved her case because it was about 5 months into it before they even discovered what happened. They had to go through birthdays. You don't ear a tree? Well, I'll tell you the truth. I do sometimes. But I don't know if it's because I'm letting it get in my head or I don't know. Listen to this shit.
The search for Valerie Tyndall, spearheaded by the Rushville Police Department, Shelby County Sheriffs, and United States Marshals, was
the United States Marshals were also involved.
An extensive operation that spanned across hundreds of acres across the area.
Hundreds of acres were searched, and she was 100 feet away from her home.
This concerted effort involved meticulous searches of remote locations, guided by the digital footprints left by a phone Scott had bought for Valerie.
There we go.
Each geolocation acting as a beacon, drawing law enforcement closer to uncovering her fate. Amidst their rigorous search, a photo of Valerie posted on social media the day she disappeared caught their attention. In it, her vibrant flowing hair and boundless youthful energy painted a picture of a life full of potential tragically cut short. Yet, the distinctive orange fingernails, a small but striking detail, would emerge as a vital piece of the puzzle in unraveling the mystery of her disappearance.
Look at that. One of her last photos. Hey, Shady, Happy New Year. One last photo that she has is also at a restaurant. Anybody's welcome to come up and talk with me if you like. I can explain things.
While Valerie's parents yearned for answers, Patrick Scott continued to play the role of trusted friend and neighbor and a devoted husband and father to his own family. But detectives began to detect deception, revealing a monstrous betrayal hidden beneath the facade of his concern and camaraderie.
Look, heavily wooded areas and everything. I'm telling you, there's just so many possibilities.
From the outset, the Rush County Sheriff's Office identified Scott as a person of interest.
You know what else? They never said that, Indiana. They never said that he was a person of interest from the gate. They never announced who they thought was a person of interest. I see a lot of people lately are speculating on Bobby and her children, and I just caught something weird she said the other day, which was that I didn't catch it. I heard other people talking about it. That she said that her kids searched aside the detectives. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been following that and if you find them to be a little suspicious. Friendly neighbor, overly involved, sees everything that's going on, comes to the internet to distract. Oh, I just got the notifications, baby boop. Thank you so much. Sasha, thank you. Baby boop, thank you so much. We have officially reached 1,100 of our goal. Thank you all so much. A lot of ones. Holy shit. What does it remind you of? This helpful neighbor, right? Let's listen to a second of this, and I'm going to take you back to Bobby.
However, the investigation was complicated by Scott's landscaping business, which granted him access to numerous remote locations.
I get it, Megan, because I said the same thing. It's kind of like what the green team was doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lolly, I've been feeling a few vibes. There's a few things I wanted to point out too, and it's not to defend Barbecue. Listen, me and Barbecue are co-defendants in something, but we're not necessarily friends, okay? Oh, Bob H. Unfortunately, it is lower than what they're asking from me, but it's 4,000 is the goal. Naomi, was it done through the website? Here, I can pull up. I'm sorry. I know you asked me that already, so I read them, but maybe you didn't. I don't want to ask what the amount was, but I can show you on the site maybe if that helps. We did just get another one for 25. Keep your head up high. You got this, and we have your back. Get them. Much love and Happy New Year. Thank you so much. Thank you. But Megan, I agree. It's similar to like the whole green hoodie person. You know, are you accusing an innocent person? Look, we got shovels on the screen. Lolly, yeah, that's not necessarily true to say there's no way. Look, this neighbor tricked people for 5 months. For 5 months. You do the look over here, look over there technique. It's not impossible.
In response, the sheriff's office secured and carried out over 50 search warrants. Investigators brought cadaver dogs to a property with a pond close to Scott's house. The dogs signaled the presence of human remains in the water.
Oh, look, the water.
This led investigators to conduct an air.
Does that sound familiar? Human remains in the water they led to? Don't that sound familiar?
Aerial survey of Scott's properties, which revealed multiple areas of disturbed ground.
Oh my God, Bob H. Thank you so much. Bob H just gave a significant donation. Thank you so much, Bob. Sincerely, thank you. Wow. Miss Pearl Girl, do you want your camera on? Or do you want to come up for this discussion or the Bobby? I love streams like this, looking at cases like this that do not get mass coverage, yet you're filled with nuggets of information and knowledge. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Candace, you didn't get the notification? Let me rewind that really quick, then we're going to welcome Pearls up. Listen to this. They got the canines out searching, okay? Listen.
In response, the sheriff's office secured and carried out over 50 search warrants. Investigators brought cadaver dogs to a property with a pond close to Scott's house. The dogs signaled the presence of human remains in the water.
Hey, Pearls.
Hi, baby. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I just want to speak just a few minutes on Bobby. This is just allegedly opinions and speculations. But, you know, most people that gets out here and...
oh, hold on. Pearl, hold on a second. Are you wearing headphones?
No. Well, hold on a minute. They're all...
You got a bad, static to you.
Okay, let me step down and then I'll step back up, baby.
Okay, yeah. Because if you want to come up in like 5 minutes, I'm going to direct this right over to Bobby, and then I'd love to hear.
Okay, baby.
All right, and then we'll see if yours sounds better.
Okay, darling.
Thank you, Pearl.
Bye.
She's gonna fix the crackling. Healing time, thank you. It's 4:30 a.m. Oh my goodness. Girl, waking up early for me. It's like, thank you, healing time. Let's see. Seashell, Happy New Year. Yeah, Bob, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bob.
This led investigators to conduct an aerial survey of Scott's properties, which revealed multiple areas of disturbed ground. On November 28, 2023, almost 6 months after Valerie Tyndall had vanished, law enforcement carried out simultaneous search warrants on several properties across the region, including Scott's home and an adjacent property he owned. An excavation revealed disturbances in the soil, leading to the discovery of 2 closely situated boxes. One of these, buried deeply, held Valerie's remains.
I believe it showed up, Pearl's girl. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Naomi. Unfortunately, it doesn't say on my end. Give me 1 second. I'll see if it does over here. No, it doesn't give me your name. If you ask to be anonymous, it also doesn't give me your name. I did just get the email from you as well. Vibrator, we'll go into that. Has Bobby's husband ever been seen, heard, etc.? Has he been visited? Oh, it's a good question. Joshua Maddox and Harley Dilly are 2 boys I always think of. Yeah. And now you can add this young girl into it.
Identifiable by the orange nail polish she had on her hands the day she went missing.
There you go.
Scott, under constant surveillance during the execution of these search warrants, was taken into custody without incident, subsequently admitting to the murder.
And what's really sad is to hear the parents say how they would come over, him and his wife would come over every day. First off, he tried blaming the young girl, but listen to this. And then we're going to move on to Bobby.
By invoking the pain and loss experienced by Valerie's family. This approach, known as the sympathy play, aims to tap into any latent sense of empathy or remorse within Patrick Scott. By highlighting the anguish of Valerie's loved ones and the irrevocable mistakes that have been made, the officer attempts to break through Scott's defensive barrier, appealing to his conscience and sense of humanity.
Now, I could have come in here and said, Patrick, do you know why I'm about to talk to you?
Here it is, sorry.
There's going to be Ultimately, Patrick Scott agreed to a plea deal, resulting in a 57-year prison sentence.
57.
There's going to be a hole there forever. There was a hole there when we thought she was out there somewhere. There was a hole.
And let me tell you, these parents were also torn apart by their community. They didn't look like they grieved enough. They didn't look like they cared enough. It was insane. It's the same thing we're seeing here.
It's never going to be filled. It's like half your family's gone.
Although she's not been charged in connection to this case, Valerie's parents believe that Linda Scott, Patrick's wife, knew Valerie was murdered.
I think it was the first week, right after we hung flyers. And I think it was day 2 we went out and hung flyers. And as soon as we come home, they were there. And they kept coming over, asking me if I was okay and telling us, oh, I'm sure she's fine. She'll be back home.
I don't know how somebody could do anything like this. The man's a monster. His wife needs to be prosecuted with her.
Absolutely.
And his wife needs to be prosecuted with him. They believed it. They believed that the wife was aware.
Knew everything about it too, I'm sure.
I honestly believe his whole family knew.
A deeper look at the nature of Scott's relationship with Valerie shed light on his outrageous attempts to justify the murder with claims of blackmail.
And then again, I bring you back here to the photo of her with her parents. Oh, right there. Okay. Oh, I didn't hear about that. If you look at this photo of her with her parents, and then you look at them and the toll it has taken on them, look at that. They were crucified for 5 months. They were accused of not caring. They were accused of not loving. Look at the damage that was done to them by their neighbor. 5 months of no answers at all. She was less than 100 feet away, despite cadaver dogs, despite all the different services in searching, despite the search efforts, despite all of it. It is a good reminder. is you can't say for certain. Okay. And then we have Bobby. That is leaving many people concerned. Good old Bobby. Give me just a second to search in here. Don't forget, I might make people know it's not sus. Her kids are not sus. Go back and watch JLR original interview. She is so genuine. I love that. Somebody saying she's so genuine. All right. Man, all these Amber Alerts for these kids. Here. You know, I love this. Let me point this out. Pearl, you got your camera on again. Check this out. I hear there's a case challenging the First Amendment. Hey, Dog the Bounty Hunter, be careful, brother. They might get you next. This was about Betty, okay? This was about Betty. Take us back to flashback to October 30th, actually, to be exact. October 30th. Huh. Ain't that something? Hey, Pearl.
Hey, baby, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Is it better?
Yes, a little bit.
Oh, well, I reckon it's because I got it too high or... What I was going to say, you know, it's funny that she's stepping up. She seems awful anxious. This is just opinions and speculations, allegedly. But she seems awful anxious. Now, there's people that has done bad things to other people and show up and still search. There's people that has turned up and went to people's funerals ceremonies, any kind of event. There's kids. I can't remember the little girl's name that, you know, her friends, they really didn't like her, but they became friends with her because they had her set up and they took her to the woods and killed her. And then one of them just moved in the house, and every time the family would search for the daughter, she'd go searching too. So this just this has kind of got me thrown off about this. I mean, all of a sudden, you know, she's big on this. I really wouldn't have wanted to have been opened for that. I would have given them the honest information that I could, but I wouldn't have got that deep into it. What is your opinion?
Wait, explain. She went to somebody's funeral? Sorry, I was reading something else as well. I don't.
No, that's all right. She's showing up and everybody's searching and all this stuff. But there has been cases where people have shown up to their victims' funerals and, you know, gatherings after the services, and, you know, any kind of event that has to do with this child. I don't know. I don't understand why she wants to show up in the manner that she is with the way that she's going at it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people find it weird. However, you're basically saying how overly involved she is, right?
Right. Yeah, I am. And to me, it's just a little bit much.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong and stuff. I mean, we all are. We don't know, but people do. I mean, that little girl that was murdered. These kids didn't even like this little girl, but they made it up amongst themselves to hang out with her for a while, and then they took her out and murdered her. Well, one of the girls moved in with the family, and she got really involved in the family. She was there for everything, and she was one of the girls that actually off this child. So I mean, I'm not accusing them, but I wouldn't be getting involved with family stuff like that, with people missing their children and stuff. And I don't know how much of that stuff that she's telling is even actually true.
Right. Nobody knows for sure. There's shady stuff about it. Goody Two Shoes, thank you so much for the 2. Did you realize you sent 2? Because they came in back to back. I don't know if you realized that. Sherry, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's something weird. Like, for example, when Katie left, she said a lot of neighbors were complaining about the the distraction going on, right? The cars, the traffic, and people said she lied. But if you go and look, Bobby was on YouTube complaining about it. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, babe, what are you doing on Friday? Happy New Year.
Come on, we're having a serious conversation.
You're like, what?
He gets on my nerves.
Well, honey, if I ever get on them, just don't let me up. I don't want to take the show. I just got a lot of views on this stuff.
Oh, no, of course. I mean, your audio is a little difficult to hear you.
Oh, well, I talk very low, too, so
well,
that
no,
may be.
It's not your voice. It's the crackling. You have, like, a really bad static coming from it.
Well, let me see if I can turn it down, honey.
Yeah, see if that works.
Is that any better?
No.
Okay, sweetheart. Well, that was just my view.
That's a little better. That's a little better.
Okay, well, it's not anything that's claimed or anything that I know, but I've just seen so much crime, and I've seen people that's actually showed up for their victims, and I just wish that Seth would his next events wouldn't be at no bar. That's not, to me, celebrating a child's life or mourning a child's life when people are sitting there drinking. Instead of doing that, why don't we have a community search and set up something for that? People come search. We'll go and we'll assign a place and we'll walk that area, and the next event we'll walk another one. Poor little old Stephen Crabtree, he's out there just busting it.
Right. I agree. I don't know why people aren't doing better.
Well, I live so far away, or I would be out there. I mean, I'm 67 years old, but I'd sure be giving it a try.
Yeah.
Now, we talk about people that don't pay attention to the community, and then we talk about those that do. There was a girl that was kidnapped when she was like 12 years old, and she was 20-something when they found her, and she was she was in a very congested neighborhood, and she raised like 4 or 5 kids by this man and him married. And they didn't know about her, but their minds are trained. They know how to bait them to know or to think that they can never get away from that, so that's where they just settle. And I'm just afraid with Sebastian being gone, which I do think if the child walked off or lured out or whatever, if someone does have him, not to say he's defective, he's got some problems, but no more than the rest of us. It's just in different ways that I think that he just, and he would be easy to manipulate.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what his parents said.
Yeah, and for some reason, now, I just think that he's with somebody. Or he stepped out with what he thought was maybe some friends, and they were going to have some fun and stuff, and something went wrong.
That's always that possibility. They're saying he didn't have many friends, though. Son is saying, thank you so much. I'll take a look now. Thank you. They're saying that he didn't have many friends, and that's part of the reason they don't believe that he left on his own doing.
Yeah. Well, they might have just teamed up with him and, kindly. Now, my son, when he was going to school, I told him, and I'm always that way too. I'm always ready to fight for the underdog. I don't care, you know, if somebody's beating up on somebody, I'm going to follow up on that. And I'm going to voice my opinions on it. I'm always for somebody that's been beat up on something. And I know what sides to take. But maybe they just, you know, got to feeling bad, because my son always got to feeling bad for the children that didn't have that much or whatever. And he'd always, if they was just sitting there by themselves, he'd just go up and talk to them. And he'd make friends with them and let them know that they wasn't by themselves. And maybe somebody just said, hey, you know, let's make friends with him. And he got enjoying that stuff. And it could be an internet thing. I mean, it come out that he didn't have access, and then it come out that he did have access. And, you know, I don't know why that was such a big issue to have to tell a story on, but I think that if he did, that could have easily have been. I just think something, he got out and either he's in somebody's home, or I just think maybe he got out and something went wrong.
Yeah. And I'm sure if that's the case, that the police are on it, right? I mean, that's the other thing. People have to realize that the police are investigating this. They're going to know much more than all of us. The odds of anything getting past them are slim to none.
Right, honey. And the thing about this is what DNA steps up into a case and observes that weekly on a case of a missing child. There's not many.
Well, and I want to get back in. Hey, Ministry of Defense, welcome up.
Hey, sweetie, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, darling. How are you?
I'm good. I'm ready for spring to get here already.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm a spring and summer gal. Forget the cold.
You know, Jess, I used to work for Red Cross, and I just wanted to say, if anything ever happens in people's neighborhood and there's a search party out, the best thing you can do is make coffee, get bottles of water, you know, make snacks, sandwiches, and stay out of their way.
Yeah, I think it's bizarre that Bobby claims that her children were riding with detectives, that they were, you know, thank you so much for the Cash App. I don't want to say your name. Thank you.
I think it's a mistake that the cops allowed it, honey.
Well, if they even did. So she's claiming that not only does she claim that her children followed around the canine handler side by side, but she's also claimed that her children were following around the detectives. I'm shocked that would even be allowed. I mean, first off, when your dogs are following a scent trail, the last thing they need is somebody's nosy, you know, kids following them. I'm absolutely baffled by all of that. A lot of things Bobby said is weird. And then you have Bobby connected to Terry Lynn. Terry Lynn's also been another one out here, very weird from the beginning. Terry Lynn, and Julia were out here talking about Seth not being on camera for certain hours throughout his work shift. They were talking about purported planted evidence. They were talking about poker games. I mean, they threw a lot of distractions out from the very beginning.
They sure did, honey.
It's weird. There's something weird about it.
I really don't think that anybody was letting the boys go with them. I think they were just kind of following behind at a distance and watching.
Not from what she said. She didn't say they were following at a distance. She said alongside. She said so much so that when the dog jumped in the pond, her child immediately said, "Oh, does he always do that?" And the handler turned around and said, "Oh, no, blah, blah, blah." It was weird.
Yeah, but I think that she's embellishing a lot. Because if they don't want parents to see a dead body, they sure as hell don't want a teenage kid seeing a dead body if it came to that.
Then ask, why would she lie about it then? That's even worse. Why lie about that? There's no one way to look at it. It's bizarre as hell.
Yeah.
Well,
the whole thing
look,
is
Katie, I think them cops was there within just minutes. So if that was a little bit after 6 and her son was the oldest one was driving by, I mean, that even got messed up. You know, the timing, her timing. you know, he drove by and seen all the cops and stuff and everything.
I think she said that about a neighbor, not about her son. She said a neighbor was driving her kids to school that morning, saw all the commotion, and stopped and asked Katie what had happened. And Katie went into, alleged details like, oh, I went to bed at 10, but blah, blah, like bullshit that wouldn't even happen. I mean, and envision it yourself. You're out there, you're driving your kids to school. You have a car full of kids because you're taking them to school. You notice a neighbor is out on her lawn. There's all these police around. You stop to ask her what happened. She's not going to sit there and give you her whole day's worth of events. She's either going to say, my child's missing and be in a panic, or you're likely to get blown off. So I don't even believe all of that either.
I don't
She
either.
said her son too?
Yeah.
Where was that said?
He was going to work. I guess he's the oldest one.
Right, but where did she say it at?
I can't even tell you.
Because I mean, I'd have to hear that. Did you guys actually hear that being played? Like you heard her saying that?
It was something, I think it was on Jay's, to be honest with you. She was talking about that with Crabtree. And the timing was all off.
So Bobby said it's a Crabtree?
Uh-huh.
Oh, girl, you need to go back and listen to Jay's whole live last night.
Girl, that thing's like 7 hours long. With utmost respect, I ain't gonna listen to all of it.
Well,
I'll try to start clipping it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. But it was a conversation that UA Crimson Tide recorded that was UA Crimson Tide, Crabtree, and Bobby on the phone. And Bobby didn't know she was being recorded.
That's what I heard, sweetheart. That's what I heard.
And it was crazy, the things she said and the things that didn't line up with what she said since then.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was. I
Did you
mean,
guys
it was
call?
very good. It was a very interesting live, I'll tell you.
Okay, but did you guys hear the actual phone call?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an actual phone.
UA is going to come up and say something and tell me about it. Are you wearing headphones, Ministry?
No.
I'm like the sound police at this moment. I'm sorry. All right.
Sound patrol.
Yeah, the sound patrol. UA is going to come up and explain it. Wow, that's really interesting. So Bobby was also talking. So I did see that, of course, Bobby's claiming, this being harassed and blah, 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 and being threatened. And then you got the neighbor, the supposed subscriber named Brittany, who we've all figured out, is either this person or she's possibly Bobby herself, is also claiming that, she's been threatened and harassed. So she went to a local hotel, as if people couldn't figure out what local hotel you were in, even if that was true. And these people are unbelievable. But here comes UA.
In my opinion now, White Boy, he's got that he's got that camera all messed up. Crabtree, he went down to the science somewhere that camera would have shown movement.
But I don't think it's White Boy that has it messed up. You're talking about Mob.
Yeah, Mob Crew has it messed up.
Yeah. Mob Crew, yeah.
Hey, UA. So what is this?
So, well, Bobby hadn't been, when she went on JLR, she told like a lot of contradictory stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then she went on Terry Lynn right after JLR.
Okay.
And told a lot of contradictory stories.
After the conversation she held with Crabtree?
After the interview with JLR.
Okay. I'm going to put you on my phone while I run to the restroom so I can hear what you're saying. So I'm going to give you the floor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Hello, Crimson.
Hey. And so it started to raise some red flags with me because I knew that Crabtree was out there doing all of the measurements, like for Mob Crew, for their explanation of the lights video. And she was so concerned with You know, she was so concerned with making sure that she kind of controlled the narrative of this explanation in the lights video. And it raised some red flags. And so, instead of it being a he said, she said, me trying to recall all the different versions of the stories that she was putting out, I just, you know, to preserve the conversation.
Well, Crimson, was that timing? Did I have that right? She was saying that her son went to work at 8, but then when he seen all the cops.
Well, yeah, he went to work at 8 is what she originally said, and you know, in JLR's in one of the JLR's interview, I believe. And then that's when he saw all of the cops. And so, you know, but when you listen to the dispatch audio, that doesn't match up with the timeline.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't want to be wrong or misleading or anything, but
yeah,
that's what I understood.
And so, you know, at the time, Nick Perez was trying to put out like the version of like suspect 1 and suspect 2. And
yeah,
I could hear that it was, you know, when I was talking to her, I could hear there was a narrative she was trying to push. And control in the terms of the lights video. And it was all about explaining what they were trying to explain as like flashlights at the time. Well, and where they were coming from and explaining what they were doing. And so I don't like things being, you know, reliant on someone's memory of something. So I like to preserve what's actually said. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
And that phone call took place on August the 28th, right when Mob Crew came out with the jammer theory.
Yeah.
Because she actually was trying to say that which isn't backed up by the dispatch audio, she was trying to say that her neighbor's cameras were fried.
Wow. So she said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you know what's crazy? I've been saying for months, and you can go back to several of my different videos. For months now, I've been saying Bobby is suspicious. Why is this being negated? How suspicious she is. Yeah. I didn't even know you guys had all of this.
Well,
I'm baffled.
I've been sitting on it, and what I'll tell you, like, I mean, I got a visceral, like, I used to do criminal law. Like, I mean, I used to be in that. And I have a certain reaction to like my gut instinct when it comes to certain things. And I followed it, and it's never led me astray thus far. And I remember when she did her JLR interview, like I remember exactly what I was doing that day. You know, I had to start it late. I was on the replay crew, and you know, I was like, this isn't making sense. The math isn't mathing. The timeline's not timelining. You've told several contradictory stories. Then when you play the dispatch audio, you can actually hear them talking about her sons being in there.
What were they saying about her sons?
They were dressed in black with, you know, they were running away from the, like.
That was them?
Huh?
That was them?
Yes.
Girl, what?
It was her husband and her, one of her sons that was on the ATV in the creek at the end of the day. Yes. Her sons were actually on, you know, she talks about how her sons were also spotted on the heat sensor that had been set up by Ellie to try and capture. You know, she said that she alleged that during this like confrontation / confession that Chris Proudfoot had after she drove by his house 3 dang times, in slow-mo in that Jeep with her son.
Yeah, and I pointed that out when we played that audio of her. I pointed that out. I said, first off, the fact that she's saying like, oh, Chris came out, he was all like, rah, at her. You're claiming to have driven by their home, not once, not twice, but 3 times in a Jeep that you yourself says has these very bright lights because your kids wanted to know where Sebastian lived on the night that he, the night of the day he was reported missing, and you don't think you're going to be confronted? And then what Chris was saying is they asked everybody to stay home because they're using these heat sensors and you're distracting them.
Bobby said that she actually has dash cam video of that. She said it in several of the interviews.
Wow.
But
you
where
really
is
need
it?
that.
Where is
You know,
that?
you
So
really
why-
need to hear that recording.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. So why aren't they? I don't understand though. Like, so where's your dash cam then? Why don't you show how aggressive Chris was to you?
Where's the confession? You've got a confession. Someone said, well, allegedly, one of the members of Green Team supposedly had. Where's it been? I mean, if y'all are sitting on this mountain of evidence, then why are they not in?
And she's claiming it was a confession.
Yeah, she said use the word confession in that too. Yeah.
And in what way would that be a confession?
I don't know. She said she's, she just said that he that was her verbiage, like confrontation, and she used the word confession at one point too.
Wow, unbelievable.
But they're going hard. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. They're going hard at Jay, like coming up with absolute lies that we put out Seth's social. No,
right.
We just put out his employment records.
Right, which was after, and again, his own people, Terry Lynn, Julia, and Bobby are the ones that said that he was not seen for hours between the time of 2 to 5 a.m. He's unaccounted for.
Saying he had a concussion. He returned to work. He's been back at work for 3 months. Then we put out, Clue releases his record, shows that. And then, they come up with a concussion story. Well, we debunked that. They don't like it.
Right.
All of a sudden it's like, well, why does it matter what is it if he's working or not? Well, y'all are the ones that keep saying he's a hard worker and talking about it.
Right.
Well, y'all are mad that we went over his resume. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about him being a hard worker, most of his job was being the caretaker or aka security security consultant for Sebastian,
right.
And we just pointed out some
inconsistencies,
not a very stellar job history, and
which we went over that weeks ago too, because one of the things that still left me baffled is that
the Rogers homestead of family values and why it was disbanded, and
well, not only that, but the fact that he just went back to work right before Sebastian disappeared. He was on disability before.
Exactly, and they didn't want to admit that. I don't know. They have a problem with the truth. I'm sorry, Seth. You don't like the truth. So I like the truth personally.
It's all important, right?
So you want to sit here and stand on a throne of lies, and then you get mad when people, confront you with your own words, your own records. It's absolutely insane.
Well, this wasn't with SF, is what I'm hearing. People are asking,
SF had absolutely nothing to do with this.
Right. This has nothing to do with him. This was them.
SF has nothing to do with this. But of course, they're trying to spin it that this has something to do with SF. No, it doesn't.
That's what they keep doing. Just like they're saying,
have anything to do with Crabtree. He just happened to be on the phone, and I was like, he's getting played like a fiddle.
Well, that's the same thing with them saying about these emails. Like, why would SF get that email? It's not his email. It's that simple. It's not his email.
It's ridiculous. I mean, they're it's just. I mean, they're trying to come after me now. It's just
right. They're looking for any reason to attack people that have a different opinion. The chat is asking, though, do you
work? Why are you working overtime to attack the truth? Like people that are just saying the truth. Like that's what I don't understand. Like,
right, especially
there's a problem with them telling the truth. Apparently,
I can see if hopefully if it wasn't, if they weren't sitting there making all these allegations against the Proudfoots, I could understand. But as they're playing the guessing game over there and they're dissecting everything, they have to expect the same to be done back. Like, you don't get to sit out here and say and do whatever you want and then to try to silence any opposing opinions. That's not how it works.
Well, and then you don't get to put yourself. It's crazy to me to put yourself out there, make these allegations about people that are your neighbors that you claim that you never even knew lived in the house.
Right.
At the time, at the time that this incident happened, and then all of a sudden you're so invested in. I mean, you're invested in this narrative about like you're creating your son's girlfriend's creating a Facebook page. You're for finding him, she's giving him the FFA award that his parents knew nothing about his membership. Right.
Crimson, what is your view on her having to go with people when they go to talk to these neighbors? Why would she have to go?
That's a good question. I would like it. I think that her phone call, I think that, I question why her sons were so actively out there monitoring. I mean, she says one got in a Razor ATV and the other one got in a, went on foot with the dog handler. So, I mean, why are we all splitting up? And then one, she said, in one of the interviews, she says that her son was going to work at 8 and then she places all 3 of her kids on it. So right. I'm a little confused.
Are you able to play the phone call for us?
I'm going to send it to you. I can email it to you, Jeff.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. You're right, though. I mean, and I've been saying this for freaking months. I'm like, look back at everything. Like and who was this Brittany neighbor? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, we kind of pinpointed based off what she said, who she is. But why are they like creating these stories of like, oh, we're being threatened, we're being intimidated with no proof of it whatsoever? New account. Thank you. Was this call reported to the police? Is what people are asking.
It's
TBI, right?
It's on it. It's, believe me, it's going there. It's gonna go. Like I kind of almost put like yeah.
Yes.
I just kind of wondered when she was going back, with the interviews. Well, if I was going to go talk to somebody, why did she feel like she had to be there?
Well, because she wanted to control the narrative.
I think so.
She wanted to, she was trying to tell Stephen things about, she was trying to tell Stephen about, like how the neighbor was to discourage, and that she was like his basically like personal security is kind of what she was acting like. She was acting like it was in his best interest to have her there, for her to. It's just to be
able to get the interview. She's acting like she needed to be part of it.
No, like for her, like so that he would be like, welcome in the neighborhood, and they wouldn't be,
No, guys, it was sent to TBI. It wasn't sent to Ellie. It was sent to TBI, is what Kristen was saying, without saying it. Because listen, you guys got to remember, we're being threatened for tips going in. Okay, so just anything that is stated before it comes out here, please believe that it has gone to proper places. Do not report anything you hear to TBI, LE, FBI, anybody.
Just know. I mean, just know that I was born at night, but it wasn't. I'm not with the at night intelligence agents.
Well, another thing I wanted to mention, then I'm going to get off of here, is you could almost hear the excitement in her.
Well, that's what I said. She's giddy. It was like and then I watched the Mob Crew, when the night that this was put out, and she was getting text messages. She was, Chris was from Mob Crew, which when you hear Chris mentioned, I'm going to make that clear. It was Chris from Mob Crew. But when you hear that, just so you know, like it was Chris from Mob Crew, not Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah. Well, y'all all have a good one, and I'll still be listening. I enjoyed this, and thank you for having me.
Thank
And
you for
everybody
coming up,
have
girl.
a wonderful new year.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Making my banner to make sure, because I'm not being accused of
Yeah.
anything today. And that's the other thing. Like, so Bobby is in conversations. She was in conversations with JLR. She was in conversations with Stephen Crabtree, with you guys, with basically everybody and anybody who could be in conversation with. It's weird. It's weird how overly involved in everything she was. Like, don't you agree? It's just a little iffy.
Yeah, it is very,
interesting to say the least. Let me edit this banner. Okay, so we do have the call. Everything. Or we got to put the disclaimer, girl.
Oh, disclaim away. I mean,
Have you talked to Bobby since?
no. I'm just sat back and watched. Observed.
Weird. Is there a chance the Waffle House girl was the girlfriend? Or is that just conspiracy?
I haven't confirmed that, so I...
Okay. Oh, gosh, please. All right, listen, let's pull it up and hear it. This is the first time I've ever heard it. Thank you to UA for sharing it. I'm curious, man. What is it? What are we going to hear here? Is it up on the screen? I can't even tell. We're blocking. All right. Thank you, UA, for sharing this. Let's see. Bobby. So she's saying the neighbors originally said that the cameras weren't working. Turns out they were working. And there's a black blob with a...
Yeah, that's where I started recording. Yeah.
Wow, Bobby.
We're not... I don't know if they're hearing it. I don't know. Maybe if I go listen... Maybe if I...
Oh, you guys can't hear it?
Let me see if I can hear it. If I'm mute.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. Okay, you can't hear it. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, I think I know why. Sorry. Share audio. To share audio, share a tab or screen instead. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know why. Give me a second.
You can see, like, also why I start recording. I mean, like, you know.
Yeah, it got weird.
It starts off coming in hot. Like, when I start, like, going, okay, I need to, like, preserve this because this needs to, you know, needs documentation. I don't like things coming from he said, she said. I just like letting people hear and judge for themselves.
Absolutely.
Because memories change. Sometimes your stories change. You know? Forget what you said.
Forget who you spoke to.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear it. That was really weird to me. All right. Download to my device. And then, oh, Bobby, I can't believe what I'm even hearing right now.
Yeah,
All right,
no,
save it.
Just wait. I mean, it went on longer than this, and for someone who was like literally trashing Chris for the fact that how could I talk to KP and how could he talk to his wife for that long? I mean, there was like, I don't even know how many minutes where I was like, dang, she's really got an agenda here. She's trying to sell.
Right.
I don't want to be hearing this information and not, especially with what she starts claiming and stuff.
Yeah, I would have been bugged out.
Yeah.
Absolutely would have been bugged out by this. She's not it's abnormal how overly involved in everything she has become.
It begs the question as to why. I mean, there's a difference between, I mean, I'd be wrong. I'm going to be rubbernecking if I see a wreck,
Oh, absolutely.
But I'd be like rubbernecking and trying to like jump in and then trying to follow up on everybody's medical history after the wreck and figure out how, if Pawpaw, is hip healed and on the the crash report and making sure I mean she's done the most.
And why
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why are you trying to go for Karen of the year? Like,
what do you mean? Somebody posted a social security card? Who did that?
Okay, so what they don't realize is, let me tell you this, like, it was it's called public information 1, and it's redacted 2. So don't, like, I don't know what you like, it's not doxing someone to show that this was a signed, part of the employment record, and when that information is redacted.
So it was redacted. It didn't show his
It was all redacted.
Okay.
But they don't take time to actually look at that part, that it's redacted.
All identifying information was
let me help you out, Tiffany. The big black thing across that obscures the information, that's called a redaction. Just so you know.
Which would make it not criminal if it was redacted.
Correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, right. I mean,
the big black parts that you see on the screen, that means that, the information is not there. Okay, Tiffany.
She gobbled up, of course, so expect to hear more. Then post your social security and redact it. Well, if you do that, it's redacted. So I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, do you want it? I mean, it just shows my signature. I'll do it.
Yeah, like, I'm not really understanding if it was redacted.
You want to see my signature? It's beautiful. Like, it was great.
Is that what was shown, his signature?
Yeah. It's literally, like, I mean, I'll send it to you. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, it's redacted.
Yes, I'm not quite understanding.
They don't, that's the problem. These people come into their chats, throw up some misinformation because they don't understand. They don't understand. He is a public servant. Okay. Let me explain. Let me break it down to you, and I'm gonna pull up on my phone so I can read the chat too. Let me break it down to you for those little window watchers that are.
Well, what was shown? His signature or the actual social security numbers?
The social security card, I'll show you I'll send you what was shown, so you can see. Well, you
dox somebody's mother.
You see it in that image, like where, someone's threatening to dox. Did I say
oh, okay, yeah.
That's what was shown.
So, okay. That, I mean, honestly, it's not criminal, to be quite honest. I understand why people would be upset by it, but if it's not showing his, if it was all
It shows his
redacted,
name and his signature.
right?
And that it's his social security card. It's part of what, you know, there's called like FOIA, Open Public Records Request. It's part of his employment file.
Yeah, that's not quite. I mean, I personally, I don't like the FOIA request and all those things, but it's not criminal then in that case.
I'm
Despite,
sorry, but I mean, people like Tennessee, like residents do pay like the salary of people, and if
he's
they're
a
not
public
being
servant.
honest, if they're not being honest and saying that they went back to work when they didn't, and they're lying about, you know, getting concussions, then I'm sorry. Like, that's a problem for me. Honesty is a problem. Like, if you have a problem with honesty, don't be a public servant. You're probably in the wrong profession.
Hey, nonsense.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
I don't know the
ladies.
point of it. Good morning.
Can I ask a question? Because
Yeah, sure, of course.
I just got up to like turn my phone on, and this is the first thing I saw. Are you guys talking about his employment records that were released?
I don't know, to be honest. I wasn't involved in anything last night, so I don't know exactly what the discussion is. People are upset about, I guess they're
The
saying
fact that his employment records were shown.
so it is the employment records.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that and that they, I guess they don't like. Yeah, I don't know they think that his, yeah.
They're saying his social security was shown, but they're saying it absolutely was not shown.
Who showed it? Do we know?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm confused. So I was like, what was the purpose, or who got the records? Do we know that either?
Yeah.
And the purpose for this was,
Well, okay, because he's claiming like he was claiming that he's been back at work for 3 months, right?
oh, it was just to prove he was lying.
Exactly. Then he came
Okay.
out with the fact that he had a concussion, and when he was,
Well,
you know,
he didn't come out with that stuff though. Justin and Tony did, right?
Well,
Seth hasn't spoke on any of it.
Well, I mean, who is he? You know, who is he chosen to be a spokesperson? And
Right. I was just making
He
sure.
didn't come out.
I'm just catching myself up here because I haven't
Right.
paid attention to a
He
lot of
didn't
stuff.
come
But
out and defend it either. Well, I don't know. He's got me blocked, you know, so I don't know. He didn't
Okay.
come out and say that, you know, it wasn't true that I saw.
Okay.
And, you know, they never came out and corrected that he didn't. They put out pretty much immediately right after it was shown and went like nonsense. Right after it was shown that he was lying, Justin basically went live like 20 minutes later with this, and Tony calls in and says he's been working hard and all that, you know, all this stuff. He got a concussion and, you know, came up with this narrative of this excuse of a concussion and everything, and that just wasn't the case.
well, I understand that. Like, I understand that there's been a lot of lies. I was just trying to figure out if that's what they were talking about, is something was shown, because I haven't seen that stuff yet. So, and I don't want to. I have no concern to see his employment records, because I think that's, personally, that's a line for me. I think it's going real life on parents of a missing child. And at the end of the day, for me personally, again, other people have their own choices to make, but I think it's like we've seen inconsistencies, we've seen lies, we've seen the stories being told. I think there's boundaries, and if we don't want it done to one side of the parents, we shouldn't be doing it to the others. And at the end of the day, for me, law enforcement has all of this stuff and will be like, proving he's a liar is kind of redundancy at this point. So I think it just opens up Pandora's box for the green team to be like, oh, look at these guys doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I can see your point. Here's the problem, though. one of the things is when you open up a nonprofit at and that's on your, you list that on your resume, like the Rogers Homestead of Family Values, and it's about Sebastian. It was created when Sebastian was born in December of 2008 and disbanded in 2017.
In California, the one in California. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you start listing that and then you reopen it when your son's missing.
Well, they had always talked about opening a 501c3, though. That was discussed on TREV 757.
How many people open up a 501c3 when their son is born as a stay-at-home father?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't really have any thoughts on that at the because
I mean, I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't know any. Well, I should say stay-at-home father, or should I say security consultant?
Which was a lie because he listed that Katie was his boss on that, and that was fabricated. It's not you. Nonsense. You're being cloned.
And his resume wasn't exactly like truthful. I mean, so
Wait, nonsense. Are you here? Is this you or is that you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm here, Granny.
I don't know which one's talking. Hold on, I'm gonna say something nonsense.
It's me.
Okay. I think you have. All right. Is this still you? I can't tell which one's you. Are you on two devices?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were being cloned. Sorry.
It's okay. I think and it could have been my StreamYard acting up too. I don't know. It just booted me all of a sudden. I was like, ta-da.
Yeah, and then there's somebody trying to come in backstage.
Oh.
Okay. So they're saying what was shown was completely and utterly redacted.
Who's saying that? Like, where's the problem coming in though? Is it because some people are saying that a social security number was shown? Like,
yeah,
that's
they're
a big
saying
deal.
it was unredacted, but it wasn't unredacted. It was very much redacted.
Ugh. See, I hate all this. This is where it
wasn't posted.
I don't do this stuff.
It wasn't posted. Is this really you, Crimson? What is going on that there's two of yous?
I don't know. This is weird. Do you want me to exit?
No, because now Crimson just came back up too, but she's saying, I don't know why this is happening. This is it's tripping me out. Crimson, are you here? Let me remove this one. Are you here, Crimson? What the fudge is going on?
What is happening?
I don't know, because you guys are coming up as doubles. This is
Happy
so
New
bizarre.
Year.
I know.
We have twins. That's a bad deal.
Are you here now, Crimson? Crimson? What the fuck is going on? I'm going to repost it in the chat. Just come back up, Crimson, because I don't know what is going on now. This is getting weird.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going
to
kick both of the Crimsons from the studio. StreamYard raised all this money. And then, they have all these mishaps going on. So, I mean, I don't personally understand what was the point of even posting it, redacted or not. But it was absolutely redacted. So I also kind of don't understand the argument taking place either.
Well, I think it sounds like, if I'm just catching up, that's why I came up here, because I was like, hold on, I need to figure out what they're talking about first and foremost, because I came in really confused. I didn't see any of this happen last night. I did my stream, walked through a bunch of crap. Then I went over to Dutch. Like, I didn't see any of this stuff. So I'm completely caught off guard by what is happening. And if his social security number was posted, that's a big deal. And
I agree.
Like a huge deal. We've seen, that happen, and we speak very loudly about one of the green team members did that to an SA victim, and it's not okay at all. This is just lines for me. Like, I don't know what they're trying to prove with it. Maybe more so that he's lying. Okay. I don't think anybody's shocked by that. But maybe there's more to it than I'm realizing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that that's crossing boundaries. And I think this is information that law enforcement probably has had all along. Again, just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Right. Now, I agree with that. So what I'm being told, if I'm understanding correctly, and hopefully UA is able to jump back up, but what I'm being told is there was a FOIA request due to them saying that he was injured at work or something, and he wasn't. Now, again, I didn't see this. I wasn't on YouTube last night. I'm just being told that it was definitely redacted.
Okay. Well, and it obviously has to be a Tennessee resident that FOIA'd it, which they'll be able to FOIA the FOIA to see who got it and just disseminated it publicly, and that will be a problem. And that's the thing, is it just kind of opens up Pandora's box for all of this.
Yeah. Now, I don't think that's trolling the father. It's not trolling at all. I mean, the same way people are dissecting everything the parents are saying, that's obviously going to be dissected. When you were telling people you were back at work and you got hurt because you broke up a fight and it simply did not happen, why is he lying? Why is the lie taking place? It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird that he's lying. It's one of those things of this right now is kind of the people don't have any boundaries. I mean, look what they've been doing all along. It's not, I don't agree with it. Of course, you know that, but I also, other people, this is what quote unquote true crime looks for quite a few people, is FOIAing everybody's personal private information. And really, truly, at this point, we still just have a missing child that needs awareness brought to him, and we don't even know what the crime is. Is there potentially a crime? Yes. But okay, I'm going to hop down, Granny. I just wanted to come up. Thank you, UA, for explaining some of that to me. And thank you, Granny, for telling me what was going on. Because I was like, wait, I got to make sure I know what the heck I'm even talking about or listening to.
Yeah, UA's up here, but we can't hear her. So I don't know what is going on there. But she's back up. But she said, can you hear me? And I can't hear her.
The aliens grabbed her.
Yeah, she's going to restart and come back up.
2025 is the year of twins.
Now, because what I want to know is, was it redacted by the people or was it redacted by whoever received it? That's what I would like to know. But I do know I received a photo of it. It's completely redacted. People are saying, well, his signature. Well, his signature is also on the declaration for the very public litigation. So I don't, a signature, I don't think is enough to, it was redacted by the employer. It was redacted by the FOIA.
I just think, and you might feel differently about this before I get down, but I think it's kind of one of those things where there's a big moment going on, like this whole misrepresentation of Casper being the attorney and the legal representation for the plaintiffs is a big deal. Like, it's a huge deal. People really need to realize that that's not just an oopsie, like it is huge. That situation is a big thing. And then doing something like this just gives the green team more like, look over here, not over there kind of thing. So I don't know.
Like
it goes tit for tat.
Yeah. It's like a leverage.
And it just, people don't pay attention to how big of, now they're going to say, oh, look at this, they're doing this to them, which none of it's right. They're parents with missing children at the end of the day, whether we like him or not. We don't have any idea who did what or was involved in what. We truly don't. Any of them could have been. So I'm going to go down to the chat now.
Let me make this, well, while you're here, let me make this very crystal clear for the people that are going to shoot up streams and try to put this with me. I was not fucking involved. Okay. It was New Year's Eve. I was spending it with family and friends. I was not on YouTube. I wasn't digging into any parent of a missing child. I wasn't involved in it. I am not saying there's no problem with showing it. I don't know what the fuck was actually shown, what was not. If they FOIA'd it, you guys like FOIAs over there, right? If they FOIA'd it and this was redacted based on them, then yeah, sure. Okay, they showed it. Take it out with them. It's not me. I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know the context behind it. I don't know why it was shown. It's not on me. So don't put it on me.
I'm going to have to go. Well, I didn't think you sounded as confused as I was when I was coming up. I definitely have a problem with any of it being shown or what it was, but I don't know where or what. I'm going to find out right now. So.
Right. Like, I would need to know the whole context to it. Like, what was it all pertaining to? What was the FOIA based on? When was the FOIA received? What, they could have showed it without that document for sure, but there's a lot of context I don't have.
Here's
UA.
Okay. Number sound? Okay, I'm going.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Thank God.
Bye, guys.
That was a wild game.
Hi, nonsense.
Am I
Thank
in
you.
Or am I out? Am I in or am I out?
Nanya, with utmost respect, the shit you've been talking about me lately, this fact, I'll give you a voice because I'm not an asshole, but go ahead. Let's hear what you have to say, Nanya. Let's hear it.
So first, Granny, I haven't talked any shit, but okay.
But you have.
Second, I know that you weren't involved in it. I didn't ask. I was simply asking right here, right now, right? I'm hearing some justifications being made. So I was trying to clarify how you felt about it. That's what I was asking. I wasn't saying you were involved in it at all.
Okay.
So I literally am just asking, like, from
How do
what
you
I'm
feel
hearing
about it,
you say
Nanya?
right
How do
now.
you feel about it?
I think it's wrong.
Oh,
I
okay.
think let me tell you this.
Let's hear it.
Chris is back at work, if Chris goes to work, if Katie goes to work, if Seth goes to work, none of that to me is relevant to bringing awareness to their child, helping find different information, putting out awareness, putting out the facts of the case. None of that is relevant to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I don't know why. Like, I don't understand where I don't know. I mean, it's all drama at this point. There is no factual stuff to put out at this point. So I know that the coverage of it is all drama anyways, but like, to me.
Nanya, you have to ask, let me ask you this. Do you believe that, okay, he holds a position, right? At a facility where integrity is pretty important, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you are you are a taxpayer that contributes to his salary, and you have would you say that that person has a vested interest in making sure that people with the utmost integrity are working at facilities like jails?
Can you ask that one again? I'm sorry.
If you are a taxpayer and you are paying for someone's salary who works at a jail, wouldn't you say that you would have a vested interest in making sure that people with the utmost integrity are working at the facility that you're paying
Absolutely.
taxes
If I
for
am a
their
taxpayer, right? So that
Yeah.
would be local taxes, not federal taxes. But if my local taxes are going to pay for my local county jail or city jail, whatever, right? And I'm concerned about a person in my area, absolutely, I can look that up and I can do my own research, and then I can take my concerns to the chief of police or to whoever is in charge of that area to question that integrity.
Hold on.
But we're not just randomly, right? We're hiding the fact that we're digging on a parent of a missing child because we don't like them, or because we think they're a suspect, or because we think their actions or lies or story changing is absolutely wrong.
As the
And so
person,
we're
hey,
digging on that person.
I don't know who's
And
talking right now,
hiding
but
it under the guise of we're just concerned taxpayers.
as the person who put the stuff out last night, I'd love a chance to speak. Because I'm the one that showed it last night in its entirety. Redacted version, of course. Excuse me?
I said, well, that's something to be proud of. Go ahead.
Do you ever look at court documents? Have you ever pulled up court dockets?
100%. Absolutely. When you are true crime, that makes perfect sense.
We are true crime. We were talking true crime, Nanya. This wasn't crama. All right?
This was complete crama.
No, it wasn't.
This was complete crama. The only reason why it was even gone and looked for, right? So, okay, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. And I'll get down because I won't disrespect you, Granny.
I can be
so I know you have
respectful.
an agenda to push, perhaps, ma'am.
I
but
don't either.
Are you a citizen of where that county is?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and have you reported your concerns to your local police chief, county officials, city council? Or did you report them to YouTube where this could continue a narrative against a parent of a missing child?
I'll let you take a guess on that one. If you watch the stream, you'd probably be able to figure it out.
I'm guessing since it's on a stream, it probably would be the latter. So,
no, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong. I don't have an agenda. My agenda is finding Sebastian. I've actually been boots on the ground, okay? Nunya.
That's
I've been
amazing.
out there.
I
And
definitely, I
I
think
don't
that's a
sit there
wonderful
and look
thing.
for a pat on the back. I don't have a channel that I run. I don't look for views, clicks, or any of that shit, okay? Let me tell you this, okay? I am on YouTube because I have a vested interest in trying to find this child. Okay?
So how does this, right? How does bringing this
hold on.
information help in the search for
Because
Sebastian?
when you have someone who is claiming and pushing a narrative, I see two narratives being pushed, okay? I see people being attacked for freedom of speech, okay? True freedom of speech. And I have a problem with that, okay? And when I see a parent behind it that's pushing that narrative and they're not telling the truth, and they're also claiming that they're back at work where I pay my tax dollars, and they're lying about it, and then when the truth is put out there, and then they want to go, then they're, when the truth is put out there, Nunya, and then they claim that they had a concussion, and I already know that's not true either. And then so they lie, they keep lying and lying and lying, and that's what happens. It begs the question: what is this person being honest about? Why are you not being honest? If you want your child found at the end of the day, sir, why are you having your so-called PR person with no integrity put a narrative of lies? Can you see how that would be difficult for someone who's actually searching and boots on the ground to get behind?
So I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with all of it. I disagree with some of it, but not all of it, right? My thing is though is okay. So if you've watched any of the interviews that any of these parents have done, there are absolute discrepancies in their stories, right? It is not my job, right? It is not my purpose in life to figure out which one are lies or which one are truth. That's law enforcement's job. Even if you prove, right? Let's just say, even if you prove he's a liar, even if you prove, I mean, I don't think that there's anybody that would be in denial that he's not wrapped up with some pretty shady, potentially unscrupulous people, right? That in my opinion. And so even if you prove all of those things, none of that brings justice for Sebastian. None of that finds Sebastian. None of that keeps the focus on Sebastian. It continues to push this. It's no different. And I'll be clear, I'm on nobody's side. I have no side in this. Granny can confirm I have no side in this. My side truly is Sebastian's, because I'm not with the parents of anybody. I'm not with bashing the parents. I'm not with digging on any parents. So the same way, hold on, the same way that they're out there like, oh, Katie's going to the grand jury on Tuesday. Oh, Katie lawyered up. Katie did this. Katie did that, right? It's wrong. None of that actually brings none of that.
How is shedding light on, because one of these things, in the employment records, he started a 501c3 when Sebastian was born. I don't know many people that start a nonprofit when their child is born, okay? All right. And one of the things that has come into this case is that the 501c3, Rogers Homestead of Family Values, is, now all of a sudden back in so-called business. So how is it right or wrong? Please tell me how it's wrong for me to want the truth from a parent. How am I supposed to help a parent that is not telling the truth? Please tell me. I would love to know.
Okay, so number one, just because somebody moves or says or does things that are suspect does not make them a suspect. You'd agree with that, right?
Hold on. Let's clarify. You're being very shady with your words right now. Okay,
no.
Let's say it for what it is. If someone lies, if someone is lying about X, Y, and Z,
right,
then that does not make them a suspect.
True. Right. I'm saying that's exactly what I'm saying. You agree with that, right? Or do you feel like lies about anything mean they're potentially, I mean, honestly, right now,
I feel like
according to law enforcement, they're all suspects anyways.
Right, exactly.
So whether
I
they
feel
lie
like
about one thing, two things, or 25 things, that doesn't change what law enforcement sees them as.
I will say it does change. It speaks to your character, the believability of when they say you need to go search and they say suggest a state park, 100 away. Yeah, I mean, it does affect things like that. Like, trying to find your son. Why are you telling me to go to this random state park? Why are you telling us to, to listen to some lady that's saying go to Westmoreland, 27.27 miles away, and search there? Why are you saying, why are you, yeah, it does, that there's a problem. When you don't have any integrity is the basis of everything. Wouldn't you say? Can you buy it? Is it for sale on the streets? Where can I
No,
buy
I think
integrity?
you have to have it. Yeah, I think you have to have it within yourself, 100%.
Okay. Wouldn't you
Yeah.
say that if you were trying to find your child at the end of the day and you had nothing to do with it, that you need to be, it's problematic at the most minimal level when you're not telling the truth, right?
Well, aside from that, I think it's important to remember that a lot of this at this point, Nanya, isn't about Sebastian. At this very point, it's simply not. But it's also about public appearance, right? So I know for myself, when I'm thrown into some frivolous, in my opinion, frivolous litigation, and it comes down to character, I think it is very important to recognize that this has all surpassed what is the normal for true crime. So the comparison to we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing that. I agree, but at this point, it's a little more than Sebastian.
Yeah,
and I think that's what
okay,
they're trying to
Brandy, that's
say.
perfect. That's perfect. I'm on the 100% same page as you right there. It's, for me, the reason why I was questioning in the first place is because it's under this guise of this is for Sebastian. This is about Sebastian. None of this is about Sebastian.
It's not.
It is
Thank
for
you, Brandy.
me.
You
For
said
me,
it perfectly
when
for
someone's
me.
telling me where to search, it is for me. When someone's telling me that I'm not searching correctly and what I'm doing is wrong, when I'm out there actually freezing my ass off.
So you're receiving instructions from Seth on where to search?
When Seth is putting out, or when people are putting out, you need to go look over here, look over there.
Well, you're not answering my question though. You're saying he's telling you to go search over here.
When he's telling
and
the
it's the
public,
wrong place.
when his little team of people is telling the public, you need to go, basically saying we need to be looking 27.27 miles out in Westmoreland. Would you say that is telling people where they should be searching?
So him telling you and the people who work with him telling you is different for me.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, it's not. And the reason why is because you're saying the reason why you're justifying his integrity, right? His, his lies and things like that. You're saying that's the reason why that is directly correlated to the search and where we're looking at. And if you don't have integrity there, you may not have integrity here. But one does not have anything to do with the other. And the reason why is because you're not getting the actual search instructions. You just said you're getting it from his team, right? In air quotes, right? So to me, that's not, again, is it tied to him? Sure. Is there a connection to him? Sure. But you're not getting it from him. So the person who you're also then saying that not only are you proving that he has that lack of integrity, but then all these other people, that whoever you're getting the instructions from, I don't know who that is.
Let me
but
ask you
whoever
this.
you're getting those
Simple
from,
question.
they lack that.
Simple question. Who did Seth hire as his spokesperson?
Tony.
Who has he said this is and Tony has come out and Seth has been there when Tony has said it. I do what Seth tells me to do. I say what Seth tells me to say, right? Or did you miss those interviews?
Yeah, no, I didn't miss that. He did.
All right. Well, then, so when Tony's putting it out there, okay, then wouldn't you say that's a message coming from Seth too?
If Tony is the person telling you go search over here, then 100% yes.
Well, forget
if
all of
Tony's
that.
giving out those search, coordinates or whatever, that's fine. But let me ask you this though, right? Okay. So on the flip side of things, right? Just trying to look at all sides of it. On the flip side of things, couldn't somebody say that the Proudfoots don't care because they've never even given you coordinates of where to go search? And what does that say for their integrity and their caring, right?
But
On the
they
flip
do
side,
say
I'm
that.
not
They
saying that.
do.
I want to make it
They
clear.
do.
I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, like, with the same mindset or the same thought process, wouldn't it go for the opposite side?
They do say that though,
They
Nunya.
do, Nunya.
No, I know, but I'm saying then you have to agree with what they're saying there, because it would be the same thought process as you have.
They don't.
But it's not
Seth.
true. It's not true because they have given coordinates and they've also searched. But so, and I get what you're saying, but you got to look at it from this perspective too, right? We know
Okay.
without a doubt that the team that was hired by Seth Rogers is sending out dockets to creators with talking points. We know that those dockets are primarily based around showing suspicion around Chris and Katie for either their lack of speaking or the short interviews they did hold. Now you have the spokesman for the father who hired this team comes out and states that he's been back at work. That comes out to be disproven. Then he says, well, he got a concussion breaking up a fight. That's also disproven. I think, when it comes down to it, I understand what you're saying, but unfortunately, that is the environment of which Seth Rogers has created, where it is okay to go personal on each other. It is okay to call each other liars. They created a divide in this case that has come down to quote unquote sides. So you have one side proving the lies of Seth Rogers and his teammates while they're sending out dockets of talking points such as Katie pleading the fifth, which never happened.
That's a lie.
That's my thing, Granny.
lie.
I don't disagree with you. Like, the sides are definitely out there. They're already in existence. There's no stopping it. There's no, hey guys, how do we get back to what it should be about, which is Sebastian? Like, there's nothing at this
Can I say
point.
something, Granny,
Honestly,
about the public records?
The community and the
Granny,
views
can
and
you
all
hear
that,
me?
they're just growing.
We can.
Can
I
you
think
hear
you're
me?
just a little, you're just a little behind for some reason.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I am? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I must have like a delay. Sorry.
You're delayed. Yeah. Okay.
I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted
Jay.
to point. I just wanted to point out that these are public records that were redacted when given, and if Chris or Katie's records to anything that they do could be FOIA requested, they would have been requested by now. I can guarantee you that. He's a public worker. That's the only reason that anyone has it. No one stole his wallet and copied his social security card and showed it. It's no different than public documents from courts and things like that. It's just not, it's not any different.
Unfortunately, Nunya, for Seth, he does have an accountability to me because he works for me. I pay his taxes. I pay his salary. Okay.
Well,
I just don't think that accountability is going to be met on YouTube. That's all.
Hold on.
Well,
I'm not done.
I do have a quick question though. Couldn't everything have been shown without showing those two items?
Well, then look, here's the thing, Granny.
No, Granny, it wouldn't have been the, shock factor.
We show here's what happened.
That was the least important part. I didn't even focus on that part, honestly.
Yes,
it
I
was
haven't
the least
watched it.
important of all the meat that was in there about disability and his write-up for the laundry thing, all that stuff. The license and the social security card were not even focused on.
No, like it was literally scanned. The other thing, let me tell you, here's the thing. It was already shown. The truth was already shown with, like, Clue had already dropped it. Then they came out and lied and said that he had this concussion. So it's like, okay, well, we just showed portions of it. So, okay, we don't, like, it's like, well, do you just then have them say, well, they're only picking and choosing what they're showing, or do you just say, here's all of it? Do
you let them just deceive people on purpose? For what?
I don't have anything to hide. He does, clearly, but I'm just saying, it's like, when we basically, it was redacted in its most redacted form that you can get, but he chose, unfortunately, made the wrong decision because he's listening to the wrong people and guided by the wrong moral compass. His moral compass has to be skewed. Unfortunately, it's miscalibrated and needs a little recalibration. So then when he came out with when they went live with this new lie, it's like, okay, well, we showed we redacted it. We just showed the pertinent parts. We asked you the pertinent questions. You didn't want to answer them. So here's the entire thing for everyone to see. The redacted version. The one that doesn't have his social security information. Y'all wanted... The problem with YouTube is y'all don't like to do your homework, apparently. Someone can just run into a creator's chat and apparently run into Bullhorn's chat or whoever's chat and say, oh, there's somebody that showed someone's social security number. And then we start calling for everybody to go attack the person without even going to verify if it's true or not.
Right. Bullhorn Betty's going to make another channel to put everything about me out there.
Bullhorn put it out about me. Come on, do it. Don't go for Jay. Go for somebody that's actually been boots on the ground. Come on. You're attacking the wrong person. If you don't,
take a breath really quick, UA. Take a breath. I think what is happening here is that it is personal, and for those who are not personally affected by this, you can't understand how personal it is. When these people are out here trying to spread around these harmful things. I mean, I'll tell you what, good Nunya, I commented on a news article that was done about Sebastian, simply requesting prayers and hopes in this new year for answers. I was immediately attacked. Because they have painted me as something I'm not, to the point where I can't even comment, just wishing well wishes for Sebastian without being attacked. And when you find out that the people that are doing the attacking are the ones that are lying through their fucking teeth, I'm sorry. I mean, I agree. They shouldn't have shown it. Don't show the ID. Don't show the social. It could have been, everything else could have been shown without it. But it was redacted.
It's a signature. It's on a
It's not the point of, like, I acknowledge it was redacted. I totally get that, right? But showing that particular part, right? You got the FOIA ahead of time. You knew what was in there ahead of time, right? If you're going to prove that he's not at work, right? So let's just say, I don't know, let's say an incident report gets shown, right? And so it shows there was no, concussion, or there was no whatever, right? I do understand showing that part. I don't agree with it still, because I think your beef is with your county. If you're truly bringing it up for being a taxpayer, your beef is with your county, with your city.
No,
whatever the
it's
case
actually
may
too
be,
with
not with
Sass
YouTube.
too, and holding him accountable.
Can I finish? I stayed on mute for a while, but my thing is I agree that if you want to show it to lay out a pattern of these things, okay, fine. But really, at this point, I don't really know that anybody who you're showing that he is a liar, or he has inconsistencies in his story, or he doesn't have integrity. And it's on the flip side too. Anybody who you try to show that there's not a controlling issue, there's not abuse, there's, not hunger issues, there's not something nefarious that has happened against the Proudfoots. Anybody you show that to at this point, the sides are already so driven. The only thing I was trying to acknowledge from even coming up here is that none of this is about Sebastian. Even you're saying, I'm a person, boots on the ground, I'm a person in this county, I'm a taxpayer in my county. I have a right to question if this person is at work or lying or on disability, not on disability, excuse me, because they're collecting in my county. 100% you're right. But you are doing that for you as the taxpayer. You're not doing that for Sebastian. So that was my whole point when I
wrong,
came up here.
It can be twofold. There can be two reasons for doing that, okay? Let me tell you why. All right? Because, like I said earlier, when you have somebody and a team that's like intentionally what I would say is misdirecting search efforts by having you go to the park, out in Timbuktu, which is 100 miles away, versus actually looking and searching the actual within a 5-mile vicinity, which typically usually, the recovery of a missing child is found close to home, then not 100 miles away at a state park where a psychic has led them. Hold on. And you have them saying, let's go out 27.27 miles out west or east to Westmoreland. Then I do have a problem with that. I have
But
a problem with that because that is interfering with the search efforts and recovery of finding Sebastian.
right,
That
but
makes perfect sense.
you're not tying that into why the documents were shown. So that's where that's
The
being missed.
documents were okay. Here's why. Because there were lies. If you're willing to lie about your on your job application, if you're willing to lie about and not, dodge questions about the existence of this 501c3 related to Sebastian that was conveniently opened up when he was born, and you have a problem with honesty, and you're also trying to guide search efforts and where searchers are looking, then that's how it relates.
UA, can I ask you a quick question? This is nonsense.
Yeah.
You brought up the 27.27 Westmoreland. You know the source. I'm assuming you know the source of where that
I
came
know.
from, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
That lady rambling crazy rants
Exactly.
on Facebook.
Who's been doing that nonsense? Who's been actually going out there and searching and howling at the moon out 27.27 miles away? And Terry Lynn recently.
Well, right. I mean, these people, please hear me when I say this. Like, I appreciate the fact that you are out there searching. I know how much that means to you. You've made it very clear. This is the first time me and you have talked on panel like this, but you have made it very clear in chats that this is something you feel very strongly about. You have dedicated and volunteered time. You really want to help find Sebastian. So I think for some of this, you're defensive, which I get. Like, I get that you are spending time volunteering and you want to see resolve. You want Sebastian brought home. I want
answers just as much.
And just like you were really upset when Stephen Crabtree, and please hear me out. Like, this is not an attack on you in any way, shape, or form. Like, I can appreciate that you were volunteering time and you were very emotionally impacted through this. Like, a lot of people are, and you're not the only one. So that is not a slight at all. A lot of people can't pull themselves out emotionally from this because you're so caught up in it. You are on the ground. Like, that's a different experience. You are walking side to side with these parents through the woods, trying to find remnants, what could be like of a missing child. Like, this is a whole different ball game for you. And I think for you, you're trying to justify something that it's so over the top with so much going on social media. And I think you acknowledge that too. Even what happened with the spirit box and Stephen Crabtree. And
you cut out.
I think what's being you're back now. Yeah. I think what's being missed here is that this is personally, you're here nonsense. Oh, I think what's being missed here is that this is personally impacting a lot of us because we are being attacked in our personal lives.
Yes, I've been I literally have, I sent, grainy screenshots of people that are going after me, calling the FBI on me because I, showed Seth's signature, and go in real life. Also, I will bring up, this is a very good point. And also, the Terry Lynn found the box, the box of items, right? That had like the wedding pictures and the
right, that said Katie's name on it. Yeah,
that had Katie's name on it. The handwriting matches the handwriting on his application for the job application.
Well, and I mean, ultimately, like, I understand the sentiments, like, why is it necessary to show these things? But at the same time, what I'm trying to explain is that because this has personally impacted a lot of us in our personal lives. So the fact that people are discredible, they both face fucking lied. They said that Seth has been back at work for 3 months. When it was proven that was a lie, they came out and gave some sob story about him breaking up a fight, getting a concussion, his poor glasses broke, and it didn't fucking happen. I don't know how you guys don't see the importance behind that. I think it's crucial.
Well, and you know why I'm not part of the injunction, Cheryl Ray? It's because I don't live in Pennsylvania. Okay, let me tell you that.
Fuck the injunction. Just everything else aside, it's important.
They've already doxed me. I have screenshots on their Facebook group where they've already doxed me. They've told everybody to call my employer,
right?
Call the board, try and have my license stripped from me. That was months ago.
Question? Miss UA, ma'am, question. I'm listening to you talk, and I share the sentiment with nonsense of the fact that you are out there. You being out there searching is more than I'm doing here on the internet. So I want to acknowledge that for sure. My question is you're saying when you went to get the documents, looked over the documents, whatever the case may be, right? And brought the documents forward. Your whole point was because when you're going out to do a search and you're being sent to search, let's say, I'm just going to use as an example, to the right instead of to the left, but the left makes more sense. And you thought you were headed to the left, and then all of a sudden it switches to the right, and it doesn't make sense. And there's something going on, right? And it starts to make you suspect of what's going on, right? I get that part. My question is if you already are aware that, if you're aware that if you have questions or suspicions of the motives on actions, right, of the people leading that particular search group, then why not go get instructions, whether it be from law enforcement or the Proudfoots or whatever team they have doing their search? Why not go there where you know that there's a different level of integrity, or you trust that level of integrity more? I guess that's my
am, but also when you have somebody that's pretending to sit there and literally hosting lives and getting all these, collecting all this money in super chats and memberships to their YouTube channel that they created and stuff, and their son's basically as the father of Sebastian, and they're putting out there where to search and what to do, and people are listening to them. I have a problem with the fact that people are being misled in searching.
Wait. Are you talking about the YouTube page that's making money? Are you talking about Seth's YouTube page?
Yeah.
You have a problem with Seth's YouTube's page being monetized when every single one of these channels that has done coverage from 10 months has made money off of it?
No,
I think what she's saying is when this a particular moment of like, oh, Seth's been paying for a rental, and he had to miss all these hours of work, but we know he was getting PTO donated from friends. He had to go fund. When there's so much financial gain, and they come out with a soppy story about him breaking up a fight, a non-existent effect, Nanya. Like, recognize that. They both faced lied.
There was no need to lie about that. Why craft this story?
But they've lied about a lot, you guys.
They've lied about so much.
And we called out every other lie. So why would this one be different? Respectfully, what is the difference here?
Because at this point, right, if I'm a known liar, right, then really every time I open my mouth, you shouldn't trust anything that I ever say.
But there are people that do trust what he's saying.
But there are people that do trust it.
But the people who trust it, you can guarantee, you could show, let's be real, Granny, you've been around longer than me. The people here on YouTube, right, the people who trust what is being said, you could show them till the cows came home, the facts, the receipts, and the truth, and prove that is a lie, and they will still believe that it's the truth, right?
I agree, but at that point, you're not speaking to them, you're speaking to your own audience. Not everything is about changing, persuading the minds of others, more so than confirming to the mind of your audience, like, hey, this was a complete lie. They're lying. I just...
Yeah, I get it. I'm not... Again, I'm going to hop down. I appreciate you having me up, Granny. UA, please continue to search. It's definitely necessary. And I appreciate it being acknowledged that, like, this type of stuff, it is the trauma of it all. It has nothing to do with the facts of the actual case.
I'm going to be very clear. I'm going to... Let me make this...
I mean,
I'll borrow everything and make it crystal clear for everyone. This was done and put out there. Okay, because of not for YouTube clicks and views. If you notice, I don't have a channel. I'm not trying to grow anything. It is honestly for the good of finding Sebastian, and maybe to shed some light on the truth when I see, and as someone who's out there actually trying to find Sebastian, and support the people that are trying to find Sebastian and are boots on the ground when I can't be.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say to Nunya.
Their words being undermined, and I see people attacking our the searches that we're
But
doing.
that's UA, in all fairness, that where that's coming from, though. Like we talked about that the other day too. That's not necessarily on you, but it just diminishes no matter what, and it's back and forth.
It was that part was actually clear. Like there was a live where that was cleared up.
Right, but I'm just saying they're grabbing onto anything, just like this side's grabbing onto anything, the other side.
Well, I'm
and
not grabbing onto any. I'm really not grabbing onto.
You know what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying. Like they're looking for anything to discredit what Katie and Chris are doing, no matter which way it turns. It is what it is. And the other side, it goes back and forth. It's that back and forth. We're going to discredit what these people are doing over here. And I'm not saying you are doing that. It just is what the natural course of it is, because there is no updates in this case. There's a lot of gray area that people are filling the gaps with all this other stuff. Now, do I think that FOIA, it's public record. So is FOIA illegal? Absolutely not. It comes to the point of, is it helpful? I mean, some of you say yes. This is where there always is going to be a back and forth. Like people say yes, it helps prove he's a liar. Other people are like, no, it's going too far. I just think if this was my family or somebody I cared about and this was happening, I would have a problem with it. Can I see it being FOIA'd for Granny's lawsuit? Things like that? Yes, absolutely. I can see your intent, UA. 100% can see your intent. I know that you are very passionate about this because you have been boots on the ground. And I think that's hard at times when you are walking hand in hand with people who are missing a child. Like that gives a whole different perspective that a lot of us don't even understand and have not been in your shoes of. Granny, same thing. Granny is in a lawsuit that she got pulled into because of the fact of she lives in Pennsylvania. These are very emotional situations that nobody expects you guys to shut off and not have validity to them.
And let me tell you this nonsense. I'm getting attacked, this well before this FOIA, they have gone, thank you, Michelle Lee, I'll go ahead and say it, on their Facebook, which I'm blocked from. They have put my personal information out and told people to contact and try and have my license stripped. Not just take away my job, but my career.
Yeah. I'm not shocked by that, unfortunately. I'm really not shocked by that because
either. So
these people are terrible.
The people in this chat who want to sit here and pick apart me FOIAing to see if Seth is being honest. Sorry, not sorry. It was they came after my they came after my career.
That's what I'm saying. Like this was already on a personal level, and I think that's being overlooked by people that aren't personally involved. That just kind of want to see it at surface level. This is so farther than surface level.
It's beyond. It's into a whole nother realm, and I think that's where people. And this was like a lot of people go back and forth and say like this is when the tide turned. The tide had shifted February 27th when that private Facebook group was made. February 28th when the GoFundMe was made, and publicly people are like, well, that was behind the scenes. No, it wasn't. There was stuff that was already shifting in this with public perception by March 1st. There was huge moments throughout this, in my opinion, again, these are just my opinions, that made things change course of action, but this was off course from jump. Like,
right, but it didn't get this personal to this extent until about 3 months ago.
That filing hit, as soon as that filing hit, and I went back the other day and showed that video of like the reasoning of one of the plaintiffs behind this. And it's been so personal, but they went into this. They knew they had a plan. They had concepts of a plan. Don't fret, we have a plan. Like they were banking on stuff like this. You go back to September when Hong is sitting in the attorney's office and saying, there's a reason why I'm in this office. I can't say verbatim what he said, but late at night, like things had gone. When certain things changed in this, it had gone so personal on, getting the filing ready and all that stuff. It's everything. It's been everything. It's been taking it to an ultimate level of smear. It's just smear on all sides. And truthfully, for me, again, this is just my opinion. I don't think it helps because I mean, Tony, we know, is a liar. He lied about communication between Katie's mom and Sebastian way in the beginning. He's lied about numerous things. it doesn't prove to me anything, but I've seen this. So for other people, unfortunately, what happens is now you're going to get attacked more. Jay, because she was, she'll get attacked. It just goes back and forth. And what they don't want to talk about is that they all said Bruce Castor was their attorney, and he's not. They don't want to talk about things like that, that are huge pieces of this. And
exactly, this is called look over here.
Right, but what I think Nonsense is saying is that you guys created that look over here by releasing this when you did. That's what she's ultimately saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Unfortunately, the timing of it all, because I'm going to tell you that's a pretty big, huge issue when you have plaintiffs lying, and Seth Rogers being one of the plaintiffs under the At Night umbrella. Again, I've always said, and Granny knows this, I've always said if it was different, like if Seth would have taken a bunch of us personally, for defamation or whatever, like that would have been a different ballgame. This whole riddles that At Night has been playing, all of this stuff right now, because of the timing of this and him coming out and lying. I get he lied. But again,
it's a crucial lie, Nonsense. Like, and hold on, UA, if I may, just because I know what's going to happen now, and I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can, is not towards you, Nonsense, by any means. This is towards
you're
us.
good. You're good.
There are going to be people who disagree with what was done simply because they don't like the people that are involved in it.
Absolutely.
That are going to go to their shows now, and they're going to highlight what was done and how it was wrong, and they're going to claim that they're only here for Sebastian, but they don't ever cover Sebastian. They only cover the drama of Sebastian while claiming they're not drama. You are fucking drama. We're all in the same sector because we're all the same shitty people. Stop acting like you're morally superior. You only come out of your little better than spot when you want to call others out. You don't call out everything. Some of you support the people that are doing the worst, again, because you dislike the others that you don't like who's going after Steph, so you're defending the people that are going after Katie and Chris while proclaiming to everybody that you're simply here for Sebastian. Is bullshit. And at some point or another, we have to recognize not every discussion pertaining to this is pertaining around Sebastian at this point.
No.
They've made it personal.
It hasn't been around. You're not wrong on some of that either, Granny, at all. You know how I feel on a lot of that. It hasn't been about Sebastian for a long time. If you go back and think about it, like all of the distractions that have been inlaid and all of the things, like I don't, again, this would be hypocritical for me to say that I have this huge problem, but I don't intend on covering this, by the way, just so you know.
Because I said this isn't towards you, it's just in general.
I know, but FOIAs are legal documents. Like it's our legal right as citizens to FOIA stuff. I think it serves a time and a purpose. Absolutely. I just think the temperature around this case right now is so tit for tat on personal levels. Like what are they going to do next? Because now it just, every time something happens, and I was, maybe I'm being selfish in this because I was really excited that we might get traction of people having to realize that they falsified court documents. And again, I'm not even involved in it, but this is a huge situation. So for it to, people to have this to grab onto and be like, look what they're doing, it pisses me off because I'm like, no, there is a court filing right now. Yes, I get that this for some people is wrong. It goes too far. It's going personal. It's real life. They've been doing it. Again, we can't go back and forth because it's been happening to Chris and Katie. It's been happening to Seth for months. It is what it is. Parents, unfortunately, right now they're just drugged through everything. But this filing.
Don't you agree, though, that acknowledging not only did they lie about being represented by Castor, but then add in the fact that Tony Mathis, with a straight face, said that Seth was hurt at work. First, that he was back to work, lie. Was hurt at work, lie. Castor's not their representation, lie. So all of those things can go hand in hand to say, like, hey, not only did they lie about this, but then, then you have Justin saying, oh, well, the cops told Seth to lie about the trash truck. Okay, go and revisit him on 3 panels and how adamant he was. So that means a hell of a good liar then.
Well,
I mean,
and
all
if you
of it
think about it, yeah, 100% agree with you again on, but again, for me, that would have been housed in your court documents, you know what I'm saying? But again, you don't have any control over what other people are doing. That's why it's completely separate from you. You didn't show this stuff. I want to make sure everybody realizes that you didn't show any of these documents, had nothing to do with any of these documents, anything like that, because this is a different arena for you because you are in this frivolous shit over
Right.
here. But it's just a tit for tat, no matter which way. And whether we like it or not, unfortunately, it continues to happen. Unfortunately, this is where we've been for months, and it's going to continue to go. I hate to say that. So, but I'm going to
Well,
hop down. I just wanted to acknowledge that UA, her personal reasons, she's on the ground. And I didn't mean that in a disrespectful way about remnants. I'm saying like clothes or anything. They're looking for any little thing of anything. And that's hard when you don't know what you could come across. Like that puts you in an emotional state. And I give her props for being out there searching, because that's something that I don't know if I would have in me. So.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Is
Okay.
it worse that a FOIA request took place? And for everybody over there, let's not forget what you guys did with Queen Bee, but I'll digress. Is it worse that a FOIA request took place, or the fact that people were literally going to Chris Proudfoot's job site and
Yeah.
interviewing folks? It's equally as bad.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm not clutching my pearls on a FOIA, because it would be hypocritical as fuck for me to clutch my pearls on a FOIA, because it's been happening out here for so long. So I'm trying not to
Right.
get caught up in the weeds of, it's a public document. It's something that we are allowed to do. Civil servants, that is something that is allowed. Again, would I have put it out? Probably not. I would have probably slipped it to you and been like, here, this is huge, for take this clip with this for your lawsuit. That's just difference in people. But other people are like, no, you want to come out here and smear. And I get it, because they're trying to discredit these searches that UA has been a part of too, as photo ops, when they're out there, blood, sweat, and tears, actually searching, and people are trying to discredit and demean that. Like I get the emotional space too. So I'm trying to be a little bit, but
Right. But and it's not just discrediting, it's a personal level, right? Like you have people that are in people's jobs, they're losing jobs, they're trying to have people arrested. You have people that are, slandering and defaming people all over. And then you catch the people that are responsible for all that and bold-faced lies. And again, the information was redacted. It could have been shown without showing that part, but for people to act like they're upset about a signature, that man's signature is everywhere. And
I
he
haven't
didn't,
even
his
gone
son,
and looked.
yeah, I mean,
It's
it's
his
really
signature.
fully redacted. And as far as his timesheet goes, it even says on there that it was written by himself and was being investigated. But let's not forget and get too distracted. It was Bobby that started the fact that he was not seen on camera for 2 hours that night at work. That's the main
With
focus.
Terry Lynn's help.
Right.
You know what they're going to do though, because, and can we talk about this really fast before? Sorry, one more thing. The whole grand jury thing. Can I just tell everybody that is running, because that's what the other side is. The other side, I hate even saying it. It's so freaking weird.
But it's what his own father created. So let's acknowledge it for what it is at this point.
Oh, that is true. But they've been running around talking about this grand jury, amping that up. That didn't just start with Spanky and others. That started the other day with Crime Time Buzz. She was putting with her conspiracies. They're trying to do this whole thing about politicians and home builders. They're trying to do this whole, I don't even know what they're trying to accomplish, because it just keeps falling short. But grand juries are secret and private for a reason. Like, that is something that is kept they wouldn't know, even if they wouldn't know. They would not know. So, and that's another thing that can't be vetted. So they are picking things that can't be vetted. They're picking CPS reports. In order to combat that, you have to come out with the actual documents and show every single. They're picking things that cannot be vetted to use as talking points to, in my opinion, emotionally manipulate the temperature around this situation.
They're
It
picking
continues to
things
happen.
that can't. Well, that's the thing. That nonsense, and that's exactly right. They're picking things that they think, honestly, that they think cannot be proven to be, that they either cannot show, like CPS reports, for legal reasons, because obviously they were planning on showing them until they, maybe got a heads up that would
I
be
don't
a
think
bright
they ever
idea.
were.
And they were planning on, also they didn't realize that maybe there was, they were also putting out this narrative about the return to work, not knowing that maybe someone had already FOIA requested that information and had it, in their hip pocket. That could, because they weren't counting on that. You know, I don't know why, because, you know, they are at night, not bright intelligence agencies. So, you know, it's just like, I'm just saying, like they were not counting on that being as discredited either. They were just wanting to put all this stuff out by these little creators that could not, you know, use their approved list of creators. I don't know if you've seen that going around. They have an approved list now.
Right.
Oh yeah.
No
Yeah.
offense, but you're not on it. You're on the creators.
Damn
They're
it.
not allowed to watch. So
I am.
But
I
I mean, sorry, to make it all serious though, it is a good point. Like these same people that are acting like they're upset about all of this, they sure had no problem pulling up legal documents that weren't even properly served and using that as a you know, to
Yeah.
discredit others. So again, I see it as a double-sided sword.
It
Like, I
is.
understand exactly what you're saying. I understand to an extent what Nunya is saying, but I also wish people understood too that this has, when that argument comes in of like, well, what does this have to do with Sebastian? Go ask his father.
Yeah.
Nobody else
Unfortunately,
made this environment.
it's gonna continue. We know that. Like that's why I'm saying like I don't have any like over the top feelings about this one particular, because unfortunately a FOIA request is legal. It is something that is legally able to be done. They send you the documents redacted. It would be stupid for us to sit here and be like, oh, that's so wrong to FOIA. It's within our freedoms to do so. So whether we like it or not, does it prove that he lied? Yeah, but he was a liar before. So it's just one of those
well,
things
some
that's going to go
people
back and
don't
forth.
know that, you know, honestly, that are apparently just brand new to the case. Sometimes people need, when
Oh,
you're being fed information, let's say you stumble upon one of these toxic creators that are putting out stuff and hiding behind Canva
stumble
clip art.
across them. My algorithm is filled with those people.
I know.
We talk
Yeah,
about
I
that
know.
all the
Thank
time.
you. We're on the same algorithm.
I know. I
Which
had to
again
reduce it.
it is the algorithm. It's not Rico. I mean,
Right.
you know, even my attorneys were asking like,
Canva
who?
clip art, crime time, and she's putting out this nonsense. No offense, but you know, actual nonsense. And she's, you know, putting out the bullshit that she knows that can't be verified, and people
Yeah.
are stumbling upon her first, maybe because that's their first introduction to Sebastian. And that's the first thing that they get is her and Subaru Steve and Shovels on the scene, and you know all the.
Well, don't even advertise them.
People. Well,
That's
I'm
the
just
other
saying,
thing. I don't
I'm
understand why
advertising
people
them as
advertise
people
them.
that are doing colossal damage to this case by putting out misinformation. Okay, the misinformation station. Okay, whatever. I'm just saying when they're someone's first introduction to this case is these people that are putting out this type of information that's very dangerous and harmful to the case. Sometimes it's necessary to have a channel that actually puts out the truth and says, hey, I'm not trying to influence you either way. Here's the information. You decide for yourself. Listen to this phone call for yourself.
But the
And
sad
you
thing
be
is,
the judge. Right?
Go ahead, Granny.
But that's exactly why they've already done what they've done, which is created this image of, oh, they're hate channels, they're vile. Look, they're Rico. They've done that intently so that people won't come and listen. Like I said, I literally had a lady arguing with me, telling me that she is sending my screenshots because I'm passing misinformation because I fucking wished well for Sebastian Rogers. Nothing I said was
They have a
misinformation.
list.
Right.
They have a list. I mean, that's why they're controlling the narrative. If you think about it at the full scene, they are trying to control the public perception, the public view, because sadly, 99% of the information that we're talking about these days cannot be vetted. It's unvettable information. You can't really debunk it besides using common logic. And unfortunately, we live in a society of people hear what they hear and they run with it and believe it. So like Yue mentioned, we're 10 months in. There's a new cycle of people coming in that are taking this information, taking it as fact, even though they're not showing anything. They're not being able to prove anything.
Well,
If you're
nonsense.
told, go
Isn't
ahead.
that why maybe putting out maybe some information that people can look at would be important? and see for themselves.
I can see that point, Yue. But for me, like, and this is just because I've been in this tunnel. So for me, it's a little different because to me, it doesn't prove anything. Like, they're liars. I discount everything pretty much that
Right,
comes out of
but
over there. So,
you're not
but
new.
I've been
You're not new
here,
to the scene. You've
right?
been on the,
I've been here,
getting on the
so
block for a while. So
I have a inherent bias with that. So for me, it's like, once you show me who you are, the big lie to me, like, because again, what they're going to say is Seth didn't say this. Is it Tony's fault? What, in my opinion, what they should be looking at is, was this the story that Seth and him concocted together? Did Seth even know he was going to say these things? Was he told to say these things? Was this discussed before that he was going to use this excuse of being at work? Like, or is
Right.
Tony manipulating the situation and Seth is just the one to pick up the pieces? Like,
Well,
that's
either which
happening too.
way.
Either way.
Either which way, that's his spokesman. So no matter
Yeah,
what, it ties back
absolutely.
to Seth. Because he could have easily, instead of making a community post to a song with rather creepy lyrics, given the situation, he could have very easily made a post stating that, no, that was misinformation. It wasn't correct, but he
100%.
didn't. So,
Yeah,
and for me, it really, that's what the conversation should be, though. Nonsense.
Yeah.
And that's what the focus should be. And instead of
Yep.
that being the focus is, we don't like the motherfuckers who put the information out. We have prejudgments towards them. So instead, we're going to highlight why we think it's wrong that they put it out, instead of highlighting the fact that this man who is severely impacting the public's perception, and he's now labeled as this Dalton father who's a victim of a RICO organization, is bold-faced fucking lying.
Yeah.
That's
No, and
the
I
problem.
can see
People are going off of feelings, not facts.
that, as we know, that's been the driving force behind that. That's where they have to keep people. They have to keep people going off of feelings, no matter what. Like, it is, this situation is more about feelings versus fact, because if we are honest, there hasn't been an update. Right now, we don't even have a true crime case. We have an awareness of a missing child. Could there be a crime? Yes, but even Nick Barris came out and they're saying, oh, that pissed a lot of people off. They're saying there's nothing new in that. Well, there is, because they're once again confirming. Nick Barris is saying that there's no evidence of foul play at this point. Is everything on the table? Like, and granted, they're going to hold stuff to the chest, but that's what we have to go on. So there hasn't been any updates. There hasn't been anything. So everything has been emotional fodder to choose sides. And again, I go back to, I think they are attempting to build a circumstantial case, not law enforcement. Maybe they are. I have no idea. But in the public view. And my concern at that point is, it could potentially, we're going to start seeing real life effects of how these cases come to social media. And this is why I talk about laws needing to be changed, and things needing to be done, because I wish that parents didn't have to rely on social media at all to bring awareness to their families and their missing loved ones. Unfortunately, that's where we live. But we live in a society where the boldest information, the most emotional, manipulative ad that comes across your screen is going to be what you believe and see. So, like UA said, the algorithm, it kicks these people up. And me and you always, we don't fight about this, but we disagree. Like, highlighting these people, unfortunately, who are doing this, because it's a pattern of behavior. It's not just this case. Most of them, there's new ones coming into this. Trust and believe. There's a lot of new ones just in this case, which happens in every case. But the further they are not pushed back on, the more that they are just given free reign. If we're silent and don't push back on these people of what they're really doing, creating, they're just running with anything. And we saw that. They were spoon-fed. I'm going to take it back to Castor for a minute. They were spoon-fed One World Media news release on October 18th. The team were sent this One World Media release. It says in there, the attorney or the legal representation for the plaintiffs is Joseph P. Lesniak and Bruce L. Castor Jr. They took that and ran with it and built stories off of that and used it as he was their legal representation. The people who are vested in this, the plaintiffs, aren't even fact checking to see who their legal representation is. That is how far beyond we've got. They are just controlling public perception. And when things come to pass, it's going to be a huge one. But how do we get it out of here? I don't think we can. And unfortunately, when this case ends, it'll be the next one until things change. So
no, and
I'm
I
gonna hop down now.
Thank you, nonsense. And I absolutely agree with that. But I think we still, despite what social media does to cases, we have to acknowledge what Seth Rogers himself has done to this case. I think it keeps being excused. None of this is normal. And what
Yeah,
other
this isn't your
yeah.
typical missing persons case. I mean, there's been some wild missing persons cases. There's been some wild, criminal cases. But this has been beyond this has been to a new level.
Well, what other case do you know where litigation and people are being fired and it's not normal? And I think it goes to their credibility. It goes to their credibility of listen, this is what you heard, the spokesman that you're supposed to get all your facts from. You're supposed to believe when he says there are 5 CPS reports, when you're supposed to believe everything that man says. And right here, it was proven without a shadow of a doubt by actual factual papers. I don't care if you saw Seth Rogers' signature or not. It was shown that they lied. That should be the focus, not who put it out.
Well, I mean, his signature is, you can get a signature. It was actually, I think his signature, wasn't it on the court papers, or was that an e-signature? I mean, let's be honest. These people want to claim victim at the end of the day. Honestly, it's public information. And it's the reason that they're attacking it is because it's factual and it's the truth. That's the reason.
Well, even right here, Mr. even called Chris and Katie's interviews as losing the PR war. You have to wonder why so many people, most importantly, why, Seth Rogers and his team are so harbored on public perception. Why does it matter? I mean, to me, that within itself is suspicious. They're sending out dockets from what Smiley has shown.
Packets. Yeah. Talking points. And then they're going live one after another. Like the thing is, they're trying to combat factual information with misinformation in hopes that other factual information can't be shown to prove the misinformation they're putting out in response to the facts that actually did come out.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand what, when I first heard it, I'm like, wait, you guys showed his social security number? Like, yeah, that would be horrible. You don't show somebody's social security number. That's horrific. You don't do that. But to see that it was absolutely all blocked out, like, I don't, again, I would, I respect the respectful conversation Nanya had with me. And I wish people would understand not every discussion is based solely around finding Sebastian at this point. But ultimately, you have to wonder why. Why would they bold-faced lie like that? And don't you have a problem with that? Or do you have more of a problem with me, with Jay, with UA, and what you deem the quote-unquote hate channels?
Right. I mean, what is it? What you have to, as someone who is following this case, you need to literally look at yourself in the mirror and say, why am I following this case? Am I following it for the drama and hate bonding, or am I following it because I genuinely want to find this child at the end of the day?
Well, and to be quite honest, at this point, a lot of people are following it because it has personally impacted us. A lot of us here in this chat have had the threat of our freedom of speech being taken. We've been threatened. We've been doxxed. We've been threatened with it. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that people are following it that unfortunately at this point, if anybody's upset that Sebastian isn't the sole focus, direct your anger where it belongs. I'm not obligated. I mean, I hate to break it to people, and I'm saying this as respectfully as I can, but I'm not obligated to keep Sebastian's name out there. I'm so tired of people coming in here and being like, what does this have to do with Sebastian? This is about me as well now, because it's my name, my reputation, it's my fucking finances, it's my livelihood. Sorry. I don't get why people don't get that. Right. And then you got this team.
I mean, ultimately, same for me.
You got this team of unclean people that have a hell of a record and now proven to be lying to the public that is supporting them. I think it's important to highlight. Could it have been done without showing the blocked out whatever ID and social? Sure, of course it could have. But is that really the focus you're taking away from it? And if it is, then you're thinking for personal feelings.
To attack that is you're just looking at, it's just another distraction. It's because they cannot answer for the questions that were asked about it, you know, to explain the 501c3, explain why it was restarted when Sebastian went missing. Explain this
After he
stuff.
signed with Tony, and his signature with that
Exactly.
night is via the homestead.
Right, exactly. Those
Right.
questions were raised. That's why it's being attacked. That's why it's being attacked. Those questions were raised last night when we put this out on Jay's. The important questions, the ones they've been dodging, the
And
ones
people
that deal with Sebastian.
Well, and people also have to understand too, at the end of the day, people cover true crime how they cover it, and FOIAs are part of true crime. You may not like it. You know, people have personal issue with it. You may not like it, but others do. So you can't really knock the way somebody covers something. It's not like people drove to his job and started asking questions. It's not like people fraudulently gathered that paperwork or did something nefarious to get it. It was a FOIA request done.
That was redacted by the employer.
Right. I don't understand what you mean by that, Megan. Sorry, if you can clarify. Is that you? Nonsense?
Yeah, I just want
You're
to be very
snuggling between
clear.
us like a little sandwich.
Sorry. I
That's
just
okay.
want to be very clear. Like, when I came up here, I didn't even know what was shown. I came
No, I
into this
know.
blind. I didn't know where it was shown, what was shown. So I don't even know what was shown to have a problem with it yet, but there's like showing Jay's very bit defensive. I get that. But she's like showing Julie. I'm the one that shows Julie in her bad actions. And no, it's not about Sebastian. It's about the bigger picture of what happens to these families for me. But I don't even know what was shown yet to be able to dissect it out myself to have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with FOIAs being done. It's a legal right. I don't know what was shown. I think people are emotionally invested in this. And no matter what, it's a tit for tat in an emotional arena. That's my point. That's it.
And I agree with that.
I
I
don't
do.
have a problem at this surface face because I don't even know what the fuck was shown yet to have a problem with it. Or do I have a problem with it? No, like it's not like that. I don't know what the fuck even went on. I was trying to gain understanding and I heard UA
Oh,
being very
gosh.
emotional like with this because she is out there. So that's it. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that was clear because I'm not sitting here trying to start shit with people. I don't even know what the fuck was shown yet. So
Right.
okay.
No,
bye.
and I understand what you're saying. I understand the questions everybody's asking. I do. I understand like what was the purpose behind it. But I think they broke it down what the purpose behind it was. Like these are people that are out here trying to sound so credible, and you know they're leading the masses on what to say and what to think on the base of credibility, and their credibility is shot.
They're
I mean,
literally saying what creators they're pushing a list of what creators are allowed, you know, are on the allowed list and what creators are on the off list. Like, come on now. Like, could you say like can you be more obvious for those of you that are supporting, that are so hell bent against, you know, this coming out? Can you not see how you're literally being, but like, does it not bother you that you're being told, like, is Tony your daddy? Like,
well,
I mean,
and not only
are
that,
you
but
adult? Like, are you not an adult? Should you not be allowed to look at everything and maybe make your decisions on what creators you should watch and who, you know, maybe who's telling the truth and who isn't telling the truth? Or should you listen to a group of people who are saying, this is who you should listen to, you don't need to listen to them? Which, you know, if you're wanting to help, or, you know,
well, yeah, and I get it. I absolutely get what you're saying. And for you, Cheryl, nothing was shown here. No documents were shown. So no, respectfully, completely disagree with that. Nothing was shown to even say that. And I listen. We have a right to fucking speak, man. I don't get what people don't understand
we have the
about
champion
that.
of freedom of speech on the other, like, you know, Bullhorn Betty, you know,
yes,
allegedly
Claudia.
is the champion of First Amendment. So, you know, I don't see why she should have a problem.
Not only that, but again, not only was it 2 lies that were caught, but the latest one was done in a format to create sympathy. Well, it was so sad because he got hurt breaking up a fight, and then you had people were sitting there donating, and well, I mean, it's all gross, all of it. So anybody who's taking issue with it, take it across the board, man. I don't know what people want from people anymore. Hey,
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. This right here proves a really good point. People jumped up here and started jumping on Crimson and wanting to jump on Jay when they didn't even have the facts of what was shown. So everybody needs to start checking your own shit before you go after somebody else. Everybody on this side needs to be united instead of going after each other, because they're going after y'all hard and y'all don't need to be going after each other.
Well, and to be fair, I don't think Nonsense was going after anybody, but I do think, you know,
Yeah, I think Nonsense, honestly, I think Nonsense is, you know, she kind of knows that I think she's maybe hopefully figured this out. I'm a straight shooter. I call it like I see it. I'm not out there. I don't have a side. Okay. Look, my side is Sebastian.
Well, I mean, let's be fair, UA. You do sit on a side, you know.
Well, I mean, I've been put on the dark side. Okay, they've actually placed me on the dark side.
Right, they placed you there.
They put me there, so you know, I guess technically I do have a side on the dark side. But my side is on truth. Okay, and that's all I have. You know, if Katie's not telling the truth, Chris isn't telling the truth, Seth's not telling the truth, and I am aware of it, I'm gonna side eye and question the shit out of it. It doesn't matter who it's coming from. If it's not the truth, I don't like. It's gonna be called out. I don't discriminate.
Right.
We
but,
get it.
you know, I mean, there was people up here that was going pretty hard after you and after wanting to go hard after Jay. And that's not fair. They don't know what was even shown. I sent a screenshot of it to Granny so that she would know what it was, because she hadn't seen the live from last night. But nobody else wants to fact check anything.
Respectfully, ma'am, I wasn't going after UA or Granny or Jay.
Yeah,
I didn't even know it was
mean
shown.
you.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I just want to be very clear because somehow the chat's confused too. I was asking questions when I first popped on here. I didn't even know what was shown. I said, "Are you guys talking about employment records?" Because that's all I had came into. So I wasn't going after UA. UA's been out there searching. I know where she's. Like, her and I have had discussions that about certain things that I knew that she is definitely emotionally impacted with it. I wasn't trying to use that as a slight or discrediting anything. I didn't even know it was shown. So just to be very clear, I'm giving my overall perception of they've been lying for control over public perception this entire time. That is the only point I'm trying to make. It doesn't matter what documents are shown at this point in time because they'll just come out and lie some more. That's what I feel is happening in this. And it just is a snowball effect going downhill. That's it. But I wasn't attacking UA, and I just want to make it clear to everybody that wasn't, I was trying to figure out what the frick was even going on. So no disrespect to Granny or UA was shown. So please name names when you say so-and-so was attacked, because I definitely wasn't attacking. There's a definite difference when I come in balls to the wall. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Bye.
Yeah.
Hey, little horses.
Hey, I'm totally against what people do to the families. Okay. That I'm totally on that side. But isn't this a matter? I don't know. Hopefully I'll say this right. So y'all are just supposed to roll over and take it. They've tried to destroy Steven. They're trying to destroy you. And you're supposed to just shut up and not show the. I don't see how you guys are expected to roll over and take it.
Right.
You have every right to fight back at this point. It has been brought here. It is so unfortunate. It is so wrong. But my God, you can only, a person can only take so much. And you especially had, that's wrong. And I don't expect you guys to roll over and take it. For the love of God, if maybe that would shut them up or make them step back, I think it would be wonderful. So that's,
I agree. I just think it's important to recognize that they lied. I get that it could have been done in different ways, but again, nothing was shown, so I don't even understand it.
I saw it and it was briefed right past, to be really honest with you. It didn't, nobody sat there and analyzed. Sure, you have a good laugh because, I mean, come on, read it. When you look at,
I did.
you know, he doesn't even have a job record. And as far as UA pulling those records, by God, he's on some type of disability. He is collecting money that is ultimately came through the county of where he works. So now he's collecting money on social media, and probably more than likely, I don't know, I don't have the proof, but he's
Well, be
filtering it
careful
through
what you say,
different names.
little. You
Right.
got to be careful what you say because of my litigation.
Okay, but so of
but I
course
get
she's
it.
going to speak up because wrong is wrong is wrong. You know,
Right.
I mean,
And
so
again, some of the people that are saying like they're upset by the FOIA and just the fact of a FOIA, they're okay with FOIA and other YouTubers. So again, spare me that. This is a true crime case. Seth Rogers made himself a public figure. Sebastian's case is a national case. People have a right. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, well, I again, do I necessarily agree with showing that one paper? No, but there was nothing to see either. So I don't understand why people are upset, which is why I believe it goes back to who they like and who they dislike. Period. I don't
well,
think
and bottom
Jay or
line,
UA did anything wrong there.
it's been brought to this, and I don't see that you guys should have to roll over and take it. Bottom line, you know, they're trying to just, they've all but destroyed Crabtree. You know,
Right. They're
luckily
trying to
he's
make
able
us
to,
they're
right,
trying to paint this image of us being discreditable, right? They're trying to
right.
paint this image of a RICO and defamation and slander and lies and misinformation. And I happen to agree with the ladies that it was important to show that that was a lie by Tony Mathis on behalf of Steph Rogers. That's it, period.
I have to support it too, as much as I hate to, because I really, you know, I
Right.
can't even fathom when I lost my son, if people would have done something like this to me. But you're talking about the father who has a missing son who has done it to people.
Well, you know, at this
Bottom,
point, we're talking about Seth Rogers, who is in
yes,
active litigation with people, who is
yeah,
actively participating in a smear campaign against others. We don't always have to look. I don't agree with the families of missing or victims of crimes or anything being dug into on a personal level. But hell, they've gone personal on many of us, including Jay, including UA. So if they felt it was appropriate to put that on their screens, they felt it was appropriate. If you
And
don't
they
like
just
it, don't watch it. I don't
they
know what else
just
to
came
tell
out
people.
yesterday too, also trying to, and in this regarding this litigation, with a new narrative that I was SF's girlfriend, because they're trying to attack anyone and everyone that's actually trying to look for Sebastian, you know, and involved in this litigation. That's their new narrative they're trying to push to discredit my searching and what I'm doing and in SF. And it's
Right.
not true. Like, not true.
it's just gotten so, I don't know. I don't think there's words to describe it. And again, I just can't see that you guys have to roll over and take it. And that's, you know, that's what they're wanting you guys to do. You know, bottom line, somebody points out a truth, and I you know,
I
and
agree.
it's just ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. You
They
know.
just spend the energy pointing out the lies. Let's do that. Redirect the energy to pointing out lies and looking for Sebastian.
Well, yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, totally. And I, you know, I'm gonna say,
That's what I've been trying to say, Blues Girl. Let me read this really quick. I'm sorry.
go
There
ahead.
is nothing wrong with separating the case, looking for the child, from the sheer drama and litigation started by others. For heaven's sake, if it has impacted people like Jess, she can speak on it. I am getting, quite frankly, I'm tired of people coming in and saying, well, what does this have to do with Sebastian? This is my channel. This is regarding me. This is with my litigation that's happening with 11 other people. I have a right to speak on it. You know, like, there is a difference, and not everything, unfortunately, at this point, is based around Sebastian. And honestly, if people would just admit that, acknowledge that, and accept it, maybe things could proceed differently. I do believe that there could be answers had if we are to believe that a spokesman got up there and lied about this man going back to work. When that lie was acknowledged, they turn around and lied that, well, no, he's back on disability because he broke up a fight, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't happen. I think that is crucial to Sebastian's case because a lot of people are buying everything they are saying. Then you add in the facts, not only just that, but add in the fact that they are now stating, well, the only reason that Seth Rogers lied about trash trucks because the police told him to. Well, then I beg you all to go watch the 3 separate interviews where he talks about the trash truck, where he adamantly looks into the camera and states that he saw not 1 but 2 videos. And if the man was lying in there, then look at the rest of his interviews and question all of them because that was a straight face freaking lie. If we're to believe it was a lie, I don't. I think it was real.
I don't either. I mean, again, this isn't the everyday case. This isn't. I think Seth came out swinging about a week after he started swinging maybe 2 weeks in. And I get his anger toward Katie. If I would have felt the same way, but oops. Okay. I'm jumping down. My dog's
You're
bussing
breaking
in
up.
the back.
All
Bye.
right. Thank you, little horses. Advocate, you're up here. I want to make sure you're real first.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. So are we live right now? Other people can hear, or am I in the back?
No, everybody can hear you.
Oh, okay. I've never done this before, so.
Oh, well, welcome.
Hi. I just wanted
You
to
picked
say,
one heck of a time to jump in, but yeah, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say I study corruption and propaganda, and unfortunately, I think you guys you've not been chosen, but you were just in the right place at the wrong time. This is the back of this whole thing is through a media company, and they normally get on there and just go against the grain to get people to argue. This rises them up the media stairs, so to speak. And there is a media company behind all of this, and it has to do with Nick and his partner. So unfortunately, the game is to say something wrong. It is to get people to argue because that's clicks. And I am a retired private investigator who's done missing persons for about 30 years, pro bono. So I've seen this so many times. And I hate to see YouTubers with a good heart really are on there trying to make a difference. And they get caught up in this, and it happens. It happened to the Summer Wells case as well. So the best way to stop it, and a lot of people aren't willing to do that, is just to stop talking about it, because then they're going to move on. They're going to move on somewhere else to get their media company out there, hopefully to get up to prime time. And they've already been on court TV now, so they've kind of hit the big time, but they have to stay there. And I don't think they realized the set of people that were in the net, so to speak, were going to fight back so ferociously.
Right. Well, and I said the same thing, right? Like when they're putting out 15 break-in updates, and none of them have anything to do with Sebastian. At this point, some of the things that are being done, and I do believe, including litigation, is to reach those higher newscasts, if you will. And I agree with you. I do think that, and I think Breaking Chains has said similar. Absolutely, it all comes into play with kind of keeping their name out there.
Well, unfortunately, on the other side, so to speak, there are a lot of people that genuinely care, and they are being fooled also. They are being used against you, who really does care too. So you've got two sets of really caring people on either side, and they're ultimately being manipulated to the nth. And the more that happens, the more controversy there is, the more the whole story gets risen up in media land. So you see this in politics too. This just happened in the last 4 years. That's what propaganda's for. It's intended for that. Intentionally. That's the game.
Exactly.
How else would you get your name out there if it isn't for crap that sells? And negativity sells. Not a good story. Start a channel and put just good stuff on it and see how many followers you get.
Well, yeah. I mean, in the case in point today, I was trying to show, different things. And I was so thankful that people stayed and did it. And then look how quickly it got derailed for like a drama shit show. You know what I mean?
Well, and Granny, why is that? That's a good question. If when you listen to that call, I bet you're gonna realize exactly why.
Yeah, but I would have to say that like Nunya came in with the intent to do that. And I don't believe she did.
Well, no, I'm saying like it started like getting really like really amped up to a level of like going personal, putting all this stuff out, with certain people, that I've sent screenshots of, going personal and all the attacks, in the lives this morning on Jay and everything and myself.
Right, that's part of their campaign.
Well, that's because of, and then when it seemed like once it seemed like to me, once it came out that you were gonna also go back and replay it, that all of a sudden we have an influx of people, and I'm not saying that was anybody's like intentions that came up on panel. I'm just saying in the chat I started seeing a turn.
Well, that's because I do believe there is a group of people that are against going real life on any of the parents. I do believe that. But again, I don't I don't know if they didn't know, like it was all redacted. I don't know if they're just looking for content. I don't know.
They didn't. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You've got to, if you're, I mean, like, don't just take someone's word for it. Look at the information and use your own brain and your own judgment. Don't when someone's trying to spoon feed you something, that's when you should start, like, the little red flags should start waving, like, well, hey, probably not a good idea when I have somebody telling me what I should think about something.
Well, the people that came in here today aren't being spoon fed. That's why they came in for answers.
Well, I know.
So I give respect to that, but I do get what you're saying as far as who they can watch, who they can't.
About some of these people in the chat trolling and trying to control like their perception of certain people and stuff, and perception of me or whatever.
That's what they're doing.
So long as you argue over what the truth is, when they put a twisted version out there and you're arguing with them, you're playing the media game. The only way to win is to not get into the conversation at all. But of course, then it defeats the purpose of you guys being here and calling out for these families of the missing. The families of the missing are the ones that always lose.
My responsibility is to Sebastian.
Well, there's 15,000 other children that are missing, and I'm not trying to say that he's not less worthy of all of those, but the ultimate focus on this one child that you're seeing now in the media is only because it's in the media.
Well, it's because it's personal. It's personal for a lot of people.
Well, if you ask SF, all of them are personal for him. Do you see what I'm saying? And
well, yeah, he's working the case.
Texas EquiSearch, I've searched with them before. I've been all over the country to hundreds of kids, and you've never seen my face. It's very personal for me. I know a lot of the families, and I'm friends with them outside of social media. It's all personal for me. They're all valuable. They're all precious. But I'm not on YouTube making videos about them and generating talk unless it's a cold case. And it doesn't really belong on YouTube if it's an active case. That's my view. My personal view, I don't think anybody should discuss active cases unless they're part of search and rescue. But that's just my view. And that's because there's so many. There isn't enough hours in the day to discuss all the small things that happen in an active case or even a cold case to the point where you're actually going to find them using media. But then I understand that a lot of people on YouTube use it for an income. They use YouTube for an income. And I
Right.
think that that's awesome. But when those two beams cross, this is what happens. And when it becomes so important for all these creators to discuss these cases and media people see the interest, that's when they get in there and they start saying things that go against the grain to get everybody arguing. So you guys have actually been hijacked. Your good intentions have been hijacked. And how do you fight that? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. I mean, I don't either, I suppose.
And that whole court thing, that's just a bluff. That started off a bluff.
It's a real thing now.
Yeah, they didn't expect that they were going to run into this group of gals that were going to fight back so ferociously. So now it's a big mess, and I don't know what's real or not. Actually, I'm not a lawyer, so SF seems to have a pretty good grip on that. But and I don't know him personally, by the way. I'm on no team. I just see this happening over and over and over. You know, and now Court TV is involved, and that's really, that was very sad when I saw them take a side. I absolutely could not believe that. So hopefully this court case and what's going on is going to sort all that out for Court TV, and they'll also get off this wagon, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this team did. They came in and they created a monstrous divide by posing themselves as credentialed company, in my opinion, that knew more than the average person, and they created hate mobs based off their fictional, you know, facts, or their fictional satellite photos, or their fictional breaking news.
Well, you know, the Nick person and his partner, what's his name?
Hung.
Yeah. They have been trying to start a media company for many, many, many years, if you look into their background. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a media company. But I don't understand the path that they're using is almost a shortcut, you know? And then you look at all the celebrities that are in there. I don't know really if they even know the details of what's going on either. You know, you look into Dog's life, and he's got other things going on. Is he an up and up person? Who knows?
Who knows?
You really don't know, because you don't know any of these people personally. But I think the whole thing now is like it's gotten a lot of fertilizer lately, and it's really growing. So now you've got lawyers jumping ship, and you know,
they were never on the ship.
Well, if you go on to Twitter, those are legitimate checkmarked accounts that have been involved in all of this.
Right, he was involved on defending Dog. He was never involved in this litigation.
Well, he put his social media to it, so I don't know. I don't think he ever actually signed the paper, but I think he backed the idea, because that's how he came involved with Trump. So,
what do you mean?
There is a media connection between all of this and Trump's lawyer.
He's not Trump's lawyer, though.
They're using the same paths to get their opinion out there, which is legal, you know. And like I said, I don't think that they meant for this to happen, but now this is where they are. And the silence I think everybody's seeing is they're trying to figure out, how do we get out of this now without hurting people and damaging our own reputations. So my advice to Nick and Hong is, you know, there's a lot of better ways to start a company. You don't have to do it this way. You don't have to use the old 1950 way of negativity, you know, where there's aliens invading New Jersey, because that's what this is all based on. Negativity and fear is a way to drive people. So there are better ways. And I'm an advocate for families of the missing, and I've seen this happen. My God, I'm 200 times so far for these poor families. And eventually it's going to go the way of Alex Jones, and families are going to have to sue to get media to stop using them as bait. Anyway,
but what do you? Yeah, I mean, what do you do when the one father's part of it, though? Like, he's part of it.
He's a victim of them. He has
Yeah.
no idea. He has no idea he's being used. Just like the media. Just like, pardon me?
I said I respectfully disagree.
Well, he is a victim. I don't think that
he's a victim of Sebastian's disappearance, perhaps, but he's not a victim of what he's currently involved in. He's totally he got rid of everybody credible, surrounded himself, birds of a feather.
Well, as an advocate, you know, the families are of importance to me. And from where I sit, and I've been doing this a really, really long time.
I get that.
He's a victim. You know, he's being played. And maybe he even sees that he's being played a little bit and his anger is leading him. That's very possible.
Perhaps the moment Dog called his spokesperson and read him his Miranda rights, and Tony himself admitted, "We'll play along with your little game." They should have realized at that moment that they were being played. You know, I mean, he put his signature.
I'm sorry, I have a cold and I had to go in the other room to cough.
That's okay.
I think they're all being victimized by the media.
Yeah.
I truly do. And whether you forgive him for his part or not, or he's angry at his wife, that plays out in almost every family in America, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he's bitter. He gets to be bitter. We're all kind of bitter, you know, about certain aspects of our life. But I really think that not attacking Seth is the way to go on our side of it, on the advocate side of it. And every one of you are an advocate for Sebastian. If he were sitting right there, he would be upset that you attack his father or his mother.
Well, you know, with utmost respect, I don't think pointing out that Seth is lying is attacking him.
Well,
you know,
it's not moving you any closer to finding Sebastian if that's really your motive, right?
Right, but again, with utmost respect, I don't think I'll be the one to find Sebastian.
No, I don't think any of you will. Actually,
Right.
Only the ones that are out there. And I'm also a search and recovery, search and rescue too. So, and I've been out there. I've probably got 1,000,000 miles on my legs, and never been on YouTube selling anything.
Yeah,
never.
I appreciate that.
Never been monetized. So, I mean, there is a way to do this if people really care, you know. And I'm all over. I go to everybody's channel, and I almost say the same thing every time: is please put your phone down and put some boots on. There's a missing child near you. They're everywhere.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate fact.
You know, learn how to do search and rescue and hook up with a SAR group and get out there and you'll make friends and get exercise. I mean, there's a lot of plus things as a human being to be a helper, an advocate. You know, so you know, that's my advice. But playing into this every day, into this media, you're just helping them rise to the top.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get very far to the top.
Oh, they're still getting popular, and it doesn't matter if it's negative or not. They're every time you guys have a panel, they get more popular. You are helping them become more popular, and there's nothing wrong with them.
Through what? Through social media?
But they're Oh, absolutely. Do you know how much
I mean,
money
if their
social
end
media
goal, if their end goal is to be a credible organization that's going to solve all these missing cases,
their end goal is their end goal is not to be credible media.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't frankly care.
Their end goal is to make money.
Okay. Well, they're not doing very well at that either, so.
Well, they're actually doing excellent.
I disagree.
Well,
and what format do you think they're doing excellent?
By clicks, by attention.
Even they're getting a lot.
Even
if they
Coffin
Dapper,
even her channel has risen up because of all the dissension. That's what media does. Now, I'm not saying that she's doing it on purpose, but that is just
of course she is.
Well, that is the reason that they are here. Is for clicks. That is the reason. That is their motive, is to make income. And they're
well,
not
good. I hope they make all the income in the world.
Well, they will.
Good.
But I
And
wanted
they'll owe a lot of it back out for frivolous lawsuits, but what do I know?
Well, I get that. I get your anger, and I also understand the anger of the parents and everybody else, both sides, because there are good people on both sides, but a lot of people are being led. They're being tricked.
Right.
And I think if everybody realizes, just like me, I'm on here right now, so I'm feeding into it too. I'm no better because I'm here. But I just want you guys to realize that it isn't another person on the other side. It isn't an FBI agent or the father or the stepfather that you're really defending. What you're doing is you're feeding a machine that is aimed on the dissension for clicks. That's what this is. This is about media. And lawyers are making an awful lot of money, aren't they?
Perhaps, yeah.
Think about that too. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted just to kind of throw a wrench out there and show you what I see from my view.
I appreciate your view. Thank you. Of course. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Sorry about that. The audio was pretty shit. It was driving me nuts. Let's hear Bobby's phone call. Put a 1 in the chat. You guys awake? We still with me? I'm sorry. That was... I respect her credentials. I respect her boots on the ground and her PI work and all of the things. I really appreciate all of that. I just respectfully disagree with what she was saying, and that's okay. Oh, that audio was terrible. Hold on, my ears are kind of ringing a little bit. But I do think she meant well. I think, I understand what she's saying. I just also disagree, because I think if they were doing so well, if their whole intent was for money and popularity and all that, they didn't go about it the right way. So, and that's why they're trying to silence a lot of people. So, Anyway, on to different news. UA, you still with us? She's here. She's probably just muted. Here is Bobby's call.
The people next door, I told you that they didn't think it's an older couple. They've got cameras on the front corner and back corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on their door and asked them, "Do you guys have cameras?" They said yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, "That's okay. Can we see it anyway?" And sure enough, their cameras actually were working, and there is a black blob with something thrown over the person's shoulders, walking in between their houses.
I love that. I love that the cameras went from not working to suddenly working, and it was a blob thrown over somebody's shoulders. A blob. A walking blob with something over their shoulders. Okay, Bobby.
They carried something over their shoulders over that ditch. And I'm telling you right now, Katie Crawford being in the military, that woman is strong. I guarantee you she carried him over that and probably gave him to Chris standing on the other side. Because there was something that walked across in between those houses. But here's the thing that I wanted you to hear that he said to me when you were at your truck getting your other phone and everything. I said, "I don't understand the whole timestamp thing." And he said, "Yeah, that was really weird to me too. I don't know why it wasn't working." And I said, "What do you mean you were surprised it wasn't working?" And he said, "Well, it was working Saturday." And I'm like, "Oh." And he said, "And it was working Tuesday."
Oh, so it just so happens. Oh, shit, that was still happening. Sorry. It just so happens that okay. So this is where the whole somebody used a blocker came into play. You're right, Mob Crew. You've been talking to some neighbor, haven't you? Ooh-wee. Judge needs guilty when it comes to SR is no different. Nobody's done that, Penar. Nobody here has done that. Nobody.
He said, and it's only 2 hours off.
The jammer.
It was working the day before and the day after, and it was only 2 hours off.
So there we go again. The flashlight video was 2 hours off, so it was 5 a.m., not 3. How much more confirmation will they need? Holy hell.
Yeah, see, that's the weird part. I'm telling you, it's because whoever this was had a zipper.
Oh, I know. I guarantee you it was like.
Well, respectfully, Alabama, I didn't see it, but What do you want? Do you want me to? You guys are all in timeout now. A lot of the people that came in that were saying shit aren't even people that normally come here. What I've noticed is somebody leaves the door open and then they all follow suit. Like they suddenly remember my channel. They used to be here a few months back, but they got lost. They lost their way since then. So they leave, but then when one of them comes in, they kind of all come in like holding hands. So
That's why I was going to bring that up at the end of the docket. It's called a zipper. I can shut down every camera around me within probably about 150 to 200 feet.
Well, and that's why I called you as soon as I got home, because after he said I had to go to a doctor appointment, but as soon as I got home.
That's the cause of any federal interference on the site over in Washington, Tennessee, and he had this damn thing. You know, it's like you can't technically legally know.
man, is there a way to clean up the audio? Can barely hear him. I know you have little horses. I know you have. I'm being a smart ass. I get it, Alabama. And she gets it too, I promise. She gets it. So this is Steven talking.
That's what I wondered if it was illegal.
It's almost like a jam.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, since you know more about this than I do. Is it possible that if you do use those things to stop? Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because adding on to this.
Thank you, Jay.
The neighbor across the street from me, I had gone over to her house one day to do something, and I couldn't get them to answer the door. And finally, I called her, and I'm like, why are you not answering your door? And she said, I didn't hear anything. And I'm like, girl, I'm over here pushing your ring button thing. She has a ring doorbell. Now, they had footage that they turned in, but there wasn't anything on it. Nothing on it. I said, why isn't your doorbell, your ring thing working? And she said, well, I don't know. It was working when this whole thing happened. Her camera just stopped working out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness. So another one. Turn the captions on. It doesn't give me a caption option. Oh, it does. No, it says unavailable. It doesn't allow the caption. Another one claiming that the doorbell stopped for a moment. Is that clear? Or I'll try that.
The people beside them, same thing. Both of their ring cameras have gotten burned up. Can it do that?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm just wondering who else had that same problem.
Go to YouTube, search zipper, or what they call zipper tap. Like, I'm telling you, I've got this light that works.
You can just buy them.
If I turn this on, I can literally have the PA system in my home.
Okay, so is it possible then that if she had one of those, can you interrupt cameras or whatever for a period of time and then they turn back on?
Can you interrupt cameras for a period of time and they turn back on? What? Oh my goodness.
That would be questionable. I don't know. I wouldn't answer that one just because I know on the RF side of it, because it's a frequency thing, and it's just like your cameras work off of things like 2.5 to 13.7 gigahertz.
Oh my God.
It makes closer more power than the frequency allowed to be received by the said output device. And it's got like whether it has an RBF filter in it, whatever it has, it could try yes.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is like if she had one of those, knowing that they had a camera at their house where the car was sitting, could she have interrupted like the time, or interrupted enough to not shut the camera off, but interrupted enough to stop the timer, the timestamp, and then it could start working again? Because he said it was working the day before, and then out of nowhere it just starts working again, and it was only stopped for 2 hours. The timestamp is only 2 hours off.
Only 2 hours off. So again, I can't repeat what he's saying. I can't even hear him. I can't hear him at all. Right. Who is she? Who is she that she's claiming all of this was happening to the ring cams and what? What?
I would say yes. I would say that's me. I hate to say anything. I can look into it.
I guess I'm just saying, like, is it possible for that? I mean, that just seems to be totally not random.
They're still running with it. They're still running with 3 a.m.
Considering what happened.
My thing is here's my thing.
Early on, this is her. Hey, UA, is it working?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, there it is.
Okay. All right, there we go.
Dude, this is nuts. So she's the one that came up with the whole signal jammer thing?
Yep.
Is there a good, is all of it important, or is there certain timestamps?
Oh, it's all pretty good.
Wow.
It's
all right.
all nuggets filled.
Oh. All right.
He's a little bit different. I'll give him that. Like, you can tell he's kind of agitated with everything. He just don't.
Well, because we're just so fed up with it. I mean, we just keep getting, and like he said, his phone.
We're just fed
you
up.
know, he just kept getting phone calls. Frustrated.
Sorry, you're right in the forefront. Hold on. Who's she talking about here where she says they're getting fed up with it?
Well,
the neighborhood.
And I'm gonna point out two things I've heard so far that I want to go back and listen to and make sure I heard them right.
Yeah.
But it's weird to me that she's talking about this person says the cameras were working when this happened, talking about, I'm assuming, him going missing. So what is the point? What would be the point of someone using a jammer, if you will, after he's gone? That doesn't make any sense.
She said it stopped working that night. It worked Friday, and it didn't work Saturday or Sunday, but it worked again Tuesday.
Okay, so she didn't say when this happened.
No.
Okay, so, and then when she said that, could she make it to where the camera wouldn't work for a little bit? Like, who is she?
Right, who's she?
Is she trying to like implicate, I'm assuming, Katie, right?
Yeah, that's who she's trying to implicate.
Okay. All right. I'm in the background. I'm listening now.
And this took place back in August, yeah.
August 28th. This is the day that Mob Crew came out with the jammer theory, and they were getting, if you remember when Mob Crew came out with us, he kept getting text messages from his secret source in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
This is welcome, meet your secret source.
Right. And she didn't say it stopped working for 2 hours. She said it was 2 hours delayed. The time was 2 hours off. So again, confirming that the time wasn't 3 a.m., it was 5 a.m. Very interesting.
But he told me, he said, I even started telling the detectives what I saw, and they argued with me and basically tried to convince me that what I saw was not right. I said, they did the same thing to me. I told your wife that. And he said, I know. She's so frustrated too. It's like no matter what we tell them and no matter what we're seeing, they don't want to hear it.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Police corruption. Wow.
We don't know.
I think that, I don't know, I'm interested to see what Chris just texted me. He said he's doing something with the live show and everything. So, I mean, he's putting it together. He was putting it together after when I called him after you were doing the drone footage, and I had called him as soon as I got home to tell him what you and I had discovered. And it was
What? No, she has a black Chevy SUV. This is about
VHB.
Black Beauty.
Who is that about?
Betty.
Oh, okay.
About Betty now.
Betty.
It's your turn, Betty.
But where she said she was back in Florida today. But she wasn't at her house, and she didn't have Delilah, like her little dog, with her. So
I know that she drives. I do know that I've seen it. The dark Chevrolet.
Yeah, that black. Yeah, that's the black one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that one come through her when she first came in the first time. But I'm just wondering because everybody knows that's what she drives. Is it possible she rented a car? Because I'm telling you, when we were out there talking, there was a white GMC Terrain, older model GMC Terrain.
Oh, is this where the "we're being stalked" comes from?
This is part of it. This is part of it. Yes.
Wow.
Drove up, down, and around, and I was like, "Where's the car going?" Because it didn't recognize
complaining about traffic.
Yeah, they're just coming through here to see what's going on. Like, okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, here's Bobby bitching about the traffic again.
You know what makes me so it just infuriates me to no end is how you have someone like this who you call 911 or make a police report when you think that someone is following you around or something like that, but you don't call 911 to make a police report when you see a random flashlight in the woods in the middle of the night when a kid goes missing.
Yeah. But you're invaded. Yeah. And you're scared. And nobody's walking their dogs, according to her interview with JLR and Terry Lynn. Everybody's locked up for 2 weeks, you know?
I love when she asked the police, like, do I have anything to be worried about when it comes to my children? And they said, you should always be keeping an eye on your children.
And then she sends them out to go searching by themselves.
Oh, that make sense. Right, the traffic, which is part of the reason why Katie said that she went with Chris to try to ease, give the neighbors some rest and stuff because of the traffic. And people said, oh, she's lying. Who would bitch about traffic while child's missing? Well, I present to you all Bobby. Does Chris have ties to Virginia? I don't know.
No clue.
Hey, LA.
No kidding. I'm like, at what point do we get to, like, did y'all please leave us alone?
She's like giggling.
I think that's the thing is a lot of people are just done with all this.
Oh, we're just done with all this. She's like giggling. We're just done with all this. Done with a missing child. That's a weird statement.
Yep.
Oh, done with it.
You live there, and I'm like, no, anybody's gonna know she's back in the little area.
Well, I got home, like I said, and I jumped in the shower really quick because I had this appointment and I was soaking wet with sweat out there talking to you guys. And then it was hot. It was like stupid hot. And then I got on the phone with Chris and we were talking for a little bit. And then
she's meaning Mob, right? Not
Mob
Chris.
Crew, Chris. And
okay.
I'm gonna clarify for those that are trying to say I'm all up in it and how can you not give me the side eye? I'm only on this phone call. I wasn't out there, just so you know. And I'm just recording this.
Yeah.
I'm just documenting this because I'm saying, wow, this is matching what this sounds like what I'm hearing a certain narrative that's being pushed. I need to save this to compare it to previous statements that she's given that were inconsistent already in her JLR interview as well as her Terry Lynn interview. So
yeah, these are after that. This is after that interview. And moderator, you mean Bobby. But Bobby wasn't complaining about traffic. Yes, she was. She literally made a post on Facebook complaining about traffic.
Yep.
She did. And then this on top of it, like, oh, sure, come on, drive on by. Yeah, she was complaining about traffic.
It.
Right.
It hasn't quit. Like, she's absolutely still doing it. And it's like, it's kind of funny because her accounts of what are happening with the traffic don't match the other people in the neighborhood.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah. I showed a post from the neighborhood Facebook group yesterday where people were answering her like, no strange stuff is happening here. Why would you and your kids be targeted?
Like, oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was very interesting. The other neighbors were basically calling her out, like, wait a minute, but nothing's happening to us.
Why you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just strange to me.
Paisley, welcome back. Jill, welcome. I mean, Jill, thank you so much. I do have to wonder, is Bobby saying that because she knows the focus has shifted back to her? Do you know what I mean?
She's trying to control the lights. Like she knows Mob Crew's trying to explain the lights video, right?
Mm-hmm.
She knows Steven's out there trying to help get the information to the mob crew, and she is literally like Velcro on Steven's hip.
Which is weird because the clip that Queen played the other day, it literally blew my mind when Sean said what he did.
What was that?
That camera doesn't even look behind the house.
Yeah.
That's as weird as his statement about knowing where all the cameras are located.
Agreed. And it's funny because we've been trying to say this. Like, we literally went out there and recreated it. It looks too far to the left to see behind the houses. And Mob Crew is still out here trying to debunk us and say we're wrong. But that's funny because even Sean himself said that camera does not look behind the house.
Are they going to come out now and say that the police told him to lie? Is that going to be their excuse again?
There you go.
Wow. No, well, wait a minute, Cheryl. If you're taking from this phone call that we're saying she's absolutely involved, that's not what anybody's quite saying. We're saying listen to how the narratives got spread and from where. If it leads you to questioning her involvement, well, then go down that road, my friends. But I'm not implicating that.
I'm just saying it. Yeah, this kind of shows you where the sources came from for some of the things that are being pushed.
Right.
I don't think she's involved, but I do think there has been some pushing of certain stories, implications on people from her 100%.
I mean,
and the question is why, in my mind, personally.
Right. She's the one that was saying about jammers. Now she's saying about, that it's a lot of stuff. I mean, why? I don't know.
Oh, she gets better.
Oh, boy. Let's hear it.
My kids were all home and we were doing all that kind of stuff. I had not been outside. So if she came back through here with her car, I didn't see that. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But who is the other person? Who else is on the phone with me? Who is this? That's Bruce.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to know that? How? Why?
She's not one of the bad ones.
No, I know, but like you say that, I'm supposed to know that. How?
She just found out now, 9 minutes in, that you were on the phone call, but you've been actively speaking?
She's been real involved in,
Ah.
I don't. That's what I told you. I told you I don't have TikTok. I have to look you up and find you. I was like, I do watch YouTube.
I'm on YouTube. I don't have my own channel on YouTube. I'm not on I just
You need to.
shoot. Nah. I'll stick to.
Do you do TikTok as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm on TikTok. I was when Riley was Riley Strain was missing. I was undercover in the homeless encampments.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, I mean.
You should hear her fucking story.
Oh, that's super creepy, man.
No, she got balls and sticky dick. You know her just saying that about.
Yes.
She got some balls.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between vocalizing things, saying things, versus physically doing things. Because physically doing it and being out in the field doing it is total balls. But I think
Betty has mental she has a mental disorder balls.
She's a narcissist. She's a psychopathic narcissist.
Oh, she says she's a psychopathic narcissist.
Do you hear that, bedbugs?
Oh, my golly. She sure said it.
We can't say she's completely oblivious to things.
But she's pretending oblivious in current times, isn't she?
Yep.
All in where the green team wants you to be, Bobby. All in. Woo.
She wants everybody to feel sorry for her because she came out here and worked her butt off. I'm going to tell you something. Our neighborhood, I personally called the police on her. Personally myself. And several of the other neighbors around here were throwing a fit about her just non.
You know what? That may come in play when in this legal filing, Betty says that I am the reason she was arrested. Bobby here says that she called several times.
Yeah, she sure did, Betty.
Our neighborhood, I personally called the police on her. personally myself, and several of the other neighbors around here were throwing a fit about her just nonchalantly driving through, taking videos, and then getting out of her car and walking out of her neighborhood without asking a single person, stapling these papers, the flyers, to the poll, which it's great. I'm glad that you're.
Oh, you hear that? Bobby's following around Betty, seeing as she's just going through the neighborhood and stapling the flyers to the polls. Who called on you after all, Betty? Wow.
I know. I took the heat for that too when
Right?
she was here. Didn't she even threaten to come to my house at 3 a.m. and then come back and piss in my yard?
Oh, she
Ugh,
sure did
nasty,
say that. I forgot that.
nasty, dirty hoe.
I forgot she said that shit.
Ugh.
Oh, I can't believe Bobby here.
Flyers to the poll, which it's great. I'm glad that you're trying to put the word out. But could you have asked first? And then, ironically, a big storm comes through and literally blows every one of them off.
Did we just hear that a storm blew them off?
Yep.
UA said that about Riley Strain, not about Sebastian. About the homeless camps.
Yeah, that was Riley's strain. Not.
But there you have it. It wasn't people ripped the flyers off of the polls. She says the storm did it.
Yeah, or yeah, that's what she says.
That's what she says.
I wouldn't post it out there while I'm searching.
I don't know that that's doing anything. I just don't see how posting flyers in their neighborhood.
Yeah, she did that. She did that for it wasn't for she did that to harass them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's all it was, harassment, and just to say, so
A middle finger, hey, try and stop me.
what she's doing right now is a middle finger where she's using whoever's family.
Yes.
She's using somebody like that. And I said that to Tim Bailey, and I said, you just gonna let this happen? She's literally making y'all look stupid.
That's what bothers me is, and that's why I called you earlier to be like, I don't agree with how law enforcement handled this in the very beginning.
When I went up there earlier, though, when I was on the phone with you and I went to sheriff's department, I saw they said what you said. They said, look, man, there's not much we can do unless she specifically mentions them full on. And as far as the neighborhood, he's like, when you put one of those security cameras in, at the end of the day, like you said, it's not going to stop people from coming in there.
No, and they're not going to do. And I'm really kind of frustrated because even when I called the sheriff's department last night on this, was it last night? Night before last.
How many times y'all think she called the sheriff's department?
The odds of that, I think they may have blocked her number. Can they block somebody's number?
No, they can't.
If they would, they could. Because she talks about calling all kinds of people. The commissioner, Craddock, calling she's calling everybody and their mama.
Oh my gosh. She really was going at it.
She was working overtime.
Show Madre. So she's like, was it last night, the night before? Okay.
Not like before last. When we had this weird black truck come through the neighborhood, it was completely blacked out, which
was that you, Clue? Was that you, Clue? Was that you?
Is what me?
The dark and blacked out truck that came through the neighborhood and creeped her out?
Hell yes, that's me. Black windows, black car. I look just like the police. And let me tell you, like I said the other day on my live, every time we go in that neighborhood, she hauls ass from that house. Don't she? I swear to God, twice.
I would venture to guess that one of the they followed they chased me out of my neighborhood or something was probably the last time we were there, because as we came out from up at the top of the neighborhood, we passed and she pulled out behind us, and Crabtree was coming too, and then we had stopped down the road, and I had got out because I was getting my drone back from Crabtree because I had left it in his truck. So I'm assuming that's what she's implying. People were chasing her out of the neighborhood.
But mind you, we were not anywhere near her house. We were parked at the construction site up on Kellen, way at the top of the neighborhood. But yes, every time we bring
Wow.
that blacked out FBI looking truck in that neighborhood, she hauls ass from there.
Wow. And you know what? It's almost like to think that people are like stalking or chasing her out. And here she's saying, you guys are saying looks like an FBI truck. What is that, like a guilty conscience type of thing?
It make that. I mean, I'm wondering, like, why are you running?
Right.
It's neighborhood. She's like, it's my neighborhood. She says, if I want to drive up and down as many times past Chris and Katie's house as it's my neighborhood. I have every right to be there.
She could also be legitimately scared. I mean, she seems like a scary, kind of nervous, like type of person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I agree.
Cletus is very intimidating in those overalls. So
yeah,
it's the overalls. But yeah, listen here. She does report you. Listen.
Not before last. When we had this weird black truck come through the neighborhood, it was completely blacked out, which really creeped me out. That when the officer came up and talked to me, and I was telling him what was happening. Of course, he found a person, and they claimed to have car issues, which doesn't make any sense if you're going to be completely blacked out. Like,
oh well, that wasn't us. That because then nobody ever come talk to us. So you got another FBI folk in your neighborhood, lady. That wasn't me. And
well, that's the FedEx truck that she was trying to pass off as it's been in the driveway as the FBI.
Oh, what does she even mean by because you have a blacked out truck, you can't be having car trouble? That don't even make no damn sense.
No, that didn't make any sense. But that wasn't us because our
you didn't have car trouble.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, so we were talking, and I told him, I said, I feel like nobody cares about us. It's all about protecting the people who are doing this. Like, I'm all for, your amendment to the Constitution. I'm 100% for those. We have to have our constitutional rights. But at what point do we as families who are trying to live a private life that didn't ask for this, where do we get protection?
Hell no. Hold on.
That was some selfish ass shit. Take the floor, Chloe. Take the floor. I'm going to use the restroom.
First off, you're not out here as a private citizen trying to have a private life when you go and talk on YouTube and use your name. I'm sorry, but you nip that right in the bud. Period. It is what it is. Same with Crimson. Anybody come on the YouTube, people out there are nosy, and they will find out who the fuck you are, lady.
And the other Snowflakes makes a good point. Wait, she holds a vigil on day 2, but doesn't want flyers anywhere. Yeah, it gets better. She talks about the other things she doesn't want. But for the person, I don't know if they're still in chat, that made the comment about me being how much searching I'm doing when I'm just sitting in the car with Clue. That day, my ass, I don't know, it was cold as hell, and my hands were freaking freezing, and I was losing circulation. I did not get my feeling back in my hands until 5 hours after. So yeah, I wasn't just sitting in the car chilling. This, I think this audio kind of lets you see the real, where her real concerns are, maybe, is a good way of putting it. She's not really that her nerves, her focus is about Mob Crew, explaining the lights video, because the Mob Crew is explaining it as flashlights, I believe, leading from KP's house, and explaining it. She says some mind dropping stuff in here. I'm not gonna give it away, but and then she has, if you listen to the timelines of the things that she says she sees versus the dispatch audio that we've covered ever since basically Christmas, back on, the channel with Jay's as we've kind of gone through this, and the different, interviews, and then compare it to this audio that was taken on August the 28th. I think it's important to look at maybe like what are her motivations for being this involved. There's like Karen, you have your neighborhood Karens, right? But you have like this level of involvement, and this is like well exceeding your neighborhood Karen. Also, Clue, can you talk about the relationship of where her house is to like the retention pond, as well as like KP and CP's house?
I mean, she can't, huh? Yeah. She can't see their house, and I don't even
She would have to
necessarily.
drive down out of her way, like, right?
Yeah.
Because to get out of her neighborhood, it's a straight shot, right?
Yes.
And then in order to go by KP and CP's house, she has to turn right or
On their street.
She has to turn on their street and drive around in their, like, in the cul-de-sac and go by. So it's out of her way to pass. It's not like she passes KP and CP's house on the way to her house. And then talk about the retention pond too, Wild Grannies.
I mean, I don't know that she could even see the retention pond.
Okay, that's interesting.
From her house, because I think it's blocked by another house in that new subdivision.
Well, that's an interesting thing to keep in the back of your head.
Very interesting. I just can't believe somebody would be so selfish to be like, what about our protection? Like,
but she's
from
actually
what?
so caring, because her son's girlfriend that gave the FFA certificate at the vigil on, not even 2 months in, was nice enough to make the Facebook group Finding Sebastian Rogers, who also happened to have the person that was arrested with a 380 out of school and was into misdirection on search efforts. But I digress on
Right. This was August 28th.
And then she's also organizing the vigil on date, like the Sebastian's discovered missing on Monday, and she's organizing the vigil on Tuesday.
But then says they planned it a week in advance.
Correct.
That's the sketchiest thing to me. Like, you did what? How? Is this why y'all talk to mediums?
How would that even be possible? Neighbor happened to be a relative and possibly have a family who's a correction officer. A relative to who? I do know that somebody allegedly was former correction or former police, right? Clue, am I correct in that?
She addresses that in this call, Dog Mom, I think.
Okay. Melanie, thank you. Happy New Year's to you. All right, let's hear it.
None. There is zero. So he said, you need to talk to your commissioner and see if there's anything that he can do to change things or add things or something.
Hey,
to help
Bobby,
protect you guys.
here's a suggestion. Why don't y'all do, like, put up a sign that's like, this area, this neighborhood is under video surveillance. You don't have to actually put under video surveillance, but just like put up a sign.
Well, like the dude said, that neighbor that, well, I'm not going to say this person, but, he said put one of those things in. I think that was a play reading.
But it still goes back to what good is it going to do?
Well, here's the thing. If nobody has to know that it's not like that it's just a bluff. But if people think that they're on camera, if they think they're on camera, they aren't going to drive,
Yeah, I didn't think about that way.
Well, what's the issue with people fucking driving though? I don't get it.
What they know that happens to them is the fact that you're being recorded.
Yeah, they
really want to be recorded doing whatever you're doing.
Exactly. And
of course, if you ask Betty Bullhorn, she'll tell you, I can do whatever I want to. I'm within my constitutional right because she's a genius and she does the law better than anybody.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I can't stand that woman. She is a genius.
She's super all right.
Ah,
She what?
Yes.
That's Betty. Too.
Yeah, alternative right. Yes, she is, Steven.
What does that mean?
Like crazy far right.
Yeah, far right, but then there's what? See, I don't. There's MAGA occults, and you got the far left, which is like any occult. And then you got normal Democratic occult. So
I'm not gonna call that. That's like genders. How many genders do you have? How many sides of politicians? I'm a conservative patriot.
oh, Bobby. Bobby.
What does that make me? I'm not afraid to ask. I'm like, I like my guns. I like the ability to talk. I don't want government control. Yet I do want police because I know that they do help protect us, and I don't feel like they get enough pay. But I don't know how this is being used. She's using the law on her favor, and I think she's gone. So, but I also I think that she's using that far right tactic to make everybody think that she's this good person, and I really think that's fake. I think it's fake to get people to think she's this big American supporter of, like you said, MAGA, blah, 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 whatever. Well, I'm a MAGA supporter. I want to make America great again. I want that more than anything in the world. However, we need some laws to protect us. I just feel like it's almost a point where it's protecting the public more than it's protecting us. And I've called my commissioner twice.
She sounds so ignorant saying that the laws are protecting the public more than it's protecting us. Like, what does that even mean? Who is us? What does she need protection from?
Well,
She's talking about.
and I'm just gonna say this right here, right now. I live here.
Mm-hmm.
I pay taxes in this place. I'll drive on any fucking street I want to and dare somebody to stop me.
Right.
That ain't how that works, ma'am.
Like, that's what she's complaining about, that cops aren't stopping cars? Like,
Yeah, she wants them to like respond to everything that she calls in.
oh, what a gripe to have with a missing child.
Twice, and he has still yet to call me back. So I'm wondering if, is she causing such a scene legally that now nobody within the government in Sumner County wants to mess with anything to do with this case because she's just threatened everybody?
Oh, is Bobby asking if Betty ruined the investigation?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, wow. You hear that, Bester?
I think that's part of it. I think that one of the other things is that she is kind of trying to intimidate everyone into like backing away from the case. Like, saying she's going to dig into Craddock's, like, deep dive into all of Craddock's stuff. She's going to deep dive in the sheriff's department.
I was told somebody just doxed Craddock's mother the other day. What does that have to do with any of this?
And she's trying to use that to intimidate people to not, like, not investigate her, Tony, and all them. Because I think they're money laundering. I'll just be honest. I think they're money laundering.
Oh, yeah. Was she? I think. Oh, you mean Sumner County or her?
No. Not Sumner County. Not Sumner County. Them. Like Tony Mathis, Seth, Betty.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I think that.
Steven, you didn't sign the contract.
You're not doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing it for the right reason. So the people who are doing it for the right reason are typically not going to make as much money because you're doing it the right way and not. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I think I was used as a pawn, and I don't know how you guys feel about. Well, I shouldn't say.
Now this audio is much better.
I know. I was wondering. Yeah, this is how it was the whole time on
your end.
Days.
Okay, this is much better.
I didn't mention any
JLR.
Okay.
I'll say it for you.
I was going to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, but I think he used me as a pawn.
Did she just say JLR used her?
Yes. Oh, she also mentioned like the contract part. She mentioned about like not getting paid as much or something to that effect.
So she had a contract with JLR for that interview?
No, that was back on like when I said Tony, like with Tony and the money laundering, like that's because Crabtree didn't sign the contract.
Right, that was a joke that was being made by you guys, though. I didn't hear her say that.
There's
I'll
probably
rewind
some
it.
contract. I feel like there's probably some actual things that have been signed.
But I didn't hear it. I don't. Let me rewind it because I didn't hear her say it. Hold on.
You mean Sumner County or her?
No. Not Sumner County. Not Sumner County. Them. Like Tony Mathis, Seth, Betty.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I think that
Steven, you didn't sign the contract.
That was you, Ada, said that shit. That wasn't her.
Yeah, well, wait till she says next to it.
All right.
you're not doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing it for the right reason. So the people who are doing it for the right reason are typically not going to make as much money because you're doing it the right way and not. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I think I would.
I'll be honest. I don't think that was a big deal. I think she was going along with what you guys were saying. Like,
Yeah, I'm with Granny on this.
yeah.
I'm kind of in the. I don't know.
I think you're seeing everything she says as suspicious, so you're finding that to be too.
No, I know some people that have alluded to there's something being signed on.
Well, there is contracts, absolutely. Now there's contracts, but I'm saying at that time, though, I think she was kind of going along.
There were contracts at that time.
Well, it doesn't sound like she did. I think she's talking from like a creator perspective. Like, well, you're doing the right thing. You're not going to make as much money.
She may be. Who knows?
Yeah, only she really knows.
Used as a pawn, and I don't know how you guys feel about. Well, I shouldn't mention any.
JLR.
Okay.
I'll say it for you.
I was going to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, but I think he used me as a pawn. Yeah, I didn't say it. You said it.
No, I said it.
Yeah.
I'll own it.
I truly believe that he used me as a pawn. And then when it came down to it, and I sent him a message, and I told him what happened and how I was treated, he pretty much just said people are crazy. That's all he said. I even said.
What did she want him to do? Protect her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait,
yes.
she'll explain that in a second.
Yeah, she wanted him to come out and
do another live stream
for her.
He doesn't get involved in all that type of stuff.
Well, she didn't do her homework. That's
what
happens when you don't do your homework.
All right.
In the video of the guys that were attacking me and calling me all kinds of names and all this crap, and said, "Wow, that's awfully nice of them," and never said a word, never him nothing. He didn't come to my defense, never said a word, and I thought, oh, so basically I was your pawn. And it didn't even dawn on me at the very beginning when he very first asked me if I would go on his live with him and if he could use my name. And of course, my name is Bobby, but I had it on Facebook as Mrs. Bobby because having a unisex name, a lot of people don't realize the spelling is different for male versus female. So a lot of people think I'm a man. And it's a picture, my profile picture is a picture of me and my husband together. So a lot of people that don't know me, well, not sure which one's Bobby and which one's not, whatever. And so I had Mrs. Well, it didn't dawn on me when he asked me, it's like, well, can I just use your name as Mrs. Bobby? I think he did that on purpose so people could stalk me on Facebook. Because I've had people trying to send me a friend request to connect with me on Facebook. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. And no, I'm not.
I'm not taking up a JLR here. I really ain't. Because I've been through the ringer with him. But, it took him a while to apologize to me, to be honest. I think it comes, man. Honestly, I think he's just something's wrong. I think that he's off. Like, he doesn't have.
If you sue the people that he sued and sue the Eiffel Tower, I mean, what do you expect?
I do not trust him as far as he could pick up a rock or a.
So she the one that orchestrated this whole, it was JLR and they're doing a RICO, and is that why she's fully intertwined with it now because he didn't protect her?
I don't.
Who knows, right? Yeah. Fine. With BB talking about I agree. They were held by BHP. I agree. Absolutely. I agree.
Hold on, throw it.
Well,
thank you, Snazzy.
I think the man kind of like bullhorn in a sense. There's something wrong.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to about money and clicks.
You give me another rock, so help me God. And you cost me $3,000.
He's yelling at the dog.
I was gonna say what?
Yeah, not that rock. Not your. He's not talking about the rock that you were talking about.
I literally And he's yelling about it. I'm like, I didn't say I was eating it. I was standing with the ass off it. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That was perfect timing.
I knew what was going on in your head, Bobby. You're like, what the heck is he talking about? I didn't eat a rock. How did that cost me $3,000?
Yeah, I was totally real. Okay, that was just terrible.
Rocks and bones and had to have his damn stomach pumped.
Oh yeah, that's when you want to strangle the. Yeah, I get it. Well, I know the night that he asked me to be on that live, and I had told him that I was very nervous about it, and I even asked him if he could do the video without my face and voice. I mean, just my voice and not my face or anything. And he was just like, "Well, we can do it that way." But I just really think that the community needs to hear from a neighbor and needs to put a face to a name and all that, and kind of try to convince me to get out there. And I just feel like, regardless of what you're doing, if what you just did, well, first of all, when we were on the live, he said, you've got over 2,000 people on here, and of course I panicked. I'm like, oh my God, that was not at all what I wanted to happen. Like, that, it just blew my mind. But and then afterwards, when I got attacked and all this stuff came out and whatever, I just felt like if you're going to set that situation up and what you did caused that person to be mistreated, you created that. So
we got another one with zero self-accountability, folks.
Right?
Write that name down. Holy hell, man.
Yeah. Martyr. Total martyr.
I mean, good grown-ass people talking about the effects of their own actions and trying to put it on somebody else. He created it. You went on there. What do you mean?
And then she went on with Terry Lynn right afterwards. Like, don't forget that.
Right.
Like, the same night.
Oh my goodness.
Terry Lynn, who she's known since high school, by the way.
Yeah, Terry Lynn kept saying, I'll vouch for her. I'll vouch for her.
Well, I mean, let's just not skirt over the fact that she is absolutely working hand in hand with Mob Crew to help this narrative of flashlights behind the house and a random car on the street, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that maybe at all has caused a little bit of like harassment of the Proud Feet?
Don't forget the Jammers.
By the way, while I have your attention, have either one of you guys ever seen VeggieTales?
I have, yeah.
Don't
even say it.
She looks just like that cucumber. I'm sorry.
Stop it.
Clue.
Oh my goodness, she does look like the cucumber.
The other day about cucumbers and you ruined it.
I'm sorry, but I see it. Whatever. I'm a mute now.
Oh my goodness, beats him. He's never going to eat a cucumber the same again. I love VeggieTales.
The least you could do is come back and do another live or another video or something to try to counteract that and explain that, this person was nice enough to do this to you. The least you can do is counteract that with, y'all got this all wrong. And it made me mad that he did not even one time defend me. Not one time. Like, you created this, and the least you could do is defend me. But he didn't.
Bro, JLR doesn't even defend himself. He just lets people talk. He's not going to spike up another live and be like, oh, leave her alone. No, you decide to climb in that bed, ma'am. What the hell?
Yeah. With creators, I've learned that you cannot expect that they're going to look out for their interests, and that's it. And if it doesn't benefit them to go out and like die on a hill for you, so to speak, then they're not going to do it.
That's true.
Unless it's going to generate like another, revenue for them.
Well, and like you said, certain people, I have learned to realize that they are all about the money and the clicks. And then there's others that really are trying to get information out there and get, like you said, the number and whatever out there. But yeah, I just had to be really careful about who I talked to, who I trust. That's why when Stephen first mentioned this Mob Crew guy, and I was like, I'm not doing that again. But then when I saw the video, I was like, wow, he's really putting this together and really making sense. He actually made me question somewhere the lights were going. So when we got to talk to the neighbor, it was like, oh, and of course Chris was so excited when I called him afterwards because he was like basically me confirming what he was suspecting, and he was like, oh, he was so excited and like, oh my.
But Seth says you can't see the backyard. Cool.
Not only that, but how's she going to say that he had her even thinking? So she called him afterwards, and he was like, "Oh, you're confirming my thoughts," but he's the one that gave you those thoughts. You did not.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
There you go. They should just fucking hire us, man. I'm telling you.
I'm saying.
I'll be a hell of a detective. Let me interview the Bobbies.
This is like when nonsense started going down that, like when she started going back and talking about how you like reconstruct like the narrative that's been put out on there and how it's caused a divide in this case, and it came to light because Bobby and them had like that I'm blocked from the Facebook group.
Wait a minute. You're telling a lie. Nonsense has already said whose fault it is that this case has got that crazy and all the narratives. It's me. It's no one else.
Okay.
Not Bobby.
Well, yeah,
not
no,
Sean.
I'm saying when she brought it up, this is what like made my like I didn't know, but I know Bobby. She's telling me how bitching about traffic and stuff, and she's talking about how she doesn't want all this attention and everything. And I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm like, wait, you create a Facebook group and your girlfriend's son did too? Like, that's a little weird. That didn't jive with what you told me.
And as just stated up here, if TL will vouch for binocular Bobbies, what else would she do for an old school friend? Does anybody else recall when Bobby stated, or Terry Lynn stated she was searching the night Sebastian went missing?
I keep hearing that, but I've never actually heard that clip.
Well, I'll have to dig it out for you. She certainly said that that night, the moment Sebastian went missing, she was searching for him that night.
Someone asked earlier, sorry, I'm a little bit further away. I'm trying to about to run to the store for a second and listen on my phone about caffeine. But someone was asking, like, apparently Seth's Robin Rogers may have known Terry Lynn before this too.
Well, and Clue, you would know best. Is that even that odd for that small of a neighborhood?
What? What's the question?
For like, let's say like how Terry Lynn knew Bobby, and she claims to know Chris's, I think it was cousin, and now they're saying that there's a possibility that Terry Lynn knew Seth Rogers' mom or whatever was just said. Is that odd for that small of a neighborhood?
How would she know? See, that's the part that I don't understand about that. Because, I mean, his mama don't stay here.
Hold on, maybe I misread it in chat. Snowflakes. Repeat what your comment was. So.
You know what I mean? I don't know how she would know.
Right. You got that from a chatter. I don't know where. I don't even see that in the comments.
I've heard that too. No, I've heard that too. Like she's not the only person that has said that. That there's a connection between like Seth possibly knowing them beforehand before this case.
Oh, but Seth, not his mom.
Yeah, Seth. Maybe, but the mom, like, how would she?
Well, I mean,
in my opinion, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't think Seth has a lot to do with his mama. You didn't see him at her house for Christmas, so.
Did you hear that excuse? Well, he didn't have much family around for Christmas, so he decided they don't live near him, so he traveled to Tony's. Right. Okay, then why not travel to your mama's? It's her first Christmas without her grandson too. That was a weird statement.
Especially since that was Sebastian's biggest wish.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Robin personally is connected to any of these people around here. I just don't see how that would be possible.
Yeah, Snowflake said, how long have Terry Lynn and Robin, Seth's mom, been friends? Was it before Sebastian went missing?
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say. How would that even?
I'm unless to that because that's not the first time I've heard that brought up that they were possibly knew each other before this case.
I'm gonna tell you what I think happened. I think Seth's mama. Hey, it is what it is. You can raise your babies, but you can't make sure that they take what you taught them and become, upstanding citizens or whatever. I think that day that personally, this is my feeling only, when Robin made that post saying Katie and Chris have both taken lie detector tests, they both passed, let it go. I think she let it go too. I think she literally just walked away from all of it. And she's like, you
I
know
agree.
what? Because you have to think, if you were a mom and you got this grown man out here and you see him, everyone sees it, right? He's still sitting here trying to push a narrative. He's on Vinnie Politan, for Christ's sake, talking about she drugged him, right? If you as a mom talk to someone at the TBI and they told you like 100% no, they passed their polygraphs, and they may have even gone as far to tell her, we are not looking into him. I don't know, but I know they told her that they passed the polygraphs. If I can tell you right now, if my grown child was out here still trying to push all this BS, I'm not going to have nothing to do with you either. Go ahead, do your thing. Don't involve me.
Well, and don't forget, not only did that Robin was told that they passed, but also Seth texted his sister and said that they passed.
He said that on a freaking show one time, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm. And then to turn around and also say on News Nation or whichever one it was that Katie never loved Sebastian. Man.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I know he said that. I'm pretty sure. I'm 98% that he said, I know Katie has, I don't know about Chris, is exactly what he said about the polygraphs on a show. He is on camera. It's his voice, his face. He said it. I'll have to find it. But you got to know, like, this lady is probably like, you are out here doing the most, and I'm gone.
Yeah, and also she also said that after she sent JLR a message and said you should look into Katie's background, and then when people started doing that to Robin, that's when she came out and said nobody should be looking into anybody's family. Admitted that they passed lie detectors. Nobody's shady.
I will never forget that day she came out with that post, because I had literally been on my show and I was like, Robin, I got some questions. Just one in particular. How old were the two of these people when they started dating or whatever? Literally immediately on Facebook. I don't think digging into the past of these families is going to help anything. Well, why not?
Why not? Great point. Well, not and about the whole lie detectors. Who comes out and says I failed the first one because I couldn't keep my eyes open? Like, who does that? I mean, people are like, "Oh, poor thing. He's been so tired from all those YouTube panels." Because we know now he wasn't searching. They said it, right? Disability. He wasn't searching. Litigation says they searched 4 times. That he searched 4 times. So, what do you do with that? Oh, Happy New Year to you, Truth. Thank you. Hashtag bring Sebastian home. All right, let's see what this fool says next.
Oh my God, this is awesome. I can't believe this is, so he was excited that what he put together actually worked. So that was the confirmation he was enjoying as well. Now, Steve, let me ask you this. When you said there's no way that somebody could carry somebody over that ditch, I mean, it is deep and it's wide. I've walked over it 1,000 times myself. My sister used to live behind it, on the other side over there. I've walked over that ditch myself 1,000 times.
Clue, what ditch is this she's talking about?
What she's talking about is between the houses on Stafford and Kellen, there is a drainage ditch that runs pretty much a good ways through there. So like if you look at the Google image on the map or whatever, and you turn like immediately onto Stafford, you see where that gazebo is? To the right of the gazebo, there's this long drainage ditch. That's what she's talking about. But it's really weird that you say you walked over that numerous times. Why would you walk there instead of on the pavement? It's odd.
Right.
Why would you
Right.
walk
And
hold on, if she lived on the other side of the
uh-huh.
drainage ditch, why would you walk through somebody's backyard to get to her house?
That's weird.
I'm sorry. My mind is right now just like, why would you do? My lazy ass wouldn't do that. I'm gonna get on the pavement. That's crazy. That's weird.
That is weird. Like let's hear it again. I walked over that. My sister lived there.
Deep and it's wide. I'm body. See, let me ask you this: when you said there's no way that somebody could carry somebody over that ditch, I mean, it is deep and it's wide. I've walked over it 1,000 times myself. My sister used to live behind it, on the other side over there. I've walked over that ditch myself 1,000 times. I physically could not have carried somebody. But don't you think that if she was in the military and went through the training that she went through, I'm hearing that she's strong as an ox and very smart.
Strong as an ox.
Katie, yes.
Do they think that everybody who's like at one point 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago served is still as strong as they were during that time period?
Right? I'd kill. I would literally kill to like see, not kidding when I say this. And I'm not throwing shade either, but I would kill to see like someone say, Mr. Proudfoot, I'll give you $1,000 if you can do 150 push-ups.
No.
Or run half a mile. Run a mile. Do that for me, please.
Right. I mean, just because they did it then doesn't mean they could do it now. They also said military taught Katie how to hide bodies. They teach that in the military? Holy hell.
Maybe it's that muscle memory.
The muscle memory, yeah. She's strong as an ox. Roar.
What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident, if an accident happened, I think she's,
No, I think she did it on purpose. I think she drugged him and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. The question is how they, after we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed, know for a fact where the lights went. But I know that
they confirmed without a fact, because at first Mob made her think and was like, oh shit, he taught me where the lights went. But then I called him afterwards to validate him on he's correct where those lights went. Okay. Yeah, let's listen carefully here. I'm sorry. That shit just, ugh.
after we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed, know for a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase it before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them.
So your kids screamed from the top of the hill, hey, do they always do that? And the K9 handler turned around and said, no, they don't usually do that.
What's your name?
What's your name? I mean, come on, Bobby.
They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened?
Wait, her house meets the construction area?
Yep.
Oh.
But I'm going to say this right now. I would have to be in the back of her house to be like 1,000% sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know how on earth you could tell those details. Picking the dog up, it was like quicksand. I don't know how you would know those details from her house. I just don't. I really don't. But
so it's not that close.
No. So like her house butts up to the construction site, but it's like the far end of the construction site. It's okay. Completely opposite side of where the retention pond is.
Okay. And then, so she says that her kids were up on the hill. And then when they came, let me rehear this. Hold on. Maybe it's my ears.
The dogs jumped in them and could see water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them.
Okay.
They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond.
Well, she's saying dogs. She's saying plural. That's for starters. But okay, so they're on top of the dirt mound on the hill.
The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened?
So at what point did her kids get off of the dirt mound on the other side? Okay, I don't know. This is weird. So they keep asking why release now, because people are revisiting what Bobby said. That's why I see you. Some things aren't as, they're just as simple as you can imagine them to be. Let's hear what they said.
And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? Why did you?
What do you mean he jumped in the water? We just watched that.
Why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, but he told my neighbor down the street the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search your property? Her husband asked him, the dog was right there. Her husband asked, did you guys get any hits? And the guy said the exact same thing.
Damn it, Steven, you interrupted. I wanted to hear that. Woke up. All right, so 7:54 is when Max jumped in a pond. Her son left at 8, then called mom. No answer. Called twins. Woke up mom. Then they went to help search.
Yeah.
Now, when Max was in at 7:54. Oh, interesting.
So here's my thing is how would they, did you hear that Seth was allegedly missing from the jail for 2 hours?
The first thing I heard was there's no account
Terry.
of him being at work between the hours of 2 and 5. Then my neighbor down the street, who I was just talking about, her family, she's got family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. She got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Pause. Hold on. Wait. Here we go.
Of course, I was pausing there. Clue was clearing her throat. I was pausing. You said pause.
This is also why we released the entire record, because it shows on Seth's employment records that he does not have a time card. He does not have to clock in or out. He is a salaried employee.
I said the same thing, girl, in my head. When I read that, I was like, wait a minute. So you're not punching a clock? You could be sitting, I don't know, at a random computer at a Starbucks and clock in and out.
Well, when they came out, it said that. It said that it was noted that Seth makes his own timesheet.
Well, but that's not what this is. She's saying, other than the only way she could have verified that is if someone who had access to review the cameras at the jail had gone back and, like I said, had access to review the employee cameras. So they have to be pretty high up.
Well, unless it's
movements.
Unless it's just speculation, to be honest. I mean, they don't have to have all of that.
Parroting what Terry Lynn's saying at the time, because we know.
Well, Terry Lynn originally said from 2 a.m. to 5. This woman is saying.
She said that too originally, and then changed it to 10.
Oh, I didn't realize she changed it.
Yep. She likes changes.
Bobby.
Yeah. So he was definitely not there. He was down here in the car.
No, I see you. Let's please be mindful. We don't know what LE knows. We don't know what they don't know. We don't know what they have, and we don't know what they don't have. Nobody is speaking on behalf of them. Just because TBI hasn't come out and said, oh, Seth wasn't at work, doesn't mean he was or wasn't. This is just, what Bobby's saying. Nobody else is saying that shit. Now, excuse me, we're trying to listen.
She got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So He was definitely not there. He was down here in the car. That's where I'm going. That's my opinion. I think.
So do you think they're all in on it then?
What does she mean? He was down here at the car. What car? Why didn't you elaborate on that, Hewitt?
The car on that video that mob crew was trying to overlay and originally put in as the, Kathy Bowersock's vehicle that then changed to a sedan.
Yeah.
That one. So Sethi Poo, you hear she's trying to put you in there too. Just saying.
It is my dinner time, Ellie. So she said that Seth was in the car that was parked on the corner. That suspicious car.
That's what she said. I heard it.
And then Tony says he was taking his nap, his break in his truck.
Well, that's what's so crazy to me because remember, Seth said they were so busy that they never got breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, they're not going to do when you're a government employee because, yeah, they're going to make sure you take a break.
Right, especially when you work at a place like that, of all places.
And somebody with a history of being on the disability, they're going to make sure you get your 15, honey.
Twice if they need to. Time cards are punched using a kiosk. Well, I think in this situation, people are just assuming that's the type of time card because that's really old school. Most people don't have those punching kiosks anymore. And
I actually will not be that quick to dismiss that, especially again like a government agency. I think
maybe like old school rain.
And if they do that with a key badge type of thing, doesn't mean he didn't hand it to someone else.
Well, on his timesheet that he released via Betty, you could see there was a part where it said, Seth Rogers does his own time-ins.
Yeah, he doesn't have a time card. Flu.
I mean, I believe that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
There are other possibilities. Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. Welcome back, Kathy. Happy New Year. All right. So this is coming from Bobby, folks.
Yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely.
Y'all ran with Bobby being so credible. Keep that energy.
Absolutely.
All three of them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think so, yes. I think that Katie was at home, and when I talked to, Monday morning, when my neighbor that's directly across the street from their house, who Stephen actually saw today, when she called me that Monday morning around 8 o'clock asking me if I had heard what was going on, of course, that point in time I literally just got up and I didn't know what was going on.
So Bobby just woke up at 8, didn't know what was going on, but the dog jumped in the pond at 7:54?
Correct. And Bobby also, that neighbor, the female neighbor, wasn't at remember earlier in the conversation, it was just the male that was there with Stephen, not the female.
So I will say this much, right? I think when people talk about times, they're very vague. And if the son left to go to work at 8, it means he left before 8, right? So by the time he called and texted them and all that, it could have been 7:54. You're not going to leave at 7:50 to get to work.
Go back, Clue.
Right, but she just said she just said she woke up at 8. But I agree with you. Like if my child has work at 8, they're not leaving at 8 to get to work.
Right? That's what I'm saying. When people talk about I woke up at 8, it could have been 7:45. And she's just saying I woke up at 8.
Rounding it. Okay. I agree with that.
She'll contradict that later on.
Okay, let's hear it then.
Her story, to me, by Katie, was that Katie had gotten back from Texas Roadhouse, and Sebastian took the trash out, and then she was sitting on the couch watching TV.
I'm going to pause really quick because I always found this to be bizarre. Like, if I'm in panic mode, first off, when I'm driving my kids to school, I'm not going to stop and have a full conversation, but I find it hard to believe that as Katie is on the front lawn the morning this happens, this lady's driving her kids to school. She stops and asks Katie what happened, and Katie's like, well, last night we went to the Texas Roadhouse. When we got back, Sebastian took the trash out, and after that, I was sitting on a couch. I don't believe Katie's going to say all of that. She's either going to say, my child is missing, I can't find him, or I don't know what, but you're not going to give a whole day break. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, isn't that bizarre to even imagine she did that?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Like, it's just too much going on. You got kids. Why not? Because it's a bizarre thing to do. Why am I going to break down to a neighbor my whole day before instead of just saying, I can't find my freaking child? I'm not going to be like, well, we went to the Texas Roadhouse. And I mean, it sounds odd. I don't believe it. Nobody's giving details in that type of moment. And when you got the kids in the car, I don't know. Maybe I just, who knows?
They'd gotten back from Texas Roadhouse, and Sebastian took the trash out, and then she was sitting on the couch watching TV, and Sebastian was in his room. Okay. Sebastian was in his room, and supposedly supposed to be getting ready for bed, whatever. Well, Katie was on her couch, and I think it was about 10:30 or so. She heard a thunk and yelled across the house, Sebastian, what are you doing? He's like, nothing, Mom. Everything's fine. Go to bed. So she goes in the kitchen. She does whatever she does. And then she goes to bed, and everything is done. Never one time did she ever mention being on the phone with Chris or doing schoolwork or anything like that. None of that ever happened until after she did that first YouTube live with that one person, that lady.
Oh, gee golly. She didn't mention that she wiped her ass after taking a shit that night either, did she? I heard that thunk. She heard a thunk. Dude, this lady's wild to me. I just don't believe somebody gave a whole breakthrough. And then to say, here's what I never understood either. And maybe somebody who believes differently can tell me. But if Katie was lying, why would she come out and say any of it? Like, I mean, again, if she was lying publicly, the police know that. So let them do what they do. But why even come out and mention she heard a sound if she did something nefarious? Or why even, I forget what the other thing I was going to say that made, why even say like, no, he's not a runaway. He's never run away before. Wouldn't you, if you'd done something, say, oh yeah, he's used to running away. He's done it to us a lot.
Well, here's the thing with me that has always kind of stood out with Chris and Katie. There are a lot of ways they could have manipulated the situation to get themselves paint in a maybe not guilty light, right? Like, you don't have to mention all of his shoes are there. You don't have to say that. Nobody knows how many pairs of shoes he has. Probably not even Sean.
That's another good point, right?
He says that he doesn't talk about what goes on in y'all's house. So he wouldn't know how many pairs of shoes he had. You could have lied and said, yes, there's a pair of whatever missing, right?
Right.
Also, why would you paint yourself into a corner and say you don't allow him on the internet? That right there is an option for someone he met online to come and nab him.
Right.
They paint themselves into corners.
That's what I was trying to say. You said it for me better. Thank you. Like, if they were purposely lying, they could have done a better job at lying. They could have said like, yes, he's eloped on us many times, or we're not sure if he's missing shoes or not. I agree with you. And then why would Seth come out and say, no, he was never on the internet?
Girl, preach. Right. That has bothered me for so long. Like, again, the biggest red flag with people to me is a freaking lie.
Right. And don't you think it's more bizarre that Seth supposedly goes into their house and he looks to the right and notice that all of Sebastian's shoes are there? I think that's weird too. Like, you knew to look for the shoes. I'm not looking for shoes. I'm looking for my kid.
Exactly. I'm not sitting in my truck for 30 minutes either.
No, girl, the most bizarre thing to me, and this will never ever leave
on the way that drive.
This will never leave my head ever. And I know for a fact I'm the first person to ever question it. Why did you not call your son's cell phone when someone called and told you that he was missing? Why do you not call him?
Just from a chat room.
Why not? Because I know you have said the amount of the phone call was short. All said was your son's missing, et cetera, et cetera. Why don't you call him?
And I agree. Or better yet, you didn't even drive like towards your place. You didn't go check your place. You didn't drive the route that he would take to your place. Matter of fact, he said on several interviews, he said different things. One, he said he put the metal to the pedal. On a different interview, he said, I didn't speed because I didn't want to get pulled over. Well, which one is it? Did you speed full, and then one time it took him 30 minutes to get there. Another time it took him 45 minutes to get there. That would have been my first call too.
Yep.
And then he didn't even call his mom. He didn't call nobody. Like, I'm in panic. And then they're all saying, oh, well, it's weird that Chris and Katie didn't call Seth immediately. He was one of the first calls they made. So how's that weird? Like, he allowed people to think that he wasn't contacted immediately. And then to say, like, oh, well, they should have called at the jail. Like, oh, I gave them a list. What, do you want them to call each one to find out where you are when you're not even used to working there? You were on disability. They don't know which part of the prison you're working in. You just came back from disability. Not only that, but he didn't even call anybody. So you're going to sit here and say they should have made all these calls? Their most important thing is to find Sebastian, not find Seth. They knew that Sebastian wasn't with Seth because he was at work. Just doesn't make sense to me. He didn't know his phone was on the counter. The parents knew, but Seth didn't know. I mean, Chris and Katie knew, but Seth didn't.
Right. Seth wasn't there to know where his phone was.
Something weird.
Yeah.
So the question was, when I called my neighbor back and I asked her, I said, did you know anything about that phone booth call? She said, no. She never said anything to me about being on the phone with him. So then I talked to another friend of mine who lives on the street from me, who was actually at the command post. And then my neighbor, her granddaughter, is in the EMS service, and she was there at the command post because they had EMS there in case for the first week, just in case they happened to find him injured or stuck somewhere or whatever. And she was at the command post, and she said that they got a ping on his phone in Memphis at the RV. And she said, yeah, but it never moved. So the idea is he left his phone sitting in the RV so that he could have an air quotes alibi, and when they pinged his phone, it would be up there.
Hold on a
He
second.
was here.
Hey,
I have no doubt in my mind. He was in that car with Seth.
Lolly Bird's barn. Terry Lynn, Seth's mom, and Bobby are longtime friends. I think Seth might have known prior to. Can you, if you have proof of that, can you please email Granny or Clue that proof? Because several people, you are not the first to say that, but I would like to.
Yeah, there needs to be proof, because here's an example. One person went around saying that Trevor Lee did a new interview with Nina, and I watched the whole internet that day search for this new non-existent interview. I kid you not. I saw chatters going chat to chat talking about it, but not one person could present it because it never happened.
Some idiot also said that I deleted all of my lives. What are you trying to hide, Clue? I've never deleted a fucking thing. I say what I say and I stand on it. 6 months ago, actually 8 now, you can go back and look on my community wall. There's even a post that said, Sebastian's mom is guilty as fuck. It's still there. I stand on what I say. If that's what I was feeling at that time, that's what I was feeling. So, like I said, show me the deleted lives.
Evidence takes you. Like, sometimes I agree. I was originally thinking Katie and Chris, but I have to follow the evidence.
I'm telling y'all right now, in the beginning, absolutely. I even said that same theory she's talking about right there. That probably came from her nosy self watching me. Because what I say, it would be real easy to make a phone call, leave your phone in the camper, and drive back. And guess what? She knows to hang up. Whatever, 3 hours, there you go. Boom. You're in your camper. You know what I mean? We discussed that on my channel. But
then they would have cameras catching them in the neighborhood and shit.
Right. Here's the thing. When I met Seth, that's when everything changed for me. It is not my fault that I'm the only person. Nonsense. This is for you, bored housewife. It is not my fault that I'm the only person on this internet with enough nutsack to come out and say, this dude is not who you're looking at on the news. And guess what? It's too funny how I've gotten my you-know-what reamed over this. But now you got JLR and Magnolia coming out saying they were drinking the Kool-Aid. You got, where's T-Rev? Where's Pascal? Why so many people walking away from him? And I'm not going to apologize for being the only person with a nutsack that will come out and say, no, y'all might be getting played.
And let me say this too, because I think this is really a big misunderstanding, like nonsense. And I have respect for nonsense. I have respect, Clue. I love the fuck out of you too. I will say, if you have, it is very different when you have a case like this and you cover cases like as a creator, and one of them is this close to home for you. Like, this is literally Clue's backyard. It is hard to not get boots on the ground and not kind of get involved with it, with the family members. It is hard. I can say that from personal experience.
Well, and I'm just going to say this. I didn't seek Sean out. It wasn't my fault he was standing in that construction site when we went out to look.
So I just want to say, like, because I feel like it sometimes can look very bad when a creator is involved with, like, the family. It can come off like, are they pushing a narrative or whatever. I just think it's very hard. Like I said, when you cover this is what you cover. This is your lane. Now, if she did like gaming, like live streaming her gaming and watching Fortnite, whatever, and then all of a sudden is all up in this case, I would be like, okay, that's a little weird. But when it's literally your backyard, it's
We
hard.
get it. Yeah, we get what you're saying. It's like, it's one of those things. It's differently when it's literally in your neighborhood. Absolutely.
I agree with all that, but I'm just saying, you got a lot of nerve to come on here talking about I am the single-handed reason that there is so much stuff in this case. No, bro, that's Sean.
Well, to be fair, I didn't hear her say you were the single reason. She named a few others, like Smiley, that was early on involved, and she just thinks of it differently than all of us.
I'm not talking about on your panel. I'm talking about on Queen's panel. She came up there when I was up there one day and blamed me for single-handedly this case being out of control. Me, I did that myself. I got the power, I guess. Man, go straight to hell.
That's where I thought
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm done.
I'm gonna zip you too.
Well, I just got a screenshot of Terry Lynn saying that she was at the command center.
Sorry, I was back away, but yeah, Clue.
Actually, I hate to correct you all, but that's honestly not what she said. She said you're not the only one. You're just the only one that was up on the panel at that moment. But I understand why you'd be upset about it anyway. Yeah. It's like, dude, you're blaming me for something that really his father.
That's definitely not how she started it. It's not how she started it.
I'll give you that. It's not how she started it.
And I think, honestly, you both of your hearts are in the right place, honestly. And I think it was just something that you don't understand until you're in that situation. Point blank in the story. Let's go.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. Terry Lynn said that she was at the command center.
She was.
What is with the command center allowing all these people to be there?
I know, and all these people are also conveniently very close to Baba.
Oh, Opal, I did. Thank you so much. Well, not only that, but they said that Seth was kicked out of the command center.
He was.
Yeah.
Right. But I can't believe they're just allowing different people to come to the command center? Like Terry Lynn's? Bobby's kids?
That's what's really weird to me, if that is true. It almost makes me wonder who she may know in law enforcement, if you want my honest opinion, because at that point, they were not asking the public for help.
Matter of fact, they asked the public to stay home and not come out and help. Right?
Check your property, things like that. If it was in the first week, then that's 100%. They were not asking for help. Now, we don't know when she was there, because they did at some point allow volunteers. So
honestly, I feel like Crimson's the loudest one up here, Big T. Are you guys having a hard time hearing Crimson? Put a 1 in the chat. I thought she was loud.
Sorry, I was backed away for a second.
Maybe that's why. Okay, maybe it's because you were a little distant.
Yeah.
But you're right. She doesn't say exactly when she was there. She does certainly imply it was in the beginning of the searches. And we just showed the other day that Mrs. Bowersox was asked to reword her post because she was asking for the public's help. And they said, we don't want the public's help right now. We want everybody just to stay home and relax. Like they're using the heat. It had to be early on, Clue, because she said her son got caught on the heat sensor thing.
Yeah, it was pretty early on. I think it was like day 1 or day 2.
Well, she said that the thing with her son on the heat sensor was Tuesday, remember?
Yep.
She
The
said that
same day as
happened
the
to my
vigil.
son on Tuesday. He was out and was caught on the heat signature.
So the day after.
Yeah, the day of the vigil that she planned.
That she shouldn't have planned again because they were asking people to stay in their house. They were still very much actively searching for Sebastian. They wanted residents to stay home.
Hey, and Granny, and so were her kids actively searching Monday and Tuesday, she says.
But you know what's really weird about that, right? Asking people to stay home. That almost makes me question how in the world that Carrie Foster woman even got involved, because that was right at the bit. There's like literally a news clip video, and you see her sitting on a horse.
You know who Carrie Foster was adminning the Facebook group with?
Yeah, Bobby.
Yeah. Is that not weird?
And they also said that she's the one that was misdirecting people on where to search.
Yeah. There's a whole article about it. You know what? Justin was going live last night, and because it came to his attention that one of the searchers was arrested, and that was just so tragic for him. He didn't understand why that. Justin, you know the K person with the blonde hair and the mugshot that you had seen on on horseback. Yeah, that was the person with a 380 at a gun. The 380 at a school that had been arrested prior. So go defend that. Clutch them pearls on that one.
Yeah, is she that quiet? I'll turn her up. I can't edit her mic. Never mind.
Blame Katie and Chris for that, because you tried to go down that avenue last night.
All right,
and she said, yeah, but it never moved. So the idea is he left his phone sitting in the RV so that he could have an air quotes alibi, and when they pinged his phone, it would be up there. Well, he was here. I have no doubt in my mind he was in that car with Seth. Chris got out of the car and walked to the house or called Katie and told her to bring him out. Now, I don't know if he was already dead or she just drugged him, but the question I have is, if she just drugged him and didn't overdose him, but just drugged him because he took sleeping medicine.
Right.
Well, doesn't that dismiss her whole thing about a camera catching a blob carrying something over their shoulder?
Yeah.
See, I told y'all, this woman was just conspirizing from the beginning. She's just taking a bunch of conspiracies.
Or was she trying to intentionally distract? Because,
Well, she's implicating all of them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. Why would you? It's like almost like the person that throws something at the wall. You throw everything and see what sticks. That's kind of like vibe she's giving. You throw everything. If you got something like as hard as she's riding for her, for anybody, look anywhere but it's like look anywhere but here.
Yeah, she's just saying anything. Yeah, Little Red, that's what she's saying.
Whatever you want to hear, it's Katie, it's Chris, it's Seth, Sean, he was there, anybody but yeah, anybody you want to take.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you can overdose on that and it could kill you. So did she overdose him and kill him? Or did she just knock him out? And then, did they take him to the retention pond over in the construction area and drown him? My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like foot sand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You can hear the suction of it.
Okay, so if they stuck Sebastian in there to drown him, it would suction him. Doesn't the same theory go towards her own little...
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's where I'm like, well, why is she going so hard to put her Jeep at the retention pond?
Well, that
Right?
wasn't about the Jeep. That was about the four-wheeler.
Getting the four-wheeler out, though.
Yeah,
Well, how do you get somebody out of a neighborhood? You know?
With what, a fucking Jeep? Where are you going with that one?
Well, yeah, you can put them in the back of a car.
Sorry.
Huh?
A private jet, perhaps. These fucking people, man. They make you lose your mind at the end of the day. I just can't with it.
That's the thing. Someone asked me, B. Tim asked me, he's like, how did they get Sebastian out then? Well, B. Tim, she puts a Jeep at the retention pond where the dogs tracked, pulling her son's ATV out that was like quicksand, suggesting that Sebastian was drowned there. So that's how you could do it.
Well, I mean, but not quite, because her Jeep would have been seen driving around the neighborhood that night then, and it wasn't.
We don't know when could it have been when the son went to work?
8 a.m.? No. It couldn't have been. No, we do know because he was missing at 6, so it couldn't have been 8.
Well, no. Could his Jeep have been seen potentially at the retention pond at whatever time Sebastian disappeared, and then you drive out at 8? No one's to say like you have to, drive them out immediately. We don't know what is all on that 100 hours of footage the SF has.
I'll be honest. I think that you kind of have your mindset that she's like completely guilty, so you're finding guilty thoughts where I can't put them yet.
No, I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I agree. I do agree with that. No, it is a possibility, but
no, I'm just saying like that was one of the questions that was asked of me on like QBs the other day when people were coming at me.
Right, but she's not saying her son's Jeep was at the pond that morning. She said a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, so then it goes, when was the retention pond filled in?
It's not filled in. It's still there.
Isn't that another rumor that went around that it was filled in?
That was said. It was filled in.
No, it's 100% still there.
Oh, that's good to know.
The problem is, what people don't understand is it's called a retention pond.
Right.
So without a lot of water, there is no pond, right?
Right.
I think when people think that it's filled in, it's just because it's dry.
Ah.
You see what I mean? It's
right.
No, it's a retention pond, meaning like at some points it's retention. If there's nothing to retain,
then it's empty. Right.
Right. It's just dirt.
Let's also, not forget, like someone mentions in the chat, let's also not forget the Bobby going door to door to find out what, and also actually like, the Facebook group to kind of find out, have neighbors submit what they saw on their camera that she had kicked KP and CP out of. And then also the kitchen roundtables to talk about what was seen on the camera footage that she held at her house.
How do we know she held the footage at her house?
She says she does.
That she went around collected all the
she went around collecting, she went around talking to interviewing all her neighbors to see what they had. And then also had them put, like they could put it in the Facebook group, what information they were seeing on their, surveillance footage in the Facebook group that she had kicked KP and CP out of.
Right.
And then also had neighbors come to her house for kitchen table talks about what they saw.
Yeah.
On footage. Just saying.
What is possible? I don't know. I feel like UA has her written as guilty.
No, I'm just thinking about all the interviews that she said, and I'm just going, like, this is really above and beyond for somebody that is just a neighbor that didn't even know they existed before this happened. Why are you going so hard? And you'll hear it later on too, why I'm saying this too. But like, it's like, why are you going so hard to push this narrative of anybody? Like, you'll hear her dismiss some stuff, like when I try and bring it up. But it's just like, you keep in mind, like, why would somebody go this hard to find out what everyone has on their cameras? Why would somebody be this invested when they didn't even know Sebastian that well, like, at all, actually? To be honest, why would they create a Facebook group to intentionally spread misinformation with an admin? You know, like,
I mean,
usually you don't admin Facebook groups with people you don't know, much less like if you
well, the group was based around Sebastian,
right? And usually, well,
you do admin groups with people you don't know. I mean, there's a lot of groups that are admin by people.
Well, not one that's created by her son's girlfriend. And then, like, it's not like, how would she know her son's girlfriend and this Carrie Powers lady? Like, that they're in two different age brackets. They ain't even hanging out at the same place.
I mean, I don't know. I also feel like if she's a bored housewife and now there's like a big mystery or excitement project she could work on, I could also see that too.
Oh, and the father and the son were in the creek on the ATV on the dispatch audio too, as well.
Well, I'm just gonna say I can't personally say that because I don't know that was them, but they do mention Dad and his son.
Yeah, they.
Who says it's definitely them?
I have the timestamp of it. I can send it to you.
But does dispatch say like this is Bobby's whatever son?
They
like
said
their
it
names?
was the ATV. It's the son and it describes them what they're wearing, which is the same thing they were wearing earlier when they were caught with the father on the ATV in the creek. And she admitted to the fact that they were in the creek on the ATV. So unless they had multiple ATVs with fathers and sons riding around on them, all dressed the same, then.
But how do we know what they were dressed in? Is what I'm asking. Like, who confirmed that?
She by her audio comparing it to the dispatch, like as to, because she says her sons were with Ellie,
right?
It gives a description of what the kids were wearing because they were sending them. They were in like all black, so they were sending them thinking that they were Sebastian, and they weren't. And her, then it was.
Well, you're assuming that she was sending them to appear as if they were Sebastian, but it would be her kids, not her husband.
Well, her husband later on at like 5 in the afternoon.
So in this call, Bobby's going to say her kids were wearing all black.
Maybe not in this call. I don't know. I'm not sure.
And some type of call.
One of the other things when Jay and I we've gone through both of her interviews.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Don't you think if Bobby or her kids had anything to do with this, they'd be onto it? Black shorts. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but they don't really sell guys like shorts in a lot of.
And that fact
other colors.
Right.
Was called on the heat signature and dispatch matched up as well. Yes. Like, I mean, there's been a lot of things. Yeah, this also, like, I don't put out this is why I've held on. Like, people are like, why are you holding on? Like, why did you hold on to this? Like, I don't just throw stuff out there until things start really making sense of like going back and like dissecting stuff. I don't like to come out and just like, I it takes a lot for me to, I held on to this for obviously 4 months, before I let anybody play it, before I even let anybody even know that it existed, and it was very reluctant that I even did that. Like,
And Titanium, to answer your question, my answer will be no, because Dick's is not near me. And quite frankly, I don't see many kids running around in purple, orange, blue, green shorts. The primary colors are black and gray, in my opinion.
Well, someone did have purple on in the dispatch.
That's odd.
Which is also a color that was mentioned in the flashlight tag in Mr. Creepypasta.
Girl. Let me see this shit.
Just saying.
Oh, you just saying. All right. January 1st update is at Night Prime Intelligence has received new information that has directed our team towards specific leads in the search for Sebastian. These leads are being pursued vigorously with priority, and all forthcoming updates related to the search itself will be temporarily paused until leads have been thoroughly investigated. That's a good idea.
What happened to so much receipts and shit coming out 72 hours from 3 days ago?
I know. We've been waiting on that.
Well, they're not doing it anymore, so let go of the horses. But look at this
Chasing
one.
Crime is known for like saying, I'm going to post my receipts, and she never does. Chasing Crime being Christina, one of the...
I don't even know who the fuck she is.
She's chasing drinks up on Queen Bee's panel, the one that went up drunker than Cooter Brown and found out that she slept in a bed with bed bugs.
I didn't mean I don't actually know who she is. I didn't need a full description.
I just wanted a good visual for everybody that didn't know who Chasing Crime was.
Girl, what kind of caffeine you just get?
I know.
Oh!
The turned up level.
You sure did. Oh, this is their update, though. While we focus our resources on this promising development, we urge the public to remain vigilant and continue providing surveillance footage or recordings from the 100 block of Enoch Way and 1000 block of Stafford Court during February 23rd to 26th.
Well, you could start with that video that Bobby says she has on her dash cam.
Well, and what I don't understand either is like, they should have all of that, but over here, you know, he's believed to be alive, though no longer in Tennessee. And then you had Dog acting like he's in Delco, my small little area of Pennsylvania. Come on. Oh, yeah. He put up a tweet the other day. Delco, the search for little Sebastian is now leaving Tennessee to go to Pennsylvania.
Wait, so Nick can search?
He'd be able to. Yeah, he's in the area.
Okay, Nick, strap up them boots, buddy.
But I mean, come on, he's not in my little. It's a fucking implication. They're like implying like Sebastian's here with me.
Oh, not that he could be with Nick.
I guess anybody can look at that how they want, huh?
Yeah,
But yeah, so they're gonna pause. They're gonna temporarily pause updates. So.
Oh,
well, dang.
Bummer. No more break-in for immediate release. Sorry, guys. Oh, boy. All right.
So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water?
Dump water.
Into that?
They dumped water in the water pond.
Good God. Could you imagine how tired a person would be if they had 2 5-gallon buckets, one in each hand, going back to their house, filling them up with water and walking all the way back to that retention pond?
To drown them and then pour water on them. Oh, bless her heart.
But why is she focusing on the retention pond?
Because the dog hit there, girl.
Well, she's gonna say some other stuff.
I tried to tell y'all, Crimson is a wild ride. Like, I'm
saddle up. Little Red, I agree. Just that's the way it should be, though.
You know what I mean? And then it was raining, and it rained for 2 or 3 days after that.
If anything,
I don't think
Seth and I don't think there's any that all three of them could be involved, because I don't think that there's any way that they would let Seth profit the way anybody would let Seth profit the way he has from this case.
And hold on now. Hold on.
He's the only one that's
yes.
Hold on. No. if you are involved in something like this with somebody, it don't make a shit what they're doing. You ain't gonna open your mouth.
Facts, because then you both go down. I listen. I'm not gonna lie. I can ask the chat. Have I not said it would not surprise me none if we found out that Seth and Chris together. And I'm not saying they did. We read it, Mary. It's basically a big nothing whopper as usual. But it wouldn't surprise me none. It would actually explain some of the high tensions, to be honest. Like how they went from Seth calling 2 weeks after Sebastian disappeared to tell Chris, I can't watch TV. Who doesn't just go buy himself a damn $15 Amazon stick at that point?
Yeah.
A cheap skate that's been, used
and
to
that's also,
things.
I'm just gonna, y'all know I'm big on pointing out a lie. You know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure Sean has been on panels and people have asked him, have you talked to Chris or Katie?
Yeah,
or
he hadn't said that.
no, not since blah blah blah. Like he is, but you can't stand these people so much. You're out here throwing all this shade, but 2 weeks in, you're like, oh, Daddy, can you help me watch TV? Like,
I can't even relax in my own house and watch a movie. Mm-hmm.
You can watch them on cell phones, and God knows you got enough.
Right. And not only that, but again, these are people that he has dehumanized. He has painted them as the devil themselves. But yet you had no problem calling Chris. Like you said, like, Dad, you can. It's embarrassing that you had to lean on somebody so much that you couldn't even figure out how to watch TV on your own. But yet they're such horrible people. Weird.
He did figure out a way to write one hell of a resume. I give him that.
Well, and I know that resume was fabricated. I mean, I'm sure we all know that.
I want to know who wrote it so I can help me with mine. Get real creative.
Hey, Sophia, he won't talk to them now. He said the 5 CPS reports. Nope. No, because he said early on, he started the narrative of how horrible they are. It's the third time now, So it wasn't because of those reports. And he knew about those reports prior because his PI spoke on them in the early stages. Remember that? When she got up there and said that they weren't substantiated or whatever?
You talking about on Web Sleuths?
Yeah.
Yeah. They forget about that sometimes.
So he knew about them.
Profiting.
Well, and again, I'm just going to say.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Day 7 is, I believe, when we met him in that construction site, and he absolutely, in my opinion, was trying to, recruit creators who would help push a, I don't know how to say it. A narrative and a picture of Chris and Katie. Because like I said, he told us day 7 about that had happened to Sebastian. I just didn't bring it to the internet. You know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah.
Where did they make that implication that they made a phone call before they called the police? Because they did. They called Seth. Didn't they?
Yes, they said they called Seth. I think they said they called Seth.
No,
before the police.
Seth said he had a missed call and that he had
a text message
from 7 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, the call to the sheriff's department was at like 6:33, something like that.
That's what they say in the dispatch.
So they tried to get a hold of him afterward.
Okay.
And Rebel Soul, this is how this kind of came together. Like the pieces of this picture that whatever you want to call it, rabbit hole of going back and revisiting these Bobby things came together is Clue, myself, Jay, and I up talking and bringing up our memories on Christmas Day. And everybody prayed for a Christmas miracle in this case. And I'm one that believes nothing is,
Are you saying this was a Christmas miracle?
I hope not.
I sure hope not either.
No, in terms of like maybe just opening people's eyes to the fact that, maybe we haven't been looking in the, we've tried, what we've tried hasn't worked,
Maybe we haven't been asking the right questions. I
Well,
think
that's
somebody
cute.
said once upon a time.
Like what we've been doing hasn't been working. So let's go back and maybe like revisit and look at other options.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But he only asked that because he wanted chat participation.
Well, he got extra participation.
Now listen, so, and I'm going to say, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, because obviously I have a lot of respect for SF, but the same way people are questioning why would at night like say that they caught somebody before the police, I would have to say why that would be the same thing like as saying like SF is saying keep going this way, you're on the right track. Obviously not, or she'd be arrested and the police would have answers.
Well, you know, like I disagree in the sense that like here's the thing. We know that police will sometimes like go down certain avenues to make people feel like put the heat on them if they don't have enough evidence, you know, to see if they will make some mistakes and trip up.
Right.
And maybe if hypothetically, you know, we know that police are known to do things like, you know, wiretaps or, you know, surveillance or search warrants for certain things. And maybe this has made some people a little uncomfortable, obviously, because we got people staying in hotels apparently now.
Was that Bobby though or Brittany?
Well, I'll let you decide. Y'all can just look at the super chats that were posted and plastered on certain creators' pages and things that were commented in chats, and
can you spare me from doing that research since you've already done it and just tell me, because I ain't going to look for super chats and shit.
She thinks Brittany is Bobby. I'll tell you.
Well,
and to be honest, I've said that months ago. Absolutely agree.
I think that I've heard that from several people, and there's also some other like things that I can send you.
I think they're two of the same, but I don't think they're the same person, personally.
I agree with him.
Yeah, because you know what? I received email a while back because Brittany kind of gave away exactly who she was, and she did say she's not using her real name. And kind of the things that she was writing in the chat, though, it doesn't lead to her being Bobby. It leads to a neighbor whose husband is retired LE.
Well, if she's not lying about who she is, if I'm not mistaken, Fiance said the other day that she called into my show.
She did.
In the very beginning, and it didn't sound like Bobby.
And she did say that in the beginning she was calling into shows.
Yeah. So I personally don't think it's Bobby, but
well, maybe I'm not giving away who I think it is. And I'll
girl, Detector Gadget on us.
I'll tell you
now
I know there is
bullshit about the mattresses and the pressure washer and all.
I'm just trying to, you know.
I agree.
I agree with that too. Wow. Plus, if you were staying at a hotel or a motel because you were scared, why would you literally tell people I'm staying at a motel down the street? Like they can't figure out which motel you're at? I mean, come on. That's so stupid.
I mean, yeah.
All right, back to Bobby.
Well, but Katie and Chris were about to get rid of Sebastian. So I'm like, what would they have had any motive?
Because she's getting to keep the Social Security money that she was getting from Sebastian. And now instead of having to pay for all of Sebastian's medical stuff, I also think that here's the
first off, they weren't getting Social Security for Sebastian, is my understanding. What does she mean? Whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I think that may be news to them too. So
right. Thank you, Michelle.
Nothing too though. I think they had to get rid of Sebastian because he was talking to the school and the nurses and the counselors about what Chris was doing to him at the house. And how Chris was treating him, and then how Seth was reportedly treating him. And he was starting to talk about it. You see, this kid was getting older. I mean, he's 15 years old now. So I know for an absolute fact, I graduated from there. I know teachers in there. My kids went to school over there. I still know teachers over there. And I actually had an teacher assistant that my kids had call me at the beginning of this and ask me how much I knew. And we had like an hour-long conversation, and she said me herself. She said, I'm telling you, they got rid of him because he was getting actors in there. I know teachers in there. My kids went to school over there.
One, I thought her kids were homeschooled, but is she saying a teacher called her?
No, she probably took her nosy self up to that school.
I know, that's right. Knock, knock. Principal, have you heard about this? What do you know? Do you have any footage?
That's so sad, too. Like,
And the teacher's assistant, I think that wasn't Justin Source, a teacher's assistant.
Supposedly. Is that what she just said? A teaching assistant.
Yep. Just
oh,
saying.
I thought she said a teacher. She knows.
Well, she did say a
up
teacher,
there.
and then she also said a teacher's assistant.
Here, I'm gonna play it now.
Multiple people.
Yeah, I just rewound it to hear that. Southernish, thank you so much. Karin, thank you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you. All right, so let's listen. Here she says it again. She knows all the people. Her kids went there, la-di-da.
I still know teachers over there, and I actually had an teacher assistant, that my kids had called me at the beginning of this and asked me how much I knew. And we had like an hour-long conversation, and she said me herself.
Hold on. Why in the... Hold on. So you mean to tell me that your kids are so involved in this that they had the teacher's assistant call you? Is that not what I heard?
That's the way I heard it too, because she says I had a teacher assistant, and then she said my kids called me and asked me how much I knew.
No, she said had her kids had them call her
and ask her how much she knew. All right, here, let's hear it again.
Teacher assistant that my kids had called me.
That my kids had called me. You're right. She did say that.
Bruh, be for real.
She did say that. She said that she had her kids had called her.
Then
So
her kids called her, is what I heard.
So her kids spoke to the teacher's assistant and then had the teacher assistant call the mom, Bobby here, and say, how much do you know about this?
That's okay. I'm sorry, but that's weird. Lord, y'all gonna put me on
I've been
Clemson
asking
Road.
you how many times to listen to this dang audio.
I know.
How many damn text messages it
Girl,
take?
I'm sorry, but I have a life off these streets, honey. Like I got stuff I like to do that ain't sitting on the internet. You know what I mean?
Well,
amen to that.
You got surveillance to do in your blacked out SUV, you know?
And that's right. I got to be scaring people in town.
Yeah.
That was bizarre.
Why would your kid... Look, Granny, tell me if I'm crazy, but do you remember being 16, 17, 18? If you think for 5 seconds that No, I'm not doing that. Like I'm thinking about what I'm going to do when I get out of school, who I'm going to go see, what we're going to get into. I'm not thinking about, oh, could you call my mommy? Because she might have some info that you might... No, that's weird. That is weird.
Wait. People are saying we're misunderstanding it. So they're saying it's from the perspective of teacher assistant that my kids had while they were at school.
Oh, maybe we are.
Like the oldest son, because he's the only one that I knew that went to beach.
All right, let's hear this again. Ready?
Yeah.
Graduated from there. Right. Years old now. So I know for an absolute fact, I graduated from there. I know teachers in there. My kids went to school over there. I still know teachers over there. And I actually had an teacher assistant that my kids had called me at the beginning of this.
Yes, that my kids had. That she was the teacher assistant for her kids is what she's saying.
Well, she only had one kid that went to beach because her twins are homeschooled. So did they go to beach?
And then become homeschooled? Right.
She said kids, plural. Too.
Yeah. That's still weird. That's still weird to me.
It's still weird, right? It's still bizarre.
Yeah.
Like
still a violation of not of HIPAA but it's a privacy violation.
It's a code of ethic.
Yeah.
And asked me how much I knew. And we had like an hour-long conversation, and she said me herself. She said, I'm telling you, they got rid of him because he was talking.
Now that's a different
CPS had reported being over here several times.
Yeah. See, like, all the stuff that, like, Seth is doing has made him look so much, like, guiltier. in my mind as like the guilty, like as being like solely having the motive. Like I just don't think, because Katie and Chris were allegedly having those marital problems, right?
Chris and Katie were having major, they were having fights in their backyard.
In their backyard.
Yelling at each other. That was reported from multiple people.
I thought that was in the driveway. Now it's the backyard.
Yep, it's relocated.
They were fighting and arguing. There was a neighbor close by that overheard Chris say, either you get rid of him or I am.
Oh, please.
He hated Sebastian. Hated him. That was reported at school. One of the counselors admitted, or one of the teachers admitted, knowing that he absolutely hated him.
One of the teachers admitted knowing that. All right, Bobby.
Apparently, he also said it to one of his coworkers, and he hated him. He said, what did they call him? A freaking retard or something?
So this is where those rumors came from, folks. If anybody was wondering where the early on rumors from the alleged neighbors came from, I introduced you, but not here, Bobby.
Your source.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I know Chris hated him, and I think that he was causing major issues in their marriage because Katie, being the mom, was trying to deal with all of his emotional issues. I also know that, and this is still not been talked about, but it is absolutely confirmed that he did not have autism. He had a chromosome deletion.
All right, Bobby. It's now been confirmed that he's never had autism.
Bobby's got her medical degree, guys.
You know what's really sad is the fact that if Sean is listening to people like this, right? Like, it's almost a situation where this person could be in his ear, and then he goes online and starts repeating this stuff.
Right.
As it's fact. You know what I mean?
Right, especially in an emotional, moment. Like, oh, you're already angry because you feel like the child was lost under their care. I can understand that anger at that. And then you're hearing these rumors like, oh, the neighbor said that. The teacher heard that. Oh, but at what point does Seth come out and acknowledge, was he diagnosed with autism or not? I mean, Bobby's now, quote unquote, the green team. So, a lot of this came from her.
To be fair, he also said in one of his interviews that, back in California, he said, you remember dealing with me? I'm the one with the autistic son.
Yep. He said, you know me. Yep. Bobby.
Yeah. That produces. Well, yeah, but they're still not talking about that either. And I think that she brought that up because she knew that if she didn't say anything, they would just deem this as a missing persons report.
But I'm going to say something really here. So my mom was this letter. She know that, Mommy.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
What, Stephen?
What?
I just seen something that pissed me.
Here they go again with these implications that Sebastian's with me. Okay. Because here goes Nick now posting a local fundraiser for popcorn. And then somebody even comments underneath, I see what you did there. Remember, their search for Sebastian is now coming to Delco. Fuel the spirit of our local Delaware County flag football team by grabbing delicious small batch popcorn. Every bite helps. Somebody responds back because everything they do is mysterious. Must be more of this colossal popcorn. No, it's a genuine fundraiser. Local. I see what you did there. Yeah, and we all do too. Keep fucking playing, Nick.
Okay.
What'd you see?
Got me sweating from this.
That doesn't sound good.
It's fucking something else. Got nothing to do with it.
I don't know. Like part of me just thinks that. I mean, I was so anti Chris and Katie at first, but see, like, I think that Sebastian was so desperate for friends that it's very possible he could have been lured out to the car thinking he was meeting somebody.
But he wasn't, because every single one of our neighbors that are on that street, all of them looked at the ring cameras, and there was absolutely nothing showing that anyone came on that street to pick him up or walk out with him. And the only video footage that has not been released to the public that, like I said, someone I know was there at the command center and saw with their own two eyes somebody carrying him at the front door. And Chris even admits that on the audio when he was talking to Narc Divers. He
Pause.
said that the dog said,
all right, wait, Bobby. You said, did you not remember what you said in your interview about that, like, your neighbor's ring camera getting triggered by Sebastian's light? And the shadow, you know, like that silhouette in the window?
Yeah.
What happened to that? Just saying. Just a question.
Does she bring that back up?
Nope. She dismisses the lured out theory that quickly. I mean, she didn't even entertain that as a possibility. If I didn't have answers, you think I like? And why are you dismissing that theory so quickly? And lying about either you're lying about what you just said then, or you're lying about the silhouette. Which one is it?
Right, because she's the one that said it.
You can't have it both ways.
Here, let me hear it again.
every single one of our neighbors that are on that street, all of them looked at the ring cameras, and there was absolutely nothing showing that anyone came on that street to pick him up or walk out with him. And the only video footage that has not been released to the public that, like I said, someone I know was there at the command center and saw with their own two eyes somebody carrying him at the front door. And Chris even admits that on the audio when he was talking to Narc Divers. He specifically said that the dog scent went out the front door, turned to the left, went between the houses, exactly where the lights went. However, we were told on multiple occasions that there was zero dog scents. And I even asked the National Guard when they came with their dogs, I asked them, I said, did you guys get a scent? And they're like, well, we got something over in the construction site, but then it went away. I'm like, well, that's because nobody asked the people on the construction site. Nobody stopped the construction. They were building houses and moving dirt around while the dogs were over there searching for a trail. Well, no wonder why. They said that they got something in the yard, but that wasn't expected because he was outside in the yard. Other than that, there was
How does that make any sense? They got something in the yard. They got no scent hits at all, but then they got a scent hit in the yard. She's kind of contradicting herself as she speaks. Doesn't even make sense.
no other chemtrails. So he didn't just walk out of his house on his own 2 feet.
Oh.
I'll have to look. I have to look at the Mob Cruise video. It's been sent to me, but I haven't looked at that yet.
That one where he shares the audio between Chris and the Narc Divers, where he was telling the Narc Divers exactly where the dogs were and where he literally tells you exactly.
What you talking about? Jubilee Josh? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you what I don't understand. How are you gonna sit here on one hand and say, oh, Katie, who could replace the brawny man on paper towels, carried him across a ditch, but then you're gonna sit there and say it was Sean in a car on the street.
With Chris, right? Which one was it? Damn, she's just throwing out every theory she has crosses her mind.
Mm-hmm.
Must be every theory she sat hosting in her house. She's just whopping them all out there. Whop, whop, whop. My God.
You can make JLR can make a Bobby whop, whop, whop video.
I mean, you can tell that she's just throwing speculation everywhere.
Yeah.
She's like implicated everybody at this point.
That's why I say I'm not so convinced that she's involved as much as I'm convinced she's just a literal lonely, bored housewife.
Nosy as shit. Yeah, she said all three were involved, but she just did a whole story about Seth and Chris doing something, and now it's, again, back to Katie, and it's just weird. And we heard the dispatch say that they got hits. So I don't understand that either with this whole, there was no hits. There was no leads. They didn't lead to Sebastian. But it's not even been fully clarified. Did the dogs have a scent at all or no?
Well, it said that they were following footprints and Max jumped into the pond and, they washed their boots together and stuff.
Well, and she's the one that said the officer told her son, remember, he was following a scent.
Right. So now you're saying there was no scent? I mean, which one is it? Right. Why would KP carry him to CP while Sean sits in the truck? I mean, all of it's, her whole theory's odd.
What my neighbor told Steven and I today, the lights were at. I mean, it was like, when I heard that, the first thing I thought was, and I told my neighbor, I said, oh my gosh, Chris basically just admitted exactly where they took him. That blew my mind.
See, I'm going to have to say, Bobby, I don't agree with you. I think that if he was there and he was watching the dogs.
He wasn't, but I think that was a lie. There was no, I asked multiple times, every one of the officers that had their dogs out here, every one of them said there was no trail. There was no trail from his house to the construction site. They have no idea how he went from his house over to the construction site. I went out there and I watched the dogs walking.
That's what's weird though, because
Whoa,
when I
what'd she say?
She said, I was out there and I watched the dogs working.
But, I see, and remember Crimson, the other night we were playing this and she said, I saw it myself.
Yep.
And I was like, but I thought your kids were out there, not you. But I can't with this woman.
And she said the same thing on JLR. She said, my sons watched the dog jump in the pond. And then she said, and I'd never seen, a second later, she said something that implied she saw it. Like, and I was shocked. I never seen nothing like that before. Something.
Yeah.
She is adamant. I'll give her that. She's confident in what she's saying.
And the other guy that was running the dogs, they told me that their dogs, there was also a third dog who was much younger that tracked also off the track after it went past that one house. And after that, the dog tried to do something, he was just too young. He obviously was not ready for the field. They actually ended up pulling that dog back. I don't know about that one. I just know that the sheriff's department had dogs. Then TBI came in, and the National Guard brought their dogs. And every time we ever asked them, it was, there was not enough of a scent trail. There was a scent trail around his house, but it didn't lead us anywhere. And we were expecting that because it's his house. So
Is
I'm
they've
telling you,
been?
the neighbor next door, when she said that they had turned in their footage 2 weeks late when she was at the command center, and they saw this movement, and it looked like there was something draped their shoulder. That was as soon as they said, she told me, she said, I'm telling you, somebody took him out of the house. And I'm like, okay, but what I'm saying about Chris's confession to me was that to me was Chris saying that he knows that they walked out with him, or somebody walked out with him.
Pause it.
The dogs hit that. I mean,
She said Chris's confession to me, right? Y'all heard that, right?
I thought she had never talked to him before.
Well, so I think it's just another way of her phrasing, kind of throwing. It sounds different than what she's really saying. I think she's saying Chris's confession to me was when she's referring to something he said.
I agree. It's the way she phrases things.
Yeah.
But in the other interview, she says Chris. She refers to when the night she gets caught up in the Jeep with her and Autumn and the son, her son. She says, and Chris confessed to me and I've got it on. I didn't even realize the dash cam was rolling. Like when he confronts her, out because she's creeping by his house 3 times already.
Where does she say that?
In the interview, I think with Terry Lynn. No, it was maybe the JLR one because we did Terry Lynn first, I think, and then JLR.
That's where she says that she had camera.
Yeah,
going?
she had a dash cam, and that's why I called her out and said, "Where's the dash cam?"
I think that they were carrying him out. And I think that Katie, they all know that what happened to him. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to say, wow, I'm surprised. But I just think all 3 of them know what happened to him.
Yeah, see, I just don't think that I think if anybody's involved, it's Seth. I don't think that Chris and Kate, don't get me wrong. I originally went down Katie and Chris. Like, I was that, like, all the way, 100 million %. But he didn't have any motive.
Because Bobby's sitting out here, and she'll tell you, we were standing there. Seth, I've been around Seth personally. Bobby's been around Seth. He's a big dude who can't hardly, like, he's got back problems taking around. For him to move quickly, and he got that little house, not a little.
No, that was Katie that ran back.
See,
absolutely. I would put $1 million, I don't have $1 million, but if I had $1 million, I'd put $1 million on that being her that ran back.
But Seth could have easily paid, like, gotten somebody to do it for him. Like,
but see, the thing with this is, I will tell you that Chris is nasty. He is meaning, and he went off on my son and I one night and threatened his.
Notice there, Southernish, thank you so much, and I agree. Notice there, she said he went off on my son and I. That's the opinion of Granny. Please make that clear. What? Make what clear? What happened, Cheryl Ray? I don't even know what you're saying, to be honest. So she says he went off on my son and I, not on my son's girlfriend.
Chris is nasty. He is meaning, and he went off on my son and I one night and threatened his girlfriend in the Jeep. I still have it on a dash cam, which we didn't even realize it was running. Thank God it was. Where he confessed to me all kinds of crazy stuff. And afterwards, it was over. My son and I looked at each other and we were like, wait, why did he tell us that?
Oh, that's not what she says on JLR.
Yep.
Crazy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Why the hell y'all didn't ask her for this dash cam?
Right.
I just did. I'm asking you, Bobby, where's the dash cam?
No, why didn't you ask her then when you had her on the phone line?
I was a little caught off guard that she was saying I had a dash cam. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, she's
like,
saying she has dash cam of him confessing, of all things.
Yeah, like, I mean, you have to realize, like, also, I'm trying not to, like, press too hard. I'm trying to, you kind of just want some people to talk, because she's the talker. It's also really hard to get a word in edgewise, like, with her. Like,
she ain't talking. She's one of these people that say a whole lot of words but don't ever say nothing.
Right. It all equals to nothing. Agree. So here she's saying that she has Chris confessing to her on camera. She don't say any of that on JLR's, though. None of that. She does say about, like, Chris confronting the young girl about, oh, you're so-and-so from the Facebook group. How do I get a hold of your parents? Which I don't think is confronting. I think it's being an adult. Let me speak to the adult. Are they aware of what you're doing? But she's acting like he, like, was like, yeah, and I did X, Y, and Z. Ha, ha, ha. You'll never get me. It's weird.
All right, why do we care? He was telling us all kinds of stuff at the very beginning and then threatened us with, my mom's a realtor in Gallatin and she knows everybody. She's got connections. And I'm like, I don't give a crap what your mom's doing. But that was a threat to me to shut my mouth and make sure I kept my mouth shut to let me know. That was intimidation. But he was like, he thought this. I just wish I could describe to you the demeanor. I mean, the man stood in the middle of the street as we're driving slowly down the street. Now, this is my neighborhood. You're not going to tell me what road I can and can't be on. I live here too. I can go wherever I want to go at whatever time of night I want to go, as long as I'm not disturbing the peace, which we really don't even have. We're in the county, so we don't even have a noise ordinance kind of thing.
Yeah.
So whatever. But when he stood in the middle of the street, he stood with his feet basically hit with the park, his arms crossed and his chest all punched out like, whoa, you're not.
Oh man, this is
You
also
really shut her
right.
up because she's really afraid of talking. Apparently,
This is after her third time of driving down their street. And this is when police asked that everybody remain in their house because they're using the thermal imagery to try to find Sebastian.
Yeah.
Get past me, put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought at first it was the police. Because I thought maybe the police were still over there. And I thought, oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird. Then I realized when I found out it was him and his demeanor, I had my phone and I had 911 already on my phone and I was ready to hit send as soon as if I felt threatened by him. He's got this, I'm bigger than you. You are going to leave me alone and you're going to stop asking questions and you're going to get out of my face and you better not.
So she said she was ready to call 911 if she felt threatened. Says that she felt threatened, but didn't dial 911.
Right.
She has a real aversion to dialing 911, in my opinion. I.e.,
Yeah.
when there's random flashlights in the woods when a child's missing, she didn't call 911 then either. Just gonna point that out one more time.
Right, but she called them to argue with them about trash trucks and asked them what type of updates they have on the case and asked them what type of footage they have on the case. You know, so,
Not ever come back over here again. It was just this demeanor of get away from me and get off me. Leave me alone and stop messing with me.
Get off me, right.
He is creepy as crap.
Like what?
And then he bold-faced lied to the entire world when he told everybody, this is Chris, that he was on a three-way call with Katie and that he called the non-emergency number because of where we live. That's bull. You cannot get 911 to the non-emergency line. The very first thing, the audio recording that comes up when you call the non-emergency line is, if this is an emergency, hang up and call 911. Now, if you get to the non-emergency, that's what I was getting. I know, and that was the next thing I was going to say is if that was his air quotes faster way to get to somebody, he wasted 5 minutes.
That's why they're now coming out saying they have information that Chris and Katie spoke to somebody before 911 because of this recording right here. I'd put money on it. They seem to take a lot of things that we say and then, twist it up to be breaking news for them. You guys ever notice that?
Wait,
yeah, I
say
do.
that right back.
But
Rewind it and say it again.
I just want to point out that had he called 911, it would have been dispatched to Memphis. So,
yeah,
that's a good point.
Because you have to go through all the prompts, then you have to wait for a to connect your call.
Did he say he dialed the non-emergency number or did he say
Nope.
he called directly to the station?
He called directly to the sheriff's department. I have the number in my phone too because that's who responds out here if you're not in the city. It's the sheriff's department.
Right. So this whole conversation she's having right now is like dead on impacts because it didn't happen.
It's on misinformation.
And just like the, nobody's at the sheriff's department responding to calls at such and such time.
And
That's
I want to.
bullshit.
That is bullshit.
When they're not there, that number routes to the same dispatch center as 911.
Yep.
Normal people call 911. Again, if Chris was calling while in a different city, then it's going to go to that local dispatch. 911 is going to connect there. It's not going to connect to Hendersonville.
Right, because it's routed off of your phone and the GPS location of that phone.
Right.
Cheryl Ray, I hate to break it to you, but I've known SF longer than this. Yeah. So
Then just
again.
this recording, right? Oh, all right,
You
Bobby.
got a missing kid. If I had a missing kid, I would have been dialing 911.
You know how I know this? Because I had to call a non-emergency line the other day. There's a dude out here in front of my house. He's like speeding back and forth on his bike, and all of a sudden he's laying down on the back. I'm like, ah, shit. Oh no. And he's like, yeah, I'm okay. So I just, I didn't see it as an emergency.
Right. Just worried about he got hurt.
I had to call, and sure enough, nobody answered. And it was like, you need to speak to the detective.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing you know, it reached me. It took about 3 minutes, but
it took me almost 10 minutes. It took me almost 10 minutes the other night when that truck drove by, because obviously that's not an emergency. So I'm calling the non-emergency number. It took me almost 10 minutes to get a dispatcher.
Hey,
it kept
pause
ringing
this.
and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing.
I see you understand something. Okay, here's the thing. What you don't understand is when you look up the sheriff's department, it gives you the sheriff's department administration hours. That's like if you want to call, like, and speak to like Sheriff Craddock, that, Bobby would know that. Or like one of the detectives and stuff. That's like the hours that you see when you go to your Google search. The sheriff's department is open. It's a 24/7, 365-day service. Okay. Also, just to help you up, she drove past a fire station. That's called a volunteer fire station. There's not always like, guaranteed to have like, someone answer. Plus, you're not going to like go and try and get a volunteer to maybe wake up and come to the thing when you're trying to drive literally just a little bit further down the road. I know that's a narrative that Pearls was trying to push the other night, that she passed the volunteer fire station, and why didn't she stop there? But
Well, I ain't stopping at no fucking fire station. That's weird.
Yeah, what the frick is she gonna? No, so,
it's not even going to cross my mind. Like, I'm going to stop at the fire station and say my child's. It wouldn't even cross my mind to stop there.
So ICU, just know that your sheriff's department too, should you ever need an emergency and you Google it up and it says 8 to 4:30, they're going to be open if you call 24/7, 365, just to help you out.
I mean, I'll be honest, my local police station closes. Like, there's nobody there after hours.
Well, that's like local precincts and stuff, but like the number that you call is
somebody's going to be answering service.
Yeah. Try again,
Bobby.
And I'm thinking, if my kid was missing, there ain't no way I'd call that. I'd be calling 911. I think what he did is these connections that he threatened me with. I think he called the non-emergency line to get a hold of whoever was in.
She just said that he threatened her with his mother being a realtor. Right? Yep. She didn't say nothing about he threatened me with knowing the police or this or that.
No, this is too much for me. This is crazy.
I know. It's actually annoying.
Sumner County Sheriff's Office that he knows to say, hey, I'm going to need you guys to cover this up because this is what just happened.
Oh,
and
Bobby.
Got dispatched. I may be wrong with that one too. But why any crap?
I can promise you're wrong with that one, Bobby. If you think there's even one police, or I mean, maybe there could be one. But then you have to say the FBI was a way of covering up, the TBI, the Secret Service. Right.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
He got some deep paycheck, and he's paying off all these creators too, right?
It's absolutely ridiculous. She just sounds silly at this point.
They're gonna record all that shit, Bobby. They record all that shit though. So he would have had to have called them on a private line.
I'm stupid and don't go to the trash truck versus the cell phone footage. They're hiding all this crap. There is so much corruption.
Did you hear what she said? Right. And she just said, trying to tell me that the flashlight footage doesn't go with the trash truck. So Bobby knows that's a trash truck. Did you hear what she just said? Let's do it again.
So he would have had to have called them on a private line.
I'm stupid and don't go to the trash truck versus the cell phone footage.
That the trash truck works with the cell phone footage.
Woo! Mic drop, Bobby.
Weird.
And all this crap.
They're
There's
hiding.
so much corruption in Sumner County. It is blatantly obvious. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
I tried to convince me on the phone that those lights were a trash truck. And then he got mad at me because I was telling him that he was wrong.
Huh?
Oh, I was telling him that he's wrong.
Guys, I'm not a big fan.
I love that. She was telling the police that they're wrong.
The
Hey, Lenny,
sheriff.
the sheriff, nonetheless.
Well, he wasn't the sheriff then, but
Mm.
Was at the time that she was calling him.
Wow.
Trying to go get my daughter. But at the end of the day, man, I'm hoping. My biggest thing is that
We've got to come to the surface.
yeah, that's what I was just saying, man. Is that we're looking at, I think what we're seeing in front of us is Chris is a special guy, man. He's really good at what he does. And so I think that key evidence is what, it's funny because it will prove that some attorney lied. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Lied. And I think that's a positive thing, too, because we can.
Exactly, breaking chains.
That this is crucial evidence where we can easily say, okay, did they lie or did they willfully, neglectfully ignore facts?
Absolutely. Well, the fact that they didn't shut the house down and lock it down on day one, the fact that they didn't shut and lock down the construction site as they were searching through it with dogs, right there shows you. And
Hold
then my
on.
son.
Let's help out Lolly. Put Lolly Bird's comment.
Why do you even keep arguing with the chat?
I'm trying to help her. 911 is for emergency. A missing child isn't an emergency. Girl, do you really have? Surely you're joking.
No, because she's saying if you're thinking your child ran away and you're gonna find them,
Lolly,
you're not
do you
thinking it's an
need
emergency.
brain cells, because I can help you. Like, I mean, I can donate a few. Like, I can spare a few. Like, come on, girl. Try. Like, you're dumb. Just dumb. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Damn you, that's a supporter of mine.
Well, that's
She's
dumb.
actually defending the fact that Chris Proudfoot didn't call 911.
No, like she's saying, like
she's saying you wouldn't. Yes, for emergency, and at that point, they're thinking Sebastian just ran away.
I think you're misreading what she's saying. You right?
Okay.
You had too much caffeine, girl.
Yeah, you might want to stay away from the chat.
You're ready to cut your thirst.
No, they can't. Like you, like yeah. No, you don't understand. Like the shit that the shit that I woke up to, and the stuff that these people have freaking done, like, is just vile.
Yeah, I agree. It may not hurt though to take a break if you're.
Well, no, I'm just gonna stop reading chat. Sorry.
Yeah, just do that. Just do that because you're misreading it. I get it though. When you're on defense mode, everything seems like it's personal.
Yeah,
I get it.
Saw that Thursday, the week that he went missing, that Thursday, my son reported to the that flyer that they were passing out to everybody that had to report what you see, whatever number on it. I think it was to the command post. Well, of course we had that just in case we saw anything. And it was that following Thursday or Friday, my son was standing out in our deck, which faces the construction site.
Here you go, Chloe.
He saw this weird light moving around, disappear, come back on, move around, and then just disappear in the woods over in the construction area. Well, he calls that number, and the guy said, "Okay, we'll come check it out. Thank you for letting us know." Nobody came. Nobody even called him back to say, "Hey, tell me exactly where this was." I know Terry Lynn found all kinds of crap, and she reported it, and they told her that they weren't looking for that kind of stuff. I'm telling y'all, there is something going on.
I definitely will agree with that. There's something fishy in the air over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something we can all agree on when it comes to stuff we're doing these days.
Hold on. Is this when she had just said that what she would have done was lock down the house and the construction site?
Yeah, we just passed that. You were busy cursing out Lolly.
So yeah, sorry, Lolly. I apologize. I was writing out my apology in the chat. I was like, why is she needing to think that they need to secure the construction site, at that time?
Right. Well, not only that, but if she felt like it should have been sealed off, why are you sending your kids there to be nosy?
Right. Why are it's defying like her own advice and
like her own logic. Yeah. No, she's not a PI, NH girl. You're not a PI, right?
What?
A private investigator?
No.
No. Bobby is the burnout. I thought you said burnout version. You said brunette version. I thought you said burnout. I was going to agree.
I can tell you, listening to Bobby for 3 days will drive you a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I agree with that. I'm already getting very like, ugh.
Stephen, that you keep looking and you keep doing what you're doing, because I think, you're one of the good guys that really actually care and you're not in it for the money and you're trying to, get information. So I just hope that you will continue doing what you're doing, and I will continue giving you information that I find out. But I think today was really good. Yeah, that was cool. Today was awesome. Yeah.
Well, be on the lookout for some random ass vehicle in your neighborhood too, and put that.
You know what I'm saying? It's not standing against you. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I know it confirms exactly what I was told.
Well, and that's the thing, guys. It goes back. I think it's pretty damning, right? Because it made you look bad on your arm, but
she made herself look bad. Is that the end of it, pretty much, UA?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's annoying me. What do you think? Well, I know what you think. What do you think, Chloe? You think we got a nosy neighbor that's overly invested, or you think we got a master criminal mind?
Go ahead, babe.
Take it, Cletus. Take it.
I think it's, yeah. Batshit Bobby is where I'm going with that. That's her name for me. Batshit Bobby. I think that woman needs a hobby other than, quite honestly, trying to dictate what does and doesn't happen in her neighborhood. That's just me.
Well, I love the part where she says, I can, this is my neighborhood, I can drive through it, but she doesn't want anybody else driving those streets.
I agree.
Does anybody recall this on the dispatch? Did the lady say the mom went to look at Victoria Place? And where is that at from their home?
That is their home.
Their home is at Victoria Place.
That's the name of the subdivision.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Granny. She said, "What is that? What's Victoria Place?
Where's the fuck is Victoria's Place?" This is the first I've heard it called of that, though, to be honest. Am I alone? Did anybody else know that was the name of their subdivision?
I know that just because of the sign out front, but
right.
And what's on the Facebook or whatever, right? That's the name of the group that Bobby runs.
The name of the group that Bobby runs. Did Bobby run that group before Sebastian disappeared?
Yes.
Yes.
Facebook and the dispatch audio, the police, when they go to 1032, they're like, we just encountered the lady that runs the Facebook group. She's going to put a post out,
Okay. Yeah, but people keep telling me White House. What is White House? Because people are telling me it's not what I thought it was.
It's
a town.
Yeah.
It's like 10 minutes north of the subdivision, roughly 10, 15 minutes north.
Was there a school there that Sebastian used to go to?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. There's schools there.
Yeah, that Terry Lynn, I think, has a lot of ties to there. And I think that's where all that shit with White House came from.
All right. And now we're going to take a poll on Bobby's children. Do you all find like all of this be overly, my only thing with it, and I'll be quite honest, because I'm not above Mitten, when I think shit's kind of hypocritical. I think it's a little hypocritical to say that because Bobby's like overly involved, that makes her somehow guilty, when quite frankly, we're all overly involved. And like you said, for Clue, it's her backyard. For you, it's your backyard. So would it be fair if people started saying, well, maybe UA and Clue were involved because, they're overly involved? You know what I mean?
They have. And
they have with you.
I don't blame anybody personally for considering anybody that comes out publicly and speaks about a situation to be looked at as potentially involved. I think that's fair. I mean, does that mean people are going to like it? No. But is it fair? Absolutely. You come out publicly and speak on something, you can expect for that to be talked about in all kinds of ways.
The difference in my mind, though, is that for example, I don't have a, I think it's different when you are like, I think it's easy to see from this call that she was trying to literally throw anything out there and blame anyone and see what fit, like, see what could stick, she was obviously over invested in the video, right, of the mob crew was doing, and she was trying to control the narrative of that mob crew was going to be putting out regarding the explanation of this ruckus lights video. And I do find it very suspicious that she was trying to control the narrative so much. There's a difference between being invested and like searching and being invested and like, but we also hear, she also doesn't like the green being put up and, she doesn't, but she also was part of an admin of a group that was intentionally misdirecting search efforts for Sebastian Rogers. And it seems like just the level of her involvement, we cannot go back and we cannot forget her mentioning the flashlight tag.
Yeah.
We cannot forget the level of involvement of her kids in the search efforts and being seen and how they were told to stay inside and they're running all around and
Yeah.
ignoring them.
And didn't Bobby have a Facebook post in the beginning that was like, oh, I spoke to the mother, she's distraught. Am I correct? Something like that, like not verbatim. Wow, Miss Robin, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not verbatim what I'm saying, but there was a post where she said like the mother's like really upset, something like that, right?
Right. She said, and then she did say that, and then the flashlight tag in one video in the JLR, she mentions flashlight tag, and then it's almost like she catches herself, and she says like earlier in the interview with later on with Terry Lynn, she just says they played flashlight tag. And, when you look up flashlight tag and Mr. Creepypasta, and then you also look at when we started looking at, when we started discussing like the flashlight tag and Mr. Creepypasta, just look at how things changed. Like, in terms of like mob crew trying to now come up with a new narrative of the flashlight video, because like Clue and them came out with their angle showing that it was wrong, and mob crew held fast on that.
Well, he wrong.
Yeah, I just found the weird. Well, I didn't find it. I just was brought to my attention this weird ass video. Look how weird this shit is.
And I just want to say, like, to people, while you pull up that video, I'm not closed. Like, I'm still maintaining an open mind. For me, nobody's off the table. I just find this highly suspicious because this explains a lot of the narratives that have been pushed.
Right, shows where they originated, how they got to YouTubers' ears.
Exactly, like the teacher and all this different stuff that's been coming out that they've been dropping, and we see that it's not from a credible, it's not from somebody that is very credible, given the numerous contradictions just in that one interview. Much less when you start listening to the dispatch audio and the interview with JLR. And the interview with, Terry Lynn, and you look at her relationship with Terry Lynn, and I mean, I like to never close my mind, which is why you heard I was saying
there were other guests, other kids' pranks that happened there. Sometimes we can see a better picture when we understand that pattern.
Is this the Mr. Creepypasta one?
No.
You need to play the Mr. Creepypasta one, because that's the one that Sebastian would have listened to.
Well, we don't know if he heard that particular one.
Well, we know he listened to Mr. Creepypasta.
Right. Okay, look how weird this is. going to fast forward it.
And people in it prior to September 2022, when the Proudfoots bought the home. There were other guests, other kids' pranks that happened there. Sometimes we can see a better picture when we understand that past.
Now, how do they know that this video is from that home? Ain't this weird off the bat? And look what else they did. They did this. Renee Pamela Litton, Eastland Funeral Home, cremated, age 85 at Hendersonville, passed away. Like, I don't understand. This is some weirdness. And then they do this photo of the lady. I guess the previous owner or something.
If y'all don't think Bobby would have known about that.
Known about what?
Bobby said she didn't know about the previous owners moving out, you know?
They do that on purpose, Jeanette. They do it on purpose. It's like a emotional thing. Like Sebastian Wayne Drake Rott is weird. And it's because it's Seth's son, you know? He named him. That's my son. But, I mean, this is weird. Am I alone in thinking this is weird as shit?
What even is this? What are we?
It's photos of the house that Sebastian lived in prior to living there, allegedly. That's what this channel is claiming. And look, with like conversations about pertaining to this woman's death, and I don't freaking know. Is this even their house?
No, maybe.
Like they have a top balcony and stuff. It's weird. Where'd that just go?
Okay.
This is weird, isn't it? Like, how do they know that this little video here came from the home? What the fuck was that? What is that? Hold on. Chloe, I know you're about to say some shit, but hold on. They're trying to make it all creepy. What are they doing? What is this? Why are they doing this? What the fuck is this? Are they trying to make this creepy, or am I just getting creeped out?
No, this is creepy as hell.
I should have been paying attention. I'm sorry, I was shopping.
Clue's like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I'm sorry I'm shouting at you all, but I'm getting scared. Like, what? This is weirdo shit. So they're claiming, Chloe, if you're looking, they're saying that this is Chris and Katie's house.
Okay.
They're showing, I guess, the woman that I'm assuming used to live there.
Okay.
They're showing all these videos they're claiming took place at the home. I don't know how they would pinpoint this is inside that home. They're even showing conversations. That was so funny. My family is doing well. No daughter-in-laws yet. Like, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. My father passed in 2016. So they're like trying this woman in. And then this is where it really got creepy for me. All right. So then they play this random video. Watch this shit. They're saying that's inside Sebastian's home.
Spy on her mother and scared the shit out of her. Bye bye, Cheryl. We love you.
What the fuck? They're like, I think they're trying to imply that the house was haunted or something. They're saying that this footage was inside the house, and it gets weirder because look at this coming up. Jump scare in 1 second, guys. 2 seconds. Right here.
Your sexiness. Oh, show it. Show it. You're a gangster monster.
They're claiming all of this is inside Sebastian's house before he lived there.
I mean, even if it is, it just looks like kids being stupid kids.
Right. Right. And it's weird. Like, it's Why are they even like iMovie? Like,
And now my boobs are like in your face.
there it goes. The sexual implications. Okay, moving forward.
How you doing? I'm really good. Now I'm talking to you.
I'm not even playing this shit. I'm not even playing this shit. Whoever, you're a fucking creep for even making it. Yeah, they're trying to apply like these kids that all lived there were out of control. They were bad. They were, as if the kids were being like spiritually controlled by the house. That's what they're claiming.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, ma'am. That's what this video is implicating.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
When was it created, Granny?
13 hours ago. Creepily enough, 13.
Is this Bobby's new theory?
Stop
right.
I want to trace on that where that came from. Because
the content is all explicit.
That is a very interesting video to be created, this far into the case,
It's an established channel. I'll tell you that.
Well, that's interesting that they're just now creating it. Maybe it got added to the approved list. I don't know.
Then this person says, are these kids neighbors of Sebastian still living in the area? No, this is who lived in the house for the 10 years prior to September 2022 when the Proudfoots purchased it.
So somebody went and stalked social media accounts of people that resided there prior to this so that they could make a video to imply some really fucking weird shit. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because how can you even prove that these kids are there's like 4 different videos of kids? How can you even prove that this is taking place in that house? How can you even say that? They're all different. I mean, first off, the one video. All right, so here's a new kid, but this video, look at that old ass TV right there. It's been well over 10 years since a TV like that was in existence, right?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if this would have happened, I can say if anybody would have known about it, it would have been Bobby.
Girl, you and Bobby.
I know. She is killing me over Bobby.
No, she would have known.
Y'all just need to hug it out.
Her sister apparently lived like right across the way, right? Blue? Or mother or something, she said. It was
Bob?
Bitch.
First off, I think you're doing yourself a serious discredit when you start off anything with Bobby said, right?
Right. Well, not only that, but Bobby also said that she didn't know when the previous neighbors even moved out to know when the Proudfoots moved in. She didn't even know the neighbors moved out. Remember she said that?
Yeah.
So it's hard to take much from her, but she's weird. She's weird.
I did look up, and one of them did live in the neighborhood, so I can say that. Like the family.
Right. I mean, they're...
So.
There's some wild shit, man. I'll tell you. And you know what else drives me nuts? I'm going to point this out again because I said it earlier. I'm going to wrap it back around. When these people are so angry that Seth's ID and Social Security was blackened out, and so it was censored, but they're so angry it was shown. Please tell me why they're showing it again. Aren't you now part of the problem by your own theory?
Oh, you mean the people that were
like War Eagle calling for everybody to report Jay and take down her channel for showing it, but they're showing it type of thing.
Yeah,
like
the
that.
one that stalks me hard, which is, and I'm sorry if I want to say like I'm sorry.
Oh, we can't hear you, Cletus. Hold on.
A little hard on reactive to misreading any comments in the chat. I woke up and saw that people were coming for me, and especially got really upset that they were coming for Jay and threatening to try and create other channels to take down her channels, and it just, I'm sorry, but that it really, I've already had them come after my job. It's just like, come on now,
No, I get it. You're on the defense. I think
just because we're visiting something that doesn't hasn't been explored before, you're gonna you're gonna go into this mode, like to this,
Well, yeah, of course, because that's the type of people you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, that's unfortunately what they're going to do. Or that's what they've been doing, honestly. But
what were you gonna say, babe?
Yeah, I want to hear what.
I said, speaking of who's who's off limits and what's too far, blah blah blah. I mean, anybody that's local could be considered somebody to be looked at, and if we're going down the road of publicly coming out and speaking on anything or doing anything with this case, I would say War Eagle fits that part. And I would just be curious as to where War Eagle was at on February 26th.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she is local. She's
Oh,
local.
he's local. Shut up.
No, she lives in. Well, let me not. I'm not going to be responsible for doxing anybody, but
right.
It was said in the earlier chat she's about 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh, and it's a female.
Old as hell, yes.
Oh,
I bet she is, because she's sitting. Yeah, War Eagle. Roll motherfucking tide. I'm gonna beat you every day of the week.
I'm kidding. I don't think War Eagle has fuck all to do with this, but I was.
He's only trying to amp Crimson up.
Well, I already hate, bro. I mean, we already started off on bad feet because of War Eagle.
I mean,
no, but I get what you guys are saying, though.
She is local, so
you're dumb, anyways.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a local person, and they have a lot of audacity. I love people that like to go real lives on others while hiding behind anonymity. Mm-hmm. What a nice thing. We have Lolly up on panel. Hey, Lolly.
Oh Lord.
I don't know if it's that Lolly or this Lolly. Or any Lolly. That's why I kept them backstage.
Or Lolly, the other Lolly.
Lolly, you're up here with us. And they're gone. Yeah, I figured. Okay. I figured. Hey, now. Donna Donald said, who you calling old, Cletus? She's 66 and can kick it.
Oh, I didn't say
Can you deadlift like an ox?
Said that.
Oh, sorry. It was you, Clue.
She's just crotchety.
Crotchety?
Mm-hmm. I'd say Sparring Buzzard would be a better name than War Eagle.
Oh, you know what? This was pointed out to me, and this is just speculation. I just noticed this was sent to me. Did you know that when you are like a correction officer or law enforcement or anything, that apparently they oftentimes will monitor your bank account to make sure there's no like money laundering or bribery taking place? I don't know if that's true or not, but that would make sense why a homestead was opened up.
I agree.
You know.
No, I mean, when you are, not speaking on anything specifically here, but just hypothetically, if you wanted to make sure you could get money more than what was actually reported to the government, you would open a corporation like that and never file paperwork on what you received and then let the corporation shut down. That would be a way that it's done. It happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea, legal extraction, She's an embarrassment to Auburn, and I can't even stand Auburn.
I don't even know what that is, but I was typing out, well, now we know.
It's the enemy. It's the Cal College of, the redhead stepchild of Alabama. It's where all the people that go that have, want to be the losers.
Did somebody really say battle chicken?
Battle chicken.
Battle chicken.
Yeah.
They can lose so they can be reported for the basis that they're calling for mass reporting. You're not allowed to do that. They're also already ban evading because they've already lost the channel. Just a little FYI. Twitter, Team YouTube usually handles things like that, if you know what I'm saying, especially when you don't really change your name. The moderator says they can't monitor your bank accounts without a warrant, and you can't get a warrant without probable cause. That's a good point. But do you sign something when you're law enforcement stating that they have a right to check? I wouldn't think so. I would think that's too invasive. Right? Don't you guys think that would be too invasive?
What?
Yeah, I mean, I would think anything like that would have to be,
Like, as
there
far
would
as
have to be probable cause. They'd have to get a warrant for
yeah,
that
they
type
would
of
get
stuff.
probable cause, but I think in this
Okay.
case they probably have done enough, you know, because they have been monitored on by LE.
Right. But no, I'm saying when you're law enforcement, like, do they check? Could it be true? Would it be true that they have a right to check your bank accounts to make sure you're not accepting any bribery or anything weird like that?
They would still have to, I think, have a probable cause.
And then Chris said SSI can legally check your bank account. Well, we all know, we saw Seth Rogers say he fought for 6 years to get SSI for Sebastian.
What?
Yeah,
you
he
didn't
said
see
that.
He
You
said
don't
that.
remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
He made a comment in the chat. He said, I fought for 6 years to get Sebastian SSI.
Yeah, I remember seeing it on like someone's clip, but I didn't see it because I'm blocked. But yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what 6 years that would have been.
While they were in California.
Oh,
While he had the homestead.
somewhere between 2008, 2017.
Probably.
Sometime around the time of creating a homestead. Yeah, I don't think they can either, Sienna. I would just be curious. And he got it fraudulently. I was told that it would have been fraudulently received. And a big responsibility to, At that time, he was with Katie's, my understanding. That's what I was wondering. It could be in your fine print. I don't know. But I know with this latest video, man, that's some creepy, weird shit. I don't know why they're... Like, please tell me we are not opening a door for paranormal activities to be involved in this case. Are we all down with that?
No.
Where do you guys stand on that? Chloe, as an official ghost hunter, how do you feel of the idea that the children in the home of the Proudfoot home residence is being haunted by ghosts?
I'm put my thing on negative ghost rider, no pun intended, but I don't mix searching and spirit boxes, and neither does SF, and neither do Clue and Cletus when we go searching, or Crabtree when we go searching.
I mean, I'm being goofy. I'm not being serious.
Well, no, they've attacked us with that, Granny. That's all.
Well, that's because Stephen Crabtree used a spirit box.
Right. But I just want to make it very clear that it's like legitimate searching.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Spirit box guided searching or anything like that. Like it's like,
Right. It's like actually boots on the ground. Right.
SAR protocol.
I am super curious though about this SSI. Like, who would get that? Because typically, wouldn't it be given to the primary custodian parent?
Mm-hmm.
But he said he was the CEO of Rogers Homestead Family Values.
Well,
that
at that
ain't
time,
got nothing to do with SSI, though. You know what I mean?
At that time, he said he was a stay-at-home father, a full-time student, and full-time working. But he did allegedly collect SSI in Sebastian's name, and allegedly, it got, he pretty much got in trouble for it. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. I bet if Seth had him in homeschool, he'd try and get the state to pay him due to his disabilities. Excuse me. I don't know. I can't tell you what was going through that man's mind. But I know you have to be of a certain income. Like, your child has to be... Somebody just asked, how severe was his autism? The autism wasn't that severe, right? He was high functioning. It was the chromosomal deletion that most of his medical issues stem from, correct?
That
your understanding as well, because he was recently diagnosed with autism in October before he disappeared in February.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So most people are on your side here. Not many people voted. If this is up to date, let me see. They don't even want to take part in our votes today. Hold on. It says 528 votes say that yes, Bobby is sus. 67% say she's sus.
That's fair.
And if
Yeah.
you are interested in going down and just reviewing some more of that, there were 2 previous streams that on Every Day with Jay that we broke down some of her interviews.
3.
3. That 2. 2 and 3.
Yeah. I just see, like I said, part of me feels like, hey, if we're gonna say these guys are wrong for inciting hate against Green Hoodie person by implicating them in a being involved in disappearance, is equally as dangerous and reckless to implicate Bobby and her children.
Well, so I don't see that as the same situation. While I do agree with what you're saying, I don't see it as even remotely close to the same situation. They put out an implication on anybody that is wearing a fucking green hoodie.
Okay.
That's my problem with that. And
Right.
somebody that did not come out publicly, did not
Yeah.
insert themselves into the situation publicly, and quite honestly fit the description of half of the damn county on any given Friday night during football season.
Yeah, especially during football season.
So I do agree fundamentally with what you're saying, but I do think it's 2 completely different scenarios.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, because that's directed mass hate at just anybody wearing a green hoodie, where this is more direct, and nobody's directly accused, as was done with Green Hoodie. Green Hoodie was labeled a person of interest, for fuck's sake. Audrey, thank you.
And the video was manipulated and slowed down and distorted, and we had implications of handoffs and drugs and just nothing that that's all they did is just walk past them and then go into a bathroom and leave, versus we have somebody that's telling a story several different times that doesn't match up with the evidence, or like dispatch audio or whatever, or even her other stories.
That's a very fair point. I wasn't looking at it that way. I was just looking at, like, man, how would I feel if that was me type of idea.
Oh, it's been me before. So that's also kind of like why I really don't come, like, people are like, why is she holding on to this for so long? And it's been because it was me. I was the same. I was that person. And I know how it feels to be accused of something like that, and absolutely just have done everything out of your, just because you wanted to help a family out. And
so, with utmost respect, then why would you be okay with it now if you've experienced that?
Because one, I did not I had a. I also, first of all, let's say I didn't go about inserting myself the way that Bobby did. Okay. Into going into YouTube, trying to get involved with creators to push narratives. I got caught on camera, behind the scenes on something. And so it's a little bit different in that situation. So that's why. And then 2, I wasn't also, I wasn't telling conflicting stories. I also looked at what is, I wasn't setting up Facebook groups. I wasn't inserting myself early on in a proactive way. I wasn't when you look at the misdirection of the searches and the connection with the Carrie Foster person, when you look at the driving out of your way to go down the thing, when you look at the
but do we know that Bobby was involved in Carrie Foster, other than just having her in a Facebook group?
Okay, they were admin. Carrie Foster was an admin in that group.
Okay.
So yeah, there's that like that's what I was saying. Like when you're an admin, when you admin like this missing persons group, you usually like will vet the people that you're adminning with, because you want there to be some credibility. You want to know who you're like aligning yourself with, right?
I could respectfully disagree to an extent. Like how deep of a dive are we supposed to do in a fellow admin group? You know what I mean?
Well, okay. They knew, like I've also been, they were, knew each other, but a Google search would probably show. I think, I'd probably at least run their name by Google.
Yeah, I don't know that I would, to be honest, but I also, because that would be like saying people that run JLR's Facebook group, they've inserted themselves, right? Like,
well, it's different when she also created the vigil.
Yeah.
Like, let's just look, when you look at the totality of the circumstances, that's when it starts to become that's where it starts to become, and when you look at the narrative, like how hard she's fought to, like when I just at the fact that when I mentioned, for example, like the fact that he could have been lured out, that was just shut down immediately. We have friends of hers that are going into the command center. We have her setting up kitchen table meetings, trying to find out what's on surveillance video. Like,
well, she didn't say the meetings were just for the surveillance videos, though.
Not only that, but I have something I want to point out, because I'm absolutely livid right now. Okay. Bobby is lying about autism not being associated with having a chromosomal deletion syndrome. Because
that's not what she said. That's not what she
but
said.
She said he wasn't even autistic.
Right.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
Yeah, she said he was never diagnosed with autism. That's what she said.
Let me explain this to you guys. Autism is it's a diagnosis that children with any kind of communication, developmental delays, or anything like that gets that diagnosis until it is investigated further. Okay, autism is a symptom of a syndrome or a disorder. People are so uneducated about autism that it leads to this kind of misinformation, and it is so friggin' annoying, because I have raised a son who has mosaic Angelman syndrome, and one of his symptoms of it is autism.
Are you saying that every child that has autism has an underlying medical issue?
That is what our doctor told us. Yes. There is always something underlying causing the autism. Autism is a symptom. It's not a final diagnosis. And whenever all these tests and stuff that are actually done on these children, they have always found that it is deeper than that. That there is either there's always something that has led to the autism. Autism is a symptom, not an actual disease.
That's not an actual diagnosis. That's the first I've ever heard that, to be honest, because I know plenty of people whose children have autism with nothing else diagnosed with them.
Right. But if those parents have gone any further than just getting the autism diagnosis, like I did with my son, because we could not figure out what caused his autism. Like there's always
no
something
definition to what caused it.
Well, there is, because we went further with my son and did that genetic testing and did everything and found out that he had mosaic Angelman syndrome, that the autism, which he was diagnosed with correctly, was only a symptom of his illness. So is ADHD, being hyperactive. It's whenever someone gets a diagnosis of autism, I'm just giving y'all some advice. Take it further, get the testing done. There is something else causing it. This is exactly what my son's specialist told us, that children that get diagnosed with just the label of autism, it really is devastating to get the diagnosis of autism most of the time, because it will be accepted just generally as a disability. And it actually hinders the kids, because if you know what the actual root problem of the symptom is, you can actually do things to enrich that child's life beyond their disability. So I just, it's misinformation that gets put out there all the time about autism. And I'm telling you, it does not help children with autism at all. There's always something underlying there. That is exactly what my son's specialist said to us. And Lord and behold, and you know how they started off testing? They did this thing where they mapped his brain waves, like to his speech patterns and what part of his brain triggered when he did his speech patterns. And that is how they found out he was autistic. But then whenever they did the genetics testing, that's whenever they found out that he had mosaic Angelman syndrome, because I wanted to know what was wrong with my son so I could best help him. And I was told that autism is a symptom, not a diagnosis, and it should always be investigated further. So
that may have just been your doctor's beliefs, though, because there's plenty that disagree with that. I'm a doctor. This is incorrect information. Secondary diagnosis, comorbidity, dependent on each patient. To describe autism as a symptom is not accurate at all. The diagnostic code for autism is FAFO. Okay, so I see what you're saying. In your case, there happened to be an underlying. I still don't see what Bobby said was just grossly wrong. She was just wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
It's different for every child. I will say that. I feel like.
I don't even know how she would know. How would she know that he wasn't diagnosed with autism? You don't even know him or of his existence. What?
Because she's had one interaction with Chris, but she's obviously been around Seth. She has said so herself. And I mean, quite honestly, you know, from my point of view, a lot of misinformation has started from him. It's just the way it is.
Well, I know my children's doctor and the specialist told me that autism is almost always an underlying condition. There's always something, it's more than just a label of autism. She said it does not help to stop looking into your child's condition, because in almost all the cases she's dealt with, there was a root cause of it. It like autism was always a symptom of the condition, if that makes sense. That's what she told me.
I see what you're saying. They told you. I just respectfully disagree to an extent, because with autism, it's a spectrum, right? And
Yes, it is a spectrum.
And like it's being stated here, you have to check a certain number of boxes of symptoms to get the diagnosis.
Right, you do. Like literally, they make you take this test, and they'll do the test with your child's school and everything. They'll have you do this test, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you fill in these blanks, and they ask you these questions, and you answer them, and then they put it on this scale. I can't remember the name of the scale. It starts with an L, I think. Then you get those results back, and they say, okay, your child's on the autism spectrum. Okay. Well, okay, so your child's just autistic. Why are they autistic? What happened to make your child autistic?
That's the answer. Nobody knows. There's been studies that said it was due to medical shots. There's been all types of speculation as to what causes autism, but there's no.
There are different causes of it. That's what I think. Because my son is diagnosed as autistic, but his autism diagnosis stems from him having a mosaic Angelman syndrome. And the doctor told me that there's always something that causes autism. And I guess sometimes you can actually do further testing and find out what caused it, or, what is causing him to present those symptoms of being autistic, I guess.
Okay.
But
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, in my son's case, the doctor told us that you should do further testing and try to find the root cause of a child's autism.
Yeah. Okay. There's just a lot of disagreements to it.
Highly still talked about and researched in the medical community. And so like what one specialist says or what one medical professional says may not be what the same as another medical professional says. That's all I can say as a healthcare professional.
Right. Well,
Yeah, it
that's
comes
what
down to personal
that's what a
beliefs.
that's what a genetic specialist told us. That's what his genetic specialist told us.
Yeah.
That in the cases she's seen, there's underlying, like whenever a child gets diagnosed with autism, she said whenever they do, go further with testing stuff, she said in her case, or I guess in most cases, children that are diagnosed with autism also tend to present with something causing the autism whenever it's investigated further. Whenever they can find the cause, I guess, as you guys
Right.
said.
If they're able to
But she
find an
didn't say
underlying diagnosis, they should look for
right,
one. Okay.
right. So
I see.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
I think ultimately, I'm glad you found answers for your child, is what it comes down to. But what
right,
Bobby said wasn't. She was just wrong. I mean, it was that simple. She was wrong.
right. Well, what I'm telling you is my son is still diagnosed with
Right.
even though he is mosaic Angelman syndrome diagnosed too, because ADD and ADDHD and autism are a symptom of his condition. Does that make sense?
Okay. I get what you're saying. I still respectfully disagree with your overall message, but I do get what you're saying. Like in this case, Sebastian had chromosome deletion, which holds the similar symptoms as autism. It wasn't until very recently that he actually got the autism diagnosis, which you're saying is ultimately a syndrome of the chromosome deletion.
A symptom, not a
Right.
syndrome, a
A
symptom.
symptom. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As a matter of fact, if you Google chromosomal deletion symptoms, autism is usually under the symptoms. Go look it up.
Mm.
I mean, there's research out there, also to back that up. But in my son's instance, it was found to be true. So to me, I guess that is, the message that I got. So that's what, ultimately I'm going to share. But that's what I was told. So I don't think that he was automatically, just because it was diagnosed as the chromosomal deletion. I don't think that dismissed the autism, because it didn't in my son's case. I think that's false.
So I actually did Google it, and it says no. It says no, chromosomal deletions are not a symptom of autism, but it can be associated with an increased risk of autism.
Hold on a second.
I think it just depends on the child. Yeah, I think if you're, there's no way to even say what I want to, because I was going to say, if you have a doctor that's able to find another diagnosis to attach or relate to autism to, but I guess in some cases, I do know some cases where autism is just diagnosed autism. There's no underlying anything. Yeah, there's a lot of, like my one doctor used to think one way, and then my other, there's a lot of doctors that there's old school methods, there's newer methods. I think ultimately what Regina was saying is that Bobby just saying that Sebastian never had autism because he had chromosomal deletion was wrong. She was wrong to say that. Yeah. Ooh, people get sensitive with topics, I'll tell you. Everybody all right? I guess we don't talk about politics, religion, and medical. Well, don't even tell them, girl.
It's okay. It's okay to disagree with me. I'm just sharing my experience and what I was told, you guys. That's all. I get it.
No, and I appreciate you sharing it. And like I said, I'm really happy that you were able to find answers for your son, and are the mother that you are to your son, that you continued that fight for him. So thank you for that.
That's important to know that every child is different, and if you see something that seems a little off with your child, to try and fight for answers and try and get answers so that you can treat it properly.
Yeah, and I think ultimately in Sebastian's case, that's what they were doing, right? They were, he was recently diagnosed. They were trying to find it seems to me, given the information of the emails and this and that, if I, had to do some thinking, which people don't like to do, it would seem to me that the autism diagnosis was them in search of saying, like, hey, what is going on? Like, there's these behaviors we're unfamiliar with and blah, blah, blah. Like, how do we help him? And the doctor was like, oh, autism.
Well, I'm just here to say they said my son wouldn't walk or talk by the time he was 3 months old. They were telling me he would basically be a vegetable. And I never gave up on him. And I never believed, because let me tell you what, can't never could do anything. Okay.
Right.
So don't give up on your kids, because in 2023, my son graduated and his cheer team graduated third in the nation the
That's
year he
amazing.
graduated.
That's amazing.
So
I'm
don't give
glad
up
that
on
they
your
were wrong.
kids. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, that's see, that's amazing. He'll never walk, he'll never talk, and then here he is graduating. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We
And
can resolve messy people. We can wad through different opinions and stuff. Regina's a big girl. She, we had a respectful conversation. No big deal.
yeah, no, that was just my experience, you guys. I was just sharing what I was told.
Yeah.
That's it.
And basically
know?
what it comes back to is that Bobby was wrong. That was stupid of her to even say that. How would she know if that child was diagnosed or not? That was stupid. That just shows
Well,
that Bobby is very big into the gossip, in my
The
opinion.
source of a bunch of misinformation in this case, apparently.
Right. And in case Crimson hasn't reminded you all yet, Bobby is very suspicious. But she does. She did. She originated a lot of the rumors, listening back to her on a private phone call with two people, and the amount of different theories and speculation she offered up. And oh my golly.
That's that part, Granny. Like, I get being a nosy neighbor and wanting to be involved because you're a nosy neighbor, but
Right.
why would you go to the extent of lying?
Well,
Right?
what part do you feel like she lied about?
Well, it was it's so much. It's so much.
Because I'm trying to figure out if I felt like Bobby was lying or if I felt like she was conspirizing. Right? Because on one hand, you have UA saying things like, well, I think, Seth is shady because of this. And she's coming back like, well, I think Chris is shady because of this. You know what I mean? It'd be like if I was on the phone with one of you right now and we were giving our actual full thoughts on what could have happened. We're going to go down several scenarios together, don't you think?
Oh, for
the
sure.
difference is she was
Right.
saying she heard, like, she was saying things as fact, right?
She was.
And
She
and
was.
the facts that she was putting out there as being factual were in direct contradiction of one another. We have the
first interviews, whenever she was talking about the car out in the street, she said law enforcement had already figured it out. The blase knew what it was. And then she comes back now. When is this? When she's in this little conversation, I think it was with Crabtree. She's saying that no, that was Chris and Seth meeting up, evidently, to
original Shady.
Yeah, or whatever, to move
had it.
Sebastian, who was drugged up. I mean,
And or deceased, she said, yeah.
Yeah.
Or possibly drowned and then had water poured on them. Yeah.
And then she offered up, that no ring cameras saw anything on the front house, like the front of the house. Yet she has said in other interviews that, her neighbor's ring camera picked up the fact that, there was a figure in the window when the lights turned on, and, then, because that was a big part of the case too. And then there was also the, timeline of the search, like her kids' involvement in the search. There was, the mention of the confrontation, and then no mentioning of or proof provided of this dash cam video that allegedly she has. There was, these. It just seemed like everything that she was saying. Not to mention the jammer thing and the fact that her neighbor's cameras were fried,
Also, her kids being anywhere near dogs that are search and rescue.
Well, the alleged prying of the cameras, she literally debunks herself in the next breath because she said the neighbor thought that their cameras weren't working that night, but 2 weeks later they discovered it was, and that's where you see a blob walking with something over his shoulder. So she just canceled out her own jammer theory right there.
Yeah, well, she said certain cameras were fried. Like they had to. She said too. Like
that was one of the cameras. She said that camera was fried. It was working Friday. It wasn't working Saturday or Sunday or Monday. It started working again Tuesday, but then discovered 2 weeks later that police started investigating. Went back again asking for footage, and this time they said give us your footage anyway. And they discovered it worked. That's what she said. So she just debunked her own jammer.
I think this was before I started realizing she was like pushing this narrative too, and started saying, let me get my another device so I can record this. Is she had said that, and Crabtree can probably hopefully remembers, it's Crabtree, but she said that like I think it maybe even she put this out on Mob Crew, so that the neighbors' cameras were completely fried on her street down there. They had to get all new camera systems.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
No, that's not what she said, but worked 2 hours later. She said the timing was off by 2 hours. Not that it worked 2 hours later. The timing was off by 2 hours when they realized it was working, but the time was different on it. So I don't know. I mean, here, right. I was just about to say that way. So this is something we all have to be mindful of, including myself. If you are like involved to the extent Bobby is, if there comes to be an arrest, which I do believe there will be, she can end up as a witness on the stand, and now you're like extremely involved. And that goes for anybody who's like, that involved in the case. So be careful what type of conspiracies you're out there pushing.
Right. I mean, it's one of those things where you're, and that's one reason too I wanted to clarify about the searching thing, and the spirit box part. But it's just like,
right,
because I don't want to do anything that could ever undermine should something be recovered on one of those searches where it can be pulled up and said, oh well, that was no. So
yeah. And Tennessee Mountain Girl, I agree. If something like this happened in my neighborhood, I'd be nosy. I'm nosy as is. So I'd definitely be nosy, but to what extent? Hey,
I agree.
I agree. I mean, I
the
would
level of nosy. The level of nosy is like calling the commissioner, arguing with the police department. Like I think I'd just be like, we got the Secret Service. Oh, and remember, Clue, she lied also about said that the only thing that had happened really in her neighborhood was Ding Dong Ditch.
Yeah.
What, that prior to this happening, the biggest thing the police had to handle was Ding Dong Ditch?
Yeah, but it was actually, there was apparently a drug bust, and her neighbors were, running through, and they had the alphabet soup agencies up there.
She could have been being a little sarcastic, like, oh, our cops aren't used to handling shit like this. The biggest case they ever had was Ding Dong Ditch. Like, she could have just been being a smart ass.
She said that twice. No, I think she said, I did not even know these agencies existed before this.
Yeah, I think, and not, again, I'm not defending her, but to some extent, you would think that, I don't know how much access or devices my police have. You know what I mean? I think it would be shocking to see, the Secret Service in your neighborhood. And
well, that's true, but at the same time, she had this elaborate story of, these neighbors taking off on a, being hunted down by, the police. And that's very different than Ding Dong Ditch.
That's true. I think I said because the conversation turned towards this. The conversation turned towards, back to Bobby, which I've been saying. Bobby's, there's something up there, man. But to what extent, I don't know.
Well,
and that's what they're investigating. That's what UA's investigating.
I just
have they?
looked down. Yeah, I mean, it's the reason as to why was I started to see the narratives that were being pushed lately. I went back and I knew I had the call. I hadn't listened to it.
Where is this coming from? Because Chloe, I heard you say it as well. Where did Bobby say that she planned the visual out a week before Sebastian disappeared?
She said it on the interview. Yeah. Like she was talking to
was it JLR or Terry Lynn?
Terry Lynn or JLR?
Yeah, I don't remember which one, but she absolutely said it. She was like, and we know they were invited. We didn't go to like their house and invite them to the vigil, but we know
that they knew about it
because they were in the Facebook, and we planned it like a week in advance. And I was just like, what?
That was JLR then. Okay, here, let's see. Because I can just word search it. All right. I remember that now. I do remember her saying it.
So I hadn't listened, like the people that were wondering too while she's word searching it, I hadn't gone back and really listened to that call. And so I listened to it a couple, and then stopped midway through, and then decided maybe I should listen to the rest of it and just see kind of what was said, and wanted to get a few people's opinions, but they never got back to me.
Oh, Jesus. My bad.
And
won't happen again.
Okay. Well, right. And, I'm just saying, I just found it very,
interesting.
Troubling and interesting. And, this isn't something that we've looked at. Why would somebody go to, I like to ask questions. I like to be like, why? What's driving this? Because it almost seemed like obsessive, in a way. She was definitely staying on top of, abreast of everything that was going on and following YouTube. She wasn't, and watching it religiously. And I get that, but, why are you arguing with LE about what they've seen,
I wonder if she's the type of neighbor that would never mind. Sometimes it's just better when I keep my thoughts in my head. New Year's resolution.
Anybody want to do it on how long that lasts?
Oh, that's funny. First we can do. So here she is again bitching about, people said she didn't bitch about traffic. Yes, she did. But I'm looking for that particular part. What is this part? Hold on. Listen to this. This is weird as I look for everything else. But this part, I don't. I'm just reading the thing real quick. Hold on.
My house, sitting in my living room couch, and interviewed me. And I told them what I had heard and whatever. And then after that, he gave me his card and said, oh, and I promise you, I had 12 people every day for about 3 weeks from random places. I'm talking Canada, I'm talking UK, I'm talking Hawaii, Puerto Rico. They were trying to get into our private group. Why do you need to be in our private group? Why do you need to be in our neighborhood group?
Oh, about the neighborhood group. Okay. I just seen where she was saying trying to get in, Puerto Rico, and I'm like, what is she talking about?
I guess the same question could be asked in reverse.
That's true.
Why don't Chris and Katie need to be in their private neighborhood group
that
they live in, Bobby? Just saying.
When it's questions around their child. But here's the clip. And look what's on here. I never believe CP that the neighbors want to allow a visual.
Everything else in their mind is irrelevant.
Look who's on the screen.
That's how I felt. That's how I feel. I can't prove it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's how I feel. And that's what a lot of us feel like. I mean, a lot of us feel like I had 4 or 5 of my neighbors come over to my house one day, and we sat in my house and talking about all this and kind of sharing stories and stuff of what.
That's where she had the case meeting.
We feel, and we all feel like something is going on. Something isn't right.
Miss Bobby, somebody in the chat asked if when you had that neighborhood vigil for Sebastian, were the Proudfoots invited?
Oh yeah, it was all over our Facebook page.
So they knew.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, if they were in and we had planned it a week before, so it's not like it was last minute. Throw it to.
There you go. We had planned it a week before, but the vigil was held that Tuesday. He disappeared on Monday. They held it that Tuesday.
Yep.
So that's what people are dissecting. Like, how could you plan it a week before?
Together. It was, a matter of fact, and we had planned it a week before, so it's not like it was last minute. Throw it together. It was, a matter of fact, one of the neighbors that helped me organize it, she actually had posted it on her profile, like just on her as a posting, and just said, I'd love to have a vigil. Let me know if anybody is doing one. And I messaged her and said, hey, why don't we do this in our neighborhood? That way the family can come as well, and it can just be our private neighbors.
Where else would you hold the vigil for the missing child if not the neighborhood in which he disappeared? Like, where did she think it was going to be held? Puerto Rico? Like, hey, why don't we hold it in our neighborhood so the parents can come? I'm sure that's what she said.
Well, she might have, Granny. I mean, Seth wanted to plan searches 100 miles from where he vanished.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but then she said something about the traffic, so they moved it to the high school.
Well, and I'm still going to ask
That's
the same
right.
question I had the other day. Did Bobby and Seth know each other prior to Sebastian going missing? It's just a fair question, right? I'm just curious.
I will say this, babe, to your point. Sometimes, you were on it. You know what I mean? And I will say this to the point of you asking that, right? In order for a certain someone to know where all of the cameras are in the neighborhood, that would mean that they would have to spend some time driving around the neighborhood. And if there is one person I do believe in that neighborhood would absolutely come outside and try to see who someone was or what they were doing there, it would be her. So is it possible that they engaged in conversation? Look at you.
At their home? Like, are they there?
She has been. I think she went back to work because she's been home and her van comes and goes. I think Chris came in one weekend. I don't know, but I've kind of just stopped. Like I would drive by once every, like maybe once a week just to see, if they were there, because they were there. And it was just like, and Katie's right. I heard her say that they were trying to leave to kind of give us a break because we were getting overwhelmed. We were all getting very upset and very overwhelmed.
See, I said earlier that part of the reason Katie said she left was due to the traffic. People said to me that, no, that wasn't. And Bobby right here just said, and I do respect that. Because she said, like, I wanted to give my neighbors a break. They were complaining about traffic. Bobby was one of those neighbors.
Hey, Granny.
Hi.
I understand where the confusion was in what I said earlier about my son's condition and with chromosomal deletion. And if
Okay.
it would be okay with you, so people can understand what I was conveying and how I messed up, I actually put a link in the private chat. If you would be so kind as to share that so people would understand how it got lost in translation, what I was saying. That would be so amazing.
It says large genetic deletion leads to autism, but not always. And there's a whole article about to categorize people who carry deletions in 1.6 genetic regions linked to autism. 2 studies published this summer looked in detail at dozens of people with either deletion. The studies found that deletions in these regions lead to diverse symptoms that only sometimes include autism. And then I dropped the article in the article in the chat for you.
Thank you so much, Granny. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I know that I know that it felt like the chat was getting a little rough on you. I think it's just a passionate topic.
It really is, and I
yeah.
understand that as a parent with a child that has autism, that is on the
Absolutely.
spectrum.
And I know
I
you
get
would
that.
never try to disrespect autism as people
At
felt it was
all.
being. I know you wouldn't.
At all.
Of course, you guys can click that. So.
Overwhelmed with all the traffic and stuff. And, you know, I do like, you know, and Katie's right. I heard her say that they were trying to leave to kind of give us a break because we were getting overwhelmed. We were all getting very upset and very overwhelmed with all the traffic and stuff. And, you know, I do appreciate her saying it for recognizing that.
That
However,
horrible woman.
I was really shocked because I felt like that if my kid was missing, I don't want to say I would handle it differently because I don't ever want to be put in that situation, and I don't want to make.
Okay. So there you have it, though. Definitely, traffic was a problem. That horrible witch of a woman that Katie had, you know, was considerate to think of the neighbors. I do understand, though, the argument. I kind of be like, fuck you to my neighbor. I ain't leaving just because you're uncomfortable with some traffic. I'm looking for my child. But we also don't know the type of pressure, not just from social media, but even locally that Katie was receiving at that time. So that's what she was saying. She's apologizing for anybody who took offense to what she said. She certainly didn't mean it that way. I'm sick of her too. Lacey Ann said, I'm sick of her.
I have a question for
Yes.
Crimson. What was she talking about? Seeing a somebody with something on their shoulder or something? What am I? A blob with something on their shoulder or something? Hello?
Okay, so since Crimson is suddenly silent, gee
I was about to
golly,
say,
she get kicked off the panel or something. She's usually answering you before you finish. You there, Crimson? Hey, Dick Tim.
maybe she
But
had a key.
Oh no, StreamYard's been messing up all day. There were people saying they weren't on stage when they were. There was double the same person coming up. It was really weird. But what she said is that the neighbor who thought their camera wasn't working when the police initially went around, and they, despite why they thought they were jammers, realized when the police started re-investigating 2 weeks later, the cops said to them, okay, we understand you're saying it wasn't working, but can we have it anyway? She's claiming at that point, the police discovered that there was a blob carrying something over their shoulder on the camera.
Okay.
So wait a second. So hold on. What she's trying to say is the police asked for the camera anyway,
despite it being broken,
taking it to some sort of like laboratory, they just said, let's sit and watch it here.
Yes.
Okay.
And they discovered that the camera was actually working. But what was really weird about it, this is Bobby, is that the time was off by 2 hours.
And that would be something they would definitely want to disclose to someone like Bobby.
Yeah, she's back.
Well,
yeah, a StreamYard was acting weird. I was like, I think like my iPad thing closed, and yeah. Anyway, so I thought I was back in, but
I'm just saying. All I'm gonna say is this. I'm gonna leave it at that. I do know a certain someone in this whole story of characters that did sustain some sort of upper body injury, who I would describe as a blob.
And you know what? To be fair, I said the same thing. Like, everybody's picking apart, like, oh, you know, the Proudfoots did this and the Bower Sox did that and did. Nobody found it bizarre that only one person came out complaining about a shoulder injury.
And it was, and I quote, because I saw this the other day in an interview he did. Well, yeah, I hurt my shoulder from doing what I was doing.
Yeah, but he told you, what did he tell you, Clue? He gave you a different story.
What?
And then gave JLR a different story too. When JLR said, he was like, make sure you catch this on camera, bro.
Hold on, it wasn't, it was people out there. They said that he fell searching the day before, which would have been Saturday. We went out there on Sunday. They said he fell in the woods searching on Saturday.
That's what Seth was saying?
Was it I don't remember.
Now
who
that's
said
weird
it.
because
I
on
think it
one
was.
interview,
I think it was one of the people out there at the search. I don't think it was Seth.
okay, didn't come directly from him. Now, what was stated on one interview was asked, now, are these injuries from searching? And he said no. But then on another interview, when asked the same question, he said yes.
Correct. And he also made sure JLR to ask JLR to get it on camera when Michaela was wrapping that shoulder of his, and he was like, oh, like.
Well, and then we saw thereafter, ever since then, that he would come on streams with like the Chloe, don't say it. It was a massager, damn it, on his shoulder and stuff, and he was like extra, like with the shoulder rolls and stuff like that. Like he was emphasizing.
Well, I'm just gonna say, when you put certain things that people say together, right? So we've got this scent that leads to a retaining pond, right? And then you think about the fact that Bobby describes this retaining pond as like quicksand. Is it possible that should Sebastian have made it to retention pond, let's say, for instance, someone wasn't at work all night and they had to pull him out of quicksand, would they injure their shoulder? I'm just saying, when you
Or his shoes would be gone, like if he is wearing, like, because
they would get stuck in there.
Law enforcement never confirmed, although it's being pushed, that he was without shoes. They never confirmed that he, in fact, did not
have shoes on.
They said we
That's
will
right.
not, would not confirm.
He went as far as to say that he would not say that Sebastian was barefoot.
Yep.
But the mother had said all the shoes were accounted for.
Well, and
Because
wasn't
there
there
were the
that
footprints in the soft dirt?
That's what I was gonna. Well, wasn't there one barefoot footprint and then one shoe print found?
I heard that in one dispatch audio. Like, there's the long dispatch audio. I heard there was one that looked like it was dug in. Remember, there was one that they said was like looked like it was dug in.
In my opinion, I don't think the shoulder injury has anything to do with Sebastian going missing.
I don't either because it's listed in
my point is, I don't think the shoulder was truly injured to a point of being a debilitating situation at that time. You know, I'm not saying that he didn't have surgery. I believe he had surgery, all that good stuff. But I just look at kind of the way things are laid out, and I don't really see it as something that was related to when Sebastian went missing. I think it was, in my opinion, more of a situation of this is how I can keep being off work for the next few months by being on disability for a shoulder injury.
Yeah. Okay. Because the shoulder injury is referenced in the protective orders from between Katie and Seth. So it was not a newer injury.
And it wasn't also like the paperwork showed that he was out on people, because people were asking this earlier, was he out on workman's comp or short-term disability? It was STD, short-term disability.
But it was never stated that was because of the shoulder.
Right, because that's going to be part of classified thing. But short term, when you look at workman's comp would be from a work related injury. But and he claimed he was injured, on a mat or something.
Well, and I mean, when
maybe
you look
that's
at the
the
video,
reason.
when you look at the video where JLR, he tells JLR, you're going to want to get this. I mean, he's got his arm wrapped, not his shoulder. His shoulder's not in a sling. I mean, I to me, it's a show. That's just the way I see it. And I don't
You remember Nana's whole spiel about Seth, he can't go out and search for Sebastian because he's getting disability. If he was on temporary disability, maybe that's why he was being investigated, because he was claiming the shoulder as the injury, and it's an old injury, maybe?
Never know.
You can get in trouble for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's, in my opinion, that would be a possibility, considering what's been said.
Right. I mean, they're definitely paying attention to why, when you've missed as much work as he has, like he's been there he's probably been MIA more than he's been there, to be honest. So like I would think that they're paying real close attention to these searches that he's claiming to lead every day and how active, in these interviews where he seems to have really good range of motion in his arm.
Well, they were saying, the green team said that the reason he wasn't searching is because disability was watching him. So he stopped searching.
Yep.
And that's when he started more on the YouTube panels, and every time it was my shoulder and, the shoulder rotation and the device on it.
Well, usually your range of motion gets better the further removed you are. So I would
The further removed from what? What are you talking about?
From surgery. The further out you go from surgery, because you're actually going through rehab.
Well, after the surgery, he wasn't doing any of that anymore. After the surgery, he was on the boat searching for the foot, like on this,
Right, but when he was, when he would sit at his YouTube interviews and start winging his shoulder back and stuff and stretching, and his range of motion was exceptional for someone just with an injured shoulder.
Well, not only that, but the one day he accidentally rolled the wrong shoulder during the interview.
That too, you can get a little confused sometimes.
Yeah, it did appear like he was, you didn't see like a big scar on his neck. And then I know they gave that story about, he woke up during surgery and they had to sit on top of him and, all those things. But oh yeah, you didn't hear that, Chloe? He woke up mid-surgery.
Sit on top of him.
They claimed that he was so stressed out over Sebastian's appearance that during surgery the sleeping medicine didn't last, God. And he woke up, and that the doctors or nurses or whoever had to sit on top of him while they put him back to sleep to hold him steady.
All right,
bro. My God.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the OR, and it don't quite work that way. When we start to see you twitch, you getting a little more. We have it on ready.
He said. He did
we
say
have it ready to push. So
he didn't say that, but they did say that. They said that about him, and I remember saying oh my gosh, come on, you know what I mean?
Somebody just asked in the chat, so can he get $150,000 in donations and then never look into that? Well, let's say somebody wanted to receive funds without ever being caught, they would set up fund collections from somebody that's separated from them by 6 degrees, and then have those individuals donate them to, say, a 501c. That's a member benefit corporation.
Yeah, right, like a homestead.
Yep.
Yeah,
it could happen that way.
It could be that way, certainly.
Homestead's apparently a Western term. There was somebody that came up and used the word homestead the other day and on a panel, and I was like, a homestead? That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, that's what Pearl's girl said, a homestead. No, and I know you don't think you would use that, but like Cletus just said, the biggest thing being wrapping your arm isn't going to help anything with your shoulder. Like you would have a shoulder wrap on, you would have, but the tape on his arm and taking his armpit hair off, what is that doing for your shoulder?
It doesn't do anything. You need a sling and you immobilize it.
Well, knowing what we know now, right? Like knowing what we know now, that they boldface came out here and said he's been back to work. When that was disproven, they then said, oh, well, no, he's back on disability. He broke up a fight and poor guy got a concussion. He broke his poor old glasses. He's been writing a car, money, money, money. And we find out that was all a lie. Why does anybody believe anything other at this point?
Well, I'm just going to say he got the same glasses on, in my opinion.
Too.
Oh.
And
look at his own interviews, because it's like I questioned that the other day. We were on a panel, and I'm like, does he have different glasses now? Because I can tell you, we just went to repurchase some for baby Clue, and she wanted the same frames that she had, and it had only been like a year, and they don't have them anymore. So,
well, I'll tell you what, though, with my daughter's glasses,
the same ones.
With my daughter's glasses, it was almost 2-year point when they broke, and they did have the same frames.
Clue, you can just replace the lenses, and there are some express places. I'll give them that. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb, Steffi Poo, and give you that. But
we don't even need that because we know that he lied. There was no fight broken up.
Well,
So we don't even need to offer him anything.
Granny, he could have broken him. Also, hold on one second. Let me give him another question. Sethy Poo, I know you said you had a problem with your truck. I know there was a wreck. I remember with a school bus, like of a truck and a school bus, the day of a court hearing.
Yeah, but that was proven not to be him.
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
proven not to be him.
Well, okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, always keep a backup pair of glasses if you can afford to, because man, when I don't know about you all, but I can't
especially
see.
when you're working in those rough pods. I'll say that laundry room is wild.
Hey, Tia.
Hi, how are you? Happy New
Good.
Year.
How are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to everyone on panel. I have a question that's completely off topic, but I feel like you guys on panel will know the answer. And it's a question that's bothered me for a couple of weeks, and I'm frankly just too lazy to figure out where I heard it from. So I'm just really hoping somebody can just give a quick answer and just it'll make a lot more sense to me. But do we remember when the story was told? I don't even know who told the story, so I'm not even going to make up names. Where Sebastian hid under a car and scared someone's girl. Okay.
It was a nurse going to work.
Okay.
That's not what I was told.
That's not what I was told either.
Yeah.
On the dispatch.
It originally came from the dispatch audio.
Right.
Yeah.
The dispatch audio, but what that's not, I mean, I was told differently.
Bobby, I think, said.
Okay, well, all right. Stop right there.
Right.
Stop right there. First of all, do we know what time of day that was?
We don't even know what day that was.
It was
I'm sorry, what, Granny?
as far
I
as the
missed it.
time.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna put it this way, lady. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are because I don't have my phone up. Huh?
Tia.
Here's all we know for fact 100%. That was said on the dispatch audio. They don't give a reference to time, date, season, color of the car, location of the car. All we know is that was said on the dispatch audio.
I think it was the neighbor across the street and 2 doors down, and they were going to work. So we don't know if it could be night shift, day shift.
So my question then is, then he was prone to leaving the house without maybe mom knowing every single time.
Well,
no?
I shared your question. So what I'm just going to say what I was told is that it was Sebastian. It was the neighbor kid's girlfriend's car he was hiding
That's
under.
what I thought.
When the neighbor came, the girl came to get in the car, they kind of both spooked each other. Sebastian ran back home. The adult in the house then walked down to talk to Chris or Katie. They weren't there, and they were never approached about it again. So they weren't even aware of it until after it came out when Sebastian disappeared. So
that's what I know too.
Yeah,
That's what you know too.
That's also
Okay.
what I've heard.
Okay. I was that question has been on my mind, and I am too lazy to go look for where I heard it. Granny, that is the version that I heard, that it was a girlfriend of someone and they both kind of startled each other. I guess it's a leading question for me, and it's just my opinion. I'm not trying to lead anybody anywhere or do anything. He did go out of the house without people knowing on occasion.
Yes. So that's exactly what I said. I said, in that case, then, had you have known when it was asked if he ever eloped, which I hate the word eloped, when it was asked if he ever left the house without, anybody being home or being aware, the answer would have been different, correct? Because if you didn't know about that situation, how many others do you not know about? Could there be other situations,
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm sorry to disrupt the panel, but that question is weighing on me, and I knew Clue and Granny would probably have the answer to it very quickly, which you did. So thank you for letting me interrupt. And
of course. You're gonna
Crimson, sorry for your loss yesterday. I'm a Wolverine. Go Blue.
No, she didn't.
She sure did.
Sorry.
Nice words. You better be glad that I had a certain extra enemy step in on y'all's behalf.
No, but this is the second year in a row, and we were like
I
6
know.
and
I
4,
don't
girl.
even, don't even
You
remind
don't have
me.
any bragging
Y'all-
rights. You don't. I'm sorry. Sorry. Have a good
Well,
one.
damn
Happy New
tied
Year.
anyways. All right,
Yes,
there's
well.
always basketball. We'll beat you in that one too.
Yeah, I get eloped as the term used. I'm just saying, for me, when I think of elope, I'm thinking of like running away and getting married, and that's my own ignorance, I know. But that's what comes to my mind.
Me too.
You know, like you're not thinking.
Renee, I saw that. I see that.
What?
I hear Cletus getting ready to say
Low
something.
tide.
He's trying.
I'm gonna have to back up on my doubt. I said a minute ago, it's not that I doubt he had surgery or anything, but I just pulled up his past 3 lives, and I don't see any mark on his neck where he had that bandage, and I'm kind of like, what? I mean, I need to know who in the hell your surgeon is.
Yeah, but
Well,
if it's
they'll do arthroscopic surgery.
yeah, if it's
a lot
you're
of
not going to
times.
see anything.
Yeah,
But here's the thing, though. Wait a minute. Let me back you up, because it was Tony and them that stated he had a large scar on his neck. When they gave the whole story about him waking up and everything, they said, you know, he has the scar that's healing on his neck, and that's when we were like, well, you don't see any. He's out on the boat almost immediately.
Also, you're going to be immobilized regardless regardless of what type of surgery, if it's arthroscopic or, you know, more invasive, you're still going to be in an immobilization sling for at least 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, you know what? I will say this. I don't know if it's because it was so long ago, but it's always just kind of funny to me when people are like, you're going to be in an immobilization. Okay, that device.
Immobilization.
Yeah.
Sure. That device after surgery, because I have 2 metal rods that are literally fused to my spine from the bottom of my neck all the way to the top of my ass. I was not in anything that immobilized me.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I actually agree with you, because after I had surgery too, after the car accident, they said I wouldn't be able to do like X, Y, and Z, but I was able to. I was supposed to stay in like the neck bandage thing for weeks and stuff, and I didn't. So
oh well, you're the perfect patient, Granny. I'm bet you're a surgeon's dream.
I was walking like 3 days after. Not kidding. They made me get up and walk, and they didn't have anything on me to make me not move.
Well, and as far as, you know, the laparoscopic aspect of it, right? Like, I get that, but I had laparoscopic surgery and I had scars, 3 scars from that for years.
But they're little dots.
I understand, but I mean,
hold on, let me cut you off. How are you going to see a dot on a neck that you can't even see? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really not. Stop laughing at me, because I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I actually I understand the serious aspect of what you're saying, because I felt the same thing when people are like, look, you can't even see a scar. I'm like, you can't even see his neck, though.
That's what I'm saying.
So let's see, when did he have the surgery? Because I know he went live with the scar or the bandage on his neck. I'm just going to look for placement real quick.
And it was right before they did that search where the news covered it and said the photo was sent in courtesy of Tony Mathis. It was right before that. Like, it was like 48 hours after the surgery or something, if I'm remembering. Well, we feel like winners today, Polka Dot.
Polka Dot, I'm so sorry, but not sorry, because you're choosing to be here. You can catch a link. You can jump.
They can catch a band.
Hold on. I have to take something that I've been saying back, because people have been arguing with me over, and I know whatever I can talk about this. I'm a fat ass. Okay. People have been sitting here arguing with me that Seth is gaining weight, and I'm like, y'all, I think you're crazy. I don't see it. I don't see weight gain in him. I stand corrected.
Well, I see weight gain, but to be honest, I see weight gain in all of them.
Yeah. I mean, cortisol will do that to you. Like, cortisol puts on stress, will put on weight gain in your midsection.
Yeah. I see weight gain.
I'm just stressed. I got you.
That's what it is, girl.
Yeah.
That's what it
It's
is.
the stress.
The great. But I mean, honestly, if you think it, I don't know. I actually lose weight when I'm stressed because I don't want to eat. I'm, one of those.
Yeah,
but
it's either one or the other. I used to get the losing weight. Now I'm trying to get back on that plan instead of the stress in the middle plan.
Yeah. But I mean, going through what they're going through, I'm not even going to judge on the fact that they've lost, they've gained, they've whatever, because I couldn't even fathom, any which way. But it's funny that you just recognized it, Chloe.
Go back. Yeah. If I'm not kidding. I'm not even trying to do it on purpose, but I've been defending him, saying, I think you guys are crazy. I don't think he has gained weight at all, but he's pulled up this when was this?
5 months ago.
He's pulled up this interview from 5 months ago, and the difference is, it's like his goatee.
Yeah.
You can see air underneath it.
I mean, hell, to be honest, Chris looked like a whole new person to me. Like people
Yeah.
were arguing with me that wasn't Chris at the court hearing. I'm like, no, that is
Exactly.
Chris.
Yeah, I mean, he did to me too. I was like,
They
but
all look different.
I also like understood. You know, it's stress. Stress will do that to you, and it goes either way. Like, you know, you either lose weight due to it or you gain weight. It's not like
it's not one or the other,
know.
right?
I
It's
don't
each person.
I don't think that people really understand the degree of all of the, regardless if they're innocent or if they're culpable in Sebastian's disappearance. I don't think people realize the amount
Still
of stress.
stress.
Yeah, they're all
Right.
if you really think
Well,
about it,
imagine if you're
they're
guilty.
all
Hell
equally
yeah.
yoked. They're all equally yoked at this point, though, because think about it. None of them have been cleared. I mean, all of them have what appear to me personally as ulterior motives or could be motives, and they've all lied to some, aspect or degree, or refused to speak about the most ridiculous things. I don't know. I think that all three of them are having a lot of sleepless nights. And I mean, I don't think that they're psychopaths by any mean. I don't. I think they're all a little pathological, but I don't think they're psychopathic. I think that they're all probably feeling, stress in the situation. I know I would be, regardless if I were guilty or not. I would be stressed. I mean, there is a kid missing here, and
I agree.
regardless, one of them might be guilty, but the one that's not, they're going through it. They are.
Well, weight gain or not, it doesn't explain a scar not being there that quite, but per my opinion, should be exactly where I would expect to see it that I don't see. I mean, it just is what it is for me. So it makes me question it now.
Yeah, and like this person said, I had major tears in my shoulder, 4 anchors, but I've heard others say otherwise. Like I've had the same surgery as Seth, and I had no scar. It's just, I mean, he was live. People are saying he was live the very next day after surgery.
He was.
Yeah, he was. That was the
That's
live. He had the bandage on his neck.
Yeah.
And then the next live that was somewhere within the same time frame, just within a few weeks, he didn't have the bandage anymore, and I don't see the scar.
That's interesting.
And I'm not saying it's not there.
Well,
I'm
disability will know.
Question it.
Right, just saying you can't see it.
Yeah.
Which means he either had really good surgeons or, another situation. But I'll tell you what, that's probably the most embarrassing thing I ever did was sit my ass here live for almost 9 hours. And all of over 1,000 of you stayed with us the whole time. So what a hell of a day.
Well, we're one boring ass panel according to that loser ass. They got
Well, they said we were all losers, but that's okay. I kind of feel like a loser at this point. I'm not going to lie. I didn't realize it's been 9 freaking hours.
I didn't either until I did the thing, and I was like, "Damn!"
That's like when you're binge watching a series and the black screen comes up asking if you're still there, and you see your reflection. I just had that moment. So no, Anna, but you know what? I've been like I just said, when I get stressed, I don't really eat or anything. I did throw pizza in for the kids, but no, I didn't eat. But I'm going
First
to.
of all, Granny, I totally had that moment just now that you were talking about. Replay in my head. Me and my husband's binge watched the new Squid Game.
Yeah, we were watching it too.
Oh my goodness! So I just had that moment you just had. I get it. Cool.
This is crazy, but I think Clue's going live, so we're going to send everybody right on over, right, Clue?
No, she is not. She's sitting right here in this recliner.
Red Rover.
Send everybody right on over.
Jay may be going. I don't know if Jay's going live later. I'm not sure.
I think maybe Crimson just needs to make her own channel so she can talk all day.
My gosh, you could, Crimson, you could.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's been out for a little bit now, but I do sincerely appreciate all of you coming today. Did you guys all have a good New Year's Eve? Oh, we got another guest really quick. Hold on. Hey, LFT.
Hey. Oh, shoot. It didn't connect to my earbuds. Okay. I have one quick question real fast. And I'm rewinding back hate to take y'all back, but I wanted to ask what all y'all are actually up on panel. I have a question real fast about something Bobby was saying regarding the dirt mound that the kids were standing on and the dogs real fast. Was I incorrect in thinking that the dogs essentially searched from the Proudfoot's home, like leading out down their driveway kind of deal? And
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you listen to dispatch, it sounds like they follow. It talks about the path that the dogs take.
Okay.
From the house.
So,
I don't think it says exactly like which door, like if it's out of the back door necessarily, but it is the Max's handler
Started at the house.
started at the house and goes down, and then they start asking him, head straight to the retention pond, basically beelines it for the retention pond, and then they start asking him about, are you seeing any like
Well, no, she's saying the
footprints?
construction site.
Well,
you're going a whole different route.
Because what got me was that I was going off. I've always was under the impression that yes, it was the dogs started from the home, get the scent, whatever, follow it where it goes, and then I knew there was something about the retention pond. But when I was listening to Bobby and how she was saying, again, taking it with a grain of salt because of the source, but she mentioned her kids are up on the dirt mound or quote unquote the hill. And they're watching, and she says, then the dogs come back up the hill. And that's when the kids ask the question, like, is that normal? And I was just like, it just caught me off guard because I was like, why the hell would they come back up a hill? And maybe Clue or Crimson, y'all up there who know the area. I didn't know if that was.
I actually do search and rescue.
I will say this to what you're saying. When everyone is saying that they give the path on the dispatch, I don't know how much I agree with that, because what I hear that dog handler saying is Max did back up.
Okay.
Am I right in that? Max did track back up.
See, okay, maybe that's what got me, because that's what Bobby said, something like her kids, because she was saying, no, my kids weren't, essentially down there side by side with these dog handlers. They were up on the hill. And I wasn't sure, because I haven't dug into it like you all have, and I certainly don't know it the way you all do. But in terms of that mound or quote unquote hill in the relation to the Proudfoot home, she just said something when she said, like, my kids are up there watching, and then the dogs, so they're watching, they're not side by side or interfering with the handlers and the dogs, but then the dogs but when they came back up the hill, that's when they would ask, whatever question, if that was normal. And I was going, okay, wait, so did the dog actually track that way, or were the handlers just like, okay, we'll just walk up this way now that there's no more scent, and
The
what I
dog
mean?
had to. I can say something about this. I actually do search and rescue, and I've worked, with teams like Search Dog South.
All right, but it's hard to hear you. Your volume was way down. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I fixed you.
The thing is whenever dogs are out searching, they don't want anyone. If it's a scent specific trained dog, they don't want anyone out there while they're searching, and they are not going to take their dogs during a search up to people just out of the blue. The dogs, these dogs are well-trained dogs. If they're search dogs, they're not going to be just going up to kids and stuff whenever they're working. Not only that, but I think that's kind of odd that they would I don't think that law enforcement, if they had a command center and everything going on at that point, that they're going to allow people out there in the search area, especially when they're bringing in search dogs. So I personally, as working with search dog teams and hearing Bobby's story, I kind of think part of it is like, I don't think that they were up on the hill. I think that if they ran into those dogs, that they were outside of where they were actually searching, because it doesn't make sense what Bobby said, actually being someone who's done search and rescue with dogs. Like, they will put you so far behind the dogs, you don't know where those dogs are going.
Well, that's what she said, though. That's exactly what she said. She said, my kids weren't near the dog. My kids were up on the hill watching. And they didn't ask about the dog jumping in the retention pond until the canine handler went back uphill.
Actually, it depends on which interview you listen to as to what Bobby says.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just basing it off the one that y'all played, and
Yeah.
I have to admit, I think I probably had y'all in my ear for about 6 hours. And so, but that just caught me off guard because I was like, oh, in my head, and based off of what I remember and have heard, it was kind of like the dogs, went from the home, followed the scent toward the retention pond. But the way then hearing Bobby speak about it, it made it seem like they were like somehow had tracked from on top of the hill back down. The kids stay up top, whatever. And then once whatever she says yanks him out of the retention pond, the handler gets the dog out. It went, they walked back up the hill, and it gave me the impression that was like a route that they had been following.
I don't think that she. I think it was behind the dogs. I think it was at the top of the hill where there was staging because they're they're not gonna have those kids anywhere in the area of search. I think it was whenever they come back to the search, that's what she's talking about.
Well, she also made a weird statement that the searchers were washing their boots off in her driveway.
Yeah, that's
So she made it like she was. Yeah, it's weird.
So, Clue and y'all who are local, okay, it's been a hot minute since I've looked at the Google map, but back in the day when I was following Betty or whatnot, like I literally went up Stafford Court and whatnot, and it ends in a cul-de-sac. Am I incorrect on that? Like they're
That's
straight.
correct.
That's right.
Okay, so you would go up, and then on the Google images and whatnot, it kind of looked, if you're looking at your computer screen, I guess just on your basic view of it, like the construction kind of more open area still developing is kind of on the opposite side of the street as to where the Proudfoot's home is. Is that where Bobby's house is? Like on that other side of the street?
Here's you mean play with it? What the little clip that I have?
I think she's just asking for clarification on the location.
So their house is almost in the farthest west spot of the subdivision. Bobby's is on the far east side of the subdivision.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. So I just wanted to make sure I was envisioning that correctly. But sorry, just it caught me off guard when something that Bobby said, and again, taking it with a grain of salt, it was like, then when the handlers came back up the hill, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know that the handlers had maybe tracked, from the Proudfoot home down a hill to the pond. And that was just kind of the impression I had because I was going, wait, what? I thought it was almost like a straight shot. Like the dogs had maybe potentially gone down the driveway.
Said really quickly if you want to listen to it.
Let's take track back up. The construction side over here back towards the beach. That's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints or anything? Couldn't have any shoes. I do have some footprints right there where you're standing. Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining. No shoes, just footprints. He literally dove into it. Next let me straighten the retaining. Go up and just into the water. Got anything on press around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt. And straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet?
Okay, so that's like the main audio about Max's track.
Right, and what are the odds that there was a bare footprint the morning or the morning, night, whatever, early hours that a child disappears in a muddy area that the dog just happened to take a scent to? I don't believe in coincidences.
Nope, me either.
Yeah, I just don't. Did they say anything further about the boy neighbor saw a few hours before that had a bag over his head?
Yeah, it's in that audio.
Did they clarify what that was?
It was
sorry,
said
LT,
to be the person that was helping with the, one of the kids helping with the search.
Was wearing a bag over their head?
Not the bag over the head. No, I don't think they clarified the bag over their head. That was another one of the.
I was about to say,
kids.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they never.
I'm sorry, it was
not
hard
in
to hear you.
this, but I have to. I know there was a long stream that Jay did where she played like 3 hours of the first 3 hours.
We're not asking about dispatch at this point. We're asking did the police come out and clarify anything about that person that day?
No, I don't think that they did.
Okay.
No.
Stargazer, it's good to see you, by the way. Happy New Year. You're up
Okay,
here too, Patty.
Okay,
Sorry,
that was
LFT.
no, and I was just curious about that, but I just wanted to ask because it had been kind of gnawing at me for I don't know. Remember, y'all talked about it probably like 4 hours ago, so I was still. But I literally just out of my question in the chat because I was like, I have to ask this at some point. So I just wanted to real quickly, but thank y'all. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Y'all too. I'll be listening.
Hey, Petty, you're up here as well.
Hey, all right.
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch Clue on the last panel, but I just wanted to ask Clue, the emails about Seth's work, I'm quite a literal person, and where it says that Seth's disability records cannot be disclosed, but as of today, Seth is not in work. Could that mean he's just not at work today?
No, I'll clarify that for you. No, he hasn't returned to work at the facility.
At all?
At all.
Oh, okay.
But she's asking, how do you know that? If the word says Seth hasn't returned to work today, it doesn't say as of today. That's what you're asking, right, Patty?
Yeah, it says as of today on the email. So I didn't know whether it meant that they can't tell you anything else, but all they can tell you is he's not at work today.
He has not been back to. He has not been back to work at the facility since that the date that was listed on there, which was
December 30th, 2:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Well, no, like that was when it was, it was clarified, but he had not been back to work since he left on disability, which I think was 4/5 of 23.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to check that was all because I wasn't sure on the wording. It could have gone both ways. So
Wait,
I can see how that.
It couldn't have been 4/5 of 23 because he was working when
Or 24, sorry, 4/5 of 20 when he went back out. Sorry, he's been out a few times. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So to clarify, it's 24. It's not 23.
24. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, he was out on 23 as well, but
that's a big one because people would take that and be like, "Oh, he wasn't even working."
Sorry. 4/5/24. My bad.
So April 24.
Yeah.
Yes.
So and that's likely because he had the paid time off from the employees, including his own, and then when he was due to go back, it was the disability with the shoulder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then no employment with that place since.
Right. He's been out on short-term disability.
Very interesting. Okay. So he did not get hurt at work with breaking up a fight and broke his glasses.
That would be correct. That would be correct.
There'd be police records about the incident as well if it was one of the inmates who did it.
Yeah, you would think so, right?
Right, because it'd be an assault on a officer.
Right, and it would also be, a matter of public record.
Right, it wasn't
because it would add charges. Right.
Yeah.
Like even if the person was incarcerated, they would have to go before a judge and do the whole rigmarole with, all of it gets you a charge, right?
Yeah, and driving with a concussion is just frowned upon.
Remember, he doesn't have a vehicle, so Tony allegedly came and picked him up and was the chauffeur on his roundabout trip around the southern United States looking for his son.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
And just to clarify, when people are like, because I said the same thing when they said Seth has returned to work, I said they didn't say he returned to work at the county jail. That could have meant like Seth has been working via YouTube. But then Tony came out and gave a story about breaking up a fight and landing a concussion and all of that. So that kind of dismisses that. Hey, Lucia.
He also used specific wording as well, didn't he?
You're absolutely right. It does.
Yeah.
Brady.
What do you mean by that, Patty? Elaborate, please.
Hang on. Let me think about the wording he used. Something about breaking up a fight in one of the roughest pods.
At the pods, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of the roughest I'm sure he said he was in one of the roughest pods. He broke up a fight between two inmates.
Well, it's two different things. He was saying that IOD or whatever he called it, had to make sure that he was fit to be back at work because he works in one of the roughest pods.
Right. He was having to go back for like weekly evaluations and stuff, allegedly.
Yeah, that completely insinuates that he's working at the jail. How else can he get injured in a pod?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Unless
he backed themselves and they backed themselves right into a corner on that one.
I don't know who said it earlier, but someone made a very good point of if he's back at he shouldn't be able to be back at the jail if he's still down as under a suspect. If he's still a suspect in the disappearance, then he shouldn't be able to go back to a jail because of the
possibility
nature
of
of the
being,
job.
Yeah, I could see that. Pickle, I don't recall hearing anything about people getting their time back. I think it'd be really hard to get your time back.
I heard that. I heard
did?
I heard a rumor
it's
about it.
just
I
a
didn't
rumor,
able to
but
confirm.
yeah, I did hear that rumor that they gave the people their time back that had donated it to him.
Okay.
His records do not reflect that, though. I will say that.
They don't reflect what? Because I didn't see them. They don't reflect giving time back.
The donated time was, I believe, 1,092 hours.
Okay.
So what they might have done was, they might have taken up the funding for that and funded it out of the government wage, and then paid the guys back who donated the time, possibly.
You can't put someone on disability. Let's see how it's working.
Well, they're not going to do that. The government's not going to take up the laws because these guys gave up. They're not going to give a shit, to be honest. Not our government.
Davidson
Your
County,
government
not Davidson County.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our government doesn't look out for each other the way yours likely does.
No.
Unfortunately.
Well,
yeah, we're like squeezing blood from a turnip,
Little Daisy, I think there was a few different situations going on. Well, and I mean, let's be honest, just looking at him, do you really think he's going to be, positioned at one of the toughest pods?
No.
I'm shocked they even allowed him to have a ponytail, to be honest.
I can't imagine
you do have
being...
to have your hair in a certain way, because that actually, like, if you have your hair in braids and stuff, it can be actually used as, to grab you and assault you as a inmate, as a guard.
You seen that? I had to.
I heard what you just said though. She said, do you really think he's going to be positioned in one of the roughest pods?
I'm just being honest.
Well, if he couldn't do laundry duty without getting in trouble, then
well, no, it's not even about getting in trouble. It's just about fitness. I mean, I'm not really handy coded. A lot of jailers are out of weight and all those things, and even police officers are out of weight. Overweight, out of shape, not out of weight, out of
weight. I'm like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, they're not
his weight class.
It's been a long day.
Your pod depends on the weight class, like wrestlers and stuff.
But honest to God, a lot of them are out of shape. And I'm sorry, but they're not going to place somebody so grossly out of shape that has pre-existing injuries that just had neck surgery and one of the roughest pods. They're just not.
It's not safe.
Here's a question that somebody had said in the chat a minute ago. Why did Tony and Sean go to Virginia? And that is something that I have questioned for a couple of days, because I know what I heard when it first came out. But then I saw the post from Matt Knight saying that, law enforcement is not sharing information with anybody. But if I'm not mistaken, it was said, I think Tony said this on the phone call with Justin, that they went to Virginia because they received a tip from law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And I'm like, it's just one of those things where, ultimately my whole point in anything I say toward Tony or Sean is y'all need to just stop. You just need to stop, because you keep talking about you just want to keep the focus on finding Sebastian, but it's impossible to do that with an entire group of people that are invested in this situation and keep hearing things that don't make sense to the point where they've got to question them and then see that you're lying and then get emotional about the fact that you're lying. And it's like, just stop.
You're right, Cletus. You're right.
I mean, it's not even that, but
taking away, like, Tony and Seth, I want you to know, like, you're taking away your people actually being, if you really care about Sebastian and finding Sebastian, we're having to put out your lies. Like, you know, like let us focus on searching and instead of having to.
I mean, to be fair, you can't put that on them. I mean, you can decide to either put your focus in the search efforts or put your focus in, disproving their lies. But
I mean, I'm just saying, like, pick a lane. Like, I mean, when his lies
well, their lane is social media. Their lane is public perception. That's the lane they
their
chose.
lane is also accusing me of being SF's girlfriend still to this day, no matter, and I've already denied it umpteen times. And yet I see that they're still arguing in that and pushing that narrative. I got to defend it,
Well, I mean, girl, come on.
I'm not understanding why the lies Seth and Tony are telling, because in my country, civil servants, everything's public record. So if anything happens in a prison, unless anybody's in jeopardy, we can find out what's happened. So if my brother rang me tomorrow and said, me and a couple of other guards have just been breaking up a fight and someone got hurt, you'd be able to get the information for that.
Right,
Yeah,
in
well,
record. That's how they got it.
Right.
Yeah. So the lies that they're telling, they're not lies and they're going to be able to be looked at, or they are lies and they're about to get found out.
Right, and that's what I don't understand. Like, they are, because they have built so much importance around public perception, which again I question within itself. That's why their main focus is just that. So when these type of things come out, I know people are focusing on like, oh, it's invasive, and there should be some grace given and this and that. But the focus should be, why are they lying to everybody so easily?
Yeah.
Well, here's another one for you. Why is it that Seth Rogers evidently has this theory that Katie has drugged Sebastian, and regardless if they called and brought Nancy Grace's crew out and removed that or not, it's still out there. Regardless of that, okay, he has.
Well, now they don't think that.
But they're willing. But he's willing to jump in bed with a party of people who say they are going to drug people against their will. After he sits there and thinks his son was drugged. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know if he related the two though, because I didn't. Like, what I mean? I didn't think that deep into it. Well, because they knew it was a lie. They knew it was a lie. Tony said it. We'll play along with your little game.
I don't know that they did. Honestly, Granny, I think that what happened is that sparked some calls to Nick's parole.
I'm sure it did. Brittany, I'm glad you're feeling safe enough to come into chat, hon. It's good to see you. Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you, Brittany.
Great job, Granny. People can choose, come on here and try and put out all the flames and lies from Seth and his people on here, actually in awareness to Sebastian. That goes for both sides. And his people on here, actually, I really don't understand what you're saying. I don't know. It didn't really make much. Great job, Granny. People can choose to come on here and try and put out all the flames and lies from Seth and his people on here, actually in awareness to Sebastian. I still can't. I've read it 3 times now. Anybody, you want to give it a try, Chloe? I
don't
Brittany, if you want to hit a link.
I think maybe they're
That'd
trying
be a
to say.
great idea. Bring Brittany up.
Brittany, I mean,
it might be that they're just trying to say that we're actually trying to debunk it by keeping Sebastian at FAFO.
This is what she said. I think most have already chosen spelling lies over advocating and bring me too. That's just how all sick this has gotten. Oh, because do you want to acknowledge that Seth was caught in a major lie, or we're going to, again, accuse the people for that, proved it to be a lie instead of the person that lied, because that is the great tactic he has created in all of you. So now you're angry at the people that proved his lie instead of the fact that he lied to you.
I told you don't fuck with crazy.
I can't, because she even said it a little weird here too, though. But I'm glad she's feeling safe to come back in chats. Remember when the police were in her driveway a few months ago and she was in Justin's asking what she should do, and so I'm glad she's at least
Brittany,
especially when Brittany or
that's her.
Do you feel safe? Like, Brittany, is she at the door? Is she taking a link?
No, she ain't gonna take a link.
I just want to know
Oh,
where the video footage of Chris
yeah.
and Katie and 2 other people are at her house. Like,
Yeah, we've been asking for that ever
I
since
was
the
gonna
other
say,
day.
do you feel safe around Clue, right? Because you're in this chat. So,
Well, hopefully you brought your footage over to the police, and maybe you can put that public next so that we can debunk your lie while we're on that
Brittany,
all up debunking lies. I think that would be great.
Brittany,
Can I,
if you actually email me your footage, I will make sure it gets on a channel.
and can I
Your
just say,
proof.
Brittany,
And Bobby can send me her dash cam footage too while she's at it.
And
contrary to popular belief, we don't want to be debunking Seth. We don't want to be exposing his lies. We want to be finding his son, and we want to be helping him to find his son. So, with your narratives going Brittany J, with your narratives going the way they are, you can't keep coming at people because we're trying to debunk it all with
Well, you
Seth's
know,
own words.
well, the same could be said for her. Like, when are you out advocating or searching? It's your own backyard. I see you in YouTube chats all the time, and I never once see you write out about the search efforts you just took or the boots on the ground you just laced up. So you have some audacity to talk about what other people are doing, ma'am. When you're in different chats talking about, oh, I got the police at my door because I was threatened, or come on, are you being any better, Brittany?
why would the police be at her door if she was threatened? And why would she be worried if she called them?
Girl, she wrote in the
I
chat.
thought she went to the hotel.
This is a different situation. She
Oh.
wrote in the chat a few months back, in Justin's chat, it tells you where the chat you go to. I'm seriously,
Yeah,
that you have the
look at
nerve to
this.
say it to me, but she wrote in that chat, I don't know what to do. The cops are at my door now, blah, blah, blah. She was actively talking as the cops were supposedly in her driveway. It was just weird.
Mm-hmm.
And she said it's because she was threatened, and she implicated me in that. And when she came back over here, I said the same thing to her. I'm glad you feel safe coming over. Now, do you want to tell the truth? She also is the one that stated that SF came to her house and threatened her. She said it back then.
So that's why I said it's great you feel safe coming in this chat with Clue here.
Hey, why? And that's what I got.
It's not Brittany J.
Why?
I know it's not. We're not saying it's Brittany J. It's
Yeah, everybody
What
keeps over
what
talking.
do I have to do with this lady? I ain't never seen this lady.
She's you're one of the ones apparently that has been in her.
Well, no, she implied that
She
SF.
implied that, right?
She said SF and 2 others came to her door and
Two
were
creators.
intimidating her.
2 creators.
Well, I can tell you. Well, I can squash that rumor right now, because my fat ass sat in the truck the whole time, and the people out there was Cletus, Crabtree, and SF. That means 3 people, and only one of them is a creator. So she lying.
I'm
You've
just
been
saying
lying.
receipts, or it didn't happen. I think it's just like the taco lawsuit. I think there wasn't no receipts because it didn't happen. No receipts, it didn't happen. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, but I can't understand. Like, again, that's just what these people do, though, right? Like, it was proven without a shadow of a doubt that Tony Mathis straight face lied to everybody. And Brittany's all like, well, how does this help find Sebastian? Ma'am, how did you sitting in a chat room of an AI of a horrific looking Chris and Katie screaming, where's the baby, and implicating them in a crime help find Sebastian either?
How does it help find Sebastian?
No
Creating a
tunnel vision.
frivolous injunction.
None of this tunnel vision that Green Team has painted the narrative of helps find Sebastian. If you want to know the truth about it, it's all distractions, smoke and mirrors. And
how do you feel
I
about
think it's
the
very
traffic?
important to call it out, because there is a reason in a missing child case, people are out here intentionally creating smoke and mirrors and throwing shade. That's intentional. So what's the reason? There's a missing kid here. I think we need to figure that out. I think it's very important.
Brittany, can you tell me how you feel about the traffic in your neighborhood?
Look at that. 2 creators knocked at Jay's door, too. It's like, you see how easy it is just to write that in the chat, though, which is, I assume, what Jay is doing here. I hope that's what she's doing. But that is how easy it is just to write something in the chat. And with these people, they all run and take it at face value.
That's exactly what they did. And this morning, starting with Jay, and about the things that were put out, and everybody just all of a sudden, and a call to action was planned to go, create another channel and docs put everything out about her, and and then they started coming after me, and also putting out that they were gonna go do everything to get her channel taken down. And that's what had me frankly in a tizzy earlier, and kind of reading into some comments, because
right,
that's freaking insane, because you can just go into a chat and these people are gonna all of a sudden fly off the handle and start calling for people's
yeah. What do you think they've been doing? They've been calling for our fucking freedom.
Right,
Okay,
but I mean,
Brittany.
it's just so easy that y'all don't even go and look for yourselves, or look at the screenshot to see that it's blacked out.
No, I've been fighting this for months since they put my name on a RICO. Of course, it's not that easy. These people believe what they're told. I have people telling me that I've done things I haven't done, I've never done, because they've been told I've done it. And ICU says, what if it's true? Then there would be police reports, correct? So when Bobby claims that in a chat, the police are in my driveway, I don't know what to do because SF threatened her. And there was no
Would
police
you like
report.
me to FOIA them? Because ICU, I'm just wondering, if I FOIA them and they're there, I'll put them out. If I FOIA them and they're not there, I'll put that out too. But are you gonna come after me? Are you and your side gonna come after me?
I mean,
Brittany, I'm gonna give you a challenge, just like SF gave Betty a challenge. I will give 1,000 GBP to a charity if you can show me what our side, our alleged hate channels, have done to stop the search of Sebastian.
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
Including C&Ds, including false information, including threats, including anything like that. You give me a list of what your side's done and what this side's allegedly done, and I'll give £1,000 charity.
It's actually so stupid. And as for saying you're going to FOIA and put the information out, I disagree with that. Since you accused SF of it, I would handle it the way you need to, but that's pretty much like threatening to dox her. So I get you what you're being
No, I'm saying
facetious.
I would redact that. I'm just saying I would substantiate that it's
Her
true.
claims, right?
Yeah. No,
Well,
I'm not saying I would put out her. I would redact it. I'm just
I
saying,
mean, to be fair, if anyone was really that interested, Broadcastify goes back far enough.
Yep, that's true. We do listen to, sometimes we listen to good old Sumner County Dispatch on certain channels. Elevated Truth loves listening to Dispatch. So I mean, if you're interested, you can put the date out, or we can go back and look and see when you commented and see.
Yep.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm gonna put all your information out. I'll just verify it, redact it. You can approve it, and I'll help you spread the news.
Yep. You prove it to us what any of us have done.
Now I've got one for all. Let's see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are all 5 of you creators?
I guess you can include you. I guess lump me in there. I guess.
So 4 out of 5 of us are creators. How many of you have wanted to talk about something that Seth himself said that you disagreed with, had people flood your chat and attack you, and people drop in your link and threaten you?
I've never been threatened ever. I feel left the fuck out. So if someone who is maybe even a regular or something, if you could just drop a threatening email, that would be so nice of you.
They threaten you.
I can do that.
They do it behind your back in the Facebook groups, Clue.
No, Betty threatened to piss on your lawn, and then they threatened to plant evidence on your property.
Yeah,
no, but I'm talking about from someone coming in a chat and being like,
I I get them all the time.
I'm gonna fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like,
I can send you one, Clue. If you're feeling that left out, I can send
that's
you one,
true.
sweet.
I was just told.
I'll send you one,
last
but-
night. I got a message last night that come midnight, I'm going to catch fire and burn in hell.
Let me guess. Was that by Julie?
50 lashes from a wet noodle. I'm going to explain it all out to you.
That's when you reply and say, well, it's a good thing I got a fire extinguisher for Christmas.
Yeah, right. It didn't happen, though, as you can all. Sorry, haters. I didn't catch fire at midnight.
Can we go back to what you said? You're come midnight, you're gonna burn in hell.
I was gonna catch burst into flames, and I was gonna catch fire and burn in hell come midnight. Yeah.
Didn't we just hear a voicemail or something that kind of went that way?
We did.
Hellfire.
Yeah, you did.
Hellfire.
You know, and it's funny because that voicemail that went to somebody's personal phone lines up with the messages that came to my personal phone that were telling me to read certain Bible quotes. They said TikTok, and then it was whatchamacallit? Spivvy, thank you. Proud me, thank you too. It was I looked at the screenshot. She said they wrote TikTok, and then they said basically covering for somebody's a crime within itself. And then they told me look at the 4.4 something in the Bible that was like, thou who witnessed to crime shall rot in one of those.
What kind
Was
of
that
lame
from the
ass
tip
threat
line?
is that? You send me homework with a threat? Just tell me.
Well, and even the way they wrote TikTok, I'm not gonna lie, I thought they were telling me to go check out TikTok, right? Because they wrote
I think they're on that one.
They wrote literally TikTok, like the TikTok, the way TikTok's right, not TikTok like a clock. They spelled it wrong. So I'm like, TikTok, and I'm like, huh? And then I'm like, who's this? And then I didn't hear nothing.
Hey.
They did wish me a happy New Year's and a Merry Christmas after, but
Was it all off the tip line again?
no, this was not from that phone number.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
Electra, thank you.
interesting.
It was a different number. It was just to my personal phone line. It was weird.
Bizarre.
Somebody said Clue wouldn't know if she got an email thread. She doesn't read emails.
Facts or text messages, really.
Yeah, that might help, Clue.
Yeah.
Y'all need to do
Right.
it some other way. Get another different message to Clue. Send
Yeah.
it via Amazon.
Right, I'm going to drop Granny. It's 1:15 for me in the morning, so I'm going to go.
Thank you, petty ass.
No worries. Thanks, Clue. Thanks.
This
I don't
is
know the
what
rest
they
of you.
Yeah.
this is what they said. TikTok, like TikTok, like the app. And then I wrote what? And I said, who is this? They wrote Proverbs 19.9. So I pulled that up, and it's a false witness will not go unpunished. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's a threat. And then they wrote, see you soon, love.
Did you really say Proverbs? Girl, you know that's Proverbs.
Whatever.
Hey, that
Prolific
sounds like a
bullshit.
bona fide search.
How in the hell do people always get
what?
Proverbs.
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 How do people?
What is it? Proverbs?
Proverbs.
Yeah, Proverbs.
Well, I'm not fucking religious. I don't know what that shit is.
It's your accent, not your religion.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. And people
Proverbs.
always get me confused thinking I'm barbecue. I'm like, dude, how in the hell do you get me for barbecue? Like,
I couldn't confuse you. There's one big difference between you two. You have like a more of a graspy voice, like a throat voice. I don't know how to explain it.
A throaty voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they said, see you soon, love. And then they wrote me again, wishing me happy holidays. And then, Proverbs, whatever. The same thing is false witness. A false witness will not go unpunished. And whoever pours out lies will perish. Dun, dun, dun.
It's always good to include a Bible verse in a threat,
Well, isn't it not very religious to threaten somebody using Bible verses? Doesn't that counteract it?
Yeah, it's probably like a ticket straight to hell,
It just seems like any message you get like that, where you got to do your homework, it should at least come with Jaws food before the threat.
Do you ever think, Granny, that could be like, I mean, I'm not trying to put something on someone, but don't that kind of sound like some shit that Nick would say, calling you love and using big words like perish.
Perish. Well, they didn't use the word. They just directed me to the part of the verse that uses that.
Oh.
Like they told me to check out that verse of 19.9. The proverb. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Proverb.
But to be fair, it is written as proverb, so.
It looks it, yeah. Like proverbs. Well, like perverts. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, it was a little eerie. And then to be told I'm going to be lit on hell. But isn't it amazing that so I noticed a pattern, I will say. Right before I got hit with that hurtful religious verse that was used as a weapon, which is so ungodly within itself, there was somebody on here preaching about how religious they are. And it always seems to line up that way.
Yes. Wow. Yes, girl, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when she got to read these things, she does, I'm sorry, the person does read these proverbs.
Mm-hmm.
The matter of fact, the other morning, if I'm not mistaken, the verse that she picked out, this person was from Proverbs.
Oh. They want to know how perish is a big word.
No, it's not a big word, but
it's a fancy word. It's a word people don't use regularly.
Yeah, like I said it the other day and then I caught myself. I was like, perish? Like, I don't know. It's just
you will perish in the flames at midnight. That's how I felt. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Burst into flames, Granny.
Yeah. Come midnight. But I'm sick of the fake Christians too. That's not Christian-like. And then the lady that called the Bower Socks, that was far from Christian-like. Holy hell.
Oh, Granny, you so need the sound bite from the Wicked Witch of the West right now. I'm melting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right?
Sorry. Oh, my goodness.
Perish or perish? I don't fucking know, Anna. They're the same. They're perish. Like perish in the flames. You're going to die. Perish. I don't know.
See how much more like common that word is. You're going to die versus you're going to perish. I don't know. It's like.
Right. It's more, yeah, it's not something people would reference very often. And then, like I said, I got that, and then Mrs. Bowersox got that religious demon phone call that was like scribbled in like, I'm a Southern religious person, but I'm wishing you to hell and burn, demon type of thing. It was weird.
It sounded like the character in that movie, Legion, the older lady. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but
I love Legion.
like. And that was a demon. That was funny as hell. I just made that connection.
Honestly, that's what these people are like.
I don't understand how a missing child's case can really bring the omen out of people. You know what I'm saying? Like the spawn of Satan. It's crazy.
Well, see, look, there's 2 UAs right now. Yours just did this a minute ago, Clue 2. So I don't even know which one's her at this point.
Oh, that's because it kicked me. So you have to drop
StreamYard this one.
For some time. After a while, it like kicks you, and then you have to leave and like come back up. It's crazy.
How are they going to raise their price so drastically and then have all these issues? We should all be protesting it.
No, it's crazy.
I can't even lie, y'all. I love me some Jesus. I'm a Christian, and I'm about to fall out of my chair with these comments, y'all. They're so funny.
Well, Dog Mom on TikTok said I should have sent one back. I don't know any.
No, man, bro. Next time they do that, you need to just have the sound bite. Go record the sound bite off of my show one day, or just do it for now. What do you say? Tell me your name.
Tell me your name, demon.
Demon.
Yeah, just click that.
Now you know I'm about to fall out of my chair.
Oh my God. Remember when somebody tried quoting the Bible and they're like, the glee in your eye. Take the glee out of your eye and give it to thy neighbor eye.
It's your name, demon.
Before you come for the glee in my eye, you better check the glee in thy eye. Thy neighbor don't like the glee.
Glee. This is crazy.
Something.
I'm dead.
Something.
I'm dead.
The 9th commandment, that thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Oh, that's a good one. I hope you're listening. False religion.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, and it was funny too, because when a certain somebody tried to use a verse against a commenter that said, like, how is what you're doing, what you're doing is not very religious. Like, they responded back, basically, the quote of the beam, take the beam out of thy neighbor eye, which is ironically exactly what that chatter was saying. So it was so hypocritical, which is quite frankly what I find a lot of it to be.
Yeah, Granny, my Jesus didn't die for that hate. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beams in your eyes.
Oh man.
I remember Jay was dying. She's like, what fucking beam in the neighbor's eye? What are you talking about?
The light beam? No.
The light? You're up here, UA.
Yeah, I
She
know.
was talking about the laser beams going out of the eye.
Yeah. She just had the verse so wrong, and it was used at the wrong context, wrong timing.
Yes.
Ooh.
I would have actually been impressed if she would have used it right. Like, honestly. Like,
Jen from TikTok. I don't know who Jen is from
I
TikTok.
know you're talking about Stacy. Yep.
Honestly, it could be blamed on any person that has a southern older sounding voice.
I think it's Appalachian, Eastern Tennessee.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But I've heard people. Yeah, how do you get that?
Maybe like a
Well, it's
certain,
definitely not an Arkansas accent.
certain struggle bird. Maybe.
There's a certain person that, I think maybe abused. It sounds like we've been floating around.
A call from a spar buzzard.
Sparring buzzard.
Sparring
or
buzzard.
A flightless pigeon.
Well, birds of a feather always do flock together. But they did say she is the one who was crying when Betty went to jail. Well, I've heard people accuse it of being like 3 different people now. So
I know who you're talking about, Stacy. Yes.
Or a sparring vulture. That was epic.
That is one of the 2 people that we think it could be, and leading numero uno.
I don't even know who that is. I don't know. Because it could be anybody. You would think somebody that was going to do that would try to hide their accent. Like if I called you, you guys would know it was me. Because first off, I'm going to mispronounce some shit. So you're going to know right. Like you can't hide my accent.
Well, that's too sugary to be from them hills.
That's what she said. To be from them hills. Too sugary. Yeah, we got to pray for those with these rotten evil souls hiding behind the sweet religion. How dare they? Evil. They better take the beams out of thy eyes. It does seem exaggerated. You think it sounded? Does anybody else think the accent sounded exaggerated?
No, I think they were trying to mask it because if you're from that, if you know them from there, there's certain ways that they pronounce certain words that
Yeah.
They can't just hide very well.
Blissful, my bitch with 35 months. Holy hell, thank you. I've been blessed with an amazing people. That's a long ass time.
Loyal people.
Them's my peoples. That's some cult behavior for real.
We got some coffee beans in our eyes.
Somebody said the Cooters have where was that? The Cooters have to unite. Thou shall unite all Cooters against the evil side. Oh man. Oh, beans in your eyes. Coffee beans.
And came up on this guy, random guy came up on panel and called us all cougars.
It's actually a compliment.
Smitty, yeah.
I'm not old enough to be a cougar though, so it's not very complimentary, but I've been called worse.
Yeah.
They don't sound some. Yeah.
I could
called you a cougar or a cooter?
A cougar.
Yeah, they called us cougars. He was like
the cats.
I was like, how old do you, or we were like, how old do you think a cougar is? And they were like 37. And I was like, how, you like you're older than 37, like, to be honest.
Wait. Does it make a woman a cougar if she's 37, but the guy's 37? Like.
Oh, a cougar. Never mind. Okay, as soon as she's. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
hell, what's wrong with that? If an older woman wants to date a younger man, if he's of age, what's wrong with that? I think it's a compliment that you can pull younger men.
Well, the problem is it was coming from a dude that was older than probably us.
Oh, so he was just hating. He's hating on the cougars.
He was, yeah, I don't know what he was thinking, but I'm definitely probably about his age at least. I don't know if he's a lot younger. He certainly didn't look it.
You made him sound like he was an old ass man. Now you're saying he was about your age?
Well, I mean, he was like probably 40 in his 40s.
Oh.
Like, so I'm like, I look like a cougar to you? Like,
I would say he was in his late 30s, early 40s, Crimson. I'm with you there.
yeah, I mean, and yeah, so I was a little confused as to how I was a cougar for somebody of my age.
Maybe
Now,
he wanted
I've
to
been
be
a
cougar.
before, but not now. I'm a retired cougar.
No, cougars are older women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't be retired and be a cougar at 40.
Yeah, he did change it to MILF.
Oh, well, that's still complimentary. That's not even
Yeah,
insulting.
yeah.
Were you guys insulted by it? I don't understand.
No, we were just giving him a hard time, like with the cougars and like the cooters, because we originally thought he said.
Oh.
And he was also the one that dropped the word homestead, so we were a little sus at first. You know?
You guys are sus of everybody, man. You
Well,
guys give everybody the third eye.
Don't put me in that group.
Yeah.
Reviewing that and drops homestead. We had just reviewed these. You know.
Well, maybe that because you guys just reviewed it, the word was in his head and he used it.
Well, no, he hadn't been in. He just was fine. He said he was just going into random chats that had open panels. So I'm
Is that the guy when I was there, the music guy?
No, it wasn't the duck. It wasn't the duck dude.
Oh gosh.
No, it was the dude with the full Manchu beard.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
We looked up duck dude.
If someone had never been on YouTube before and they just stumbled into this live, they would be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You got cougars, cooters, ducks. Fighting buzzards, like
I'm
like
dead.
Discovery Planet.
Using Bible verses for threats. Hell yeah.
That reminds me of the night one time I was on TikTok and like I hadn't gone live for pulled an all night live, and for some I had the vid, so I could not sleep. You either sleep a lot or you cannot sleep at all, and I was in the cannot sleep at all phase, and so I was scrolling through and I somehow stumbled on this random just group of people on my FYP, and they were trying to birth kitten, cat was pregnant, and so they were all in boxes meowing at each other, and I was wondering if I was delusional, you don't sleep a lot. If you're not sleeping, you can kind of go into a psychotic delusion.
Oh, blessed be Crimson. Oh my God.
And they're meowing.
The people were meowing.
What the actual hell was
I don't even know what she's saying.
I'm sorry, were the people in the boxes or the cat? I'm so lost. Never mind. Don't even
The
answer
cat
that.
was pregnant, and they were trying to guide the cat through pregnancy, the birthing process, and they were in the boxes going meow.
Oh my God.
I messaged, there was somebody that was online, that I knew that was a friend. I was like, can you please go into this live and just make sure that it's not me, because I might need to go check myself in for a Grippy Socks motel,
You guys got me laughing so hard. I'm crying. Oh my gosh.
I mean, yeah. And then the next day I searched them out to see if I could find them again. And I stumbled back in. I was like, were y'all meowing the other night? And they were like, yeah, that was us. And I was like, holy shit. I thought I was
I swear on everything, if I ever come across a fucking lamp in the woods and a genie pops out, I'm going to wish one of my three is going to be, can I spend one day in Crimson's head? Can I just walk around in there? Please.
Not dripping.
Really? I'm trying to get the hell out of it. You want to enter it? The hell?
grippy socks. It's like what you get when you check into like the 5150 motel.
A mental hospital, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yo,
regular
did you see that?
hospitals too.
Grady, you see that right there? How that girl, she don't even care what I'm saying. She just, nah, it's grippy stuff.
Yeah,
Listen,
went right past you.
I would be in her head moving all the files to the wrong filing cabinet. I would be in there fucking shit up for that girl.
Like the Dreamcatcher movie where he's got that dolly and he's pushing all them files around the dude's head.
Yes, just
I
like
think
that.
if you got in it today, you'll find Bobby's kids, Bobby's kids. I think that's where UA's current focus is hardcore.
No, I'm trying to like get her out of my head. Like really,
trying to get her out of my head.
Go leave.
Oh,
she's annoying. She's annoying even over here, and I'm not even technically her neighbor.
And what is she doing? Just to wrap it up and close it out, what is she doing currently? She's on a Facebook group claiming she's being threatened.
Yeah,
I
The
knew this was
neighborhood.
coming.
She's making
the neighborhood Facebook group.
Just talk over her, Clue. So she's in the neighborhood.
No, the neighborhood Facebook group. Is she not? I showed the messages on my live.
Yeah.
And people in the neighborhood are literally like, she's talking about all the traffic and the cars and the threatening and everything. Like her son was followed home on Sunday. I don't know. But the neighbors, it's crazy because their responses are, yeah, we ain't got any of that going on around here. I don't even know why your sons would be targeted. But, you know, and one of them even said something about, if I'll let the proud feet know that there's going to be like a random car here, since they're not in the neighborhood Facebook group anymore.
Oh, I've seen you reading those, and I'm so glad that people kind of push back at her, because I can understand. Marigold, welcome back. Thank you. I can understand why she might feel like she's being signaled out. We heard her have a huge problem with the backlash she received from JLRs. So to be like the main focus again, but to go as far as to say like people are following your kids, you're receiving like these real threats, you're just fueling a fire. Did she not think people would see her in that group saying it?
Can I ask y'all something legit?
Nanny G, thank
this
you.
is going to sound a little mean, but I'm being legitimate here.
Well, can you come closer to the mic, because it's really hard to hear you?
Oh, yep.
Thank you so much. I should have said that to you.
There we go.
Oh my God, there you are so much better.
So,
shit.
So check this out. Do y'all actually think that there are enough people in that neighborhood that like Bobby that they are going to be like, oh yeah, come on in and look at my surveillance video footage? I mean, really?
No.
Which is
No,
why
I think
listen, Bobby's acting like she was the cast me out in that neighborhood, right? Like she was that woman that went around. She had the crime street watcher sign in her window. Everybody knew her. But then the truth be told, she didn't even know Sebastian even lived in the neighborhood. So how close are you to your neighbors, ma'am?
Right?
Well, with all due respect, she's probably pretty close to them. They're probably trying to run away from her. Like, you know. So, I mean,
no, I think I think what she did was she took a lot of speculation. She was knee deep in all this speculatory conversations on YouTube, and she started not being able to distinguish the actual facts from, because there's not any real fucking facts. So everything she had was based around speculation. Like you said, Chloe, she literally took something you speculated on and turned it into like her theory idea.
I don't know. All I know is I expected for it to be a situation where when SF was here, nobody was really like cooperative. You know, they didn't like the proud feeds. And yeah, that's not how it is in that neighborhood at all. Like, I mean, at all. If anything, I'll say this again because, well, I experienced it. I'm allowed to. The only person who you hear is don't talk to that lady.
Yeah.
Talking about her. So,
now, Chloe, why do you call them the proud feet?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
There's two of them. It's plural. Feet.
Girl, all right. I knew it was going to be that simple of an answer too. I knew it. Now,
They know I call them that. I mean, You're
No, I know, of
Proudfoots.
course. I almost said it one time from listening to you, and I'm like, Proudfoots, damn it. But here's my other thing with her writing that. And so she didn't just write it in the Facebook group, which is weird on its own. You know, like trying to incite like locals against like you guys and Katie, and you know, because she's so like far dwelled into these quote unquote teams. But she also, her and Brittany that just left the chat. Brittany, you left unexpectedly. They ran and they made it a news release for immediate release via at night, without doing any research if these people are even being honest or if they're even two separate entities. I mean,
Grady, they've been doing this forever now.
I know, but it's just aggravating because if it
It
wasn't
is.
for you having access to that Facebook group, we would have never known that she was getting pushback. They could have sold a narrative that other neighbors are claiming the same thing, which they've tried. But luckily, somebody saw that Facebook group and Clue was able to come put it out and show, like, even the neighbors are pushing back on Brittany. Like, wait a minute, this don't make much damn sense now.
Well, they're pushing back on Bobby in that one because
Right. Yeah. Did I say
but
Brittany?
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
I will say that, right? Like it's almost a dangerous type of thing to do because as much as I say like people are crazy, that's, you know, not all of them. And I think it is commendable that there are people obviously who have a bit of an issue with the way Bobby is doing things in this situation, right? Like why that one person commenting saying since they aren't in the neighborhood Facebook group anymore, obviously they take a little issue with her having a personal issue with them and taking them out of it. And here's the other thing that I found really interesting about what she said about the encounter with Chris. Like
Mhm.
she talks like he has AMS, right? Angry man syndrome.
Yeah.
And it's like you've never spoke to him before. You don't know who he is, but you have 911 dialed on your phone already. That's weird.
Oh, you're right. Like pulling up. So for yours, what a great point. So she claims as they're driving up, they see this person standing in the middle of the road, kind of with like a stance, chest popped out, their hand out. She had 911 ready to go, but she thought that that person was possibly a police officer. So why would you have 911 ready to
Why
go?
would
Why?
she?
Hey, Jess. Also,
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Halloween baby.
I just texted you a post. That's a by my friend. Since someone did bring it up, but I'd had her out of my mind, and then they brought it up. But
well, thank you.
Go read, like, pull up that post. It's interesting because read like the comment and response that Danielle left on that. Like, I think it's interesting.
That who left, Danielle?
Yeah, it's the second comment on that post.
But
this was 2 days after the fact, right?
Right. When she's bitching about the traffic, like I said she was, which is insanity. On February 28th, she was bitching about traffic being in the way. But to bring back what Clue was just saying, I mean, that is very telling. Like she already went in with a negative attitude towards Chris, which is exactly what he confronted her son's girlfriend about when she said her name and said, "Oh, we whatchamacallit? Oh," she said, "I went to school with your son," and said her name, and he said, "Oh, you're the one on that Facebook group." And apparently the group was already making up salacious details about Chris and Katie. So he
Right.
has to, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is interesting. This is her response to someone saying, "This doesn't read well. A kid is missing and you're upset about traffic in your neighborhood. The police have suggested people drive around and look for him, and that's inconveniencing you." Her response: "I don't understand why people get stuck on this on the traffic situation when everything else I said was talking about how hard we have all been looking. The only reason why I brought up the whole traffic thing is the families in our neighborhood are trying to move on with their lives, go out and walk their dogs. Their kids are playing outside. We're even trying to have a vigil. Even the police stated that they needed everyone to clear out. Out of everything else I said, that's what you're going to get stuck on. We have tried looking for him. We have done everything that we can as a neighborhood to look for him. What the police said was, while you are out going to work or driving around, keep your eyes open. They said they couldn't stop people from driving around. The police have our neighborhood surrounded, and they are constantly looking for him. There is nothing a civilian can do driving around our neighborhood that a police officer has not already done. A lot of people are just wanting to see what's going on.
Oh, you mean just like you?
That's what I started to say. Her kids are up there, evidently at the command center where the search dogs are, but she's worried about neighbors driving through the neighborhood whenever
Maybe
that would
because
interfere
it's
more than
what
that.
she said. Maybe then the response
Doesn't
was
make any
maybe
sense.
because it's what
I'm just going to pull it up on the screen.
Yeah.
But I mean, to go back to what Clue, to go back to what Clue just pointed out, the fact is she already had her narrative of Chris made up.
Yeah. And she's wanting to move on with her life and talk about, but she's adminning this Facebook group that's supposed to be about searching and everything. And this is 2 days in saying, it goes against the whole, we're too afraid to have our kids outside. We're too afraid to walk our dogs, right? That was something she said in one of the interviews.
Yeah, but obviously not. I mean, she's got her kids out doing whatever they want while these people are out here searching for Sebastian, by her own words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Which is which?
What are these people doing? Letting their dogs shit on their carpet? Just curious. I mean, it's possible.
I completely agree, Crimson. It's a complete double standard.
I mean, I'm
Which
just
is
like,
why I
for
asked,
somebody
just
that has that energy and that response, I'm just thinking that's not the type of person that's going to be running. I don't see that being like the person that's going to be like, yeah, let me take on adminning a Facebook group to look for this kid that it's like, we've done everything we already can.
But they already had the group at that time. What were you saying, Cletus?
I said all this is just more fuel for my question of did she know Seth prior to Sebastian going missing?
Yeah. Well, one would beg to ask, why did she on day one of Sebastian disappearing or day 2, was she okay with inviting Seth Rogers into a group about Sebastian, but not the Proudfoots?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair question.
How did she even get the invite to Seth Rogers when Seth Rogers claimed he didn't have social media?
Exactly. But so she said on the second day she invited him.
Hold on.
Wait, she didn't say. She didn't say on the second day she actually invited him. He was in that group rather quickly.
Look what she said on the 27th that I just sent you.
How was he in a group and he ain't got no social media?
That's exactly what we've been asking.
Here we go. Look at 27th. Pull that one up first if you're going to pull it up.
I'm just saying, have you guys ever thought about being trapped in a car with Crimson?
Hey, now. Clue is way more talkative than I am actually in person.
I don't know. I find that hard to believe. That's because she went and got that caffeine a little bit ago. She's energized.
Well, I got a little fire under my ass from War Eagle.
Yeah. I'm trying to redact these so I'm not, out here.
Yeah.
Doxing folks. But basically, Bobby just contradicts herself a lot, even in her own postings and stuff. She's it's all bizarre, all of it. I can't figure out if she was trying to be the helpful, nosy neighbor or an early distractor. But the fact that she's complaining about traffic and stuff on day 2, it just seems very heartless.
Selfish as fuck, yeah.
Yeah. And then, all of it.
Well, that just begs to question, though, how far is someone that is so heartless willing to go? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that question is only fair when you're dealing with someone like that and someone that we know has inserted themselves with a whole bunch of bull malarkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so basically this is what she said. I'm blocking us again. How does this keep happening? This is a Facebook post she made. This doesn't mean that she's guilty of anything. This is just, being nosy with nosy Bobby. But she says, on on February 20th. So this is the day after. I have not been asked to post this. I am posting on my own just from information I've received from my kids who have been out with several of the law enforcement departments and talking to them myself. No matter where you live in or around Long Hollow or now beyond, if you have security cameras, please check them. Check them for any time period of yesterday. We don't have cameras, but from what I'm hearing of those who do have cameras, you may not have received an alert due to it being so dark outside. Please check them anyway, just to make sure that you don't see this boy walking around your yard. If you see anything off, please call the police. Police are asking everyone to check their cameras. What's so wrong with that one, UA?
Go to the comments and her responses.
No sightings at all? Not any that are legitimate. A lot of false reporting, but nothing real. Well, how does she know if they're real or not?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, how are you, what is she how does she know what's false and what's real or not?
Right. And here she is on the 28th bitching about the traffic. But she does say, like, the police have asked multiple times, even told us not to search on our own and not to create their own search parties. They said on the news and social media, people continue to try and set up their own search parties, but she's playing a visual. Right here. But you going off on your own actually takes resources and time away from the investigation because they see you on their heat cameras. Have to go hunt you down so they can find out what you were doing and what you know. That actually happened to one of my twins Monday. We were having a neighborhood visual last night. So there you go. She did hold that the day after Sebastian disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they asked them not to. When it was over, the SWAT asked us politely to go home. Being out there was making them have to stop and ask us what we were doing. They appreciate what we were doing, but need to clear the area. Why would you do that when you know there's an active search with several agencies for a missing child? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Like, what made these neighbors be like, yeah, let's hold a vigil the next day? That's weird to me.
Why would you feel the need to go tell everybody else what not to do? Your kids just did because you weren't doing what you were supposed to be doing, obviously. I mean, who feels the need to go reprimand the public for something their kids did? I mean, come on.
Yeah. Don't do what my kids have been doing for the last, it was all over the news not to do this, but,
I just find it bizarre that knowing that they're using, the thermal heating because they just stopped her child and all that they would even gather the day after this child is reported missing to host a vigil. That's weird to me. I can't get past it. I think it's odd.
It's also weird to me that you have such a wrangling on your children that you would call them and say, you've been out there all day. You need to come and get lunch. But you don't tell them, keep your ass in the house because you're not supposed to be outside.
Right. Plus, not to mention the fact that a whole child has gone missing out of the neighborhood and you haven't got your kids behind the locked key. Hello. A kid just went missing. And can you tell me as a parent you're going to send your kid out there, and not be with them? Because from the story she's telling, she's not even with her kids. And a whole kid just went missing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
No.
Well, to be fair, they're adults, aren't they?
No.
But
I mean, they were seniors or whatever back then, I think.
So what, 16, 17 or 17, 18?
17.
Right. But how old was Sebastian?
15.
About to be 16. Yeah.
Well, no, he was he wasn't close to being 16. He was a year away.
No.
He disappeared in February. His birthday's December.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were
basically
18.
a year.
That's what I mean. There's a lot of conflicting on their ages as well.
There's one that's older, and then there's there's twins that were turned 18, I think, August, in August or April or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she's asking, are my kids even safe? Well, ma'am, you have them walking around when it should be one of the most dangerous times.
Yeah,
that part, Greenie.
ATVs
that
and
part.
Stuff.
Right. Bobby. Yeah, and then Julie's saying she said on a Facebook group at 7:11 a.m. that morning, that's the boy I was talking about. But she said she didn't wake up till 8.
Yep.
Wait a second. What?
Yeah, Julie here is saying that there's a Facebook group where a neighbor posted Sebastian and Bobby comment underneath at 7:11 a.m. That's the boy I was talking about.
Oh, imagine that.
But yet saying she just woke up at 8, so that doesn't really add up either.
Bro, nope. Okay, you done. Nope. I'm already. I'm over here. Crimson.
Well, wait a minute. Depending on the time zone that the person that took
Nope.
the shot.
No, that's not how that works on Facebook.
No, not how it works.
Are you sure it's not?
What time zone are you in?
I'm in Eastern, but I didn't take the screenshot.
What time zone's the screenshotter in?
Because that does matter, to be honest. That's good point, Cletus. Look at Cletus being all logical.
Well, I just know her time zone. Her time ain't timing, so I'm not expecting it to be to.
Let's see what Julie says about the time zone thing. You see whatever's right.
Oh, okay.
The math ain't mathing. The words ain't adding. And if you look at it, I mean, it barks, so it's not a duck. There's something way off.
You done messed up.
I don't think Bobby or the kids had anything to do with it, but I do think Bobby has a ton of information that if you analyze the shit that she has said.
Misinformation station.
Well, but regardless of the misinformation, I think if you analyze the things she said, the things she's done, there are a few breadcrumbs that sort of lead places.
Right, which is why it'd be nice to get clarification on her previous relationships to or with the Rogers or anybody, The original post was right, but what time zone are you in, Julie Dunn?
Okay, I can find out. Because she was.
Oh, she's Pacific. That's the same as Tennessee, isn't it?
What, Pacific?
Yeah.
No.
We're
Central.
Oh, okay. So what's the difference?
So if she's reading it at 7:05 a.m. and if that's the time, if it shows up in her time zone, then that would have been 9:05 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Okay. See?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me see. I'm gonna catch her because I mean.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour difference. So there you go.
Believe me, Bobby.
Look at that. We're sitting here ready to prosecute her over that, and good thing.
Well,
you thought of that, Cletus, because
here's the thing. It's not like it's not okay. So she wasn't on Facebook, or at least in that one responding. But we have her words, and then we also have the dispatch thing. And
the police should be making an arrest any day now. Then Crimson.
Greedy.
I'm sorry, it's been a long 10 hours.
No, Granny. Remember, we gotta wait for that grand jury that's fixing to meet.
Oh yeah, because they tell everybody when that's happening.
Dude, can you imagine that?
This is when we all get delusional and shit. Oh,
like, do they not know that grand juries are secret? Like they don't even know what they're even the grand jury doesn't even know what.
Right, the jury doesn't even know they're meeting for a grand jury at that date and time.
You only know if you're testifying. I've been before a grand jury.
No, babe, over an hour. It was an hour difference.
Yeah,
it was 9 a.m., not 7.
But I've testified before a grand jury, and it's a big ass group of people. It's the prosecution. You can indict a ham sandwich, pretty much.
Well, my biggest thing is they were trying to make it. If you notice, at first they were trying to make it imply as if the grand jury was meeting for Katie.
Yeah.
That's what they were implying.
That's how they were trying to sell that.
Right, and they were also trying to sell that a FedEx van is out in their like KP and CP ain't gonna notice they have a FedEx truck out in their driveway for 3 days, and that was the FBI.
They say the dumbest shit sometimes, but these people, they all lick it up. They're like, "Oh, feed me more of the bullshit. We love it."
Well,
I'm like, I have seen I have seen DEA agents that have worked. Where DEA agents have posed as FedEx drivers to deliver,
But that's no comparison to claiming a
But that
FedEx has
is
seen his
not
wife's driveway for 3 fucking days.
that is definitely not them renting a FedEx truck and parking it in the suspect's driveway and thinking they're not gonna like notice.
Stupid. What were you saying, Cletus, before UA so rudely interrupted you again?
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's it's just become a game, right? Where
Yeah.
when people who don't align themselves with Seth point out something that seems off with Seth or could be in the neutral even, they've immediately got to run out here and put out some wackadoodle bullshit. And that's what I find so funny now is today's at night post is basically like, fuck it, we give up. We can't come out and talk about the Rogers Homestead of family values. God knows we can't do that. We don't really have anything else to put out because people are too smart to realize or to buy into the grand jury meeting is something significant when it happens every fucking month. And it's just like, I don't know.
Well, did you see this one yet? Because they did. They tried it. They wrote this. At night has reason to believe.
About the phone calls that morning? Yeah, well, good luck.
Another distractor from what has actually caught. And they do, if you notice, the one night when they were proven so many things that were being said were lies, there was like post after post after post by at night.
Am I the only one that thinks that these people that are all part of At Night watch way too many Ninja Warrior, True Lies action movies or something? Because
I might be the only one that thinks there's more than one person behind it. That's for sure.
I think they either sniff too much bleach.
Hey, be careful, UA.
What?
We gotta be careful when speaking about them.
Well, ate too much of Betty's food.
There you go.
They've been eating Betty's. Or they,
Right, we get it. They're just not quite all the way
it's not
operational.
all functioning, conjunction junction, there's a malfunction.
And be careful because I'm in an injunction, so
this is my personal opinion.
Yes. Well, and that, Naomi, that was definitely certified and sealed and delivered thanks to Clue, UA, Jay, and everybody that did the footwork to find out. For whatever reason, that was a big lie. I can't believe more people aren't shocked by it.
Shoot, I'm a little upset. I want to know, Tony, where are you?
Bobby at night.
I'm just saying, cat and mouse. I like it. I like a good chase game. Tag, you're it. I'm waiting because if you think I'm done pulling shit out of my arsenal, sit down.
Well, you knew when he was going to make a panel appearance too. That was funny.
Oh,
yeah.
We predicted some of this.
Yeah, but if we only would have had a warning about his little head making an appearance.
Well, today's
live though.
The deflection to what was revealed is going to be, oh my God, they showed Seth's ID and social security card. That will be the deflection.
It's all redacted.
I know, they don't care. They needed something to grab onto, and that's what they're grabbing onto.
We showed his signature, guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Look at Brittany J's fucking thumbnail or title.
Let me
Seth's personal info blasted. Why? Bobby, the neighbor, and her son twisted theory. Let's deep dive. Honey, you couldn't deep dive in lasagna.
Hey, BJ. Yo, BJ. I don't know if you know this or not, but Nana on your panel is the one that blasted Seth's personal business. So quit your bullcrap.
Well, not only that, but, they just doxed Craddock's mother. They have no problem deep diving. So what do you got a problem with? They have no problem playing people that said they went to Chris Proudfoot's job and spoke to coworkers. They got no problem with any of that. So respectfully, what is the difference here?
Hey, I'll go ahead and tell you this. If y'all want to go on a deep dive, I've only gone as deep as Shovels on the Scene has gone so far. Y'all don't want to send me on a deep dive. I can tell you that. I wish you could see my camera on. I just gave a little winky face. But just imagine.
Yeah, and it wasn't Nana. It was Emmy Joe.
Oh, that catfish.
She's the one I said about the disability.
She's a total catfish, by the way.
Anyway, I vote for Jay or Clue to do a nice old-fashioned restream so we don't have to offer up the viewership. Because all you nosy MFers are going to run over to see what kind of stupid shit's being spoken. And that feeds their ego.
Who?
They're going to think that they actually have people like, you know.
BJ.
Hey, girl, no.
Hell no, we can't even get through her the first time around.
You lost too many.
Playing it again.
Oh, man.
Wait, are they real? Like,
she gets on my nerves, and what scares me the most is out there in the wild, guys. There are between 500 and 1,000 people who actually enjoy her. Let that sink in.
Is that how many thumbs up? Is that how many thumbs up she gets?
No, I will.
That's
say
how many average viewers she gets. So cut that in half with hate viewers, to be honest, because the chat barely moves.
yeah, I mean,
Seriously.
I'm there as a total hate viewer. Like, I'm just there for the comment section and stupidity.
So if anybody who's like Crimson and likes to punish themselves, I recommend you don't and just wait for the restream that you know is going to take place. Yeah, Jay, you should private your phone call.
There are healthier ways of self-discipline, people. Don't do it to yourself.
There we go, FU. There we go. But honestly, you think about it, if you ever look, the chat barely moves. So if we're saying an average of 500 to 600 viewers, cut that in at least, I'm guaranteed at least half. I mean, because she might get 400 thumbs up, maybe. So I don't know. I don't look
she
at
begs for those thumbs up too.
You know why? Ever since somebody came in here and pointed out that I get more thumbs up than her, she's really been screamed like every other word. Before that, she never mentioned thumbs up. After they pointed that out, that's all she says. I promise you. Go look at the time frame.
Well, the chat's slow because they all sleep.
I do put her on to go to sleep. She does make me sleepy.
Miranda Wright said something about Joshy Poo left the green team. Am I understanding that correctly?
You know that is actually true because you know if anybody else went live, her viewership. I'm gonna do it one night. I'm gonna go live when she does.
That's what I was just
saying.
Yeah, you should go.
Oh, that's what I was just saying tonight.
Yeah,
that's what I was just saying to you. Absolutely should.
Ruin the pearls, make them have to divide up between pearls and sleepy, and ruin them all, wreck them all.
Well, you can tell today wasn't a packet day because they ain't been a sequence of lives today about it. They always go in sequence, and it's hilarious to me. They always go in sequence, and today's just been empty.
Right, because of this, because they don't know how to get past this one. They're all waiting anxiously for the docket of the distractor for today's crucial information that was shown last night. That's why.
Well, why don't
it's like watching bobbleheads do the domino effect.
Why?
I wish I could.
A challenge for them. Just go prove what an idiot I am in my suspicion and concern over the Rogers Homestead of Family Values, and get old Seth to tell you about it so you can come tell the internet what an idiot Cletus is for asking questions.
Hey, Cletus.
Yeah, and you know what?
Know that we read the whole list of everything that the Rogers Homestead of Family Values did last night as part of their job responsibilities.
Yep.
But here's my thing, though, and honestly, I mean this full-heartedly. I know these people have gotten parasocially connected to Seth, just the same way they claim that you guys have with the Proudfoots and whatever. But I've heard you, Chloe, because you've even co-signed it with me. When I've said certain shit comes off wrong, you agree with it. So you're not so parasocially that you're like, I'm going to get in the ring and fight to death over them and ignore all the blatant obvious. What I don't understand is Seth Rogers himself has told all of them that he is a suspect. And yet all these suspicious things are just being like, nope, we don't want to see it. Nope. It's literally, they're like, wop, 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 don't see it, don't see it. Why? If you're a true crime creator, why can't you just acknowledge? I mean, that's what happens when you sign yourself up with these people. You can no longer use your thinking noggin.
Granny, sometimes, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but I think that people walk around in this cloud of stupid that they cannot see past.
No, there's no way, though. There's no way. I don't care.
That's a choice.
It's willful ignorance, right? It is confirmational bias. It's a choice. because there's just no way. There's no way that they are not hearing this and going, wow, Tony, you straight up lied to, and the words of their green team, the world. You lied to the world, stating that
You're on
Seth
the-
Rogers got hurt at work for breaking up a fight in one of the most dangerous pods, and he was never even working. That's big.
How does it feel
you
to be on
ever-
the wrong side of history?
You ever thought, so fiance is, we were going to bed one night and we just laid down and he was like, is it possible that even Tony was manipulated by Sean?
No. Here's why I think.
No, I disagree. I absolutely agree he could be. Yeah, because I'm sorry, but Seth is very good at what he does.
I think
agree.
they're both just as manipulative, but here's why, Granny. Because like Tony has wanted to be in true, like Tony's wanted to be something in true crime since Idaho. He was
Right,
seeing families out in Idaho. He was actively he wasn't
I'm the
close
streamer
to
that
the
pointed that all out. Thank you very much.
He wasn't close to the Harris family. He also, at the same time that he was doing, like, kind of allegedly, like, in talks with Seth before they made it official and went on Pascal, I was nice enough to point it out that I saw that he was on the Hurley Morris admin.
Oh, that was nice of you. I pointed that out 8 months ago. Move it along, Crimson. Move it along.
There is no honor. There is no honor among thieves. It could be just as much one using the other or the other using the other.
Doing it on a different platform.
To speed up what Crimson is saying, though, you're right, because you go back, he was at the Idaho 4, he was using the drone, and then he was fanboying photos with the news people there. Remember that?
Contact Kaylee Goncalves' family and be their spokesperson.
Right. And then as he's working with the Harris family, he stumbles across another missing child and he responds back to the mother, this is so similar to the case I'm a spokesperson for. Can you reach out to me?
Yeah.
And then you had the audacity to do what you did and try and claim that Randy is your best friend at work. Nah, bro, y'all don't even know each other. Like, really, y'all just work for the same company. But
how do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know they didn't know each other? I couldn't. Jake Hells know.
Because of they did. I mean, they worked at. They knew each other from Crane. They were not best friends like Tony portrayed.
Right, but did he portray they became best friends after the child went missing, or did he act like it was before?
He acted like they were best friend, they were friends, and then they were become.
They were really close.
And like Seth and he and Seth have become brothers.
Yeah, it's not normal when you're a so-called spokesperson. But I'll tell you what else is weird.
Yeah.
Randy Harris was really big into religion. That was one of his family's core values were religion. I have never heard some of these creators talk so much about being quote unquote religious as I have since they've joined the green team.
You mean like a certain creator that talks about how she goes to church and how that undoes all her unholy behavior?
That's ridiculous anyway. But you know what else to point out? Damn it, I just lost it. Let me look to the side. We were going to say when somebody said the lab left a green team, that's not true. What he said was he's shelving his After Dark. And Josh, you left a lot of people heartbroken because how else are we going to hear your fabulous poetry? Will you be bringing that to your professional channel, I hope?
Would you say he's shoving his...
Shelving.
Girl, this accent of yours.
I know.
You said shelving. I'm like, what?
I don't know how to put the G at the end of my words.
You really don't.
I don't even know what it means when people say that to me either. I've tried. I don't know what you guys are saying, but
you said something earlier and it ended with an N, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but
that's so funny.
Shelving, like that.
Shelving.
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 Shelving. At the end. The G's silent, damn it.
That's great.
Well, he put it on the shelf. Thank you.
There you go.
He put it on the shelf and not in his shaft. So that's a good thing. But he is putting on the shelf his After Dark, After Lab channel. So
why?
That's the most respectable thing to do after that horrid poem.
But can I also point out what I did state? Because if I made a post today that said I'm going to shelf my channel, do you know how many people would be like, please don't? Bro, without our names, you get 150 likes.
I just think it's rude to steal Medea's wardrobe, by the way.
Well, that's why he became nasty towards all of us, because he saw an uprise in his viewership. And I even was saying it then, like, this ain't you, and he knows it ain't him. Turning a blind. I would love to know, Josh, before you shelf your channel, what do you think about knowing that Tony Mathis bold-faced lied to the public, sir? The time is thus. I mean, what did he write that a day ago? You guys came out with that information a day ago? I don't know.
It was yesterday or the day before one.
See? Jay Kells, I wish, but thank you. I can't even say law. I'd be like, Your Honor. I'm like, huh?
I may or may not have helped shut down a few of those.
A few of what?
Those schools.
Those blue gumballs? What schools?
Law schools.
You shut law schools down?
Yep, sure did.
Oh.
That's why I said, come for me. I know what I'm just saying. Yeah, I was originally like, I worked for a criminal defense attorney and took it like a gap year, and then went to law school, and and realized my law school was committing federal student loan fraud. And then proceeded to help, like, I mean, they figured that out. There's like think of like Perez Hilton meets law. There's a website called Above the Law, and I was like, there's something really sus going on. And I listened to my I had red flags like immediately, and I just started building a case and kept everything. And then it led to Enfi Law, which owned 3 law schools, being closed down. So right now I'm trying to get my student loans discharged for, fraud.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Wow.
I told you don't fuck with that girl. Didn't I tell y'all that? Don't fuck with her.
You should
Leave
see
her alone.
the holes I went down. Like I have mounds of stuff
But
on.
how did you prosecute in the courtroom?
So
because you're so all over the place sometimes that I'm shocked that.
Oh, believe me, I can get really focused.
Did you have an attorney do it with you, or did you actually represent?
Before law school, I'd actually gone. So I'm big into rescue, and I had UPS decide that they wanted to intentionally run over my dog, and
Jesus Christ, how do we get from me asking if you actually, this is my point in case right here, folks. I'm asking if you actually fought this in a courtroom, and we're talking about UPS running over a dog.
Well, because I took them to court, and I acted as I was pro se in that case.
Oh. And
I set legal precedent in the country, like legal precedent for you to be able to recover for intentional infliction of emotional distress. For what is considered in a lot of states, dogs are considered property. And so I won that. And so against UPS's entire freaking legal team, they brought people over from corporate and everything. We were in trial all day.
Wow.
And yeah, so then I went to law school, and basically what I did is I built the entire case for the government and just handed it over.
Oh, that's awesome, though.
I tried to tell y'all don't mess with that girl. I told y'all.
Wow. Yeah, y'all get a quick dose served up of FAFO with this one. I mean, woo-wee.
I mean,
I'm loving the chat. My own chat's making fun of the way I speak. Please say these 2 use. We got this one saying say Bruce. Yeah, they're trying to get me to look. How do you say this? I'm not even saying it anymore.
Did you say ring though? I do want to know that one. That one interests me.
Ring.
What?
Huh?
Ring. Did you just hear the phone ring?
Oh, that was
you can say G.
Yeah, I can. What do you think? I can't say the letter G?
You said you yourself said I have trouble pronouncing the G.
Yeah, I do. Like when people are saying, like, if I say looking, they're like, you don't even put the G at the end. I don't hear the difference to know what you're saying. I'm not saying. Do you know what I mean? Like if I say looking.
Yeah, I hear it.
You hear the G?
No, I don't hear the G.
No,
I hear.
don't.
I got excited. I'm like, you hear the G?
No, because you're saying
No,
looking.
it's just
I'm looking.
Yeah, looking. LOOKIN. Looking.
And how do you say it?
Looking.
Looking.
Look in.
Looking. King.
She's
King,
like throwing up on the microphone. Look.
Look in. You say filing for flying? Flying? Filing?
And
I
you
don't
say
know.
filing, and it's like flying. I think.
Filing? Oh, yeah, when I speak faster too, I get it. Sam girl just called and said you're streaming. That's it. I'm logging off. Thank you guys for being here. If I think somebody said that QB might be going live.
Yeah.
Jay says she's taking a day off. Clue said fuck everybody. So
when does
I
she
didn't
not?
say. I'm here right now. What do you mean?
I said, are you going to go live? You said, girl, hell no.
I'm not because I can't go live from my recliner.
You can.
I can. I just can't show things on the computer, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, you just got to do the actual talk and not, screen share.
Oh, I could on my MacBook. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, look at you. Come on, Clue.
Save
Look, I
everybody.
forget I have all these gadgets. He keeps buying me stuff, and like I forget I have an iPad.
Tell me you're
Yeah,
spoiled. Tell
but
me
it's
you're
you.
I'm not spoiled.
I forget I have a Mac
Pro.
Well, and actually, with the iPad, you can't screen share because I've tried it.
She has a MacBook Pro. She doesn't.
Oh, with that you can, yeah.
There you go.
It's new. I just got it. Okay.
I don't know what you're saying, buddy. Hates evil. How do you know it's a lie? Is the lie detector determined? I don't know. I'm not doing well. I'm already embarrassed, to be honest. But soon as somebody came in and said, "Sav girl called," it's like, yeah, you're right. This has been a very long stream, but we have kept you all entertained for many hours. And as always, I appreciate you guys coming up. And I don't think anybody's watching this rewind.
I have been thoroughly entertained, Granny. Thank you for having me as always.
If anything, we have
such a
kept the
gracious
green
host.
team. Someone from the green team,
Really
having to
busy.
watch this entire fucking thing. So,
Well, you know,
so true.
What's quite funny is in the beginning, somebody was like, one of you guys said, "Oh, it's over on Jay's." I said, "Girl, that's 6 hours. I ain't watching that shit." As I enter hour 11th, how embarrassing.
It's a new year.
Yeah, you know what? And I haven't gone live in a while. And actually, the conversation flows, so I don't care.
It's not about the quantity; it's about the quality.
No, it's about the hours I just wasted sitting on my ass, quite frankly. It's not about any of the other shit. It was entertaining.
my ass, like, yeah, I've thought about all that hours I've spent on my ass. Like, there was, I was going back and forth to beat him.
You do, Jay.
Like, huh?
I was just saying Jay does chapter them. I didn't even think usually you don't hear anybody when they speak, so I thought you would just keep flowing.
No, I was saying, Lord Jesus.
I'm sorry, you. I'm sorry.
No, I was like, I mean, I forgot what I was going to even say. Shit.
Oh no, but all the hours you spent on streams.
Oh, on my ass, just like, with Bobby, like going with Jay, going through all this stuff. And even with Beat Him, I was kind of like getting into it a little bit with him yesterday, asking like, what do you need? Like, what do you need from me? Like, to go, just kind of like going back and forth about this.
What?
I heard that was interesting. I'll have to take a look.
Before I released the audio with Jay and
Okay, this is interesting. I'm sorry. This email that Queen is showing.
Oh, is she live now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go jump on over.
Let's go bomber.
Yeah.
I still don't know how my attorney's email got out, to be honest.
They probably, I mean, we do have an expert team of
whatever you want to call it over there.
I do. I feel like maybe somebody.
Ninjas. Call them ninjas because that's what they act like.
Well, I do. I feel like somebody maybe put that out to try to like harm me and then like report it like, oh, like, do you know that Granny's giving out confidential emails? You know what I
It's
mean?
her own. If it's your own attorney client, it doesn't matter if the client gives it out. FYI.
Right. I think they thought they were doing something though. But I was told that two alleged supporters reached out. If you could email me, that'd be appreciated because I didn't know about it. But I understand your intent was good. Death Chris, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all had a fantastic, happy, healthy new year.
Yeah. Y'all hit the thumbs up button to make BJ mad.
Yeah, please do hit the thumbs up. Not just to make people mad, but it's a free way to show your support. Doesn't cost anything.
Support G-dubs.
If you don't, we will find your IP addresses and hire the elite. So
Okay. As the rest of people in Jay's chat, if you don't, I will move Bobby into your neighborhood.
I told you. I told you it was Nick. I told you it was Nikki.
What?
One of these emails that ends with a clock. Tick tock. I told y'all this boy is out here playing games.
Oh.
In my
What
opinion.
did he do? Just do a new X post?
No, I'm talking about this email that she is showing. One of the responses, it ends in a little grandfather clock. Tick tock.
And then you're done. Yeah, this is all very familiar.
Yep. All right, I'm going over there.
Right.
If I
Every
don't,
lie
we'll
we
never
tell
end.
incurs debt to the truth. Sooner or later, this debt is paid. That's similar to the proverb that they sent me.
Proverb. Yeah.
Yep.
Proverb. Mm-hmm.
I can write riddles too, Nikki. Get ready.
I got a lot of TikTok. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Most importantly, thank you all so much for coming through once again and helping me continue to be able to afford to fight for this. It really means a lot. I know people are like, oh, this is a big grift. I promise you, I don't like having to ask you all for this type of help. I wish it was going to better things, more important things. But unfortunately it's not. So I don't care what people say. It's not a grift. It's not anything I want to do. Which is why I hesitantly even posted it, to be quite frank. But you all did come through on a solid. I'm going to add together the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, give everybody an update with what's totaled on the site. And just know it truly means a lot to me. Yeah. And I forgive you all for making fun of the way I speak. Bye.